again. God have his mercy. Oh God. Who you are going people? What me tell them then? Yo, what's going on? Yo, man, fuck it. Just getting straight into business, man. I've got a fucking mission to drive TV. Yeah, shit, mate. My God bless. The weekend. G Block, man, then we set the track.
See, come again. Yeah. You know how we do. G blockery, non-stoppery. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I was gonna play some tunes, man, but like, I just looked at the fucking how far I got to drive, man. I was like, right, fuck the music, man. I better fucking just start moving. You get me? All right, yeah, man. You want us to jump in? Come through with the chattings. Let's get this started, man. You got me? Mm. Yeah, man. Big up, man, like Funky, Old Type Princess Dominique, Old Type Kushite Smoke. Yeah. Who else is in there? Old Type Love is the law. Big up yourself. Yeah, man. Big up the rest of the silent lot. Yeah, man. Everyone will be in soon, man. They'll all be in there soon. You know, won't start to the G Block parts. You get me? You shit don't start. You better believe I had to work on the block. Yeah. Yeah, big up all the people them inside the building. Yeah, big up yourselves. It's a mad thing still. Yeah, it's a mad amount still. So I'll go on though, man. We're asking today. We're asking what policies. It's sort of building on MA's question from yesterday. What policies could the government implement that could cause anarchy? Where people don't care no more and they just say, fuck it, it's us against them now. Mm, good question, man. Good question. So, see how we get through this one today. You get me? On my Monday late, massive, big up yourself. Big up yourself. Yeah, man. So, oh, yeah, man, it's early, isn't it, man? Popped off one this, got in there a little bit early today, yeah? Yeah. Mm. So, yeah, because I was thinking about it still, and I was thinking, what could really happen? What policy could the government implement realistically, or even hypothetically, that could make people just say fuck that, fully fuck that, like, it's war or whatever. No, man. Mm. So yo, who's coming in, man? Big up finance, big up yourself. Big up K cuz.
Yo, big up Valley, big up Valley. How are you, man?
I'm good, bro.
Yo,
I'm good. I'm good.
yeah.
Yeah.
One policy would probably be if they outlawed, so if they had a nationwide policy to ban cigarettes and alcohol.
You think so?
Yeah, man, because I think, like, especially in the prison system, man, because they tried it. One place they tried it, and I think they were rioting and things like that. So I reckon if they banned cigarettes and alcohol, there'd be a big, it'd be a
I
big
think
thing.
in UK jails you're only allowed to vape now. You're not allowed to smoke tobacco in UK jails.
Like where, like anywhere, or
Not in the jail, yeah. No, in the jail, man. You only
yeah,
smoke
that's what I
vapes.
mean. Like, but imagine if they made it and rolled it out as a nationwide ban on all cigarettes or alcohol, marijuana, any kind of smoking induced substance. They fully outlawed everything, 100%. Like, because I know that I smoke and I'll be like, wow, man, like some people would probably get over it, but I think the majority of people that smoke and drink would be like, what am I going to do now? You know what I mean?
But then
It
you
could,
think that obviously if it's something that's smoking and drinking, yeah, it's something that you might enjoy, but it's not really good for you if you do it too much with it. So there's a reason why that could be barred, isn't it? So that means a good enough reason for you not to want to smoke and drink, even though you might not accept it, but they
mm,
can sort of give you reasonings behind that. So do you feel like that will work the same way
mm,
still?
mm, mm. Yeah, maybe that's probably not a harsh enough thing to start some kind of like rioting or things like that, but it'll be pretty
I'll tell you what, yeah,
significant.
there was a riot in the I think it was the 80s, 90s, yeah, it's called the poll tax riots. When poll tax is council tax, isn't it? So when that first started sort of coming out,
Mm.
there was riots about that still. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so explain that. What was that all about?
Yeah, well, because like you're saying, they're putting extra taxes on that people obviously don't want to pay. um,
Uh,
yeah, so people started wilding out for that. And that was on everyone, innit? It weren't just like, right, the white people have to pay taxes or the black people have to pay taxes or it was if you're here, you have to pay an extra tax for the poll tax thing, and the people licked
oh,
out
that's
against it.
yeah, that's like GST over here. Like I remember when GST first came out, there wasn't so much an issue, but it started becoming an issue when they started putting tax on tax. So it
Yeah.
might be the same thing as poll tax on there, yeah, because like with tax returns, you have to pay a tax to do the tax return in order to get tax back. And
Okay.
also so they put a tax on when you do your tax return, which is
Yeah. Fucking
stupid.
hell, that's
And
robbery, man.
it's robbery, man. And so, but they've put in tax. They do the same thing with cigarettes and alcohol, like poll taxing on things like you're saying, tax on
When I
tax.
was
So
self-employed, the
yeah,
tax returns was holiday money, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly. And it should be, it should be like that. But they always find a way to get more money out of you, which is wrong. Do you have toll roads over there, bigger?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. See, toll roads is a funny thing, and the funny thing is with overseas investment into toll roads is that in one hand it's good that you can get to a place faster and the prices are lower, but you'll find in time that those prices are just going to keep going up and up and up and up. And
now,
so
what's a robbery is if you get a fucking
well,
fine for going on the toll road.
no, yeah, well, exactly. If you don't pay, if you don't have an e-tag or whatever, but
Yeah,
the
because it
problem is
fucking
this:
goes
it's
up
not
to fucking, it could go up to like 5, 6, 7, £800 for a fucking £10 ticket.
depending, like depending where it is and going suburb to suburb. But my problem is like they say that they already said that. It's funny how they say that our taxes pay for this and our taxes pay for toll roads, and so they build it, and they say, well, they keep putting up the fees and saying, well, we're putting up the fees because we've got to pay for this toll road. It doesn't make sense. Like, we're paying, our tax we should only be taxed once at a certain rate to pay for things. We shouldn't have to have a poll tax or extra tax. And they keep saying, well, we're going to do up your train station and we have to pay for it. But I'm like, hang on one second. Aren't we already paying for it through the tax that we're paying? Well, where's all this other money? Like, now you want extra tax. It's like what you're talking about with poll tax. It's like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, man.
It's a bit
Well,
harsh,
it's
man.
in now anyway. It's called council tax, isn't it? And everyone pays council tax sort of thing. So, yeah, man. Like, that made the people
with
riot, but
inflation
it didn't.
I can understand, but it's kind
Although
of
it made the
like
people riot, okay, yeah, it
you give
wasn't the
with
last
one
straw that
hand,
broke the camel's back.
but you take with the other hand, and it just doesn't make sense. Like, if they're doing up an area, your tax should already pay for that. You shouldn't have to be charged higher amounts, and it shouldn't be going up. Like, obviously there's inflation, I understand that, but your taxes should already cover everything. Why is it that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
I don't know, man.
This tax world is
It's a
teeth,
tough
man.
one, but yeah. So yeah, I don't blame people
Teeth and
for
tax world,
kicking up a stink about that, really.
But like I was saying, man, yeah, big up, man, like TOITN. Big up, big up everyone else in the chat. Sorry, let me have to find this real quick. Yeah, like I was saying, yeah, the poll tax thing, the people rioted about it, yeah, but it wasn't the last straw that broke the camel's back, because although there was a riot for it at the time, the crowd was still quelled, and then everyone went back home, went back to their jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like, and things carried on as normal. So I think it's going to have to be an extra drastic policy for what's it called, man?
Bless up yourself, brother.
Extra drastic policy for riots and all that. Yeah, big up yourself, find this, man. Well, go on.
Yeah, man. They are. I just quickly came on, yeah. Why do you think we are charged? Like, we're basically being robbed. Like, we pay council tax, then you pay parking tickets, parking permits. Like, why do we have all of these extra added debts? Really, we shouldn't be getting charged to park outside our house. Why are we being charged for that?
You know what
I think
happens,
it's because
check this, listen to this, yeah, and how much fuckery this is, yeah. There was a lady that used to live on the same road as me, yeah, and the road was free parking, innit? Yeah, so all like there was houses on the road, and it was free parking, no parking permits. But people used to park there to go to the train station, and then a lady done a campaign to make the thing parking permit only, and then a year after she got the parking permit, she fucking died. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're joking.
And she fucking died because I was like,
no way.
Obviously I don't want the woman to die, and that, you get me? But I was
of course.
You get me? After all that.
But we're being robbed, like left, right, and center. Yeah, like the biggest thing that we're being robbed of is cigarettes and alcohol. That is one of the biggest incomes for this country.
Yeah, but the price of cigarettes.
Cigarettes
and
alcohol. Yeah.
And they stopped doing 10 boxes.
I think that's one of the biggest sources of income for the government, cigarette and alcohol. That's why they'll never cigarettes and alcohol are one of the most deadliest things that the body could consume, and they will never take it off the shelf.
Well, that's what I mean, Finest. This is what doesn't make sense. So they've had cigarettes and that at a cheap price for years to get people addicted. So once you're addicted, they put the health labels on it and say it's bad for you. And they say their policy is they're gonna put cigarettes up, thinking they use that as an excuse to say, well, this is gonna deter people. But they know that people are gonna buy them. It doesn't matter how high it goes.
No one gives
they're
a
gonna
shit.
still buy. Yeah, because they're addicted. And if they were true, in saying that we don't want you to smoke, they would have banned it.
Yeah, of
They would
course.
have banned it.
They would have
100%.
definitely have banned it because the amount of health problems cigarettes cause, just alone with like heavy smokers, their fingers start going yellow, their teeth start. No, but it's true. Let's not talk about the inside, just the basic surface damage, your teeth, your fingers.
I've seen
That's just
someone with their yellow
basic.
cigarette fingers before.
Yeah, me
That
too.
is nasty, innit?
I've seen it loads over the years growing up.
Yellow cigarette fingers.
But they'll
remember,
never
yeah.
take it off the shelf.
Listen, yeah, when I first left school, like, yeah, I was a little bit away with it, yeah. But anyway, my girl used to work in West End, didn't it? And then there used to be a brother that worked at the desk, yeah, and like is like, you know, his two fingers on each side, you know, like the first two fingers on each hand, they were fucking yellow, man. You know,
No,
proper yellow.
no, I know who you're talking about. That's why I'm cracking up, because it's not a joke. And the thing about, for me, why I chimed in on this one, yeah, is because I was sitting here, lying here, and I'm like, hang on a minute, cigarettes, alcohol, road tax, then you got parking tickets, then you got, why the fuck do I pay TV license? Why? Who says that I need a license to watch fucking TV?
Don't tell me you're still paying that shit.
TV
Don't
license
pay that.
for what? For what? Color TV.
I never pay it.
Color TV, non-color.
What are they gonna do if you don't pay it? What are they gonna do?
Wait,
They're gonna,
you got good credit rating.
they're gonna
You got
send
good
some
credit
guy
rating
to come knock on your door.
I got good credit.
Yeah. That's why you're paying your TV license, man, because you don't want them to fuck up your credit rating. That's what I'm saying. Because you don't want them to fuck up your credit rating for 6 years and shit. You get me? Missed payment.
900 from that, mate. Jeez.
Yeah, fuck all that, man.
Like, when they come on your door, TV license, niggas got a cheat to ask me what TV's in my yard. The fuck?
And you have to pay a TV license even if you're watching it on. So you're watching it on your laptop, and you're watching BBC iPlayer or whatever.
Do you have TV license? Get the fuck out of here. This is a laptop, not fucking TV. No, honestly, if we did a quick list right now, bullet point share of how much we're being scammed, like, think about, where does all this money go back into? Who benefits from all of these extra council tax, road tax, TV license, parking permit outside your house? Then you need to parking ticket outside the road. What is it all for? Where's all that money going?
Do you think that is the people of the nation's fault for not being more inquisitive into what actually happens with tax monies and so on?
I do, and I feel like it has something to do with, it stems from like back in the days where it's like the rich stay richer, because a rich man don't care to pay 120 something pound a year for TV license. That's like, oh yeah, that's like fucking lunch on a Monday, his TV license bill. So I feel it was brought in to fuck up the poor people, to keep them down, to keep them in a vicious cycle of debt. I feel like it was a system generated to keep the poor down. Because if you got all those bills and you're not like middle class even, it's hard to balance just those basic bills that I said: council tax, water rates, TV license, electricity and gas, rent. Those are the 5 main bills. You don't want that red letter come through the door. You haven't even put shopping in your yard. You haven't even got a piece of bread to give the kids. Do you know what I mean? Like, let alone if you've got a habit of cigarette, alcohol.
How much food prices are going up though? Like 30%. You know you're feeling that sting, boy. 30% increase in food prices means you're coming out of there with like 3 bags for the price of 5 bags.
I'm coming out with one.
You get me? When you come out of Tesco, comes at £80, please. Now, £80 for what? 3 bags?
Well, you better go Lidl.
I went to the supermarket the other day, right? And I'm not gonna lie, the woman said 50 something pound. She even asked me, she's like, "Are you all right, madam?" Because
What? Taking a fucking
Do you need a
trolley.
chair to sit down for a minute?
Hey, finest man, you need to start going Lidl, my G. You get me? If you had £50, you'd have 2 shopping trolleys. You get me?
Well, that's what I mean. Because the woman looked at me because I hesitated to get my bank card out. She's like, "Is everything okay, madam?" Like, you would have thought I just had a fucking heat stroke there and then at the till, because I was like, 50 something pound. I didn't even buy toilet paper. Can't even wipe my ass. Can't do jack shit. Just some basic little snacks, no essentials. What the fuck? It's a con, man. We're living in a con man's world.
Of course.
It's a con man's world.
That's why do you think they love immigrants? Because when the immigrant touched down, he don't know what gone. They're charging him ridiculous prices, and he's just like, okay, so that's how it is, yeah? And he'll just pay it. With us, we're thinking about 1980s prices. We're like, wait a minute. Why is a bag of chips like £2 now?
You got to think they do know Wagwan, because when you go to, this is why the immigrants are clever, because they got their own shops. When they come to this country, they ain't buying food from where we buy food from. No, but
where they buying food from? Where are they getting there?
I don't mean to make it racial, but the Polish got their own shop where they go and buy their Polish food. The Asians got their own shops where they go and buy their Asian food.
It's just you can go in there, huh?
No, I know, but what I'm saying is they are being cost effective to them, because they come to this country, they set up shop, and that's where they buy their ingredients from their own supermarket, from their own.
Yeah, but their own supermarket ain't cheaper than Aldi and Lidl.
Yeah, but it's their own food. So to them, it's better than going to Aldi and Lidl. It's like me, not to be racial, but I ain't gonna go to a white people's hair shop to buy black people hair products. Just ain't gonna work. Do you know what I mean? I'm gonna go to the Indian man or the black man. You know what you're getting. Even if you have to pay that little bit extra, you know what you're getting. So when you think about these people that come into the country, they're quite clever. They don't even buy cigarettes from the normal man. They got their cigarettes behind the counter.
I went in the shop, to buy a bottle of water, and I got chatting to the man in there, some Kurdish guy. He's getting to me that someone come knock at his door, ask him if he's got a TV license, and showed him like an official badge. He invited the guy into the house, made him a cup of tea and sat him down, and explained to him that he's just like new in the country and he don't know what happened for TV and whatnot. The guy don't even watch BBC. The only thing he watches is Turkish satellite TV programs. So he don't even use BBC or nothing like that, yeah? They slapped him with a £4,000 fine. Not even the minor £1,000. £4,000 fine he got slapped with. And I go to him, you're an idiot. Yeah?
Why though?
Why did you answer the door? He goes, the man rang the doorbell, innit? I go to him, why have you even got a doorbell in England? If anyone wants to call you, they better be phoning you on your phone to see if you're in. What do you need a doorbell for? Spending money to put something on your door so every Tom, Dick and Harry can fucking blow up your house, waking you up out of bed, asking you if you got a TV license. I go to him, you're nuts. You should never let anyone in your house. He's like, oh, but you had the official badge. So I don't give a fuck if it was the Queen herself come to my door. Badge. You get me? So this is what I'm saying about immigrants don't know Wagwan. They don't know what time it is. You know what I mean? Like they're coming from their country with this idea. With us, we got a different idea. For them to put prices up, for us, we're dragging our heels on that. But with them, they're not. So it's easier for them to put up prices on them guys because they got different expectations. Like in France, for example, the price of bread is regulated by the government. If the price of bread goes up by 1p, every motherfucker's out protesting. No one's going to work. They're like protesting. They're like, no, we can't have this. And they'll protest, but in England,
do you think UK
there's no
people
protesting.
are complacent then?
What it is with England, they've conned them into thinking it's patriotism. If you love your country, you pay these prices. It's called the BBC for a reason, British Broadcasting Society. So whatever it is called. So do you know what I mean? It's like it's part of living in England that this is an expense or a cost or a tax for living here. And they're happy to do it because they're like, yeah, I'm paying extra, but I'm boosting up my country. That's how they look at it. So they're happy to, like, English people are happy to drive a Ford with no power steering, no electric windows, no color-coded bumpers, and he's paying the same as the VW.
I swear to God, you ain't
because
fucking
they make
lying.
them in Dagenham, man. Fuck Dagenham.
Listen, I'm not even, I swear to God, I'm not even chatting shit. My daughter's school friend's mum, woman, beautiful woman, you know. I swear to God, she's stunning as fuck. Stunning woman. She's got a beautiful home, homeowner, everything. My lady, I swear to God, for the whole time of primary school till now, all she drives is a fucking little chitty bang bang Peugeot 306 green.
Yeah.
Like standard. She don't give a shit. She'd be like, yeah, I'll see you after the, like, she takes the kids to the stables every Thursday. I'll drop her home on Thursday after the stables. My woman's pulling up in a 306 Peugeot green. Every time I see her driving off down the road. And we talk about cars, yeah. And she's like, yeah, I don't give a fucking shit, mate. Because I'm only going local driving, so sod it. I don't need a fancy, expensive car. I just want to get around.
Yeah, as long as you've got AA or RAC to save your ass if the car breaks down, it don't even matter what car you're driving.
Mate, you should see this fucking Peugeot 306.
I love them hippies. Hippies always doing that.
No, you don't understand, man. If you saw this woman, you would never expect her to be getting out one of those things. Like, I mean, done up for the night.
I've heard of champagne taste on Coca-Cola money, but she just reversed that shit.
She got that champagne money, man. She just using her fucking head. Oh God, she's a joker. I'm not joking. I'm like, well, even now, because I still speak to her, because we were actually talking about cars. I was like, when are you gonna get a new car? She's like, I ain't.
And then drive it till the wheels fall off.
That's what she said. She's like, I'm not getting a new car. She's like, if the tire breaks, I'll fix it.
That's it.
I was just like, no, this woman's too much.
And you
for
can
me.
park it and go to sleep, and you don't need to worry about anyone crashing into your car. You can go shopping. You can park wherever. You don't need to worry about someone opening their door and all jizzing up the side of your car. You don't need to worry about nothing.
Them old school fucking.
You're just accumulating little dents here and there over the years. You're like, oh yeah, that little dent. I remember that one from 3 years ago.
She fucking waxes the thing. No, I don't think you understand.
No, she's taking the piss.
No, she waxes the fucking car.
Yeah. That's the kind of woman I want in my life, man. Low maintenance. She's saving you money.
No, she ain't low maintenance, my backside. She be fucking looking hella fly. Kids got the latest trainers on. I'm not joking. Her kids are fucking up to standards, mate. Up to scratch. Her son comes to school Stone Island on close day.
Yeah. You know, you got the silent. You know, there's shout out Raheem. Yeah, I know that there's a silent C in society. You get me? You get BBC, British Broadcasting Society, yeah, or corporation.
Oh, I feel rough as fuck, guys.
Yeah, maybe it's British Broadcasting Corporation.
I just wanted to say something about the price of cigarettes. I recently was doing some like vaping, yeah. Someone said to me, it's better than drinking coffee, because I was doing some exams and shit. So I started off on this vaping, and then from vaping, I thought, Someone offered me a cigarette, innit? So I tried the cigarette and I thought, you know what? Fucking cigarettes better than fucking vaping, innit? So I went and bought a packet of cigarettes, yeah, right, to get that nicotine hit, yeah. Bobs, trust me, it was the last packet of cigarette I ever bought. Fucking over £10 for cigarettes. I was like, what the fuck? Forget cigarettes, bro. I was happy to go fucking cold turkey for 3 days. Clucking on a cigarette, boy. I was like, you know what? I can't bring myself to spend £10 on cigarettes. So that price hike.
The cigarette thing ain't even that bad for me. I can literally say today I'm not buying a box of fags. Like, I do it to myself purposely because of how much they cost. I'll be like, I'm not buying fags today till Thursday. And I'll wait till Thursday purposely. Because you just think of the amount of money that you're fucking spending. That's why they should ban the bastard things. Even alcohol, man. Alcohol's a cunt.
I don't think.
No, it's in moderation, isn't it? It's in moderation, though, man.
I like.
But if you're with the wrong people, man, there's no moderation. You get me? Like me last night on a fucking Monday night, drinking Cavassier. Like, what the fuck?
That Busta Rhymes and P. Diddy was around and all their shits.
Oh, man. They were. Beyonce came as well.
Yeah, that's the Cavassier, eh?
Yeah. They should ban it, man. They should.
Yeah, man.
They should ban it.
Yeah, boy. So,
because I'm
do you think that
now.
if they banned alcohol and cigarettes, it would be like drugs, innit, man? It would just get smuggled in them the undercover market, bro.
Yeah, but I'd rather that than being able to just literally go 2 seconds downstairs and hook myself up with a nice big bottle of whatever I fancy. Sort me out, boss man. At least if you can't get it, it's a deterrent. You think, oh, right, fuck it, I can't be bothered. But when you can just literally top to the shop and pick it up, like a bottle of water, you're screwed.
Oh, you know they got 24-hour bottle shops now, innit?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
back in the day, you had to stock up on your alcohol, and if you run out, you run out.
Oh, my battery's gonna die on my laptop.
Plug it in, man. Plug it in, girl. Yeah, we're saying that in the south side, 24-hour license liquor shops have been running from time codes. The same thing, they do this sort of stuff in.
Bro, but the mad thing is, petrol stations are doing it now as well. You go in there, fill up your petrol, and you can buy 2 bottles of champers or whatever you want, and drive out of there. It's crazy.
No, but at petrol station, it's only at a certain time, innit? You can't buy alcohol at 2 in the morning at a petrol station.
No, there is some. Like BP, I think, does it. Yeah, BP.
No.
A lot of.
But they've only got a liquor license to a certain time, innit? So they can't sell alcohol after certain hours, innit?
Bro, I went into Asda and Sainsbury's, and they wouldn't sell me alcohol, and they goes, it's too late, the time's passed. And I went into BP, and they were still selling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know petrol stations that the man does it off the thing anyway, off the books, bro. He just sell it to you.
Is it?
24-hour in a petrol station, bro. Like, it's gone crazy now. No one don't give a shit about nothing. They're putting the foreigners out of business. Get me, bro? Remember the old guys that were selling the one cigarette? That move.
Oh, yeah.
Them guys that don't give a shit about nothing. Now, even they're going out of business now.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
That was an old school times, yeah. You could buy, listen to this, yeah. This is old school. This is how old school that is, yeah. You could buy a £10 draw, yeah, 2 singles. You know about that? How about that?
No.
£10 draw, 2 singles.
How old I am, yeah. When I mentioned to some youngsters about £5 draw, they were looking at me like, what the fuck's a £5 draw?
Yeah. I
was like, what, you never heard the £5 draw? They were like, no.
The 16th, 750.
Yeah, 750. Do you remember? Oh, man.
750. Hey, listen, yeah, what we used to do, we used to chip in. Imagine, yeah, we used to chip in, yeah, to get 750, and then £3, I think £1.50 for cigarettes and £1 for Rizla and a fucking bottle of Coke or something. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
And that was your day planned, didn't it?
And
that was a day all planned out, bro.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Go down. With that, So you could go down to the local town centre, or try and chirp a couple girls and bring them back to your estate or whatever. You know, one of them has always got the 3 yards in it, man. Yeah,
that's it.
Trust me. Yeah, man. Shit.
Good old day.
And get the party started. Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. We never knew how lucky we was, mate. The prices on everything through the roof now.
Trust me. Crazy shit used to happen still. Yeah. What are you saying though, man? Like, everyone dropped off.
Really? One time, I drive into the petrol station. I see these guys, let's pull off quick, just drive. And the police was going in the petrol station behind them. My cousin goes to me, I bet you they dashed their weed, innit? Go and look. I swear to God, I went and found this fucking fat piece of ash by the fucking petrol station. Yeah. I put the petrol in, pocketed the ash, come back, bought the Rizla. Yeah, rag fags anyway. Went and sat in the park, bro. I swear to God, I don't know where these guys got this ash from, but it was the maddest ash ever. As soon as you lick the flame on it, it will just inflate, like it will grow. The fucking £10 draw lasted me like 3 days, bro. It was like smoking constantly. And even though I was down to the smallest piece, as soon as I put the flame on it, it would just blow up, like expand.
Fluffy, yeah.
And it will crumble so nicely. It will crumble evenly, like no fucking rocks or nothing.
I know that for time.
That's the best cure I've had in my life.
Some fluff,
I'll never forget it, man. It was free, innit? I'll never forget that. That was a blessing, man.
Yeah, mad thing. So were you saying that do you think that if they banned cigarettes and alcohol, that would be enough for the people to riot? I don't think so.
In England?
I feel like people are more.
I think they would, you know. I think that. Yeah, I think they would. I think they wouldn't, maybe not riot, but it will start some sort of a movement, like people saying, like, who the fuck are they telling us how to live? It's our right. We can. They shouldn't be like telling us what to do. Like, it would start something would start from it. Do you know what I mean? But like, everyone would, like, the thing is, it's difficult to get selfish people to do stuff for other people, and the only people you see protesting about fags and booze would be selfish people. Like, whereas with things like staples, like bread, like if we couldn't afford to have bread, like everyone's rioting, but they're like fighting and saying like, look, how can a country be this bad where like children are starving and things like that? When people care about other people, you see them more active. Do you know what I mean? Whereas I think selfish people, it's hard to get them to get motivated. Like I think that like when it comes to things like fags and booze, because it's like an indulgence, even if they put the prices up, no one complains because they got that little bit of guilt in them that's like, well, I shouldn't really be doing this anyway. Like, I deserve to get punished, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like, if they put the price up, like, I have to kind of like accept it.
That's what I was saying to Kay earlier, Carney. I was saying that because obviously you know that alcohol and cigarettes are really not good for you anyway. There's enough of they'll be able to make enough of a excuse to ban it.
Yeah.
Really and truly, like you're saying, if you know, like, cigarettes really should be banned, innit? Like, there's no reason, I can't see no reason why the government should be wanting to promote cigarettes or even collect tax from that. It's only because they want to just collect money and not make it go like an underground market. If the government really wants people to live and flourish in their society, obviously.
Of course, but then you're kind of like falling prey of like a system, like, for example, with Muslims, alcohol is completely outright banned, isn't it? So like they're saying that the bad side of alcohol outweighs any possible good side to it, innit?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So like,
man.
I can't, like, I think what it is, certain nations of people can tolerate certain levels of authority. So like in countries like England, I think they've never had tight authority, like tight discipline. Like I don't think they'll react to it quite well. Do you know what I mean? I think like they're used to having an easy life and not being told what to do. So England's like a special case that you got to kind of realize that English don't really rebel. They don't really protest. They don't really go mad for anything. Like when you look at the French are protesting every 2 days. Like we ain't seen it on the news, but you know them yellow jackets and whatnot. They've been rioting for the last year, bruv. They've been fighting police in the streets and all sorts. Like there's some serious things going on in France, but we don't get to hear that on the news because they don't want us to know, innit? But France has always been like that, like with the protesting and like, you know, people having a say, like actually giving a shit what their government's up to. Whereas here, it's a completely 180 different, like it's the opposite. Here, no one really gives a shit about anything, bruv. Do you know what I mean? And there's reasons for it. It's like here, they got us trapped in the rat race, bruv. Like we work harder here, we work more hours here for less pay than anyone. So people are more concerned with their struggle than with having time to sit around in coffee shops talking about government policies and whatnot. Like here, you ask anyone on the street what's going on, they ain't got a clue. Like you couldn't get a consensus from the population on anything. Like it's amazing that they even fucking voted for Brexit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like even that was a miracle, and they only got like 51% of the fucking vote. Do you know what I mean? It's like here, it's just it's a very specific country. It's like very specific. You can't really compare England to any other countries. Like it's its own thing. Do you know what I mean? So like, look at we got a thing now, for example, Veli, sugar tax, yeah. So like with sugar tax, yeah, what's supposed to happen is that you're supposed to put a little tax, like maybe 10% or whatever, on sugar products, because they're saying that sugar gives people diabetes and things like that, and it's costing the country a lot of money. So they put a little 10p tax on a can of Coke, yeah. Now that's supposed to create something called the halo effect, where it's just like a ring around it saying, the government's saying that this thing ain't really that good for you, maybe you should avoid it or use it in moderation. Yeah. So even in countries like Mexico, for example, where they had the biggest amount of obesity, they tried this sugar tax and actually worked. And they were saying it wasn't the money incentive of it. It was just the fact that the government went out of their way to show their people that this ain't good for you, and the people then followed suit. Whereas in England, they put a sugar tax. No one really knows nothing about it. No one has clocked it. No, like the prices have gone up, and no one really even noticed that it even went up or why it went up.
You gotta be fair, yeah. Let's be fair, yeah, because I've seen on the adverts, yeah, before the sugar tax come out and all that, yeah, that there was adverts of start to get your kids active, start to eat healthy food and all them sort of things. It was like a yellow plasticine.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know the one you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, so there was some sort of advertising for stop eating loads of sugary stuff and have a balanced diet or whatever. And they used to put the pie chart. They put Ralph's pie chart up with saying how much sugar in the red you should have, how much green food you should have, and how much yellow food. Or whatever,
but what I'm trying to say, really, is that for that system to work in England, the price increase needed to be much higher.
Okay.
For them to actually feel it and like say, okay, that this is something to take notice of. Whereas the price increase was so slight that even though they knew what it was for, like they had the information about, you know, sugar being bad for you and rare tear, and like you said, there's that program that they run where it's got the little man that looks like Morph. Remember Morph, the little, it looks like that. Yeah. So like that's all part of it, isn't it? That's all part of the whole shebang, the whole package. That's like part of it, yeah, including the price increase. Yes, the government put X amount of money into it.
Listen to this, fam. Yeah. Sorry, would you finish there, fam? Would you finish?
Yeah.
You finish, yeah. All right. So, like I was saying there, yeah. So, do we want the government to be like a nanny state where they have to fucking change our fucking nappies and put us to bed and everything. You know what I'm saying? They have to tell us everything that we have to do, or like, should that be each person's actual responsibility to be taking care of themselves properly, and the government should be advising at the side, like, wow, this is the best advice, the best way you should do it, but you don't have to do it. Like, this is what you should do, but you don't have to. Or do you want the nanny where the government says this is what you have to do and you can't do anything else? So they just outlaw anything that they feel is bad for you, and they can only sell anything that's like good.
Yeah. So with that situation, if the government's saying like, you know, it's your responsibility, do what you want, yeah, you got to realize that ain't really the British way. The British population always looking for guidance and advice from the government. Ever since World War II, rationing and all that, that's still the mindset that the government knows best. Yeah, because under rationing, Britain was never healthier. That was their healthiest time. They were eating a wider variety of nutrients from different sources and in moderation. So they weren't overeating on anything. And everyone lived longer, yeah, under rationing. So the government was actually telling them what to eat. Yeah, but with what you're saying, like it goes back to what I was saying of every country is different and every population can tolerate a different amount of authority. But on this one, what it is specifically with health, that if you say to people, for example, yeah, you're free to smoke, but if you fuck your lungs up, don't be coming to the NHS expecting free treatment, innit? So it has to go hand in hand. You have to be able to implement both sides of it. Like if you give people freedom, then you have to kind of like give them systems of like paying for their own healthcare, you know what I mean, and things like that. Whereas here, because there isn't that, they don't want to have a two-tier system of, for example, like an overinflated public health, private health sector. Here we got private health, but like Bupa is like a very small sector, because the reason being is in this country, they want NHS to be the main thing. So then everyone can be on the same page and receive roughly the same treatment. They don't want a two-tier system. They want it like standardized. Do you know what I mean?
Are you crazy? Listen to me. The British electorate could be convinced to do away with the NHS because of foreigners, because of immigration, because of Muslims, because of prayer rooms, and all this stupid bullshit. Bro, listen to me. If anything, this Brexit vote for me has exposed the British electorate for what it actually is. Brain dead fucking morons that could be convinced of anything, provided there's a fucking enemy. Do you see what I'm saying? Exactly. If you tell the British electorate now, oh well, unless we get rid of the NHS, Muslims, they'll get rid of it. Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying? They're fucking morons.
Yeah, I agree with that. But what you're pointing at there is some sinister plot or some sinister ploy to derail normal behavior, because that's coming from the top down. It's not like people walking around the streets are thinking these things. If they weren't the TV programs on TV about Benefit Street and things like that, people won't be walking around in the fucking mode that they're in. So don't make out like as if it's just people off their own backs decided to turn evil. This is a plot from the top down.
Ultra. Let me ask you a question, bro. You hear me, yeah? Yo, you there still? I don't mean so. Yo, Carl, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you're very low.
Very low, yeah? Alright, one sec. Let me turn that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now, bro. Yeah, what you saying?
Yeah, man. So,
no, Veli, you're gone again, bro. It's super low. I can't hear you.
All right, yeah. You see what Khan was saying about the government or whatever. Don't you think it's like a double-edged sword? Because sometimes we're expecting the government to have so much of a say in our lives, but then we say we want to be free. We don't want no government, and we want to do everything for ourselves and so and so. But then on the other hand, we're saying, no, the government shouldn't do this and shouldn't do that. They're trying to set us up and they're trying to.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the truth is, right? A lot of the people that complain about these things, like, think that it's easy to run government, right? I would say to you, I would urge anyone who thinks that they could do a better job to study politics. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. The guys at the top, they're from a particular
ilk. They call it ilk.
Yeah. So chances of you being able to break into like the fucking top 100, chances are slim. But to implement policy, it's not a simple case of this is what's best, let's do it. Like there's so much fucking red tape, legislation, writing, reading, fucking negotiation, fucking think tanks, fucking research.
What they called groups? Them thingy groups where they test it out on them first.
Lobbying groups.
It's difficult to get. Oh shit! Hold on a sec, bro. My signal.
Not the lobbying. The lobbying groups are the ones that kind of like give the feedback sort of thing. Not the feedback, but they advise. Or no. Look, I think lobbying groups put pressure on the government to get stuff for certain groups of people. I think that's what they do. I'm talking about thingy groups, man.
Troll is my favorite G Block troll. One second. My favorite G Block troll is TYO. He kills me every time. Every time he comes in, he drops funny comments. People don't even. I don't know, TYO. They don't get your gems, my G. Like he said, Oxbridge gang. You hear me? Fuck off, bro.
You gotta love him, man. Big up TYO.
Yeah, you should be doing comedy, man. You know what I'm saying? You should be doing comedy, like
yeah, he's got skills. Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is if you're going to give the population freedom to do whatever the fuck they want, there has to be a different system than the one we've got. So the system we've got, they tell us what to do, but not too much. Like they tell us what to do in a little bit. And it's specifically tailored, like they watch it to see how much can we tell these people what to do before they start rebelling. Do you know what I mean? It's like with your children, with your children, which one of them you could tell him off and it's going to benefit him to be told off because he's going to fix up and he's going to upgrade and he's going to be on the ball. Whereas the other one, you tell him off and he's just like brewing, sulking. Do you know what I mean? Like you tell him off 2-3 times in a row and then he's not compliant with anything. Like he's not doing anything. He's not even getting out of bed in the morning. Like that's how countries are as well. Like there's certain countries, I think, like, for example, Germany, they got no speed limit on the motorway. Imagine if that happened in the UK.
With the Autobahn.
Yeah. Like, you got to remember, like, Veli, like, even with the drinking there, our drinking culture over here, they got to close the
roads ain't big enough,
bro.
The roads ain't really big enough.
I'm saying to you that they're so used to being told what to do, that it will take a whole generation for them to fix up. So with this whole drinking thing, they close the pubs at a certain time, or you can drink at a certain time. In other countries like France, people drinking 24 hours a day, and they don't go mad. They don't like drink themselves to death, whereas here we do. See what I mean? Because people need to be told what to do. Here, people just want to go work, come home, don't worry about nothing. Everything's taken care of. You know what I mean? Because that's the situation they've been put in, where it's taking them all their effort just to work. It's just how it is, bro. It's just here we work too hard. That's why people go mad and drink like crazy. Do you know what I mean? And if you notice with people that smoke as well, they're always smoking at work, having a little fag break at work. When someone's at home or they're off work or they're chilling out.
I bet if you work in the office, you can't even have a cigarette break now. I bet if you work in the office, you probably can't even have a cigarette break now.
Yeah, no, it's a different era.
All right, you can get 25% off Uber. Use promo code E for Echo, P for Papa, L for Lima, O for Oscar, N for November, F for Freddy, E for Echo, B for Bravo. So it's EP, Lun, Feb, and you get 25% off Uber. You're welcome.
You're doing yourself out of work there, son.
No, bro, I get paid regardless.
Ultra. Type it in the chat so the people have got the code in it, and then they can use it if anyone does use it. I don't use it.
Yeah. I did that. Hold on.
Ultra, can you hear me?
Yeah, bro.
What do you think about the NHS stopping treatment for people who have basically put themselves in a position where they need treatment for things like lung cancer? So like when they got warned, don't smoke, it's bad for you.
Yeah. Do
They
you know what my
carried on
problem is
doing
with that,
it,
Con?
and
Do you
they've
know what my
cost the
problem
country
is?
money. Go on.
Yeah, no. The reason why I cut you, and I apologize. That was rude, and I apologize. But the reason why I had to cut you is because remember the government's own figures says that if you walk in London, it's the equivalent of smoking because of the air pollution. So whether you smoke or not, your lungs are getting trashed. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's not really.
Even that though, yeah. Are you gonna tell someone that's been paying national insurance for their whole life, paying tax into the system, that they can't use the NHS?
Yeah, see, I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with that at all. I mean, I won't lie to you. Like, if you smoke, see, this is the thing. Like, I don't know, because I'm not a smoker, yeah, or like I don't have any of those types of addictions, so I can't put myself in that scenario. But
yeah, but also they're saying any self-inflicted injury, like if you're a jogger, they're saying statistically joggers have more injuries and therefore need more than else. So they're saying if you're a jogger, you should pay, let's say, £10 towards your first treatment.
Yeah, but if you're jogging, surely that means you're living a healthy lifestyle, which is less of a burden on the NHS.
No, man. Jogging's an addiction.
See, the problem is, like,
at the end of the day, it's something you chose to do that's costing the country money. So they're telling you, if you do this, you're going to have to chip in towards your own treatment. It's not going to be covered on the NHS. Yeah.
I think that's a bit harsh on that one. Smoking, yeah, you can sort of see where smoking's not good for you and you shouldn't smoke, yeah. But something like jogging or living a healthy lifestyle.
Yeah, because Khan, where do you draw the limit? Because if you're a race car driver, right, you race for the country, you're winning trophies, blah blah blah. Then you have a horrific accident, right? Just because you choose to do a dangerous sport, should you be penalized for it? I don't know, bro.
Yeah, well, you have insurance for that, and you'll be treated privately.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. To be fair, do you know what? I went dentist the other day. Yeah. And I went private. Private treatments are mazza.
Groupon for dentists, man.
Isn't it? Groupon for dentists, boy.
Yeah, man. Groupon for dentists. So.
No, I won't lie to you. I'm not gonna lie. I used a Groupon for like something, and it wasn't good. I won't put my health in like I don't.
What was you getting? Back sucking crack?
No, I went to a chiropractor. And I'm not gonna lie to you, it wasn't great. Yeah, it wasn't great.
Well, obviously, if you know a good dentist, then you look out for that one on Groupon, innit?
Yeah.
I'm saying if you know a good dentist, so you look out for that one on Groupon, innit? Like, if you're your local dentist, or like,
common sense.
Just what's that other place that you check the reviews on?
No, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. For me, Groupon is all about restaurants, man. Groupons are all about restaurants. When you want to take someone somewhere flash for half the price, hashtag Groupon. But
where you going? Thing Ultra Marco Pierre White, yeah.
Huh?
Have you been to Marco Pierre White? That's always on Groupon.
No, I haven't.
I think it's in the Gherkin or something like that.
Oh no, do you know what? If I'm honest with you, like I tend to stay local. There's like a hotel in South Bank near the helipad. There's Gacho, that type of thing. But like, yeah, Groupon for me is just about restaurants. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Like, yeah, the chiropractor thing, I'm not gonna lie, it was a mazza. Like, my blood pressure was high. The person, they didn't check it, and when I left there, I didn't feel great. And then when I paid proper money for the stuff, and I said to them, they were like, yeah, she shouldn't have treated you because she didn't check your blood pressure, blah blah blah. Also, and then, like, he done this thing where he twisted my neck, and it went, and I was like, oh shit, and then he twisted my neck the other way, and it went, and then I felt perfect. Yeah, it was good. But yeah, I'm not, like, since that experience, I won't put my personal health in the hands of a group on. But restaurants,
this bus is red card.
Come on. Have any of you guys been to a chiropractor before?
No, I haven't needed it, luckily.
To be honest with you, I didn't need it, but it was a group one, and I thought, fuck it. You know what I mean?
God, I swear down. What, taking time out of your day to go and see a chiropractor?
Yeah, fuck it.
Big.
This is the thing. The guy that sorted me out, yeah, he was basically saying, he said to me, "Do you brush your teeth?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like,
no.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I was like, "Yeah, that's really weird. Why'd you ask me that?" And he's like, "All right, so you brush your teeth and your gums and your tongue to maintain good oral hygiene." I said, "Yeah." He's like, "Do you bath? Do you shower?" I was like, "Yeah, to maintain good personal hygiene." I said, "Yeah." So he said, "Why don't you take care of your spine?" And I was like, "Whoa."
Yeah, he's right.
That's a good point.
No, it is a good point, because back problems are the biggest, what's it called? Problem in the UK when it comes to taking days off work.
This is the problem, and especially in my industry as well. It's the #1 problem for drivers, right? And when he said that to me, I was like, "Fucking no, you're absolutely right."
But here's the catch, though, Ultra. You don't need a bone specialist to fix up your spine. What you need is to maintain your muscle mass that supports your spine.
Or you could do both and be Superman.
But if there's nothing wrong with your spinal alignments, you don't really need a chiropractor. That's for someone who's had a car crash or something.
No, it depends, because you might not know it, right? But you could need it. It's not necessarily.
That's true.
I would say to you, like, try it.
The body has an inbuilt mechanism for that. It's called pain receptors. So if you had a pain, you would know that there's something wrong with your spine.
No, bro, hear what I'm saying. You see, when I walked out of the chiropractor, my body felt lighter. I was walking straight. You know what the woman did to me, bro? Like, my body was kind of crooked to the right. Like, my left shoulder was up and my right shoulder was down.
Yeah, but that's just posture.
Exactly, and he helped it. He put me on this bed, and it had like 3 parts. Like, the top part was up, and then he put my arms on my chest and squeezed, and my back went. And I tell you, bro, it's scary, but when I walked out of there, I was like, "Wow, my body feels nice, boy. My body feels nice." And also, if you've had like traditional Thai massage, yeah, you know.
Yeah, I've had that a lot in my teen years.
Bone crunching, full Nelson, wrestling, like, yeah, it's like chiropractor is better than that. It's better than that. It's mad. Wandsworth Bridge Road, people. There's a chiropractor on Wandsworth Bridge Road, but obviously I can't recommend them just in case. But that's the one I go to. That's all I'm saying.
Makes sense what you're saying, bro. Yeah, no one's saying that them things shouldn't be there, you know, like if you need it, or if you're like an extra type person that you're like, "Oh, you know what, I want to invest in myself, keep myself working," or whatever it is, that, yeah, people should be able to do that. But you got to remember that the NHS is there for like more than just a basic reason. You know what I mean? Like, NHS is there.
Bro, listen, Khan, you know that, and I know that. right? But like I said, for me, like the British electorate, they let me know what it was. They let me know that they would cut off their fucking arm to spite their body.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like not even cut off the nose to spite the face, bro. Cut off their arm to spite their torso. Like, yeah.
But the thing is that you gotta kind of like take it with a pinch of salt, because once you look at the history, once you look at the propaganda that they've been exposed to, that's led them to this identity that they call British. Yeah, we got a different idea of what's British. They got a different idea, because like people like that talk about my granddad fought in the war and this, that, and the other, like it's the be all and end all of being a citizen. So like now you can be a lager lout and fall around looking like a fool because your granddad fought in a war. Like you got to remember that they didn't just make up this ideology; it was given to them. These politics, like they used to be a propaganda wing of the government. Same, we got like a health part of the government now, and you got education part of the
now
government.
We've got the Sun and the Daily Mail.
You know World War One,
now we got advertising on TV. Making you buy stuff. Yeah.
You know me?
Yeah, bro.
Who that?
Bro? Come on.
Who's that, man?
You know World War One,
I can only hear you. Your name's James Jones.
Yes, sir.
Big up.
Yeah, big up. But in World War One, they got together all of the best writers of the age. I can't remember the names off the top of my head.
Poets and shit.
Yeah, Bear Poet. What's that guy, man? Rudyard Kipling was one of them.
All of them fuckers, bro. They're all racist motherfuckers, all of them.
Yeah, but either way, they got them together. Like that was this the famous propaganda of babies on bayonets. They made like when Germany went to war with Belgium, they said that the Germans were so savage, that they would when they would go into like I don't know fucking Belgian villages and that they would kill all the women and children, and they had imagery of German soldiers with actual like babies skewered on bayonets, and apparently like afterwards like basically like it was reported that it was pure propaganda. What do you got? But is it white propaganda or black propaganda? There's like a name for like when you like
play dirty.
When you go
to yeah.
Knowing the British is probably black.
It probably was black, to be honest.
Do you know what the funny thing is? I'm gonna go one further. I think the people that put this out are the same people responsible for the Sun and the Mirror. The same.
No, but Brexit, we know what going with Brexit. Brexit it's as simple as a bag of man bet money on it and or stood to make a profit on Brexit.
That's right.
No, it's not really. It's not like look. Nigel Farage is a self-confessed businessman. That's what he'll tell you. That's what he is. So all of this sovereignty stuff is nonsense. Like no one gave a shit about sovereignty.
Yeah,
that's right.
That was the black, innit?
Yeah, but obviously immigration is a hot topic.
Not even that, bro. It's the dragon that must be slayed.
What, immigration?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100. Well, I mean, that's a nice way of putting it. I'll use that in the future, but yeah.
Well, considering the national emblem is George and the Dragon, that shows how long that ideology has been there.
But Khan, I actually got a little bone to pick with you, my friend.
Come with it, man. It's all good.
Oh boy.
First of all, I'm gonna give you some advice.
Yeah.
Don't align yourself with that absolute kappa, Somali Ahmed.
Oh boy.
Who are you to call him a kafir?
No, listen, he's a sick guy. How can he get slapped?
I love him, man.
For a good 2 hours, and separate debates, and end the debate with, now none of you lot can talk about this subject ever again.
That's called the doper rope, Muhammad Ali, George Foreman technique.
Okay, rope.
You have to be a master to pull that one off.
No, sure.
That's mastery.
How can Quranist mean I can change the Quran at will? That's savage. That's so savage, bro. You can't trust Quranists, you know.
Oh, listen, Khan. Since you're talking about people not to align yourself with, Land of Celts. Just saying. Hashtag. Yeah, dodge that guy.
Why?
Not
Bro?
a well brother.
He's
Not a well brother.
Bro, he's killed ISIS, bro. You dumb, bro.
Bro, listen. Land of Celts. Not a well person.
I like him. I think it's quite funny.
No. Listen. And I need you. No, don't trust me. Don't take my word for it. But remember, I said this. Not a well person.
You know what? Do you know what Khan and do you know what interest Khan and Celts share?
Smiley women.
No, they're both. That's a good one. they both take pleasure from dying shears.
Fuck.
Who's dying shears? Who the fuck is that? Is that Ed Sheeran's grandmother?
Why dying shears?
Shears.
What's that Ed Sheeran's grandmother? You know, like what? The first generation.
Yeah. They changed the name, innit?
It's a
golden. Yeah, 1 minute's golden, the next minute's gold. They trim it. They change the names about.
Do you remember that kid that come on one time and he was just shitting on white people and he was like, how you gonna claim that you're from the gentry, yeah? When your surname's Baker. Like your granddad was a baker.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I was like, he's a savage, yo. That's funny. But yeah, no, be careful who you're aligning yourself. But see what it is, yeah? We would welcome you on the G block. And with your intellect like yours, you would instantly become a big hitter on the team, you know. We could fit you up with a nice suit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Look the part, sound the part, you'd be around a strong team that actually would support you and not call you a kafir and stuff.
Okay.
I don't know, like, just have a think about it at the end of the day.
It's an interesting offer, man.
Yeah.
You know, that in life, you know, you always get the knock in it. Someone comes knocking on your door telling you about, you know. It sort of reminds me of, you know, that film with Sandra Bullock and her adopted son's getting roped into playing for football teams. Have you seen that one?
No.
Well, I should watch it. It's a good film, man. So she adopts this guy. And then he ends up going to her family team. So they're like, oh no, you lot influenced him. You know what I mean?
I don't know the movie.
I don't know. Like, we watch the film, you'll get what I'm saying. I forget what it's called.
Yeah, no, my thing more is I'm just looking out for you, and the lads that you're knocking about with, they're gonna get you into trouble.
Who? Right? What do you mean? Who? I'm hardly ever online compared to you guys. Who am I knocking around with?
I'm saying the lads that, like, the other night, the lads I saw you knocking about with, is dangerous. Do you know what I mean?
What you mean, Safaz? Safaz is lot.
I don't know. Listen, man, I'm not a man that likes to name names. But
okay. So the other night, meaning what? Like Raspect's thing.
The lads you was knocking about with, yeah, they might get you into trouble. I'm just looking out for you.
I hear what you're saying. And I'm saying that will be taken with a pinch of salt.
Right, and I'm saying over here, we could use a pair of hands like yours. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm Andy.
You're an Andy lad, do you know what I mean? You can come over here. Do you know what I mean? We're not judging. No one's going to ask you any questions. Just get on with it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Man. I spend most of my time over here, though. I'm mostly over here, innit?
But you're over here taking a beating, and that's not good for you, son. That's not good.
Me taking a beating?
Are
you for real?
I'm not going to lie, yeah? We take pity on you sometimes.
Where's your mate Hetero? Why ain't Hetero? I thought this would be like Hetero and James Jones link-up time, where you just like go fucking ham on people.
Are you serious? You know what? That nigga retired with like 5 stars. He's ended so many careers so badly. The people legit didn't know that it had even happened. Incision.
Big up Hetero, man.
Incision style.
But he's still on thingy sometimes, isn't it? On Reels a lot. Like, I know he goes on there to take the piss out of them.
I don't know.
But he's still about.
I don't know, man. To be honest, it's like in the daytime. If I jump on, I'm jumping on Vellies. And if I'm on a late night one, it's on Raspix. Outside of that, I don't know what anyone else does. I was in a chat on Dan's the other day. That's what I was talking about. Whether I was talking about when you lot were chatting shit about me, I caught you slipping.
You know what? The amount of times, I fucking went on YouTube, and as soon as I come on, I can hear someone talking about me. Yeah. It's crazy how it works.
Yeah, it's
isn't it? It's like they don't talk about you for 3 weeks. As soon as they mention your name, you're there to hear it.
I know. Is that
crazy?
That was mad though, because I literally jumped on and Ahmed went, "I'm looking for James Jones." I was like, I didn't even come. How the fuck is this nigga? Is it?
But you know what? It's freaky, like, because when they do that and then you reply from the chat going, what? Yeah, what? They're like, oh shit, he's been there the whole time. I've done that to bare people on thingies, on Reels. I just been like listening to Reels, and about 10 minutes into it, like Chartel will start chatting shit about me, or like Jupiter's the main one, and I'll just comment, and she'll be like, "Oh shit, he's there the whole time just listening." When really I haven't been.
The two people who do that savagely are Issa and Zirian. Like, don't comment. To anyone, like, don't comment, say their name, and they just fucking appear. And not to me.
True that.
But just I feel like when they talk about each other, they always just both pop up. Or when someone mentions something that they refuted Issa on, you just see him like it's like he's always listening. You get me?
And who's the opposite for that? Like, I would say Jordan M. Like, people dissing him all up and down town, and Jordan's never there to even hear it. It's like he's oblivious to it. It's like everyone's always mentioning Jordan. It's like they want to bring him in, imagining that he's out there listening, but most of the time he's probably not.
I saw him jump on one time and try grill Veli on, like he come, because obviously you know Hamza, that the ginger guy from Speaker's Corner.
And yeah, you know, Darren Hamza. Yeah.
He's always with some other Asian fella, yeah. The Asian
sidekick, innit? They're together all the time.
Yeah, but the Asian fella's actually quite intelligent, or
he's a decent guy as well.
Yeah, he seems to be knowledgeable at the very least, yeah. Hamza guy, I don't know, man. He's all over the gaff. Sometimes he says things that make me think. Other times I'm like, this guy's retarded. But they've got the Kalam cosmological argument, which is essentially like infinite regress styly, and Jordan tried to run up on the G block one time where it was just Veli holding it down and tried to bombard him with a 2-2 question, yeah. And the man jumped on the back of the bits. And I was like, yeah, like Jordan knows what time it is on the G block. It's not safe. It's not safe.
Yeah, so what are you saying about this atheism thing, man? It's like you've gone into it like full blown now, innit?
Not really. I like whatever I like people, innit? And if there's any contentions, then I'm happy to.
The thing is, what I noticed with atheism, it don't really work when they go against Muslims the same way as Christians. Because in this country, I'm not lying, Christians know not to fuck with atheists, innit?
Yeah. Like, to be fair, yeah.
What?
Jeez,
really? For the last 2 months.
Oh, yo, that laugh is serious.
Man, putting a coffin around there, cuz. Yeah.
No, but let me finish what I'm saying, innit?
Man are making remixed uppies. You get me? I'm like, Ross.
No. You know, you have to say Veli, yeah? You have to be fair. You know, you have to be
Veli,
fair,
you're not a proper atheist. You're just a cheerleader for the atheists. Like, I never heard you heading up an argument, Bob. Like, so don't even try it. You're just backing up Rob. Yeah, Rob. Well done, Rob. Fuck off. Listen, the fact is this, yeah? Listen, the fact is this. In this country, historically, there's been a division between religion and science. So atheists jump on the science bandwagon to prove their point. And they make the religious people look like idiots. But you're not letting me finish. You're not even letting me finish.
No, go on, finish.
All right, cool. So what I'm saying is the division between the scientific community and the religious clerics, let's say, that you get in the West, you don't get that in Islam. In Islam, you don't get that. In Islam, science and religion goes hand in hand. So as an atheist, if you want to jump on science and religion goes hand in hand. So if you want to jump on religion, It does both.
That's not right.
What I'm saying is most of the scientists, well, all of the scientists were all religious people, innit? Like they don't have that school of thought where it's like atheism against religion. They don't have that. So as an atheist, if you want to argue against a Muslim and you want to jump on science to do that, it doesn't really work as an argument because Muslims don't really argue against science.
But if I never just come off mute now and started laughing, yeah, you would have took your atheist shahada in about 2 minutes. Like James was just converting you.
Yeah, cool.
He was grooming you 2 seconds.
Yeah, right. All right. James laid out his stall, innit?
You in the Cavossier. That was all you needed to do was drop the Cavossier on your forehead, and then that was it, boy.
That's what you reckon, bruv. I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt, bruv. You don't need to chat to me about atheists. I've been there, bruv. Get me? I've been an atheist for a while. So do you know what I'm saying?
If I was to jump to Khan's,
this is what I'm saying. You can't, in my opinion, you can't reprimand people or you can't criticize people for what they believe because even Rob was saying the other day, people can't choose what they believe.
Hey, can I just say something really quickly? Yeah. One thing I'll give Muslims credit for is they are the most fun to debate for this reason. One, they actually will defend every point. Yeah, like they will actually try. And they're confident. Like they wear that. Well, at least the real ones wear their religion on their chest. They are confident to back the thing. You get me? And obviously, we've seen Christians that you've got ones that are retarded like Walter or ones like Dan that literally can see all of the potholes and will just refuse to answer questions. Like, do you believe in the resurrection? I don't know. So why are you a Christian? I don't know. It's just stupid. But with a Muslim, you say, do you believe Muhammad flew on a winged horse? And the man will be like, yeah, man flew on a winged horse. And you'll be like, all right, cool. Let's explore this. You get me? But at least they back there. You get me? Yeah, like they back there to you get me.
Even though
I hear what you're saying.
You lot produce a lot of great scholars. Sorry, go on. You're low. Your mic's low, Belly.
Yeah, sorry, man. It's true. I'm driving in it, but Pegasus is a winged horse, isn't it?
Yeah.
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 Okay. All right. Cool. Anyway,
that's what I'm saying. That's why. Yeah. There's no Muslim in the world that can do the shifter thing and deny the moon landing. Because you didn't even believe in a spacecraft going to the moon, bro. Man did it on a horse.
What's Schiffer saying? That the moon landing didn't happen?
But you, man, are saying all you needed was fucking... All you need is a couple horseshoes, bro.
Interesting.
Sorry,
I say.
It's mad though, yeah.
It's all good. It's just that, like, what I don't get is how does refuting Islam on any minor little point prove atheism? Because it doesn't. Like, if you go around looking at all the religions and basically picking holes in all of them, then that doesn't even prove the point of atheism. Because even Rob was on the other day saying he cannot unequivocally say that there ain't a God.
No, but listen to what it is, yeah. You cannot have a negative proof in it.
Yeah.
So, and this is what Scientific was saying in the chat, and I actually literally was saying this yesterday. You can ask Veli about intellectual honesty. I'm not saying 100% right. Yeah, I don't have an absolute position. But the onus will never be on me to prove there isn't a God because that's a negative proof. So the only way to prove me wrong, is for you to prove God, but every moment that you don't prove God is a proof that I'm right. Do you understand? So I'm in an intellectually honest, or my position is more. I won't say it is intellect, but it is more intellectually honest than someone who observes.
No, but I agree with you. I agree with you, James. I agree with you to the fact that I think if somebody says God never spoke to me, God never put that faith in me. So how's it my fault if I don't believe in God? That person should be able to say that.
Yo, is that real Buddha, yeah? Big up yourself, G. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure.
Big up, baby. Yo, I finally made it, man. I can't believe it. I finally found the channel, subscribed last night and got the notification. Big up Veli, big up Khan, big up James. What's going down?
Big up Buddha every time. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, James, that if someone don't believe, they should be free to say that. They should free to say, God never instilled that belief in me. If you believe that it's something that's God given, and I'm telling you ain't in me, then why are you hating me for? I'm just telling you that it just ain't there, bro. No, but religious people are like, oh, you don't understand the religion, and I have to explain it to you correctly, and then you understand it. No, we need to face facts. There are people out there who are just making up the numbers. God don't need you for his plan.
Hey, James,
You know, one thing stops. Oh, go on, Billy. Sorry, your mic.
Sorry, did you get to the point where you was going to say that because you're saying you don't know, that's more intellectually honest. Saying you confirming you know without any evidence.
No, he's saying you don't know is more intellectually honest than saying you unequivocally deny the existence of God.
No, but you cannot deny the existence of God.
Can I add a caveat?
No, but that's go on.
Because I kind of sit on that square myself. But unlike most human beings, I'm quite happy not knowing. Do you understand? So not knowing whether there is a God or not does not hinder my life in any way, sort of fashion. I acknowledge there is a possibility there is a God, but I also acknowledge that there is a possibility there isn't. What I can acknowledge is that there is a creator. So what I do is acknowledge the creator. That's the closest I can get to acknowledging a God.
But even in that instance, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, I get it. That is more precise. Yeah, it's more of a precise definition. But even that requires some kind of proof, right? And I'm not saying, again, the onus will never be on me to prove.
What proof do you require, James? Maybe I could provide it.
What do you know? What, to be honest, it should always begin with what proof you like. So meet a measurement on the basis of what proof you have to substantiate your own belief. That would be the first, and then from there we could move on to what sort of we would agree upon would be requisite proof. Because for just it is a broad and vague question, like
given what I know about you in a way of which I've spoke about you, I'm thinking it's a must that you'll agree with me. So
go on.
I look at the universe as the creator. So prior to the universe existing, there was nothing.
Which we don't know.
So when the universe, sorry, what don't we know?
We don't know if there was a prior to the universe.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So regardless whether the universe was created or whether it always exists or whatever, everything we know, we can think of or fathom comes from the universe. Science, maths, whatever.
You're saying God is the universe?
No, I said creator. I'm very specific in the words I use. So I'm specifically saying
if it existed always, then there was no. But then if you agree that, I'm saying, but then if you agree that we don't know if it always existed, then technically speaking, there would be no need for a creator then, isn't it?
Well, no, the universe is the creator. So, for example, in some... Excuse me, Buddha. Oh, shit, this fucking phone. Sorry, hold on.
It's all right, man. We're in the 9:55. It's all good, man.
You know we're in the future. You know that just happened. Like a computer just interrupted.
I got one of those Galaxy Fold phones. Thinking, yeah, that's the balls. Like, you know what I'm saying? This thing's like, it's ruining my life, man. Fucking ruining my life.
No, but hey, Buddha,
you know when I'm with my girl and the fucking thing starts talking about you got what? Yeah, what's happened here this time? I'm like,
you have 5 missed calls from Sarah.
No.
Who the fuck, Sarah?
30 years ago, yeah, you would have bugged out if you saw a clip of this now. Like you're just on a device chatting to people wherever away, and you got a next computer chatting to you on the side, like telling you got fucking WhatsApp. Yeah, so go ahead, anyway, brother.
Voice activated.
I've missed my point now. That's just thrown me. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, I just like I keep saying, the onus is on the person who's making the postulation to provide any sort of proof, any relevant proof, or even just to outline, to define their terms for what they believe to be God, and then why the reason that they believe it. That is the onus is on them. Yeah, And
cool.
for any,
so let me tell you why I don't agree with you when you finish saying.
Bruv, come on, man.
No, I'm just saying that I don't agree with you.
All right, cool, but you don't
Cool.
agree.
Now go on.
But and then for the person that's received that claim, then also they would fall into the category of being intellectually dishonest if that wasn't requisite proof for them, but they accepted a God. So if, let's say, it meets your own criteria, well, you must present it to me if indeed you're dubious about why I don't believe. And then following that, it would have to meet my criteria for me to accept your God. For example, anything outside of that, anything outside of that, it meeting both criteria and whatnot, is being intellectually dishonest. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not right and you're wrong. You're not wrong, I'm right. It's just being honest to yourself.
Okay, cool. So why I don't agree with that myself personally is that every single person has their own limit or their own level that they need to be satisfied to for them to believe. So if you're saying to me, what did it take for you to believe? And can you tell me like what it would take for me to believe? But then it doesn't work because
this is that trick Dan tried. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you're saying what do you take to believe in a God? First things first, we have to define the term. We have to define what do you mean a God? What kind of God? And then based upon that, you may tell me I believe a God. Like Buddha said, Hassan told me this illust one. He said, I believe God is the beginning. I believe God is the beginning. Yeah? That's how he defined his term. I said, all right, that's an interesting definition. I may believe in your God also. What else do you believe about your God? Right? Then we carry on speaking about that. And now I look for the criteria for beginning. I say, all right, do I believe that the universe is more likely to have a beginning? I personally do. Right? From what I understand, or at least in its iteration, in the current understanding of it. So even if the universe expands and collapses infinitely, this current iteration of you, this current version, had a beginning, right? So if you're saying God is that beginning, maybe I'm inclined to believe in that God. Now you give your God other qualities. Now I say I don't believe in that God. Do you see what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter what you define your God as, because you're proposing this God to me. So I must I don't believe in it. My default position is not to believe. Now you're saying I believe in this God. There is evidence for God. So I must ask your evidence first, right? Why you believe, right? Because I might just agree with you offhand. Then you give me the criteria, and I look for corollary proofs. You know, like that's the first. Let me see the second, the third, the fourth. Let's say it's not consistent, then I don't believe in your God. It's like I think it's this to do what Dan did. Yeah.
All right, cool. Right. So like, let me just finish my point about everyone requires a different level of proof. Yeah. So it's difficult to kind of like transmit that from one person to another. So for example, in Buddhism, you have the attainment of Zen or enlightenment. Yeah. And once someone's attained that level of enlightenment, they will take on a student and they will transmit that directly from teacher to student. And that goes on for generations. And they can do that. Yeah. But belief in God, you can't do that. Reason being is that in your mind, you've constructed a puzzle that if you decipher it, you're assuming that you're going to end up at God. That's the same as enlightenment. With enlightenment, once you unravel the mysteries of the mind and bring it back down to the essence or the pure state of the mind, you attain enlightenment. But with God, it doesn't work because God doesn't exist in your conscious mind. And you're working and playing. The playground that you're operating in is your conscious mind. And even if you manipulate the conscious mind or work on the conscious mind and all these things that you can do within the conscious mind, you can't really ever get to God. That's the wrong route that you should be taking. It's not going to work.
Let me ask you a couple of things here, right? So your interpretation of God, is that solely your interpretation, or does other people have the identical interpretation of God to you?
See, really, I can never 100% know if God's revealed himself to me the same way as he has to others. But to be honest with you, the things that I believe, I've heard other people saying. So I'm assuming that when you look at the humanity as a whole, I'm not an individual with a singular concept of God.
Okay, But I would suggest, okay, the reason I'm going down this line of thought is this. Look,
Yeah, go on.
so each person will worship to a god, whether they're a Hindu or Muslim, whichever, whatever. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Now, the person standing next to him in worship is not going to worship in exactly the same way. They may prostrate, they may hold their hands together, they may burn incense, but their actual communication, perceived communication with their God, is different to what your one would be. So they may be praying for something different. There may be things that coincide with your prayers, but they wouldn't be identical. So I would suggest that your relationship with God is solely yours and your own, defined by your mind. So is it not the God exists within yourself? The relationship between God and yourself exists with only in yourself. Would you not say that?
I would, but I would say that that's the difference between what we say in Islam, that God exists outside of creation, and the attributes of God exist within creation. So that God that you have inside you isn't the real God, isn't a complete whole God. It's just an attribute of God that
I'm not
you
even talking about that.
But one sec,
yeah,
let me just quickly finish. So once you decipher the riddle of your mind, and you can access that room in your mind where God lives, yeah. Even then, you have to realize that that's not the God, the Creator. That's just the interface that you have that connects you to God, the Creator. So you don't actually have God inside you, but there is a part of you
I wasn't suggesting that. I wasn't suggesting that. I was more suggesting the concept of God exists within yourself in a certain dynamic. Do you understand?
No, it doesn't. The opposite.
No? Okay.
You cannot fathom God. The concept of God does not exist. That's why it's so hard for a conscious mind to transmute that to another conscious mind, because the actual concept doesn't even exist.
You know what's interesting for me is this. Look, I've met people. I was an atheist for the best part of my life. Do you understand? It was only until midlife that I considered adopting a spirituality or a path of religion, and I looked at most of the religions. Now, what I understand is this: regardless of faith, whether you're an atheist or not, human beings will inevitably experience the same scenarios that their counterparts will. So, whether you're a religious person or not, you will experience, regardless of your religious grounding. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So, the whole concept of a religion, to me, I don't know. I think I've always held this scenario, this belief that some people need religion. So for your person that's in jail who's struggling with drug addiction or alcoholism, he needs a religion. He or she will need a religion because it's something else to give them that faith, replace the emotion and the energy they put into drugs and alcohol. Or even if it's a bereavement, people turn to God because they can't deal with losing a child. And those things are positive things. I'm not saying I'm not saying they're negative things. I think they're positive things that, you've got something, even though, nobody can take that away from you. You can't take away someone's belief because it's solely theirs. It's in their mind.
Yeah.
Can I just say quickly, but that is why I'm in a constant argument with people that generally are arguing on my side of the fence, but about this liberal idea or liberal notion of cultures and being unable to rank cultures. It's like, no, there are superior cultures, and when there is a belief system that is culturally inherited by somebody, and they're like, I don't want to leave this religion because I will be, ostracized or abandoned by my family and my friends or my ethnic group, for lack of a better word. Yeah, it's like then there is something fundamentally wrong with that belief. That we can always argue that.
Why is that wrong?
Hold on, this is what I'm trying to say. Because what do you mean? So because I don't believe in some magic. Yeah, well, because I don't believe in some magic, I'm gonna be ostracized from my family. My family's gonna turn against.
You're saying it's wrong because we're living in a situation where they have an option. They have an option to switch to something else. Do you understand?
No, but we say what I'm saying.
No, but it's culturally backward, isn't it? Like I know, you know, Tommy Robinson's a racist for saying it, but throwing people off buildings, I know that's not what the actual regime does, but just like murdering people for apostating, yeah, and the threat of eternal damnation is not a good cultural staple, in my opinion. It's not something that will make you a progressive society. Like killing somebody, maybe you could argue killing someone, you should receive capital punishment, or wherever these Filipinos are, you know, murdering drug dealers and that, maybe they could argue that's good. I doubt it is, but whatever. Yeah. But for not believing in a magical deity in the sky that has absolutely no impact on their life, for being forced out of their society and or murdered for it, bro. That's culturally regressive, man. That's primitive.
Hold on, James.
So let me answer that. Let me answer that.
Can't. Hold on. James, you say that, but take that back 1,000 years. Do you still maintain that it's culturally unacceptable to have that stance?
No, but the literal whole point, the context is not anachronistic. The context is that it is anachronistic. Like it is a backward culture.
And okay, so it's antiquated. Does that mean it's wrong?
No, I'm saying it. No, I'm saying so. Yes, it exists in that.
He's saying period. It's wrong. It's always going to be wrong.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm saying it exists in that period of time. It may have been revolutionary and advanced and innovative in that period of time. We are now 1,400 years removed from that time, and we have progressed. Past that point, so we don't need it. So the fact that now you'll be shunned by your family or potentially murdered, incarcerated and what have you, for not believing in magic, in my opinion, is culturally regressive in comparison to the cultures that we have available. So I'm able to rank cultures. We were talking recently about female genital mutilation. I reckon that's culturally regressive. I reckon.
But here's the thing, though, when you start ranking culture, when you start ranking culture, then the people where you live, the indigenous people, always claim that their culture comes above yours.
Yeah, but British culture is better than the culture for the people where I live.
Let me try and jump in there.
I'm happy to say that.
Say that again.
Hello.
My culture, from where I'm from in the world, which you actually know where it is, yeah. British culture is far superior to that, and do you know what one of the evidences for that is?
Go on.
They damn near colonized the place. They damn near colonized the blood clotted place. So that's
James. You know what I mean? So the point I'm trying to make is this. Look, so you're saying it's antiquated. All right, it is definitely. But are you saying there's no positives to be gained from any religion whatsoever?
No, not at all.
Okay, so a religion existing in this day and time could be perceived as a positive thing, no?
No, not at all, because then you're looking at the aggregate of qualities, isn't it? So you're not saying, so maybe it has one quality, but is that one quality the defining quality? No, it's an aggregate of qualities. So now we look at the qualities in totality, and then we compare them to another culture. Like, for example, you might say that Pakistanis have a better sort of culture surrounding cuisine than the UK. I'd agree. But if we did a holistic analysis of cultures, I would say that British culture is superior to Pakistani culture. Same with Somali.
Cool. So I'm looking at it like a country like Chad.
Okay.
A country called Chad. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So Chad is a predominantly Muslim country. I think it's 99.9% a Muslim country. Unfortunately, it's crippled with lots of infighting and civil war.
Yeah,
and all this kind of stuff.
Janjaweed.
Now, if there was no religion there, do you not see that society suffering from complete anarchy?
No, no, bro. What do you mean? Some of the most progressive African nations, had they been left to their own devices, were socialist nations, and obviously we know Karl Marx's famous quote. You know, religion is the opiate for the masses. I mean, we know what true Marxists and Leninists felt about religion, right? So any kind of Lumumba, Sankara, Nyerere, these kinds of regimes were irreligious, atheistic, and had they been left to their own devices, I mean, listen, nationalizing and being independent is not a quality of Islam. That's not what Islam preaches. So,
I don't know.
Is it what Christianity teach that either?
I mean, we'll know because it's facilitated how much slavery on the continent, you know what I mean?
So I think the defining question is this, James. Which kind of society would you rather live in? A religious society or an anarchist type society?
Well, but that's a false dichotomy. I don't have to choose.
No, it's a false dichotomy. But I'm giving you the option because if you're saying,
oh, you're just okay. Then I mean, depends. We're saying anarchist in the sense of like, because this was interesting. You're giving me an economic and social policy, and then you're giving me a sort of spiritual policy. How is the?
No, not really, because if you look at most religions have governance over things like economics as well as law and all the rest of it. So
are you saying like a theocracy versus and to be honest, neither, because I don't want to live in some kind of communist system where I'm always limited to how much I can earn and own, and then I also don't want to live under some theocratic rule where there's some fucking religious police just snatching people in the middle of the night. I don't want to live in either.
No, I agree. I actually agree.
But I would say, like, logic from a logical standpoint, I'd say the anarchist one is probably preferable because, like, on the off chance that you don't make it into the sort of ruling class, or you're not, elected by God, or you don't possess some official position that's been ordained by God, then logic would prefer to everyone to be on equal footing in like some kind of anarchistic society, innit? But
the problem with that is when I talk about anarchy, I'm talking about total anarchy, no laws whatsoever, and then it becomes like a Mad Max scenario where.
Oh, you mean like? Okay, so I thought you meant like the political.
It doesn't mean political anarchy.
No, I mean absolute.
I live in anarchy. I live in like the purge every night. Yeah, I live in anarchy, bro. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay, I think you're trolling, but yeah.
Yeah, because but you're saying like that's really two major opposite ends of the scale. So what do you think a religious society? Explain to us what a religious society is going to look like. What do you think that you would? Do you feel like you would live good in a
when I say
society or Christian society or whatnot?
Right. So let's say when I'm looking at a complete totalitarian anarchist society, I'm also looking at the most extreme religious society, say like a Sharia type society.
Yeah, like Saudi or Iran or something.
Yeah.
Yes,
or what's that place
Saudi Arabia or Iraq?
Yeah.
No, Iraq's not as bad, man. Iraq's not as bad as Saudi. Well, I mean,
Iran.
Yeah, Iran, yeah.
Well, if we look at Saudi, modern day Saudi today, it's not that bad either.
It's not that bad for Westerners.
There are, for Westerners, definitely not that bad.
But you know what?
Given the two extremes, it's kind of like a payoff, like a bit of both to live in a decent society. Either one of each, because this is the problem with I see with atheism, is if you threw a load of atheists onto an island, that's cool. They'd probably get on and things will prosper and all this kind of stuff. But 10 years down the road, is that a template that can actually survive? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Because obviously, but if there's an atheist on the island, it really depends on the skill sets of the people. So if there's like engineers and fucking people that know how to build a society, that shit's popping, boy.
Yeah, like, I don't.
Hold on. Listen, is it me or is Belly really low?
Low. Yeah, really.
Yeah, low still, but sorry, man. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna swap over phones in a bit still, man. But yeah, it'll be
Say what you're saying again, though, Billy. Like that's like loud. Say it again.
Yo, can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, loud now. Yeah.
So I can't even remember what I was saying properly still, but
engineers.
You're saying a load of
if there was it depends on the skill set of the people that of the atheists that you're putting on the island. See, if you put in a load of atheists that have never done no sort of building work or planning or whatever, then shit, that might not be a good island, man.
All right, Billy, let me ask you a question, because you seem to be riding off the back of science.
Let me finish. Like I was saying, bruv. But if you put a fucking skill sets of people that know how to like build a society, like fucking man know how to like actually build houses and get water from and kill animals and shit, like, and you know what I'm saying, gather food and why wouldn't it work?
Hey, Khan, before you say what you're about to say, can I just ask you a quick question? Yeah.
Go on.
what do you say that what would you, okay, let me say it like this because I don't want to go around in circles. Would you say that God's main two benefits, yeah, for humankind, for mankind, is his explanatory power and his predictive power?
I think the predictive power I agree with. Explanatory, what do you mean? Like knowing your place in the universe?
So I'm saying, what has God brought? So forget the what we cannot prove tangibly, yeah? Let's just say, what two things can we all agree that he's definitely provided with the book? His only correspondence, his books and prophets. So what has he provided? We don't believe in miracles.
Obviously, the prophet would be bringing a prophecy.
And so
you'd be right
power,
and
he explains from the beginning up till now, innit?
Yeah.
Innit? Yeah. That's what science does as well. So it's not about replacing God with science or vice versa. It's about what benefit.
I'm not saying that.
No, but
what atheism only works.
But what benefits does God supplant? So
this is what I'm saying.
Power,
when you're talking about a modern society where we've been through all our ups and downs and our changes, and now we're at the end result where we have science, right? It's well and good saying, oh, I'm an atheist now, yeah, because I've got science. But if we got in a time machine and we went back in time to before science, and we got people and we put them on an island, like an atheist island, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would those people, A, end up believing in God anyway, or B, end up as scientists?
Potentially not. But no,
exactly. So what I'm suggesting is that if they were atheists, when you put them on the island, they would have to go through being
why
religious.
Would they have to believe in God?
Science.
What would make them believe in God? Just by being stranded on an island?
If we look at historically,
if you first did believe in God, and then you got stranded on an island, you'd be like, "Fuck God."
Hold on one minute.
We're on a fucking island.
No, I would suggest.
We're looking.
Are you trying to tell me that if you
I'll tell you now,
on a fucking island in the middle of nowhere, you got stranded?
Yeah, but Veli, you know, if you're stranded, Veli, if you're stranded on an island, say there's a group of maybe 100 people, I'm sure at least 10% of those people will be calling for a higher power to get them to survive. You understand? They will be reaching out for a higher power for them to survive because
all they'll need is a comet to shoot, or a shooting star, or something to kind of affirm their faith.
No, but you've got a religion. It's an extraneous argument because if you look back to hold on, if you look back to the oldest traditions are polytheism based upon some kind of what's the word, the deity is some kind of naturalistic, is usually inspired by something naturalistic, be it the sun, be it the mother nature, be it the green. Maybe they'll deify the whole fucking island and say this is the island that gives us sustenance. We worship the island, we worship the trees, just like African spiritualism or any other kind of spiritual systems, Kemetic spiritual systems.
I'm talking about worship. I'm talking about religion.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying then they will develop their little superstitions and their traditions based upon what they believe is giving them sustenance. Yeah. So if you're saying completely remove religion, and you're basically saying start the sort of evolution of consciousness from the beginning again, well, I guess it will start with polytheism, be reduced to monotheism, and then reduce that monotheism with proofs. Simple, so it'd be the same exact process.
You just said what I just said.
Yeah, but I'm saying but the initial sort of model experiment was put people on an island. Now, well, the fact that what Veli said is true. But hold on, can I just say because I watched Better Call Saul last night. Yeah.
Oh my god! Oh, you didn't.
And I was thinking about Breaking Bad, and I was like, I was thinking about Walter did one time, yeah, because I always remember thinking it was so dangerous. He did he melted. Yeah, it's giving me man like WW, but he melted what do you call them? A cable tie. He was cable tied to a fucking radiator or something, and he melted it. Did you not remember that? He ripped wire in it like a savage. Exactly. And I remember thinking that and thinking, I need to learn so much more about science, and just regular fucking handyman MacGyver shit. There are people in this world that have just paid attention to. They are far more valuable on a fucking island than someone who believes in God, and that is proof that there is much more utility in understanding.
But you're bringing in the extra variable now, which is them being valuable. We're not talking about them being valuable. You're bringing that in.
Let me ask you. Let me
Yeah, I
ask
know,
James
right?
something,
Why
though.
can't I
James,
bring
That's
that
what the
in?
whole point was, though. Nah, that was
Because we're not
what
talking
the whole
about
point was,
that.
though. That is what the
We're
whole
not
point was.
talking
Nah, man,
about
you're
that.
trying to
We're
switch it
talking
now.
about
It was though. It was though. It
no.
was though.
I'm
Because
not.
you were
I'm
saying
not.
you
I'm
were
not.
saying, all right, Buddha's first thing was what about the anarchist or the religious society, yeah? And then it was the second point was about the island stranded of people. Would you rather have just turn to a religion or would they think about like so like saying what would be the good use on the island of trying to pray to God every day? What's going to be the good use of that? Or
The
them
good
starting
use of
to
that, Veli, is this. You know when
recite verses from the
when
Quran
people listen,
or from the Bible.
when okay, look, I'm gonna tell you, I've experienced it, I've seen it. Yeah. So when people are in a situation
On a
where
desert island,
they have
yeah.
not,
Right, yeah, go on.
so when people are put in a position where they have nothing else to cling on to, I use this the analogy of St George's Hospital. A woman was in a long story. I'm just gonna cut it short, but a woman was praying. And this is not something she normally does. She's praying for her daughter who was sick. So she's in the chapel praying because she had no other thing to turn to. Doctors couldn't help her. Not science couldn't help her. The only other thing she could pray to is a faith. Have a faith in a God that would help her. Whether that is in vain or whether that's, but it was comforting to her that she thought that she was doing something right. So in the same vein, if somebody is on an island, you would 100 people on an island, you expect at least 10 of those people to maybe pray for their salvation or pray to some sort of, or look to some sort of spirit or good luck or some shit like that, go to ensure their survival. I would like to maybe bring a piece of research. Universe 24. Has anyone heard of that?
No.
You heard of that, James? The Universe 24 experiments?
No.
No.
All right, so check it out. So it's an interesting experiment conducted in the late 50s, 60s. It's quite a long experiment actually, but yeah, have a look at that, and it should give you some understanding of how people resort to certain things at their times of need.
But Buddha, the issue is I would, like I said, there are good qualities, right? But the issue is, for example, I initially said, yeah, if in this within this theocratic state, if I was elevated to some position of power, then yeah, I'd much rather live there than some sort of the abandonment of all civility. Yeah, why not? People have to respect me. Are forced to respect me, and that's the issue with religion. There's another experiment. I can't remember how to correctly phrase it, but it's basically the observer effect. If somebody's watching you, then you would maybe not do something bad because you believe that someone out there is watching you, and then there's a carrot.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so that's positive, right? For example, for maintaining order in society, that's positive. But the issue is when it becomes theonomical, in that somebody says, I have been given power, I have been elected by God, we have the right to rule because we are from God, and nobody can contest or argue. The move away, I'm not even for necessarily democracy in that sense, but the move away where you're able to commit sort of atrocities with impunity, that is the issue, and that is what
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Yeah,
I agree. And I think that's been the problem with religion from the beginning of the inception of religion. People elect themselves to be the spokesman of religion, and that's the wrong thing. Because men, and I say men are fallible. They can make up shit as they go along. They can, oh, look, that cow over there is holy now. Everyone has to worship it, knowing that this guy's got 100 cows. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you're definitely right in that sense.
But that's what I'm saying. It's the
Would you rather be stranded on an island, yeah, with Bear Grylls or fucking Prophet Muhammad?
Bear Grylls.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
He gone. No, I'm gone.
Depends what island, isn't it? Is it the Isle of Wight?
Well, do you know what? I'm sure the Prophet would have made.
What am I
going to
do with Bear Grylls on the Isle of Wight?
I'm sure the Prophet would have made the same decision.
He's gonna catch two beaver. You get me? He'll catch two beaver and a duck. You get me? Roast them thing up, and yeah, man, we got substance for a few days, fam. Trust me.
Hey, listen though, yeah. Stop spamming brought up a wicked man point the other day though when I was chatting to him still, man, because he was like, it's true how like there's not enough. Like and it's like it's the same kind, I guess, with Jesus, but the Bible is like all different stories from different people. Yeah, I know it's self-referential, and I know you can say the Sunnah. So I agree with that. You can't use the Sunnah and or the Bible, but it's mad how Bear Man didn't chat about the Prophet, even though he was so influential in the zones.
What do you mean by that? Influential how?
Like the locals, zones? Like the locals or the other influential people at that time.
Veli, I beg you fix your mic, bro. I can barely hear you.
Yeah, sorry, man. Can you hear me better now? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, better now.
Yeah. So the influential people at the time would have made some sort of reports about obviously that man who's supposed to be one of the most influential men in his area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you mean there'd be some records of him in Rome and stuff like that?
Exactly, like what? So I actually argued for.
But there was Ziriab actually brought that as an argument.
No. That was 15 years after his death. But it's not that.
Yeah. 15 years ain't long.
No. But it's not that. Yeah, it's about like he should have been performing bare benevolent and magnanimous acts to inspire many stories and poems about him. Do you get it? Because oftentimes I've heard the argument, and because I was arguing on Ziriab's side, I didn't want to bring this up because it would have been counterproductive. Yeah, but they always say that the Arabs, when the Prophet came with the Quran, that the Arabs who used to write poetry said this is better than all of our poetry. But how come there isn't individual accounts from Arabs that never converted to Islam, or people that never converted to Islam that what could be considered a comparative study? And I said that to Stops, yeah, and I said to him, oh well, if you're gonna refute or dismiss Ziriab's work, then shouldn't you provide But hold on, but shouldn't you provide other? But hold on, shouldn't you provide other Arab accounts? But shouldn't you provide other?
So here's the thing.
Let him finish, bro. Let him finish.
Yeah, but
because it will make sense.
His attention is longer than my memory.
No,
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying my memory is not what it used to be. Go on.
But I'm just saying, let's say to Stops, yeah, shouldn't you bring other accounts? So if you're gonna dismiss Ziriab's work, bring another work from that area, from that time, yeah, from another Arab that should have included Prophet Muhammad, but it didn't. And he said, yeah, I'll do that. And if he does do that, that's kind of a bit of a indictment on the Prophet, isn't it?
Yeah, but here's one thing that I want to add to what you're saying. With poetry and these like kind of like arts, Islam sort of replaced them, so they didn't carry on. Yeah, like they were basically like these things that Islam didn't agree with, like these type of poetries and these writers. They put their energy into Islam instead, so they were like relieved of their poetic duties. So you're not going to find people like writing poetry about the Prophet Muhammad. Secondly, what I was going to say is that the modern day Arabic that they speak today is all based on the Quran. All the previous versions of Arabic don't exist anymore. They're not used anymore because the version that the Prophet Muhammad brought, was a superior version, intellectually usable for things like science and that. And that is what enabled.
You think that was done by
Arabs.
purpose?
I can't say, but what I can say is, if the Prophet Muhammad didn't bring the Quran and update their version of Arabic and make it more academic, there would never have been the Arabic scientists able to take on the ancient Greek knowledge and refine it and make the modern era that we're living in today.
But can't. You do realize a lot of the Arabic inventions, shall we say, have been co-opted by other cultures. You know, like for instance, they say Arabic numbers, and everyone jumps on this bandwagon saying that the numbers are Arabic. In actual fact, they're Indian. They're nothing to do. But because of that time, they couldn't differentiate between Indian and Arab. They just called it Arabic numbers.
I think they give them that credit because of algebra is an Arabic word, and like there was some famous, and then the scientific method was apparently codified by a Muslim. By Arabs.
But the scientific method, if memory serves me correctly, I think Kalam was talking about that once on one of his shows, and it comes from Kemet. A lot of the scientific stuff comes from Kemet.
No, but everybody that's observed, hypothesized, experimented, and drawn a conclusion is practicing, but as in the sort of meta-analysis of the scientific method was first postulated by an Arab, from my understanding. So, like, what you would consider to be a sort of formalized interpretation of the scientific method was first put forward by an Arab, and same with algebra. So, algebra has been in existence from far longer than the sort of equivalent or the correlation between numbers and
Pythagoras. Yeah.
But the way in which it was, I guess, properly defined as algebra is with an Arabic word. So it's essentially. But listen, it goes without saying that was the most at the time, sort of embryonic empire. So they were the
I see what you're saying, but look, you see, like even with alcohol, they say alcohol is an Arabic derived word, and it comes from the wine growing in Iran, Shiraz, etc. But it actually goes back further than that. Like alcohol, as a substance, and the fermentation goes back way back in history. But you're right. So it's been, but that's what I mean by co-opted. I feel like certain things don't actually have a basis within the Arabic, and to be honest with you, I think some of them were pre-Muslim Arabs as well. I think the navigation with the knots.
Yeah, but
when
you're not really seeing like Muslims trying to take credit for this sort of thing.
Oh, you do.
Like, they're not saying that. No, modern times, yeah, but at the time, like, you don't see them saying, "Oh, we have received the revelation of mathematics," or "We have received the revelation of." Like, they don't do that. Like, they even with the religion are saying it came from Moses, or it came from. Yeah, so there's been evidence that. Yeah, there's evidence that in the Quran, there's that, this language that is used is actually containing words from previous languages. So like there's Ethiopian words, or we can we can call it Ethiopian now. What, I don't know what they called it then, if it was Kemet or whatever, or Mehmet or whatever they called it. Yeah, but there's words, Punt or whatever. So there's words in the Quran that are not from their language; it's from a previous language. So obviously, if you're inheriting words, you're also inheriting knowledge. So no one's denying that. No one's denying that. Do you know what I mean? Like now, 2,000 years later, when there's less evidence for it and people are less aware of it, some jahil can turn up and say, "Oh, like we give all the credit to the Arabs and blah de blah," but that's bullshit. They weren't doing that at the time.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Prophet Muhammad wasn't saying that.
Acknowledge that, and I can tell you, I've had mad.
Yeah, because this is just like modern times now, isn't it?
Drinking some mint tea, having these conversations.
Yeah, we've all heard them. Walla walla, giving it about the Egyptians, and he's so proud. All right, good luck to you, bro. Like, be proud, but let's be realistic.
What are you saying? You said you saying Walla Walla was in Kemet, yeah? Cough, man.
I'm saying it's all well and good, like, to be proud of your culture and your people, and you know what I mean. Like, anyone can do that in the modern times now. I can look back on the Seljuk Turks and be like, they were a proud nation of warlike people, and romanticize them. Do you know what I mean? But they were probably walking around unbathed, stinking to high heaven, getting a tiny little cut on their hand, which would get infected, and they'll probably die from it. Do you know what I mean? So, no, like being romantic about the past is all well and good, but like, let's just be realistic. You know what I mean? Like, let's just have reference points that we're looking at that keeps us in touch with what's real. You know what I mean? Like, we could all get romantic about our ancestors. It's all well and good, but let's save that for Robin Hood and
but you see,
kind of stuff.
You see that when like James, that point that he was making about if stops can provide evidence of someone that was well known or world famous at that time, that was spoke about by other people around that area, but doesn't speak about knowing Prophet Muhammad or whatever. Don't you think that
I love the way he says Prophet Muhammad or whatever. Why don't you just admit the truth? Your whole gripe is with Prophet Muhammad and Muslims. Because you think that now that Christianity has been made out to be the biggest laughing stock and joke of religions, you're thinking, oh, Islam must go the same way. So you're really, I'll put it to you that he specifically, I'm proud that you're holding Islam and our Prophet up to that high standard. You know what I mean?
Why is Christianity a laughing stock?
Wait. Let me answer that anyway,
as
because
a scientist or as a modern
Khan always
human,
makes up his own version
there's like
of what's happening
there's
or what
too
people
much
are talking about.
contradiction. No.
Yeah, because
You know,
bruv, listen.
You don't know.
Are you gonna listen? You gonna listen or not? Yeah. So like I was saying,
I'm listening.
all right. So 10 minutes ago, when James was speaking, yeah, was he not speaking about Stop Spamming bringing the evidence about that discussion that they had when Stop Spamming and Ziriab was saying, he was saying, right, if Stop Spamming is discounting Ziriab's accounts of that could be Prophet Muhammad, he needs to bring up an account. Maybe it would be better if he brings up an account of someone else that's world famous at around that time, or that was a local a local legend or whatever that people knew about around that area that would have been written about by other people or not. And if he doesn't write anything about knowing Prophet Muhammad, then that sort of goes more with Stop Spamming's argument. But if he writes that he knows about Prophet Muhammad or whatever, then that goes more with Ziriab's argument.
Ziriab made his argument.
So wait. So in saying that, yeah, how is that? Oh, everyone hates Islam.
I'm not saying you hate it. I'm not saying you hate it, really. I'm saying you're holding it up to you're holding it up to a higher standard because you know Christianity can't take the attacks of atheism. So you have to attack Islam. Because if you attack Christianity, it'll be over within 2 seconds and you know it.
But hold on, wait. When you say attack Christianity, I'm confused because...
Refute it.
Refute it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me give an example.
But Christian, bruv, listen, I don't see how Islam even... if you refute Christianity, how can Islam be real? Well, go on, carry on. Yeah, carry on anyway. But listen.
Let me give you an example.
Exactly, that's what you're going to say.
Yo, Khan, listen. Let me give you an example of how I believe Christianity is beneficial. I saw something the other day, and it was Tyson Fury having a boxing match. And when he won the boxing match, the first thing is he gives thanks to his Savior, Jesus Christ, his Lord and Savior. Now, for him to attain that boxing title and defeat this guy, and it was a big thing. And for him to have that conviction, I feel play a big part in his recovery overall from drugs, mental health, and all the rest of it. So refuting someone like that, forget the religion itself, but look at this guy's faith. How can you refute his faith? Look at what he's established.
Hey, Buddha, let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you a question on that, bro. Yeah. So if Tyson Fury, yeah, if he and prayed to Jesus and didn't do no training, yeah, and went into that ring, do you think that he would have had any chance of beating Deontay Wilder?
No, that's my point. I think his conviction to his religion made him train, made him get back into the gym after all of the stuff he's doing. He says this himself.
All right. So if Tyson Fury didn't pray to God but trained even harder than he was training in that time, yeah, do you think that he could have won that boxing match against Deontay Wilder?
I would say no. Reason being because he's got so many demons, drug addiction, alcoholism, all those other things that have been put to rest by his faith. You see what I'm saying? This is why I say faith is a very, very strong thing for people. Some people need it. He's a prime example. When I say like someone in prison might need faith, he's a prime example. Out of all the things he done drugs, alcohol, all kinds of mad shit. Right, the only thing that saved him was his faith, and look what he went on to achieve. You could say the same.
Nah, but that's like you say, that's bollocks, bruv. Like you say, you can't say that. You can't say that you can't just pray. Yeah, but no, but listen. Because like I was saying, the comparison was that if he didn't pray, but he trained harder, he's not gonna win the fight. So realistically, you're saying training and prayer won the fight, not just training.
Yes, prayer and training won the fight. Yeah.
Really, can I say something? Like, it's a bit of a parallel. I don't know if you can bridge the gap, but there's a saying that talent beats hard work until the talented. I had to go. Wait. Let me not get it wrong. I think it's hard work beats talent. Yeah, until the talented start to work hard. So, like, you could work hard and beat someone that's talented, but when that talented person starts to work hard as well, yeah, then they'll beat you. So hard work and talent combined together beats talent, and it beats hard work. So having faith in God.
Wait. None of that needs God. So you don't need to believe in God to have talent, and you don't need to believe in God to work hard.
I know, but I'm saying it's a parallel. So I'm saying to you, working hard and believing in God can take you further than just working hard alone. But you're comparing it to just believing in God alone.
Than just believing in God alone. Yeah, because that's the way that
so you're saying without any
keep,
training.
yeah, because that's the levels that you are putting it on like.
Did he cut out? Really? He's cut out, man. Or is it me? Can you not hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think Veli cut out. I mean, look, listen. When you look at what's the guy, the little emperor, the guy from Russia, Emelianenko, right? He trains hard and he prays before he trains. Most boxers, you see, that all of these people who do great things in their life put their greatness, their greatness to something, whether it be alcohol, drugs, whatever. They put it to something. I think Picasso, I think he put his talent down to fucking absinthe. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's always something. If you've got a belief in you, for instance, if you're painting a wall, yeah, you're gonna paint that wall. You're gonna work hard and paint that wall. Fine, but guess what? If you've got children to feed at home, you're gonna paint the wall. You're gonna clean up after you. You're gonna put a lot of effort into making sure it's right because you can't afford to lose because you know what? You've got children to look after and children to feed. And I feel like the same thing with religion. If you've got that self-belief that in a God or a faith or whatever it is, then you're going to put that work in and that effort and you're going to convince yourself that God is with you.
Right.
Do you understand?
What happens when both people believe in God?
Hand in a
what
fight,
happens when both people believe in God?
They both did.
It makes a much better fight. It makes a much better fight if they both believe in God. Then it's a much better fight.
Then does the God do it, dip, dog shit? You are not it.
Yeah.
No.
That's what he does.
No. I feel like it's so if you're fighting someone who's an atheist and someone who believes in God, who's got more of the chance of winning?
The person who's trained and talented more.
Okay.
Really?
So who's going to be training harder? The one that's got the belief in God, that or the atheists who don't give a shit. There's no God, so why should I care?
But that's dumb though.
No,
Who thinks that because there's no God, it is dumb? Because that's you making up your own meaning on it, saying, because there's no God, I don't care. No one says that. But I'll say I'll say atheists, care more about life than religious people. Religious people care about death, after death. I'm going to heaven. Oh, we don't care about this life. It's just a test. But atheists actually care about this life and what's left here. So that's
you're missing out the part. Billy, you're missing out the part that.
By your own logic.
No, wait.
Let me finish, man. Let me finish, man. Let me finish. By your own logic, that was all backwards what you said then.
No, well, to be honest with you, I must have been a different atheist to you because I didn't care about life when I was an atheist. In fact, I hated life. Yeah, because I was going through some bad shit. I didn't believe in a God. Because if there was a God, I wouldn't be going through the shit I was going through. Do you understand? So I think our atheist paths may have been different. Mine was very bad. So and I've been in the fucking boxing ring, and so I'm telling you, like, from experience. I'm not telling you, like, like I'm pulling out my ass. But I don't feel it's dumb. I feel like people who believe in something will always put the extra effort in because they've got that religious grounding. They've got that extra push because they believe in a God. They call it a delusion. If somebody believes that they've got a lucky rabbit's foot around their neck and that lucky rabbit's foot will give them luck, then they'll believe in that, and that's self-fulfilling prophecy, whatever you want to call it. But I look at the religious and the faith as the same sort of thing. And a person who doesn't have that, who doesn't believe in anything, definitely does not have that emphasis.
Buddha, let me make a point that is being missed. Yeah, it's not just simply the belief that God exists. It's more than that. It's like people who believe in God also believe in destiny and that their fate is written for them. So that belief, yeah, is something more than just, oh, does God exist or not? Or am I going to go to heaven when I die? Or every good thing that I do is a little angel writing it down. It's not about that. All them things, yeah, religious people believe in. But when we're talking about success, yeah, or failure, or your individual life, it's about destiny and fate. When bad things happen to you and you have to endure them, and you're like, you know what, this is my fate. It was always going to happen, and it's a test. Yeah, that will make you perform better than someone who just feels like as if bad luck or just circumstances.
I don't buy that. I'll tell you for why.
Inflicting upon them.
Listen. What kind of a God will put a child of 6 years old through a fucking test like that? This is why I don't buy the whole religion thing.
What do you mean? No one's talking about
no
one's talking about
I'm
a
just
child.
saying, yeah. Listen, the amount of shit I went through as a child, yeah, you wouldn't inflict on a fucking adult. Why would a God inflict that on a child? I don't believe in all of that.
It made you who you are today.
Yeah, and who
you
I
wouldn't
am
be
today,
standing here right now talking to me as you yourself.
Absolutely, and the person I am today, I struggle with every fucking day. You cannot begin. Listen,
that's the human condition.
Well, okay. Tell that to my psychiatrist, didn't it?
What do you mean? Do you mean not killing
Khan? Telling you that.
Do you mean not killing Khan Buddha? Is that what you struggle with every day?
Yeah, that's one of those things. Yeah, one of those things.
Yeah, big up the panel, everybody, man. Big up the chat and all that.
Yes, ready. So anyway, let me bring. You lot are talking about two boxers, yeah? We don't know if the other boxer believed in God or not, but I watched a really good documentary that other day called Empires, the Ottomans, and it explains about Mehmet II and how he took over Constantinople from the Romans. Both sides believed in God, right? Mehmet II threw everything he had at the Romans, yeah? Every fucking thing. And in the end, he was completely a spent force. The only thing he had was a couple of thousand men, yeah? And the walls of Constantinople were still standing. And everything was still showing that the Muslims were going to fail. That everyone failed, 24 attempts previously, going back thousands of years, they all failed, yeah? But this guy's faith was so strong, yeah? His personal belief, that he just went nuts, got a sword and a horse and just rode. And his 2,000 soldiers rode with him straight through, yeah, and they took over the whole of Constantinople. Now, when they've got to the end of this whole mission, yeah, and everyone was dead and dusted, it turns out that the Greeks or the Romans, whatever you want to call them, also had the same myth or the same legend that the Muslims had, but in reverse. So they believed that the red moon that come above Istanbul was a sign that they would win. And the other side had the belief that the red moon was a warning sign saying that they would lose. So basically, the two sides, the only difference between them was there was an omen. One of them interpreted it in a positive way, the other one interpreted it in a negative way. And basically, that was the result, based on faith, based on belief, and in something outside of themselves. And it wasn't directly God. Yeah, it was like an omen. So these kind of beliefs can work in your advantage. Like, you can't deny that.
Yeah, no, 1,000%, man. I'll just back that up again. Like, my belief in something higher than myself. Like, my God specifically hasn't got a name. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just, I believe in something higher than, greater than myself, and I give thanks to him every day. Do you know what I'm saying? And from me doing that, that's just helped my life move forward so much. Trust me, man. As I said, everyone's got a sub story, but you know what I'm saying? My one got elevated through the powers of just being thankful for something greater than myself, and just, you know what I mean? like appreciating what I got now rather than thinking about what I'm missing out on.
100%, and that's exactly the kind of thinking that brought me to Buddhism. Exactly that.
Yo,
and, you know, my life's better than it's ever been. Put it that way.
Listen, I got a new G Block anthem, yeah. So yeah, man. Let me dash your team.
Hey, birds, we came to love the church. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Finally, over this world, over your girl. Let's not spend it. The name of God, you not touch a dog. Get in a spirit yard, in the name of the Lord. They wanted for your man, but you would have never walk for the heart. The name of God, you not touch a dog. Get in a spirit yard, in the name of the Lord. They wanted for your man, but you would have never walk for the heart. You take the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Jeez, yeah, man. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
So, Veli, you know what? You're playing a dancehall tune, yeah. You know the people that attend them dancehall concerts and all the rest of it, yeah. How many of them do you think are religious? How many of them go to church on a Sunday?
Yeah, probably a lot, man.
Probably a lot, but they still engage in all this fornication and all this kind of fuckery. Yeah. So on the one hand, you might be saying all of this, but on the other hand, you got to look at where they're coming from still.
Do you want to know why?
Not really, no.
This is why.
I know you believe in God, Billy. I definitely know.
And you really need some church. From all long rather see through the morning and put on a slam. But me woman she a pressure me to go confession. So me decide to go and kill the conversation.
Yo, that's why, man, cause they're my church Eden, you see? I'm not
so hold on, wait, was that Shabba?
Nah, Shaggy, they must get out in a slow love session, and I said them get the thing them from Baby Sham.
Is Shaggy a religious person?
I don't know, man.
You don't know? I can tell you he is. He'll play religious.
And that's 100% fact.
What are you saying? Why are you saying?
So what does that prove? Okay, so wait. So what does that prove then? What does that prove? So he's talking about
you're relying on God's people to live.
He's talking. Wait. So he's talking about. Listen. So he's talking about how man that talk about they're all godly and holy and so really, yeah, but really they're skinning out in stone love session and saying that they got the thing them from Baby Sham and them thing there. You get me? So really, he's banning out all you disco Christians. You get me? And you disco Muslims.
You know what? Vel, you atheists rely on God's people to live.
That's right. You're playing God music.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Hold on.
The Mataran song.
Just moving by playing the Christian guy's song.
Hold on, brother.
No sense at all. Play an atheist guy's song. I understand that. I get it.
Buddha. You know what's funny? Yeah, I hear this like in a more serious context. I hear this argument often. You know, scientists rely on Christian scientists. Scientists rely on Arabic scholars. And Arab scholars, Arab algebra. The reality is, in the time when those scholars, or those polymaths, or them scientists, or them mathematicians, philosophers existed, you would be fucking killed for heresy. Yeah, you would be killed for apostasy. They had no choice but to be religion within the societies and empires that they lived in. They had no choice. So even if they were atheists, we would never know. So if you look at societies that are predominantly religious and you figure some kind of credit or some kind of example of a correlation between religiosity and brilliance, like, oh, they came from this empire, therefore they must have been religious, therefore, bruv, they would have been killed if they said they weren't. So how smart could you be, if you were in an empire? One of the famous philosophers, Kierkegaard, had a famous discourse with the Pope. He was writing letters arguing with the Pope. He counted himself as a Christian. Guess what? He could identify as a Protestant, right? But if he didn't identify as an atheist at that time, he might likely would have been murdered. So if let's say for someone to say I'm not a Catholic, I'm going to say I'm a Protestant. But that's really, you can't say you're none of them. I'm an atheist. So you'll say,
you know what, James? Do you know what, James?
Was Hitler a Christian? Was Hitler a Christian?
He would say he would argue, but I mean, you could also argue he wasn't.
Right. So
he definitely wasn't a Christian. He was atheist. He was G block.
Nah, mate.
Yo,
James. He
so
believed in God. He believed in God.
When you're talking about that, James, I fully understand and agree with you. I mean, I remember learning about Copernicus being under house arrest just for fucking proving his scientific belief. So I agree with you. But what I find ironic is when somebody who's an atheist tries to mock people who aren't atheists by playing songs that are written by and performed by people of religion. I find that a bit funny. I
don't see the outrage, to be honest. But yeah,
it's not outrage.
Yeah. You know what? I basically think that
it's funny.
Like we need to live together in it instead of finding the differences, the major differences. Because obviously, you not believing in God. I mean, not believing in God, it might help you, might shape you or whatever. But me believing in God helps me. Definitely helps me and shapes me. You get what I'm trying to show you? And I need a couple atheists like you lot. And you lot definitely need a couple God people around. That is fact. You can't deny that.
Come in, my Lord. Kumbaya. Oh, man.
It's fun, yeah, because even Khan was saying it in this morning, like, oh, Bob, you've turned into a real anti-theist. It's just fun because if someone's got like I don't need to be a scholar in any way to refute a scholarly religious person. I just need the sort of the acumen of a child, just like, a child's mind to be like, why? Ask a few whys and you'll just see man's story unravel.
And that's the same thing. I think that's the same way I feel about you lot. I don't need to. I don't even need kindergarten education to refute you lot. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, no, because when you know what you know, James. You know when you know what you know. Like, so even have you come back to me about the mother analogy yet? Have you managed to come back to me with any information about the mother? Have you thought about the mother analogy?
Give it to me again. I think of
fucking the way I love God is like I love my mum. And you can say that my mum was a slag, a tart. She used to go with 10 men, whatever, innit? You can die. No, I'm just using an example, broski.
No.
Yeah, man say you can say my mum used to rave with us and all that. She used to have a miniskirt and all that, but I still love her. Does that make sense? You get me? You can say anything about this woman, but me love her. Yeah?
Yeah, but you know one thing I can't say about your mum?
Do you know one thing I can't say?
That she never existed. That she never existed.
Yeah.
Freddie, no offense here, Fred. All the things that you said about your mum, ain't that just standard these days, though? That's just normal, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely.
That's what I'm saying. So that's normal nowadays, bro.
I'm saying though, the love though, the levels of love and compassion I've got for my maker. Do you know what I'm saying? It's parallel to that. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, people are going to say that my third mind don't exist, but I know it exists. Do you get what I'm saying? My third eye exists on my first mind or whatever.
That makes sense, yeah. That makes sense. Your example makes sense. However, my response makes more sense in that I cannot criticize you for loving your mum for all her faults, yeah, and her shortcomings. But I can criticize you for loving something just as passionately as your mum, yeah, the one that bore you, yeah, loving something that doesn't exist as much as your mum. I can criticize that all day, and I can have logical criticizing that.
No, most def, Jay. But I can criticize your first mind or your third eye, but I can't see it.
I don't know what that means.
That make sense? Like, obviously, your first mind. Do you believe in your first mind or your third eye?
I believe in the brain and consciousness. Outside of that, it gets complicated.
All right, cool. All right, just say your consciousness then. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? I know that you've got consciousness, but I can't see it. I can't refute it to see it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. The issue with that is it's a deep philosophical one, yeah. Number one, it is yet to be solved, if you like, yeah. So let's not say we can't talk absolutely. And then number two, you're talking about two different experiences. Do you get it? Like, for example, you and I can agree on something objective, yeah. Like, you know, I don't know, man. This car is blue or some shit like that. I don't know, yeah.
It sounds like you might have a third eye, but you definitely don't know God.
All right, cool. Well, you and I can agree on a blue car, for example, yeah. That isn't the same. That isn't the same. We're not applying the same, or that isn't utilizing consciousness in the same way a taste is.
Yeah, but I think God encompasses all of these things. Do you know what I'm trying to show you? Like consciousness, everything. So I can't separate it like how you can, if that makes sense.
You believe God is the sort of eternal, infinite consciousness, the consciousness that preceded everything. That's what you believe.
I'd like to think so. Yeah, I don't know, 100%, but I want to believe that.
From a religious perspective, the argument's been framed like with regards to consciousness that basically the world only exists because there is someone to observe it, and God is the ultimate observer. So everything looks the way it looks to us because this is the way that God sees it, if that makes sense. So things are true because God believes them to be true, and thus we are able to observe them objectively as true. So it's true for you, it's true for me because God sees it as true, if that makes sense. That's the religious argument, but I don't think there's evidence for that. I think science proves that there is an objective reality, and that each of us, the only difficult part of all of this is the articulation or the re-representation of what we feel. It's hard to we can describe a taste, but we can't make someone feel the same way you taste something. You can't, or the same way you get what I'm saying.
So Veli was playing the anthem for G Block. Let me play our anthem to you. God don't love you anymore. It's not warm when he's away.
Don't sing it.
God don't love you anymore, and his house just ain't a home. 'Cause God don't love you anymore. And I know.
All right, Con.
I was expecting you to come in on that one, Freddie.
No. I was saying, even though we know.
Fred, where you gone?
Freddie, the Lord took him.
Hey, Con, you know they're gonna get onto you for singing for butchering a black man song like that, you know.
All songs are black man song, bro.
On Jedi, you know how they be getting onto you.
They've been getting onto me for singing.
No, dude, I'm just because the all-star black panel, I just assume that all that hate from Dan's and shit used to carry over to there.
I don't know, bro. I thought I'd just get hate anyway. I don't know why people hate me.
On Lions, then everyone says that you always speak on black issues, man. By the way, you get a pass from me.
Yeah, that's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah, you get a pass from me. I don't know, man. I don't know what they're.
Cheers, brother. I don't know. Maybe they're on some Israelite thing.
I'm allowed to talk about the Armenian genocide whenever I want.
Yeah, of course. But can you prove that it was a genocide, though?
Listen, this is what I said. I'll say this to someone the other day because whoever said it made me read up on it, and I was like, making someone walk to like Jordan or wherever it is that they forced them to walk to, and the fact they died on the way is manslaughter and not murder.
God rest their souls, man. I don't know, like.
Yeah. It's recognized as a genocide, but some of the tactics used.
But that's the weird thing. Only recently it's been recognized as a genocide.
I know,
and it's been more political than anything else.
I don't want to be involved in genocide denial, so I'll just leave it. Yeah. If some of the accounts are true that people
then
died,
it's a bad thing. Yeah.
No, people died from dehydration and stuff, then technically they just got banished, and that's technically what happened.
Well, yeah, they got banished. That's the official version.
Bosnia's far. What, like the most harrowing, like, I mean, yeah, gas chambers are horrible, yeah, but there is like a level of efficiency and detached, like, what's the word, man? This
Immediacy.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's just like you're just removed from it. It's like, go take a shower kind of thing, yeah. But with the how they describe what happened to some of them Bosniaks, yeah, that's just fucked up. Like the filling a school bus with young men and shit, and then you know what I'm saying, chopping them down with rifle shells and then burying them in mass graves, man. That's just some fucked up shit.
Yeah, but that's what happened to the Turkish Cypriots in Cyprus. You ain't gonna hear it from England, but mad things happened. Like there's a whole museum dedicated to things happening. Like they got a JCB, made a massive hole, put all the people in it, and then just buried them alive. And like these mass graves were found all over Cyprus, but you don't hear about it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not. I remember you and Witness going back on, but I needed to. Like, I told myself I need to.
Yeah, I don't know what Witness thinks he knows about the Cyprus conflict, but do you know what I mean? Obviously, because Turkey's a much bigger country than Greece. Like it's looked at as if it's like somehow unfair that Turkey goes on Greece. But the thing is, Greece has got the backing of the whole of Europe. They never had the backing of the whole of Europe. Do you know what I mean? It's like when Turkey had to fight its war of independence, it was against Greece, it was against Italy, it was against Romania, Bulgaria, like France, England.
Was that
it was like 7 countries they had to fight against.
Was that after Ataturk?
No, don't think so.
Hold on, as well, yeah, I was gonna say, this is gonna sound like the dumbest question. I should Google this, but I'm lying down, I can't be bothered yet.
Cool.
Yo, don't hold this against me. Don't be using this on a panel to say that I've lost the debate, yeah. But because I'm asking you in earnest, yeah. Is is Turkey Troy?
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
MashaAllah,
bro. I thought I was about to have egg on my face. It feels like I've asked that question 100 times and never got an answer from anyone. That's why I asked it skeptically.
Yeah.
Turkey is Troy, yeah.
Yeah.
So them man, they done you over with a horse. How did the name change in that?
I think that there wasn't just one civilization there. There was like layers and layers. Like when they excavated it, they found city upon city upon city in that same location. So there was different civilizations throughout like the eons of time. So it wasn't just like one civilization that lasted.
Yeah, that's true. The further down, I think there's about 7. You take off, they excavate one layer and they find another one underneath, and then they go underneath that one and find it. So it's been many iterations of the same thing.
Do you believe that the Iliad was an actual account, or do you reckon it was just some great work of fiction?
Possibly both things, isn't
it? Yeah, given the length of the Iliad, I would have said there's some truth in it somewhere, but you know, it's a long old thing.
Like yeah. Like, you know, all these religious texts, like when everybody talks about the complexity and the description and the storytelling, how it's impossible for, you know, this sort of fanciful tale. Who the fuck is that? This fanciful tale to be told, doesn't it? Doesn't it make you think that, like, when stuff like the Iliad and that was from, like, I think almost centuries before the Bible and the Quran, yeah, doesn't it make you think it's not really that great of a feat or that great of a literary feat? Like, you know, all the kind of literary devices and rhetorical devices they claim, like, oh, this is proof that it must have been from God. It's like hundreds of years ago.
Dependent. I mean, if you look at where the Iliad was written, and for someone to write the same thing in pre-medieval type times in England, you'd say that's a massive feat. You get what I'm saying?
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's dependent on where that feat has taken place. But,
oh, you mean you don't believe it was actually written when they say it was written?
No. Given the geographical location of where it was written is more important than the substance of what was written as to whether it's the gravitas of the.
But this is what I'm saying. They make it seem as if, like, bro, the fucking ancient Alexander was fucking going to war on the back of on the back of fucking elephants in the middle of some fucking Asiatic jungle, fucking coming from Macedonia, well before the Prophet Muhammad. But people don't believe that the Prophet Muhammad could have got his hand on some books in Arabia, like the Iliad or something, or not necessarily like a book like the Iliad, but as in work, like, you know, he couldn't have been exposed to literature that rivaled.
I doubt it very much, because at the time of him getting the message, he couldn't read or write. So I doubt that very much.
No, but okay, forget this sort of diegetic, like storyline bullshit. Yeah, sorry, no, not bullshit, Khan, but you know what I mean. But just use the.
I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, James. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that to place your faith in it is something that you can't do because there's easier explanations.
Yeah, no, but and to sort of like to be in awe of this Quran is to say that there was nothing like it that preceded it, but clearly there was, and some would argue far better work. That is
but that's not the point.
Okay, but
that's
again, I'm
the
going to
point.
say
the
the geographical.
The point
place.
is, James,
at that specific time when the Quran was written. Remember, it wasn't written like overnight. So at that specific location, was there anything else that can compare to the Quran?
This is what's so beautiful or brilliant about Stop Spamming's argument, if he can provide evidence, because his argument is number one, there is, but more sort of pertinently, none of the places that you believe exist even existed. So there could have been completely different, like, principalities, or I'm not sure how you describe it, but like different areas that were not like demarcated.
Mecca and Medina don't exist, or?
They didn't exist. This is argument that there is no evidence proving that Mecca and Medina existed before the Prophet conquered and labeled them, or before that period.
I find that very hard to believe.
No, but which would raise the other question of if, yeah, I mean, because it was obviously inhabited, right? So if them areas did have
it's inhabited, so it's existed, no?
No, but I'm saying under that name. We're not saying the area. We're not saying the landmass just popped up.
Right. Okay. Let's not call it by that name, but okay. But they existed nevertheless.
Like the plate, like Arabia, yeah, exists today. Yeah, it definitely existed there.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to say is,
the geographical location of Medina and Mecca existed. But if you're saying that they weren't called by that name, let's say they weren't called by name, but they existed, had a thriving population, etc., etc. Do you accept that?
Yeah, but I'm saying, so for example, I'll give you a better example. Like Northern Ireland exists, isn't it?
Yes.
There was a period where it was just Ireland, isn't it?
Yes.
If you heard a story referencing Northern Ireland, something to do with the Troubles, yeah, and you would identify everything that happened in that period, you would identify as occurring in Northern Ireland. But if someone was to say to you, no, in actuality, that was just Ireland, it would change.
Okay.
It would change the dynamic of the discussion, no?
It would change the dynamic from like a chronological perspective. But when we look at things like the Kaaba, for instance, the Kaaba has existed there pre-Islam. It's always been there. It was something else before. It was a pagan temple or something like this.
How do you know that?
According to Wikipedia, temples are an English
Oh,
rock
for
band.
fuck's sake, man! This phone.
Yeah, she's a bad girl. Imagine she's just in her.
God, this phone, man.
She's just in the combo. You hear me? Real AI business. You know? But yeah, how do you know that, brother? Okay.
I don't even know how to turn that off. That's the worrying thing.
Blood clot. Yeah, sorry. How do you know that, my friend?
Yeah. So what was I saying?
You said
so
the Kaaba
pre-existed. There's records of pagans worshipping there. There's records of
like records from who and where?
From the pagans themselves.
Like who? Yeah, go on. Like who and where?
No, you're getting the order mixed up with that. Originally, it was the house of Abraham, and there was only one God in there. And then they started adding gods, and it became pagan. And then it went back to being one God again.
Yeah. So the time of Abraham, I think there's no. What's the record of that though? That's the thing.
No, when Abraham believed in one God, we know that, right?
Hold on. There's no mention of the Kaaba in the Bible, is there, or the Torah?
No.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. There's no record of that. But from the pagans, you remember the stone in the Kaaba on the corner.
Yeah.
Right. So that stone before it was placed there was like a war and everything over it. Do you understand? There was like
It was a war. Someone stole it, innit?
That's right. Yeah. Someone stole it, and then it was some mad thing. So there's records of that.
What I'm saying, Buddha, yeah, just before we go around,
the stone.
Is but like to the original point before we go too far, yeah. Oh, Khan's gone. Veli, I think Khan and Ahmed want to get back in. Veli, if you're there, some people want to get in. No. So what would be an interesting argument and see if there's any proofs or evidence provided is what it was truly like before the Prophet came, in that independent and impartial and unbiased sources from that region, because it's simple. Like we've got history. Like for example, many Africans say that a lot of Greeks copy and pasted the works they found in the city of Alexandria and gave no credit to ancient Kemetic civilizations. Yeah.
Yes.
So then many of the works that you call the Sunnah of the Prophet, could essentially be rebranded.
Oh, absolutely. No.
Right.
There's works within the Quran that are freely admitted that refer back to the Bible. So there's no doubt.
No. I'm saying region.
Let me finish. There's no doubt in my mind. If they're capable of doing that, then they're capable of doing something else similar to what you're describing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying region specific, as in they have subsumed a culture that already exists in that landmass, and then they have redemarcated certain for whatever reason, like what's that word? That fucking word, man. Beautiful word. Something like an area that bears fruit, like fuck, it's a sick word, man. And I'll find it eventually. But they've picked, I guess, the choice spots in that area for whatever reason, and then rebranded them as well. And then now a great philosopher or writer from fucking, I don't know, wherever, some place in Iraq, Baghdad or something, is now from Mecca and Medina, and and so on and so forth. And like, so
wouldn't that be apparent within the scriptures themselves? Because if you look at the scriptures of the Quran, the Prophet wasn't from some affluent type background. He was from a very poor, if anything, he was brought up by his uncle.
That's preferential, man. You can't that can't be evidence, bro. But
hold on, wait. Listen. If you're gonna falsify something in any sort of literature, you're not gonna falsify it to make yourself look bad. You're gonna falsify it to make yourself look coming from an affluent type of thing. Think about the writer. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, but not necessarily. No, I wouldn't agree with that. No, depends.
Okay, well, to add credence to what you're saying, as a ruler, to add credence to what you're saying, do you think people want to take you if you're some peasant boy, or they're going to take you if you're a king?
It depends what your claim is, isn't it, bro? If you're like, so I'm trying to say, if your claim is one of the proofs that this is from God is the fact that I can't read and he allowed me to read, or sorry, I can't read and so it was an angel that dictated it to me, number one. And then not only that, because I can't read, the fact that I've managed to retain this whole message is proof that I'm also a prophet. Then the other question is, did the prophet ever exist? Or are people saying, this is word from a prophet, a man that couldn't read, and he's told me who is now the king? Like, come on, bro. Look at the whole argument about Shiaism and Sunniism is who was elected to be the leader. So even that is just an example. Yes. If the prophet didn't ever actually exist, then this story of this humble man from humble beginnings who amassed this great whatever is essentially just what's the word, like a story, intermediary, intercessor between God and whoever is the leader. So the leader's saying,
so what's your pretension here? Is it like you trying to say that the prophet never existed, or?
No, I'm trying to say that it was an interest. Because it's generally accepted that a man amongst the Saracens who called himself Muhammad and a prophet from God led the Arab world for a period. Yeah, I thought that was generally accepted, but the position Stop Spamming took is, but give me what I would regard as scholarly evidence substantiate that claim. And I've never heard someone attack it from that angle. And now when you just open it up and you think more than that, I don't care anymore about listening to the Sunnah or chain of narration. Let me hear what some other Arabs were saying, and then you see how important and why they always overemphasize the classical Arabic. There's no other evidences of the classical Arabic before the Prophet Muhammad. That's
so
beneficial.
When you look at the things like the letter to the Nagashi, would you not say that is the proof?
I don't. To be honest, I don't know what that is. I'd have to view that information to know.
Okay.
I don't know what that actually is. What is that? Talk to me.
So it was the leader of the Ethiopian, known as the Nagashi. A letter was sent, I believe, from the Prophet himself. I believe it's from the Prophet himself.
So the Prophet learned how to write.
Sorry?
He learned how to write by the end of the story, yeah?
I'm not sure if he penned it himself, but it's quite possible it was a scribe that wrote it. But I think he dictated it.
But that is self-referential again, then.
How so?
Where do you know that? Where do you get that information from?
Because I think the letter still exists. No,
but where did you get that from?
Where did I get that from?
Yeah.
Just by looking into Islam. Let me find out.
You know what I'm saying? If it is part of the Quran or the Sunnah, then logically
it's not. It's separate. It's separate to that. Let's
so
see if Google can do something. Let's see. Letter to the Nagashi, Prophet Muhammad. Muhammad's letter to the head of state, according to Al-Talib, historian of the Prophet. I can't even post this in the back chat because if I try and post it, it'll just take me off the browser.
What's happening, people?
Jeez, Ahmed, my guy. Quickly, I googled the wiki page. According to Al-Tabari, I guess he's a Muslim. In the histories of the prophets and the king, history of the prophets and the kings, Muhammad decided after the treaty of Hudab, I don't know how to pronounce that, to send letters to many rulers, inviting them to Islam. Historians have disputed the tradition, however.
Right. So there again, there's proof. There's treaties and stuff like that.
No, but you not hear
these guys? Huh?
Do you know what I just said?
Okay, I heard what you just said. You said it's disputed, yeah?
No, yeah, but who's the person that has stated that it happened?
Okay, so what I'm saying to you now is you brought up the treaties, yeah? So these treaties, do they exist or not?
I don't know because who's alleging it? The person that's alleging it
is so for a treaty to happen, you have to have two warring sides.
You're smarter than this, man. If it comes from an impartial source, then you would logically say, okay, it comes from this one, it comes from that.
Let me finish. So who's going to be impartial in this thing? You've got two warring sides. One side's at war with the other side. There's two sides. Are they impartial? Is the person that's observing it keeping a reference? Is they impartial? Who's going to be impartial here? How can you ask for evidence of something that occurred and say that you have to be impartial?
What are you arguing for? Then you're arguing that you can never be impartial. Then you don't agree with me the initial point. Then that's no problem.
No. I'm just saying, if you look at it from a logical perspective of the evidence we do have, i.e., treaties, letters, then it's clear to say that there must have been somebody.
No, it's not, bro. This is your example, you know. This is your example. It's not mine. I didn't bring this to the fore. You did. Then I said, "Oh, where does it come from?" And you said, "All right, let me find out." So I just found out that it comes from a prominent Arab scholar, a Muslim Arab scholar who wrote it in his book about the histories of the Prophet's relationships with kings. And then it said that historians dispute this. So imagine the historians.
What do they dispute? What exactly?
I would imagine there's no corroborating evidence, i.e., you make a claim, right? You're a Muslim and you say, our Prophet spoke to 10 people. And then we go, all right, cool. And let's go to those people and we'll see if the Prophet spoke to any of them. And none of them agree that they spoke to the Prophet. Well, now there's no corroborating evidence, so we're not going to agree with your point. You can make the claim they're all biased, but ultimately you are the most, the worst source I can take this information from and state as a fact is from you. Because you have a clear bias.
So
whereas
I have no bias.
No, not you. I'm saying you, the Arab scholar.
Yeah. But I'm just putting it out there. I have no bias. So I'm looking at it from a purely academic.
I gotta admit, I I agree with James. If I think what he's saying is the historical account about the whole Ethiopia business only comes from Muslim Arab sources. You're saying, James?
Yeah, from what I can see, if there's extra information, bring it to me and I'll look at it as well.
No, I agree that would not be impartial.
And what if you was to see the actual letter itself? What would you say then?
Sorry,
James, I'm talking to you. So if you,
but who's the not the courier man? What's the word? Like who's maintained it? Who preserved it? Who's preserved it for this period? That would be very important to me.
University in Birmingham, I believe.
Okay, yeah, cool. Let me see. Yeah, well, so
you'd accept that, yeah?
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't. I need to see who's wrote it. Because obviously the University of Birmingham didn't exist in 839 AD, did it? So
right.
I would need to see the what do you call it? The continuity, like how it's been maintained throughout this period. Because, like, for example, the University of Birmingham could have been gifted it from a collection from the University of Baghdad or somewhere, right? And then it could have passed through a chain of Arab scholars. You see what I'm saying? So in that instance, then yeah, it's still unbiased. It's still biased work. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it's that complicated of a concept to understand. Like, if you're making a claim that this person was very influential in a certain area, and
sorry to interrupt you, James, yeah, but if you're talking about the Quran in Birmingham, the Quran in Birmingham was found in Yemen, and they've carbon dated it to that time.
No, it's not the Quran. I'm looking for the actual letter. It's saved somewhere, but I can't remember if it's in Birmingham or I don't know where it's saved.
But are you guys talking about the Quran itself?
No, not the Quran. The actual letter, the letter to the Nagashi.
The reason that we're even down this sort of rabbit hole is the original postulation was something like, I don't think that I think Ziriab won the first part of that debate with Stops, yeah, because the criteria that he was asked to meet, he met. But me and Stops had a discussion after, which both of us, I feel like, raised, like, we're on the same side in this argument, I guess. We're both skeptical, but we both raised good points. And one of the points he raised, which I poured a bit of water over, because he was talking about an empire, right, having scribes. And I was like, one of the ways Muslims insulate themselves is by saying the Prophet codified the Arabic text with the Quran, and he sort of revolutionized the whole sort of concept of literature and poetry, so on and so forth. But what I would argue is the influential nature of the Prophet in that region means that any works that come from that region that predate the Prophet, yeah, if they don't reference him, that is an admission, or sort of, what's the word, man? That's proof of, you know what I mean? Like that. That's almost a negative, a proof against the Prophet existing. Because if you've tried to insulate yourself and say, oh, no one even wrote, bro, no one wrote before that time, yeah, then yeah, fair enough. You can maybe hide the fact that it hasn't been spoken about. If there's any literature that's revealed from that predates the Prophet and that doesn't speak of the Prophet, even though he was the most influential man of that generation, then you'd have to argue that either he wasn't that influential, you see what I'm saying, or maybe the people that are writing were super biased. You know, it would beg a lot more questions. It would
well, yeah, one of those questions would be around Christianity as well, I suppose. I mean, you'd have to find literatures.
But it's a bit different in Christianity because of
I've heard the same argument made though. I think the only thing they could point to was people like Josephus and his work to say that Jesus actually existed, and even that's debatable. So
yeah, but as in one of the differences I think about the Bible is because, and one of the reasons it's refuted so much is because they pull from so many different sources. So while I'd agree it's very self-referential to say the Bible is true because the people from Corinth said it was true. Yeah, I'd agree that's a poor argument, but with the Quran, you're saying this is directly the word of the Prophet, the greatest, most important man in the world. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes. To be honest with you, I'm not a Muslim, so I know my knowledge of Islam and Christianity and all the rest of it is very limited. Has anyone ever questioned the existence of the Prophet Muhammad? Not to my knowledge.
Interesting. I thought it was a foregone, like everybody, it was a consensus thing. Like, yeah, we all agree amongst the Saracens there was a prophet called Muhammad, a prophet of God called Muhammad. But the way Stops is the way, like the second portion of the discussion after he had, because Ziriab, I feel like refuted him quite well with, he was asked to bring an example of an independent source and he brought one. Unfortunately, the source was post-dated, isn't it? So it was after the Prophet had passed away. So the Stops kind of rejected its contemporary status, but that's for them to decide.
Right. So look, for me, if someone asked me that, I would evidence this. I would evidence all the warring nations that were in conflict with the Prophet and his armies. I would reference the treaties. I'd reference the letter, specifically letter, because it still exists today. I can't find where it's kept though. That's the mad thing.
Do you see what the argument is? The argument is not that. The argument is that these people were warring with Arabs.
Sorry, you've gone quiet. The what? The argument is what?
The argument is that these people are warring with Arabs, not that these people are warring with a prophet named Muhammad.
Yeah, but if you're warring with Arabs, you surely know the general, the leader, etc., etc. Like
this is my point.
With the Romans, you know that the leader would be Caesar or Tiberius or one of them lot. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, but this is exactly my point. I'm not arguing that he didn't exist. Yeah, I'm saying this is what Stops is confident about.
Right.
So I'm saying, all right. So then him and Ziriab have a debate. He requires some proof from Ziriab. I feel like Ziriab meets the criteria with one source, but Stops after that had another discussion with me, and basically meaning like I don't know, like in the same way I'm talking to you now, it's just kind of just like a little dialogue of like, you know, asking him, you know, what would be a good proof, him asking me what's a good proof, what, so on and so forth. And at the end, I remember I just felt like, yeah, I need to see compelling evidence. Then I'm gonna be like Stops. I'm gonna set my bar really high and say this man was the most influential man in that region. I should be inundated with information about him, but I'm not. That's what
I think you could be, but the problem is the whole thing that the affiliation. So you could go to the Prophet's tribe that I believe still exists now. Segments of his tribe still exist. But you turn around and say, well, that's not evidence because it's confliction because he was part of that tribe. So absolutely they're going to say, yeah, he was part, you know, he existed. Do you know what I'm saying? So that is the problem. I think trying to get a neutral witness or a piece of evidence or a source that is completely neutral to the whole thing is going to be problematic. Because let's say you had a historian from Oxford University, yeah, and not even Oxford. Just say you had a historian from Greece, yeah, and he was there at the time. How many Greeks do you think were around in that area at that time? Do you know what I'm saying?
But wait, not only that.
Unless you're taking the words from the people he was warring, who were at that place at that time, you can't. There's not going to be any witnesses.
I don't think there's enough.
Wait, can I just say one thing though? Can I just say one thing though? I mean, doesn't the notion of being inundated with information about the Prophet itself, doesn't that require substantiation? I mean, why would you need to be inundated with information about an individual who's only brought a message and the message is here?
No. Because
what information would you expect to hear about him?
No, exactly what Buddha said. So, for example, I don't know where this source is from, but I when I was looking to sort of help or hinder Ziriab, I remember seeing this. You know, there was a man amongst there was a leader amongst the Saracens who was claiming he is a prophet of God. I don't know where that source is from, but you would need a few of those. You'd need there is a benevolent leader. You would need there is a tyrant in the east or a tyrant in the west, depending on who's speaking about it. You would need we were defeated by, we have defeated. You would need this area was rebranded as Mecca by X. You would there would be a lot of corroborating pieces of evidence. Similarly to I'll give you a random example. Hold on, all of this sort of the sort of capricious accounts of Nero. Right, you've got a king in Nero who is viewed by some as a great leader, viewed by some as a maniac, viewed by some as a poet, viewed by some as a ghost and a demon. All of these people, you can argue there's no consensus because they're not all on his side, but they have all taken the time to write about an influential leader. He burned Rome, he burned the city, whatever. They've all taken time.
Yeah, but you got to bear in mind though the differences between the individuals that you're that you're referring to. I mean, if you're referring to a king or someone of a political someone with political influence, then obviously they would have a certain effect on the public that those public might write about. However, what you're talking about is a prophet here. Now, Prophet Muhammad, really and truly, the only adversaries he ever had were the people in Mecca who exiled him, and the people in Medina, some people in Medina who basically turned against him and helped the people in Mecca to come and attack him. Now, as for those two people, they exist. Not only do they exist, I mean, for crying out loud, one of the Prophet's biggest enemies that exiled him from Mecca, his son ended up creating an Islamic empire, which we now call the Umayyads.
But hold on. But that is all part of the Sunnah.
No. The Umayyads is part of history. It's a historical fact that Umayyads existed.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying like Abu Sufyan and all these kind of stories of people that rejected the Prophet but brought them. They're not corroborated by any impartial, unbiased sources. They're all anybody in the time of the Prophet. This all because forget everything that comes after the Prophet. Right? We have to for a moment. We're saying there has to be an account from somebody else, even somebody who's saying this guy ain't a prophet. I know he ain't a prophet because of X, or I heard his story and I didn't believe it, or he may not have been a prophet, but he's a very generous man. Or stop use the example of he traded for a camel, he traded for a slave, he bought a lot of slaves, he freed a lot of slaves. Something impartial. I'm not saying it doesn't exist yet. I'm waiting for the evidence. I would love to read it, but I'm just saying that it's an argument. It is an argument that makes sense, just given the gravity, whatever gravitas, I think, of the man, the importance of the man. You would imagine that there was a
but bear one thing in mind though, the man that we're talking about and the geography that we're talking about, you have to bear that in mind, because when you say you want corroborating evidence from sources outside of Muslims, he made the whole area Muslims. So who are you going to expect to get information from? Like literally the whole.
But there could be preservation of accounts that prior to people that that are reverting, that has made it to other places in the world, isn't it? Like this is what I'm saying.
This is another thing I was gonna say. You gotta remember as well, we're talking about a desert over here. Like before Prophet Muhammad, they were not relevant. None of the Arabs were relevant in any way, shape, or form.
We'll do this. Hold on. Ethiopian Orthodox Church account of
Muhammad. No, but 1 second, let me finish. As I was saying though, you gotta bear in mind that the Arabs were not really that advanced. As a matter of fact, they became a bit more advanced once the Prophet died and they started to enlarge in their empire or whatever. That's when they evolved, if you like. But in that little desert, they didn't have anything going on. So I don't know who you would expect to get information about Muhammad from. That is not a Muslim. Number one. Number one. 1 minute. Number one, and number two, he made everyone Muslim there. So basically, it's like you're imagining someone with resources, education, etc. in Arabia that was not a Muslim, and that's not the case.
You're not understanding. We're asking for evidence that predates. Yeah, that predates the Prophet. So let me see other writers, other poets, whatever, that predated the Prophet and continue to speak about the Prophet. So some kind of continuity in text. That's number 1 point. Number 2 point, he did interact with many other people because Somali.
What do you mean by if they? What do you mean by predate?
Predate, bruv. Like, bruv, before people were speaking Arabic in that region, they were speaking something, right? And at the coming of the Prophet, even though he codified and seemed to ratify or create and substantiate this language Arabic, prior to that, there was some kind of consistency in communication, right? Right. So
I didn't say that.
Right. No, but I'm saying
I would have to remove the idea that he codified and blah blah blah. People were speaking the language.
All right, okay, well, I mean that's the argument that a lot of Muslims make in it. So let's for your sake, let's remove that. whatever language they were speaking in prior to the Prophet coming and prior to the beginning, the origin of the Quran and Sunnah, there must have been some other corpus, some other body of work that should reflect the Prophet's existence and any of his attributes, be it his benevolence.
When you say must, what do you base that on? When you say must,
I base it on logic.
It's like you're forgetting we're talking about a desert.
This is what I'm saying. So you've insulated yourself by saying no one knew, but then there's also counterclaims, where because they didn't have, all the poets at the time, weren't speaking as mellifluously as the Prophet, kind of thing. So all right, fine. If we accept then that there was some form of poetry, there should be a reflection in that. Not only that, but it seemed to be a complication that he couldn't read. So I would assume that maybe not the default position, but I assume there were people that could read. Also, his uncle was a Christian. So now we know that there was other bodies of work that were available in the area that some people could have read.
Wait. I would have to object there. When you say his uncle was a Christian, you're now accepting a particular narrative.
I'm saying that's an argument. I'm saying logic. We have to. So then, if we dismiss every self-referential thing, then he doesn't exist. Then we can job done. Innit? If that's what if you accept, I don't accept nothing self-referential, then he doesn't exist. But behind the weight of evidence, he doesn't actually exist.
Wait. Did you just say if you don't accept a piece of information in a particular source, then he doesn't exist?
No, I'm saying what you just attempted to do is say that is self-referential. That is part of the Quran and Sunnah. So none of that can add context or texture to the argument. I'm saying, all right, fine. If we're going to dismiss
I haven't spoken about the Quran. I spoke about this particular source.
And Sunnah. I'm saying both. Quran and Sunnah.
But you've got to separate the two.
Hold on. So you just said we can't accept it adds no context the fact that his uncle was a Christian, yeah? You're saying that adds no context to the discussion, yeah?
No, I'm not saying it doesn't add no context. I'm saying I do not know whether that is true or not, and neither do you.
Right. So bruv, this is what I'm trying to say. You're focusing on minutia because you don't want to see the broader point. The broader point is, it's irrelevant if his uncle spoke thing. I'm saying every evidence in the Quran and in the Sunnah points to the fact that there was some scholarship prior to Muhammad existing. Why isn't it reflected in that? That's what I'm saying. So whatever language they
hold on. Sorry, that was quite quick what you just said there. You said everything in the Islamic source, put it that way, points towards scholarship prior to Muhammad's existence.
Some form of scholarship. Yeah, however unsophisticated.
Where did you get that notion from?
I just made bare points that you're not listening to because you're trying to win an argument.
I am listening. I am listening.
They say that his poetry. Where did you get that notion from? Poets, they're saying that he confounded all the poets when he spoke his beautiful, mellifluous poetry. Yeah. What I'm saying to you is
where did you get that statement from?
All right, cool. Damn, forget it. I'm done then. Don't worry. It's not important.
You can't just keep saying
you're right. Yeah,
and then be like, oh, no one can question my premise.
So that's is it false? What I'm saying.
I want to know where you got it from and why you accept it.
Do you know more? Okay, wait. Who knows more about the Quran and Sunnah? You or I?
Who knows more about the Quran and Sunnah?
Yeah. Would you like your opinion? Who do you reckon?
I would assume I.
Okay, then you're my source material. Do you know? Is that true or not? you're my source. Is that true or not?
No, that's not true because I have
cool.
I have not claimed any.
Yeah, I got. Well gone.
Big up the Muslims, innit? Ain't no stopping us. No stopping. No one does it better. Yeah.
Hey, James.
Yeah.
Is it do man suffer from delusion or from having unshakable faith?
Say it again.
Do man suffer from delusion or having an unshakable faith, like where?
Who the people I'm talking to?
Yeah, well, just in general, just religious people in general. Yeah.
Well, unshakable faith with no evidence, in my opinion, is a delusion anyway. So, delusion.
Hiya, guys. I've been listening into you. James, I wanted to ask you something. You suggested that you thought Stop Spamming, quote unquote, lost the first part of the debate with Ziriab. And the reason you suggest that was the case is because you thought that Ziria brought an external source that presumably by your lights was sufficient to suggest that Muhammad did exist from somebody other than the Muslims themselves. Have I got that correct?
From what I understood about, and I did question Stop to that fact. Yeah, I jumped on straight after, and we had a little discussion about it. From what I understood, the criteria was number one, primary.
Oh, what are you doing, man? Sorry.
Number one, primary. Number two, contemporary, and somewhat impartial. I don't know how they specifically define the impartiality, but it was like a primary source. The major sort of bone of contention was primary, right? You guys were arguing for about half an hour the night before about primary, and then the criteria, and he sort of, you know what Stops did, which was really poor. He sort of did this: the floor is yours. Meet my challenge, which kind of all Zero had to do was present something which was regarded academically as primary source material, and then half the battle was won. And then the contemporary argument was, I think, something within some years of the Prophet's death, but was regarded as contemporary in relation to a previous proof that was brought that somebody said was like 15 years after his death. So it's like this one is someone that lived at the time of the Prophet, but only chose to report about it after the Prophet had died.
To be honest, I find the question itself quite curious. I mean, give me an example or an idea why anyone would conjure up a man that doesn't exist.
Let Rob, because Rob's about to. I feel like Rob's got something to say.
Okay, cool. Just remember that question, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so James. Yeah, so James, just the reason I don't think that Zirib met the challenge is the following. Yes, there's a primary source that I guess we can call primary at the time, right? But it doesn't actually mention Muhammad. It mentions MHMT. I'm looking at because Stops has written a 100-page document here suggesting that Muhammad didn't exist, etc. So I'm just reading a little bit from it. We can dispute the sources, right? But I think what he's referring to at that time was this battle in 634, where there's a battle between the Romans and the Arabs of quote-unquote Muhammad in Palestine, 12 miles east of Gaza. The Romans fled, leaving behind this Patrian Varden, whom the Arabs killed, etc. So I think he's talking about that stage at 634, where this, and if we accept that as a primary source, right? It doesn't mention anything about Muslims or Islam. It doesn't mention Muhammad, but it mentions, if you're going to accept this, MHMT. And nobody knows who wrote this, when, or where. So for him, the criteria was not met, even though this is a primary source. It doesn't mention, as we say, Muslims. It doesn't actually mention Muhammad by name. So and for me, that certainly doesn't meet the challenge. The only thing we can say is that the challenge is met in the sense that there's a primary source. But anybody can bring a primary source, and if it doesn't mention Muhammad directly, then no ways is the challenge properly met.
Yeah, I'm right now. I'm going to agree with you because I remember the second part of that argument was Ziriab saying you're moving the goalpost, which at the time I definitely agreed with Ziriab, but now I see what stopped. I guess it's because his English isn't his first language, or maybe he didn't see what Ziriab was saying, because Stops kept saying, I want to know the Muhammad of the Sunnah, which made it seem like he wanted all of the attributes and qualities from the Prophet. And I was saying that's moving the goalpost. But I think what he actually meant was just the spelling. I want the spelling of Muhammad the same as the Muhammad from the Sunnah. If he had said that, that would be more.
Sometimes he speaks it because in his own mind, I've said it to him a couple of times. I've said, Stops, the way you speak, you know what you mean in your own mind. But I'm listening sometimes and I'm like, I could hear that they like talking past each other because he knows what he means, but he's not explaining it to the other guy. So the other guy goes, "Oh, I understand what you mean," because he's going, "Hey, even if this MHMT mentioned Muhammad, how do we know how many people were named Muhammad? How do we know that was Muhammad that was in fact the same person that led the Arabs?" And the other point, just one quick thing. The other point is that this happened in 634. And if we accept that Muhammad died in 632, then that would be impossible for Muhammad to be leading in 634. That was his other point.
What? Wait, hold on, stop.
Muhammad died. Most sources or most scholars seem to suggest that Muhammad died in 632.
No.
Wait, and this battle took place in 634.
So wait, so the person is reporting the battle happened after Muhammad died?
Correct. That was part of Stops' point. If you go rewind, you listen to it. This all got lost in translation a little bit, I think, or wasn't clearly put forward.
Because all he would have had to say to make his case is say, number one, Ziriab, you haven't brought. There is a conflict or a contention in the spelling and the pronunciation of the name, which leaves the potential for it not being the same person. That's one. That is pretty important. But number two, that you're saying that this account and this battle postdates the Prophet, or is a posthumous...
surely he should be leading with that point.
Yeah,
he did. But he did. If you guys go watch back, James, but if you go listen back, he did make it, but it got lost in translation. Maybe it wasn't quite as clear as I've made it here, because in his mind, he knows these things. And I've said to him prior to the discussion, we had a conversation. I said, make sure you've got your sources there and you can read that off, and you might have to repeat yourself. But because he's done this such a lot, and like I say, and he's a little older than I am, I'm not going to say how old, but a little older. I don't say there's anything wrong with it, by the way. I think he's sharp, but the way he does it sometimes is in the sense that he knows it in his mind, but the way it comes out of his mouth doesn't always reach with everybody in that they can follow along as clearly, right? That's the main point that I'd make. But, you know, what Ziriab would probably come back with is say, hang on a moment, but Patricia Crone is saying that this is a primary source. But if you look at what she says, she then goes with the view that, hey, Muhammad could have died any time between 632 and 634. So she's now taking the extra step of going, no, I'm not agreeing with most Muslim sources that he died in 632. I'm going to go as far as saying he died in 634. Then I can incorporate this primary source, and then everything seems to be okay if you're going to accept MHMT. You understand how that?
But that is.
Can I say, as a Muslim, can I say something? To me personally, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's a God or if there isn't a God. If the angel brought the message, if Muhammad's name was Mustafa, it doesn't matter. What matters is our religion's better than yours, and we won all the wars, and you lost all the wars, and we're better than you, and that's all that matters.
Hold on. Can we just focus on the evidence real quick? Yeah. So that does change things. Yeah, because if there is some scholarly work that extends the time of death, and that the potential is that Muhammad could have existed and been the leader in that battle, that does add some more weight to Ziriab's argument.
But we don't have the evidence that he died after 632. Or if we do, it certainly wasn't presented. So at this stage, the only thing that was presented was that here we have a primary source, and most Muslims accept, and the scholars do, 632. So the battle couldn't have had Muhammad if it happened in 634, which they're pointing to as their source. And also the question is, what does MHMT stand for? They didn't mention Muslims. They didn't mention Islam either.
We can be fair. Let's be intellectually honest here. The fact that there is some debate about his death may discount that last piece of information. The Muhammad or the Mehmet or Muhammad, whatever argument is important, because it definitely is not an example of moving the goalpost, as far as I'm concerned. If I've asked you to prove Muhammad and you've proved me a different spelling and a different pronunciation of a name, then I'm not obliged to accept that as evidence that I've required. That is the fundamental flaw, or that's what I've overlooked fundamentally in what he was saying when he said the Muhammad of the Sunnah. But just quickly, I would say also, and the second example of that is your position, the most brilliant, and I think it did, if I'm honest, like Ziriab's my boy in that, but it definitely caused him to leave, which was the structure of an argument is literally the most important thing, because I don't think Stopps won the second inheritance argument. I think you and James are seeded, because he should have structured it as, do you believe the Quran is inherent? Yeah. Get some kind of definitive position on that, be it yes or be it no, and then saying, in this example, is it erroneous right here, and like, as opposed to going through all of, because I don't know, it was just so convoluted, the 5 minutes of waffle plus 5 minutes of extra waffle, all different kind of weird examples. It should have been, I need 10 seconds to, I shouldn't have agreed. I won't agree to 5 minutes. I want 1 minute, 1 minute. And in my 1 minute, the first 10 seconds of it is first 30 seconds is outlining why Muslims believe that the Quran is a perfect work and it's the work of God. Why to believe something is God has to be perfect. Then asking the question, is it inherent in your opinion? And then posing the actual issue and having someone respond directly to that. That, like, if he had structured it like that, that would have been a first round knockout. But the way he structured
I think we can look at the way the debate was run and how better to formulate the argument so that other people listening can follow along, and hopefully can make up their minds. Because you might be making the argument that, hey, you don't feel like he won it because he didn't put forward the facts clearly enough for people to follow. That you could make an argument. I just don't think that the challenge was met from my point of view, because I knew about this stuff because he'd sent me the document, right, and I was listening in. But you're right, the way he maybe explained it or communicated it left you thinking, oh well, maybe Ziriab met the challenge, but no ways did he do so. which Stops did say, but I think maybe it just got lost a little bit in translation.
Yeah, that's my mistake. When he said the Muhammad of the Sunnah, I honestly meant he was talking about the qualities or attributes of the Muhammad, and I thought that is definitely moving the goalpost for Zuriat, because then it's like, so what, you want me to fucking prove that he had a winged horse as well? It's going to be.
In colloquial English, that is what you would assume that he meant. Now, like,
no, what he meant is what he meant
Sorry.
was, can you show that it's the Muhammad that led the Arabs, i.e., that was the Muhammad of the Sunnah, i.e., that it wasn't some other Muhammad? Because just to say Muhammad, you know what I mean? Let's put it this way, James. If this document had in fact been in 632, or let's say that he died in 634, which most scholars don't think he did, but let's assume that this battle happened in the life of Muhammad, and the document itself said, and this was Muhammad, the leader of the Arabs, and they all called him the prophet. And when whatever happened, if something happened there, they referred to Mecca, and these were all Muslims, and they said Allahu Akbar as they went into battle. Now we began, holy crap, right? This was from an external source on the enemy side, and it very clearly talks about the Muslims, Muhammad being the messenger, being their leader. There'd be no doubt we wouldn't be talking about this.
That would be far more substantial, But on the basis of if it was Muhammad, I think that would also qualify. So if the name was easily, like, if the sort of phonetical construct of it was pronounced Muhammad, or something, or however the classical Arabic you pronounce Muhammad. If that was met, I think that the criteria was met, irrespective of the fact that there's some it's ambiguous about 632, 634. I think the criteria is met. The fact that the actual argument is the spelling is not only incorrect, but the pronunciation is off. I do think that definitely adds weight to Stops' position, man. Like,
I mean, that's only one. That's only one source, right? He's got a whole document on it here. There's other sources that don't mention it as well. There's various coinage. I've got to reread, because I did read it, but it's like a tome. It's massive. It's like 900 pages, In the Shadow of the Sword with Tom Holland. And he has a particular view on it there. And he did 5 years of historical analysis. He's a historian, doesn't believe that Muhammad existed in the sense that Muslims do. And he's got a whole thing on it there. But the whole book goes into like an early history leading all the way up through Islam and carries on. So really, you're looking for the part around Islam, which I've got to find in that massive book again. So, and I think Stops appeals to him as well, or talks about it here in the document. I'm not saying this myself, by the way. And I also said to Stops, I don't think there's any Muslim alive who will accept that Muhammad didn't exist. You could bring overwhelming historical evidence. Most, if not all, Muslims will ignore it. So it's not an argument to prevent to get a Muslim to deconvert.
You know what,
all it is a historical intellectual argument. Right? But no Muslim will go, hey, do you know what? This history is like overwhelming. I'm not going to believe in Islam because Muhammad didn't exist. Almost no Muslim's going to accept that. So it's really just an intellectual historical argument.
Can I just make a quick,
which is a shame, really, but there you go.
Can I make a quick criticism of Islam?
It will end the problems between Sunnis and Shias, though.
Hey, can I just make a quick criticism?
And a lot of other problems too.
When you shine a torch on, like, because I don't really engage in a scholarly level on any of these topics, but when you shine thank you, sir. That's disrespectful. When you shine a torch on these elements of your religion, it does make it such a dubious proposition, and the sort of backtracking way of protecting and insulating yourselves. Like, number one, there's no pictures of the prophet. Don't draw a fucking picture of the prophet, I will fucking hang you. Don't fucking draw a picture. Then there's like no one knew how to write before the prophet.
You're hilarious.
No one was allowed to write.
Next thing you're going to say there was 4 different Muhammads.
But James,
as far as evidence goes, the prophet did a fucking damn good job of making sure that there wasn't any evidence to support his existence.
James, just for your interest, by the way, just for your interest, there is a Sahih hadith that talks about this, right? It's hadith 5950, and and this is Sahih Bukhari, and it basically says, we were with, narrated Muslim, we were with Masari at the house of, I'm going to butcher the name, Yasa bin Namir. Masrud saw pictures on his terrace and said, I heard Abdullah saying he heard the Prophet saying, quote, the people who will receive the severest punishment from Allah will be the picture makers. Right, so this is where presumably Muslims get the idea that having pictures, it doesn't say much more than the picture makers, but that's at least one hadith that one could reference to say, hey, don't draw pictures. it doesn't say which pictures, but there is a hadith there. So
I'm assuming
so you know,
idols,
they're
like
not just
religious
making this
idols.
up. They are inferring something from
Sorry,
that, but they're not just making it up, right? There's a hadith.
The iconography is an art form, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm saying, but Rob, though, when you look at it in its totality, it's quite incriminating, isn't it?
Well, yeah, of course. I think it's insulates itself, right? And it makes what at least from my point of view is an unfalsifiable claim, right? This claim that, hey, if you can find an error, then it couldn't have been from God, right? But obviously the criteria is whatever Muslims decide would constitute an error or a contradiction. And what they do, of course, and I'm not saying it's the guys in the chat here, but what the scholars do is add all these subjective criteria together to make it virtually impossible to meet the challenge. And then they hang the challenge out there. Look, make the challenge. Ha ha, you can't do it. But we'll put together criteria that makes it virtually impossible for the criteria to be met. And if you do bring an error, then they dance around that error anyway. So it's like an unfalsifiable claim.
Hey, Rob,
you sound so frustrated.
He's not. He's just being honest. But listen, I need to leave, in a couple minutes. But just for a bit of fun, because it's a quick one, it's not really complicated. Ahmed, you there?
Ahmed,
Maverick, my brother.
He might be away from the mic.
Because he said he was looking for me. He essentially wants to rehash a sort of kind of kalam cosmological argument me and him had regarding the infinite regress. I don't know. He feels like he stumped every great philosopher. Sorry,
did you hear him say that?
Guys, can I ask you a question? Let's say
no. You know, I was asking you something and you was on mute. So quickly, yeah. I heard you was looking for me, bro. I'm here, bro. What do you want to ask?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Just a quick question, yeah. Let's say, for argument's sake, that there is no evidence for the existence of Prophet Muhammad. I mean, what's the argument? What would be the purpose of?
What's the implication
of what would be the purpose of making up such an individual?
Okay, good question. So this is answered in, or at least, I say answered. One response to this is in Tom Holland's book, In the Shadow of the Sword, and his view is that Muhammad was quote unquote reintroduced or made up or whatever the case is to give legitimacy to one of the warring factions so they could become the caliph. Now I've got a feeling that it's Ali, but I have to read the text again. So the view there is, hey, they invoked Muhammad, said he was this wonderful prophet, and that he said that they should be the next caliph. So because there was all this infighting after he died, so that's one of the reasons why they would have made this stuff
if
up.
I may just quickly interject, if I may just quickly interject, Rob, yeah. But separate two things. Is that the Quran doing that, or is that the other sources doing that?
What do you mean? Is that the Quran? No, you asked why would people make this up? You asked why would people make this up? The benefit is to invoke a prophet like Jesus to say that, hey, this prophet existed. Here's all the information, and hey, he said that essentially I'm the next guy in charge, so I get legitimacy because this guy that I quote made up. I'm not going to tell everybody I made it up. This guy said I'm the next in line, right? So that's one reason.
Bob, just answer this. Answer yourself. The same exact reason you create a god. A theonomic principle holds far more weight than a simple, I'm a usurper or I won the war of princes. You see what I'm saying? Because I've killed this one, but because I've killed this one and now I'm the king, guess what I've created? I've created a whole host of other enemies. But if there's some theonomic principle that maintains my supremacy, then it is far more, what's the word? Like, it is far more, it's far more binding, isn't it? God has ordained, God has decided. And it's less when someone knows the entire history of a man, it's more difficult to make them believe that I have been given some divine inspiration, but it is more believable that someone you are related
Point
to.
Is, I understand my question. I'm asking is any individual in power.
You're cutting
something else.
You're cutting in and out, man. Cutting in and out, bro. Can hear you now.
Can hear you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, I repeat. What I'm saying is, what source is any individual the Quran or is it some other source?
I don't know. You have to flesh that out, man. I don't know what you're asking. Who's any individual?
Both of you asking what source is any individual, say Ali or whatever individual that you guys are claiming needed something to.
Sorry, I had to answer the door. What were you asking?
Are they using the Quran?
It could have been a story. No, like the corpus or the written physical copy of the Quran doesn't necessarily need to predate any story or any creation. Actually, logically, it wouldn't anyway, because the story you'd have to have the story before you sort of the content of the story before you fill the pages. So no, the idea would have existed, and it's not really far-fetched considering that the Bible and all of these other works existed before the Quran anyway. So no, it's not unfathomable that in a region where, in a sort of burgeoning region where, you know, there was these amalgamated dialects being formed at the time, that people had already had these stories, created these kind of stories to ratify their leadership structure, and then codified it and created the corpus that we now know as the Quran. It's not unfathomable. So I don't think it's that complicated of a scenario for a Muslim, even though it's a detractor for a Muslim to understand. Because ultimately, if you're honest enough to say, if it were not to be true, what reason would one have for the forgery, or the fucking chicanery? Then logically you'd think it's to legitimize the leadership, the power structure, and we've seen it since time immemorial, isn't it? God or theonomies precipitating theocracies. You've seen that throughout history, so it's not really like out of the realms of possible. Especially you believe that your one is right and all the other ones are wrong, so you must look at every single other one of these instances and think they've obviously just manufactured this bullshit to assume control. So, it's probably easier for you to believe that than me, because for all I know, all of them are fucking true. Well, it's unlikely. But anyway, infinite regress. Go on, hit us with it. Why are we so stupid and you're so right?
I would love to deal with it, but my phone is messed up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're breaking up every now and again. Try again now. We can hear you now. Yeah.
The man
Try
said
now
I was
again.
on.
Yeah, his phone, though, to be fair, his phone has broken up in the past. So, but try again.
Wow, Rob, I beat him to a pulp on Dan's show one time. He knows exactly what time it is.
See, look, he's speaking and you can't even hear him.
No, he's not even flashing. Yeah, his icon isn't even flashing. You'd have to reconnect then again. I think
He's a hangout guy.
There's problems.
He's a hangout guy. He doesn't do StreamYards. His phone's not.
Yeah, but the Streamlabs is very problematic with phones. I get cut off all the time.
I'm on a laptop.
See, I don't know why you lot prefer stream.
We don't.
Well, what other option have you got that can go live, right? I mean, otherwise it becomes very complicated because Hangouts doesn't go live. And I think part of what Veli's idea is to get the audience involved, hear it, etc. You can't do that with Hangouts. So you have to use StreamYard, which is the front end that works, and launches you into YouTube. Otherwise, you've only got a webcam option now. So there's no built-in native, multi-panel streaming option in YouTube, unfortunately.
I've noticed that people have started to play with the definition of James.
People have started to play with the definition of infinite. That's what you just said, yeah? Are you speaking now?
Yeah, my mic is messed up. I'm going to leave you alone. You lot go on.
Yeah, Ahmed. Anytime, any place, online or offline. This message, you get me? You can get this work.
But James, presumably you had a conversation with him and you can hopefully steelman his position and say what his view is, and then we can still discuss it.
Nothing, man. It's how it goes. Just countless assertions. This must be for this is this and this is, and the reality is, okay. Firstly, if you're going to rely on the term infinite, you're going to run into an infinite amount of trouble. Excuse the pun, yeah. Like there's issues with especially when you don't have a mathematical understanding, which nor do I, right? But there's issues when you run into this concept of infinite regress. That's number one. And then it's fraught with special pleading. You're essentially saying there must be a cause for every cause, and yet there is no cause to my God. But do you know what? If I hate I hate like because I hate repeating myself, but this is how I beat him up last time, which was, and to be honest, at the time I hadn't even they posed a problem to me, and my initial thought was, you're saying essentially that there's no examples of infinite in the universe, and yet you're saying that God is essentially infinite. And that's when I realized it was a special pleading argument. But then I engaged with it more, and actually went and looked up the definition of I went and looked up the definition of infinite. And you know what issue that they'll always run into, and they would never realize it when they try to separate their God from this universal principle, or from being within the universe, that he has properties outside of it, is their God is subject to space and time. Shall I tell you how?
Go on.
He created the universe. That is a temporal phenomena. He is saying, so, and this is how you do it, right? That is a finite occurrence, especially if you're not arguing for a multiverse. You're not saying God is an infinite universe creator. You're saying God is God and he created the universe. Well, the moment he created the universe, you set up at least 3 instances. That is before he created the universe, him creating the universe, and after he created the universe. But prior to that, it starts
after.
Right, but then it begs an infinite amount of questions. Why every period of time? Because now you've created a time, you've created a temporal occurrence within this infinite stretch, and infinite is meant to be not beholden to any time, infinitely in the past and infinitely in the future. However, now you've got God deciding not to, deciding not to, deciding not to, deciding not to, infinitely in the past, and then there's a point in the future where he decides to create. Then he creates. Then he decides not to. Then he decides not to. Then he decides not to. This is an infinite regress of finite occurrences. You understand? So the exact, even if you try to separate God completely from your problem, and you say, "Oh, God is just an infinite being," you're just going to create a magical scenario now where you're going to create a whole host of special pleas for this God of why he's different. But the entire premise that you based it on is, I observe finite, and finite cannot exist within an infinite process. But by virtue of the fact that God has created the universe, which is a temporal occurrence, you've created a whole host now of finite occurrences within this infinite process. So it's the exact same thing. God creating the universe and finite occurrences in the universe are the exact same problem and the exact same proposition. It's just because you've made so many assertions and you've given God special qualities and magical characteristics, you believe that you're somewhat separate from this problem. No, you're by definition you fall into the exact same issue as what you describe as the infinite regress.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that they have to define God in such a way that it appears to be special pleading, in the sense that, hey, you guys can't have this, but we can imagine a being that can. But I think it depends on which level you're looking at this, right? But philosophically, we could imagine a being that's infinite. We could imagine a being that is massively powerful. I don't think we can imagine a being that's omnipotent and omniscient, because there's problems internally with those. But we could imagine that. So they're going, hey, is this possible? Could a God have done this, right? He could have waited. Well, it wasn't an infinite amount of time. He could have existed infinitely, but he could have at a certain point in God time, to use maybe a philosophical, it's not even a philosophical term, but just a layman's term, he could then have, quote, as you said, decided to create the universe. But the properties that they're invoking are in fact the same properties that they're saying is impossible without a God. But the biggest point is that they haven't demonstrated it's impossible without a God.
Yeah, but I to be honest with you, I'm not like I hate what's the word? I hate tapping myself on the back, but I feel like that's the major issue because I like, we could dismiss their claim from the beginning. But the major point is and I stated in the beginning, your over reliance on the term infinite will be your undoing, because you've created this sort of juxtaposition, or dichotomy of, it's either finite or infinite. Yeah, that's what you've created. That's where the problem lies, essentially. That's the foundation of the problem. But
I do think that. Okay, go on.
No, because if you define these terms, and the definition for infinite is extending infinitely into the past and infinitely into the future, right? As opposed to eternal, which can have an origin point and can go on forever, so on and so forth. Yeah. And hold on, let me just so I help you, so I'm not waffling. Yeah. Just really quickly, bear with me for like 2 seconds. I do need to leave in a second. So infinite, limitless or endless in space, extent, or size, impossible to measure or calculate, for example. Yeah. So
sure it's impossible, but okay, go on.
Well, I mean, I don't know. So what definition is a good definition? Should I look like a Stanford definition?
Yeah, Stanford Encyclopedia probably be good. But I mean, I'm quite happy to accept infinite, meaning that it's limitless into the past or the future, right? That's fine. I think most people would be happy with that.
There's a reason why that is important, that it's impossible to calculate, right? Is because essentially what you're saying is it is beyond calculation in this instance, isn't it? Because there is never going to be a portion of it. There is no portion of infinite. You understand? Does that make sense to you, Rob, or not?
There's no portion of it. Well, I mean, infinite sets in mathematics are fully understood, right, by George de Kempfer.
What, Rob? Give me 1 second, please, so I can hear you, so I can speak. Basically, I couldn't tolerate while I was listening. Look, when we say infinity, first of all, the term God. What we're saying is this universe is a finite universe. We say infinity is a necessity. So whether you believe in God or not, hold on.
That's not a fact.
That's
not a fact.
Let me finish, James, please. Just let me finish, please. Just let me finish, man. That's not the argument I'm making. Just hear me out. What I'm saying is, whether you believe in God or not, you would have to accept that infinity is a mathematical necessity. For the simple fact that we cannot have everything coming into existence out of nothing. So you would have to acknowledge, whether you believe in God or not, that something would have had to have had no beginning and no end. In other words, it's something. Wait. You can argue in a second. Just let me finish, please. You can argue in a second. So when we argue for infinity, we're not necessarily arguing that we're not necessarily coming from a faith-based or because we believe in God or etc. It's what we reckon to be a mathematical necessity. Number one. Number two, and say whether that God or not, let's say that infinite thing or God, whether that decided to at one point, let me take away the term decided because that implies a will or whatever. Let's say whether that infinite thing at one point created something does not take away the fact that it had no beginning. So you're making you're conflating two different arguments. If you want to argue about why did this infinite thing at one point decide to create something, that's one argument. But in terms of this infinite thing being a mathematical, hold on, I'll wrap it up. In terms of this infinite thing being a necessity, that's a separate argument. Over to you.
Right. Yes, that Y can regress infinitely. Do you understand? So this is what you do. I'll show you something. The issue that what you have is you're desperately trying to prove something, right? So any gray area, you're confident to say this is that and that is this and make countless assertions. You don't know any of the things that you've stated to actually be true. For example, you said we know that the universe is finite. No, we know what we observe in the universe from day to day. You and I is finite. We know that. You and I know that, right? But we don't know if the universe itself is finite, right? We don't know that. We don't know if the universe is.
That's another argument, though.
Hold on.
That's another argument. See, all I'm trying to make you do, James, is just like, what is your argument?
Wait, Bob. Yeah. I'm responding to the actual point, and you're trying to overtalk me. Yeah, cool. We don't know if it's expanding and contracting infinitely. If that is the case, then guess what we have there, buddy? Guess what we have there? Go on, tell me.
Huh?
Guess what we have there? If the universe is expanding and contracting infinitely, what do we have?
How can something infinitely expand and contract?
If it is, which you do not know that it isn't, if it is, what do we have then? As per your example, what do we have? Your favorite two fucking words.
If what is? What are you on about?
Infinite regress. We have what you observe to be finite, existing within the universe that has an infinite origin. So logically, based on your argument, there would have been some finite occurrences that would have regressed infinitely, based on your argument. So that is just a fundamental flaw in your beginning premise, which is the universe is finite, right? Well, you don't know that, so you can't make that claim. That's one. Number two, and that would disprove.
Hold on. If you're gonna tell me I don't know that the universe is finite, you'll have to tell me. You'll have to tell
No,
me
what
what in
you
this universe
observe,
is infinite.
what you observe, listen to what I'm saying. What you and I observe is finite. There are theoretical physicists that that can make the case that based on the mathematics that you and I also use for the the applications that we fucking use our phones and whatnot. Those same people that come up with all them genius ideas, they theorize that there's a potential that the universe is infinite. In that instance, your philosophical argument falls flat. It would fall flat, wouldn't it? Because then that would be an example of this infinite regress, which you so detest. Not only that, but if we go,
explain what that is, then.
Hold on. I just did it, but if you can't understand, there's not. We're not going to do this for 5 hours. I'm actually responding directly to you.
First and foremost, relax yourself, man. Chill.
I've got to leave you. I'm trying to get this all out. I've got to leave, so I've got to get this all out really quickly. All right, cool. Then and now to the original point I made when you was off air, or when you was not online. I'm saying that what you don't understand in the way that you're proposing this infinite structure is you're saying that finite occurrences within an infinite process would render that an infinite regress. That was your original argument. You're saying the fact that we observe this universe to be infinite, to be finite, and the fact that finite occurrences go back infinitely, i.e., finite within an infinite process, as far as you're concerned, is a logical impossibility based on your understanding. But I'm saying that they are finite occurrences in this concept of God, i.e., God choosing to or not choosing to create a universe. These are temporal occurrences. Do you understand? So they are bound by time. It would have taken God a period of time to create it. You know why? Because there was a before and there is an after. So if you continuously go through periods where God didn't create, every instance he created or didn't create, that counts as before or after, before is a finite occurrence. It's only because you've limited it to a physical premise. So because I made this chair, therefore I am the cause of this chair. But you don't realize that every sequential thought is a thought to do or not to do is a finite occurrence, because there's a before and there is an after. So within this infinite process, there is finite occurrences, which is subject to your infinite regress. Philosophically, is subject to exactly the same problem. All of that, I've said all of that without even saying that.
You're conflating two different things, James.
No, I'm not.
Creating something at a finite time does not give does not mean that you are finite. What? It doesn't. It's like saying, what you're saying is basically equivalent to saying, you have a son, so you're the same age as your son. That's literally what you're saying.
You've got a limit, bruv. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to demean you, but you've got a limited understanding of what you're even putting forward, because to approach what your argument is philosophically, yeah, we can do that. And I can definitely see the, chicken or the egg. I can see it's confounding. It's quite a nebulous topic when you look at it like that. However, when you also introduce a counter argument, which is therefore it must be. So this is a problem. Yes, this is quite paradoxical. Yes, it's interesting. It's an interesting thought experiment. Now you say, but therefore this must. That is why this is the solution. No, you haven't posited a solution, because your solution is subject to exactly the same paradoxical nature as the initial proposition. I.e., if we observe something to be finite, and we say that therefore there must be some kind of what's the word, man? Unrelated.
Yeah, but we're talking about the thing itself being finite.
I know, but if we say, because you know what is, yeah, you're getting actually a lot of but you're getting a lot of respect from me right now, because anyone in the world could dismiss your argument instantaneously by saying, what is the cause for your cause? And guess what your answer is? Go on, what's your answer to that? Why is there no cause? Why is there no cause for your God?
Because by definition, it's infinite. Like, what part of that do you not understand?
Oh my God, man! All right, yeah, bro. This is just go around in circles, bro.
I don't get it.
All right, cool,
like,
man.
Listen.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, I know you're very passionate about your argument, but even Rob did not. Hold on, man. You spoke and let me speak.
Even what would you say?
Because he gave you an example. Listen. He gave you an example. He said,
I did agree with him.
Listen, before I came on, he said they could easily see you that he's infinite, but he created something that is finite. That does not give him finite attributes.
Oh my God, man! All right. Rob didn't bother to explain
that jump. How do you make that jump?
Right, cool.
Okay, let me hang on. Let me say something based on what James said. James is making the argument because you guys say, hey, if it's naturalistic, you could never get to the moment of now. And James is saying, but hang on a moment, you have a God, right? Who obviously, and the only reason you can say that we have the moment of now is because he decided. But prior to that, there was an infinite amount of time when he decided not to create the universe.
Precisely.
Sorry, repeat that.
What the issue is by the separation, yeah. And do you know what? This is a debate I want to have with Zero. We're gonna have with Zero. This is also, it's literally the same premise. My premise, my refutation is the same. It's special.
By the way, this argument of infinity, it's not limited to God. There's no reason to limit it to God.
No. But you can't hold these paradoxes above your head and say, you know, because of this gray area or because there's something that's seemingly unsolvable, therefore God. It's just so amateurish because at the end of the day,
where have I said therefore God?
Okay, but even if
I'm trying to say, let's not even talk about God.
Do you believe in God?
To infinity, it's fine.
Okay, do you believe in God?
I can literally stay at infinity. It's fine. I don't have to say God.
Do you believe in God?
My argument is infinity is a necessity.
It's so intellectually dishonest, man. Like, you know, you're making a case for God. Don't be scared. Don't be embarrassed to represent your God. You're literally trying to make a case for God.
Relax. No, look, listen. I have no issues I have no issue for God. But what I'm trying to say is, when we speak about infinity, you've got to at least like respect where we come from. We're simply saying it's a mathematical necessity. When we talk about God, that's when we add in the attribute of will.
Listen.
That's when we add it. Hold on, please, man.
Don't do mathematics. Don't do a mathematical necessity. Now you're waffling. That's not what your argument is. Your argument is I observe finite.
You're gonna tell me what my argument is.
But you've said it about 25 times, bruv. You've said it over about the past 5 years. Sorry,
I remember those. I remember every time I spoke about this, man. Don't worry about me.
Let me just
said, mate. Listen. Just separate two things, man. When we argue for God, we're arguing that in order for the infinite to bring about the finite to existence, that requires agency, that requires a will. That's when we speak about God. But in this particular conversation, I'm not even going there. I'm simply speaking about infinity. And we're simply saying that infinity is a mathematical necessity if you have a finite universe. That's it. You ain't got to misrepresent my argument.
All right, okay. Don't use the term universe, yeah, for a moment. You're saying, essentially, yeah, that that God is, let me liken God to an infinite process. And it's okay for God to do some magic.
No, hold on, stop. I did not say God is infinite process.
This is my argument, yeah. So you're saying that God is, sorry, if I want to refer to infinity as an infinite process, let me do that because it's easier to grasp, to digest, yeah. So it's an infinite process. Within this infinite process, yeah, this infinite process that is God, or this infinite process that we can also regard as an infinite being, yeah, whatever you want, but it's a process because infinity is extending into the past infinitely, extending into the future infinitely. This person can up sticks and make whatever the fuck he wants, any kind of magic within it, yeah. So and within that there is periods of time, yeah. There is finite occurrences within that process, isn't it? So there's like, let's say forget a universe, let's say 4 billion galaxies. He could just create 4 billion galaxies on the fly. You get me? 4 billion different instances where he chose to create something. No more than 4 billion. He stopped at 4 billion and number 4 billion. But when he began, it was number 1 and so on and so forth. Yeah, you can believe that, but you can't believe the infinite is the universe is infinite and it produces finite things. Do you see the contradiction there? Yo, Ahmed. Do you see the contradiction there?
He's dropped off. He's lost the connection.
Does anyone else see the contradiction there? It's like, so when you label one of these infinite processes as God, it's okay. We can see temporal occurrences within this infinite structure, but when it's the universe, no, something must precede it. Something must have caused it.
I think that's the main argument to make against them, James, is what is the evidence that the universe in some form cannot be eternal? right? And the only thing that I hear is an appeal to philosophy, because they can't appeal to science, because there are many cosmologists that have models of the universe that are infinite in the past, right? Sir Roger Penrose, Alan Guth with eternal inflation, I think there's another, Sean Carroll's model also has this bouncing universe that is eternal in the past. So there's multiple occurrences of eternal universe. So what we need to just ask the theists is, what evidence have you got that the universe cannot be infinite in the past? And leave it to them, right? They've got to do the heavy lifting, because as you quite rightly point out, they are saying the universe, certainly from a naturalistic point of view, you guys must believe that the universe had a beginning. Well, what do you mean by beginning? And what makes you think that the universe cannot be eternal in some way? And let them do the heavy lifting.
100%, man. I love, this one. They won't ever realize it. Yeah, I'm actually giving you so much credit by engaging with you on your definitions for these terms and showing you why it's incompatible with the overall theme of your argumentation. Like the overall, there's a basic underlying contradiction in your premises. Like you and especially with, you know what I hate now? I've started to realize it, and I've noticed it more. It's either appeal to authority or baseless fucking assertions. We know this. We know that. You don't know that, bro. You don't know that at all. And then this person said this. So fucking what if that person said that? What's that? I'm talking to you right now. You're speaking to me. You should only respond to what I've said. We did this before. And to be honest, I've actually read a bit since the first engagement we had. But the first time we spoke, I remember exactly what I did now is I Googled infinity, and I thought to myself, I was like, yeah, like God creating the universe is the greatest example, is the greatest example of why it would contradict this infinite concept. So like your whole base premise is sort of subject to the same problem.
Okay, let me just make sure I understand you then, James, because I've got to go shortly as well. But let me just, because I'm not sure that I'm agreeing with that. So maybe you can make it for me. I'm not sure that I understood what you said before. So let me preface it. A theist could say to you that God is eternal into the past, but because God is an unembodied mind that has a will, a power, and can make decisions, there could have been an infinite amount of time in the past in which there was no universe, and then at some, let's call it godly moment, in inverted commas, philosophically godly moment, God then decided to create a universe. And they will say, hang on a moment, but because we think God is special and because he's able to do this, the fact that he's existed eternally or infinitely, doesn't mean that he can't create a universe at some point.
All right, so right then and there, that's the category error, yeah? So no, he couldn't have, not infinitely into the past, eternally, and actually that provides a problem in itself, because infinitely is boundless, but you've created a boundary when you said infinitely into the past, implying that there is some kind of stop in the future. So now it's not infinite, it's not going both ways, yeah? But that's not even what my argument is. So right then and there, it provides a further sort of paradoxical quagmire that one must,
I'm not understanding why though. Okay, let's drop that. If we just say God is infinite.
Wait, sorry. So let me I'll go through the stages with you. So in that, if infinite implies boundlessness, so going infinitely into the future and into the past is boundless, isn't it? The second you say up to a point, you've created a boundary, haven't you? So even
okay, hang on a moment. I think what you, but you haven't created a boundary around God, because remember, God is above the boundary.
Let me flow for a second. That isn't my argument at all. I'm just saying, the second you do that, you created an issue, right? What I'm saying is so I said this to Jordan M. If you're saying God is the creator, and by creator, he is an infinite creator of universes. So at every what we would perceive as time or moment, God is creating a universe, right? That makes sense.
That's not their claim, though. No, yeah, but that's not their claim, though, right?
Right, precisely. So now you're saying that infinitely to a point, which is a contradiction in terms. But all right, we'll go through the motions. You're saying up to one point, God decided to create a universe, then created a universe, then continue doing whatever the fuck else he's influencing a miracle at this date, a miracle at that date, whatever else. Well, now because of this agency, every moment prior to the creation of the universe was a moment God either did or did not create a universe. These are finite occurrences. We can label them as this moment he created, this period he created the universe. That is finite within an infinite process. Do you understand? If the universe is infinite, which they're not accepting, the reason they're not accepting it is because we witness finite occurrences. Do you get it? Like they're saying, because we witness this finite occurrence, therefore the universe cannot be infinite. The universe itself cannot be infinite because we're witnessing finite occurrences within it. You're doing exactly the same with your God, because he's choosing to create. He's choosing to create. He's creating. Then he stopped creating. Then he's doing miracles and interacting with the universe. All of these are finite occurrences, but you accept they exist within an infinite process because it's God. But you don't accept it for the universe because of some logic, because of some logical fallacy that some philosophers told you.
Okay, good. So I agree with the second part of it, which is that they're appealing. They're doing, in my view at least, they're doing a they're appealing to what's in the universe and suggesting because things in the universe are finite, therefore the universe must be finite. And I think that's a mistake. But on the other point, if we imagine in our minds that there's a timeline infinitely in the past, infinitely in the future, and God is sitting on this timeline or is above this timeline, they will say he's above the timeline. He's just existing infinitely, right? That means backwards and forwards. If he's doing that, and at some moment, because these are all moments, right? But at some moment, he makes the decision for a universe to come into existence. That doesn't, to my ear at least, unless I'm misunderstanding you, that doesn't negate his infinity. He's still infinite, but he's creating something within that infinite, because you can have an infinite set with finite things within an infinite set, right? That's not incoherent.
Right. And you know what's beautiful about what you just said there, yeah? I agree. That's why I don't have an issue when scientists pose the fact that this universe may be infinite. I don't say, but wait, no. Even though I have no understanding of the theoretical physics you're using to predict whether the universe is infinite in the past or whatever, even though I have this one philosopher that I'm going to quote, and this is my proof as to why the universe can't be infinite. It's ridiculous. I accept the universe could be infinite, and that there's this finite set. The universe has produced this finite set, even though it's infinite. I can accept that. They can't accept that based on the premise, that the previously stated premise, but they can accept the exact same scenario with their God. And you can argue all day. You can argue it's not, because what's happened is you've anthropomorphized the process. So the process is now a man, and because you can relate to a man, you're not going to see it the same way as a universe, spontaneously creating complex life. For that it's an actual, we've separated processes. But when it comes to a man, it's like, yeah, a man, it's like Blade, he's, or it's like one of these fucking magical characters from a TV show, he's existed in the past and he does magic tricks and he can't ever die, he can't ever be killed. It makes more sense because you anthropomorphized it. But if you reduce it down to its most, to the most infinitesimal sort of points of the argument, it is finite occurrences, within an infinite process. That is what both of these arguments are. And one you accept because it's not one you accept because it's anthropomorphized, and the other you don't.
Yeah, I agree with that, right? I do agree with that. And I think the reason they do that, or at least some do, let's not put it on everybody, but some do, is because they use an old, outdated Aristotelian view on infinities. And the view that I often hear people say is, hey, you couldn't get to this moment now if you had a past number of infinite moments. And that's obviously not true. And in fact, there's nothing to say that in either in modern philosophy or in mathematics or in cosmology. So, yeah, I think if they're going to make that argument, they're making it with an outdated version, because we've updated ourselves. We now have infinite sets. Cosmological models are modeled on universes being infinite in the past. So I agree with that. I think they're just not engaging with the latest thoughts on these in different fields. So yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I think what's complicated is my base premise is you're really arguing against infinity in general, right? But you're special pleading for infinity in God's circumstance.
Yeah.
I just worked through the argument logically, and I just got to the point where, because then they kept refining it, right, and saying no, but what's that one? It's like you got a soldier and he's been ordered to shoot someone in the back of the head or something, and then how many who
Hilbert Hotel or whatever. Yeah.
And
Those
it's like
are bad examples. Yeah. Those are bad
But
examples.
when you work through those examples, my first thing in argument, in like arguing, is okay. So what is okay? So all right. So what do you say actually happened? And then when they say like, oh, God created the universe, then you think like, but because you accept one infinite or not the other, let's see what's similar with regards to how many why questions or how many how questions can you ask. Well, you can ask infinitely, why God, why didn't you create a new universe now? But what about now? But what about now? Why now? Why not now? Why not now? Why now? Why after this no more universe?
Oh, they'll just say because that was the moment that he chose to do so, right?
Which now creates, and that's what I'm saying, like it's the level of acceptance. You and I can both accept their version, because I can accept exactly what you can. I understand your line of questioning. But the reason we can accept it is because we're logical enough to also accept the fact that this universe could have produced what we now observe as finite occurrences. We can accept that. Or we can accept that even that the paradox is something to work through, or there is levels of understanding that we may not have. All of that stuff, we're not looking to confirm any of our biases when we just approach these topics. But because there's such a clear observation, all my argument really is designed to do is just shine a light on their belief and saying it's pretty similar to the one that you're saying is impossible.
Okay, but I think what you could do, maybe my suggestion is, again, put the heavy lifting on them. If they are saying, because they will have reasons why, right? They will have reasons why they're saying, hey, it's fine for God to be infinite, but it's not fine for you. And when you ask them, what are the reasons why it's either improbable or impossible for a universe to be in some way infinite, in a naturalistic universe, they will give you some reasons, and then interrogate those reasons. Get them to do the heavy lifting, because your argument is fine, but it's somewhat difficult for everybody to follow. And I think all you have to do is put the heavy lifting on them. Otherwise, you're putting forward, hey, but you guys have got this. And then what it does, actually, it shifts the burden away from them. They no longer have to argue why they think naturalism. Now they're starting to argue with you about the God claim because you've introduced that yourself. Now you could do it, but I think it just shifts the burden away. And the burden is with them to say what it is that makes it impossible for a universe to be infinite in a naturalistic world or reality.
I 100% agree with everything you said, and I feel like I stated a few times to what's the name, Ahmed. I feel like I said a few times that I'm actually engaging you on what I like. What's the word, man? On the most, because obviously I'm not a philosopher, but this is the most philosophical I can be with the argument. As opposed, like when he began, I literally said to him, "You can't prove anything that you just said." But it's one of those things where, if I'm actually even going to engage you, I would want to try to appeal to your better judgment and say, even on this level, even on this, the most childlike approach to this, you can't, like, these are equivalences. They're not, like, you haven't.
Just do bear in mind, though, that, James, obviously all of us are lay people here, but if you engage, if you happen to come across, and I'm not saying that they've got a good point, but I think if you want to engage with it at a higher level, you might come across, at least there might be a Muslim one. I've not come across one, but there are a few Christian theologians which will go into much more depth on this. It's not a slam dunk like we would get here. I still don't think the arguments are good, but when you get into the deeper philosophy, they have got some reasons why, etc. I think Craig's one, for example, is a bad one with Hilbert's Hotel. And I think you're right. It's a case of trying to point this out for the lay people, because we've got to make it all, and we're all lay, by the way. I'm not saying that we on the panel are not and everybody else is a lay person, but there are deeper philosophical arguments, but they do actually boil down to pretty much what you've said. And they need to make the argument. And this whole thing of, hey, if you say to the guy, give me the order to shoot the gun and it goes back, that's an equivocation. That analogy doesn't follow through, and neither does Hilbert's Hotel, which is William Lane Craig's view, right? But what they're trying to do is appeal to people's intuition, and intuition is notoriously poor with certain of these topics, right? Infinites is not an intuitive topic. So they're trying to get people to go, oh yeah, that doesn't make sense, and outright reject the claim without deeper thought. And I think what you're doing there is a good one, is get them to think about this and explain why it's impossible.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to take. I try. That's the hope that I'm able to think, because I don't like exactly like what you just said though. Like, I'm not, slam dunk aside. Like, I'm not. I don't. It's not necessarily winning or losing, because I believe that a lot of what they believe they're catching you out on is paradoxical in nature. So if both people are intellectually honest, you could have a discussion on this for hours, and like, you know, pose different sort of theories or different resolutions or solutions, sorry, to the issue, and you know, and then you counter it with, this doesn't work because of this reason, and so on and so forth. If you engage in intellectually, honestly, these are really sick like thought experiments to do, but then they're not definitive proofs of anything. Like,
no, I agree. I think there's only two roads you can go. You either go the philosophical route or you go the scientific / cosmological route. Now, Skydive Phil is more of an expert in the cosmological, but then you got people like Alex Malpass, Ozymandias, other atheist philosophers on YouTube that will go the philosophical route, and they will challenge the philosophical underpinnings. To me, the philosophy needs to be based on what we understand about reality, and our understanding of reality has changed, and I think philosophy does need to keep up with that.
Yeah, I definitely believe that my approach is definitely unrefined and unsophisticated. I won't ever lie that. But it is a direct attempt to engage it philosophically, just in that I'm working through the actual example. And that's why I hate when people like they start to take God off the table. You know, we're not talking about God, but if we just accept that it's somewhat paradoxical in nature, and that is far more complicated, like from a philosophical perspective, than like an open and shut case, whatever, then there isn't really much to discuss.
Well, I think if they, yeah, go on. Sorry,
we should. So no, but just finish that. If you're positing some kind of solution to this, then we must work through that example in the same way that you want to criticize the sort of a correlation between finite and infinite within the universe. We like, I feel like that's the first thing we need to do is define the term. What you mean by infinite and finite, and give me examples of them, and then give me your example of what seems to buck the trend, and then let me work through that with exactly the same telescope that you've used, or whatever the instruments that you've used for the universe. But yeah.
So there's two parts of this. I don't think you have to necessarily. They can take God off the table, and they can challenge us and say, well, okay, we're not even talking about God. We're just going, you guys, you know, an infinite universe is not possible or improbable, right? And then we don't even have to go to God. For me, I'm going to say to the person who says that, okay, what's your evidence for that? And now the burden is on them to show. I don't even have to ask them whether they've, because it could be that there's a naturalist that believes the universe cannot be infinite in the past. So it doesn't matter to me. But I do think, though, that it would be intellectually honest for them to go, okay, have that discussion, and then let's have the same one with a God. I do think, though, I suppose that they will have in their own mind, at least, an easy explanation. God is infinite in the past. He's all powerful. He's all the omni qualities, or whatever the case is. And for them, that is the explanation. Now, you could, of course, ask, well, how do you know that's true? That would be much more difficult for them to answer. But if you just ask, well, okay, in your world view, because you've challenged my naturalism, now we'll challenge your theism. In your worldview, how do you show that's the case? I don't think they can show it, but they can give a coherent explanation for why it could be the case. And that's all that they will be able to do. And for the onlookers, right, they will feel quite happy that that's been answered, even though the how do you know that part hasn't been answered.
But you can't, yes, I'm saying, you literally, if they remove God from this argument, it literally goes, we know the universe is finite. No, we don't. No, we don't. We know there's some things in the universe that are finite. Fair enough. That's a good point. So therefore, the universe couldn't be infinite into the past. Again, no, that could be. So
yeah, we'll just ask them why. What's your evidence for that, right?
But even that, of the three premises, two would be false if we isolated the argument to just what naturalists or physicalists or materialists believe. Literally, like, two of the three premises would be incorrect. So where would we go with the discussion? We would go nowhere. To philosophically engage with them, they would have to relate it to something for us to even engage with. Like, so you could just say infinite regress, guy shooting a guy infinitely doesn't make sense. I could agree with you. Yeah, fine, doesn't make sense. Then where does the conversation go? Nowhere. Then you have to say, okay, this is, as it relates to the universe, this is why the universe can't be X. Well, then, as you said, we could say just prove it. That's the conversation over again, because they can't. Or they would say that, or this is why the God argument is more convincing. Now we have a real discussion to be had. Outside of that, remove the God. I don't need to engage. You haven't made a case of anything. And that's why his issue. That's why he's so scared, because the first time we did this, I pretty much made a similar argument, but there was a lot more of me questioning him. So saying, what does this mean? What does that mean? Like, if this happens there, isn't that the same as this? And literally, he just kept going. If I can remember correctly, it was just pretty much him going, you don't understand. And then me kind of responding with, obviously, you don't understand what I'm saying, because So it just got a bit stupid.
I don't know. In your I've got to literally go in about 2 minutes. I don't know. In your previous discussion, if you brought in the God, I would perhaps suggest or invite you to think about not bringing in the God. Just deal with the because he's made the claim that it's impossible or improbable the universe can be infinite in the past, or just infinite, whatever term you want to use, and stick on that. Okay, Ahmed, why is that the case? And then, challenge the analogies, because he's going to give you the analogies of, the false equivalence or the equivocation fallacy. Hey, these things in the universe, do we know of anything that's infinite? Well, we do know of infinite mathematical sets. We don't know of an actual infinite, but we also don't know that an actual infinite is impossible. And if you're going to make the claim that an actual infinite is impossible, then the burden is on you. Please go ahead, Ahmed, or anybody else on planet Earth, to make that claim or that argument, and then we can deal with that. Because if you bring in God and you say, hey, but you're God, now suddenly the part about him having to defend or to give an argument, that goes out the window, because now he starts to argue about the God with you. And if he gets the better of you there, then it feels like he's quote unquote won, in which case he hasn't, but he's never actually. Just stick with it. Don't even bring God in, I would suggest, because otherwise you're letting them off the hook a little bit.
When we get more time, because I'm gonna think about
we
it
can do it
myself.
together again with him or somebody else, because I've got to go now.
You and I, I want to. When we get more time, I want to flesh out. I'm gonna flesh out my example of why his infinite God doesn't work in it, or the occurrences will finite. Sorry, we'll sort it out. But Khan, you there?
Cool, mate. Thank you so much. We'll chat again soon.
Big up,
Rob. Yeah, big up, James. We say, brother. But me, yeah.
I got to fly out in it, but I don't want to. Obviously, Khan, man, wake up, no man.
Yeah, no, you must be dead. You're nothing bad. You got nothing bad time still.
He's saying he left his brother to die, but I wish you had hangouts, man. I could just hit the roads and jump on the thing, man.
Yeah. Soon come, man. Hopefully this weekend now, because I had to get a whole new laptop now, innit? So Friday you should get back to the bar. Obviously, I'll be at work in it. Weekend.
I'll be back in the zones in a couple hours, man. I'm back soon.
Alright, see you now, man.
In a bit, my brother.
Yeah,
okay. Someone jump on, man. Someone.
Come true, man. You hear me? Come true, B. There's no you talking bad. Oh, God. Yeah, man. Oh, it's G-Block in there. You get me? Yeah, so. Man, you get me? Right, let's go around my bed. Yeah. You say, man. Who wants you with the belly? Yeah, man. Let's have it, right? So, we got the people in the chat. Yeah, it's G-Block in there. People them have got to jump in and join the convo, though. Obviously, you get me? Where else is? Yeah. Speak out here. You get me? Like, man's in the countryside in Essex, you know. You know that film Essex Boys? You know where the brother got shot? By the dog in the fucking Range Rover. Yeah. I mean, them is there still. Yeah. Scan on though. So anyway, man, let's get back to the question of the day, innit? What policies could the government implement that could cause anarchy? Yeah, are there any policies that the government could implement that could cause total anarchy? Everyone just says, fuck it. Like it. Yeah, man. Same, man. James is the top shooter, cuz. He got his bear, man, out here. That's it. Spot. Trying to think of a policy that they could implement that could cause total anarchy. I'm having trouble thinking of one at the moment. Some people said banning alcohol. Yeah. There's ways around that, though, isn't it? So I don't think we'll have to get so anarchy. And even that, yeah. It's like, yeah. I said he wants it with the ex-Muslims. Right, man. Them scatter. So what? We'll conduct that, yeah? We don't want to debate me, can't? No, I'll badge you up, man. Joker. I want to badge you up, man. Bad. You are. You get me? Shout out to the people that are in the chat. Everyone that's commenting, liking, sharing, subscribing. Loving that, man. You guys on the rise right now, B. Yeah, man. That's dope. Wow. Now we do, bro. Now we do. Yeah, I'll type man like Maverick in the chat. The Mavs. Yeah. Come on. Know that, bro. G Block forever, for life. It's for life. B. Come on. Now we do. Granted, man like scientific. Come on. We saying B. Yo, yeah, hear me? The mic is on me, though. That's what I'm yeah, man. So we got my like Anton in the building, though. Obviously, once he's connected, he'll come through with some chatting. You hear me? But you definitely have to download Google Chrome or something like that. I don't know if Brave browser works on that. Still, but yeah, we need to do something. Yeah, man. So man got the right, man's got a fucking boiler to fix right now. So give it like a little 10, 20 minutes. That money. Slap on it out there. So yeah, sorry, man. But look, while I'm driving as well. You get me? You can't read the chat at the same time. I'm trying to find somewhere to turn around in this small spot where I am. So,
Mike's on mute still, you know, Keith. Mike's still on mute. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man. I don't know. Anton's phone don't like stream yards, you know. Maybe there's an issue with the giant still. That's me. Yo. Yeah, my bad. I'm trying to look for this place. I'm trying to look for this place, B. Can't find him still. Yo. I can't hear you, you know. Your thing keeps popping off, like, drop it off, guys. Like, yeah. So what? Who's coming in to join the party? Yeah, some daytime chatting, do you hear me? Place up properly. 73, that's why. Motherfucker. I did find it. I was looking for the wrong number. Alright. Flop. Outside my property. Trying to sort this out still. Yeah, big up the people there, man. Yeah, my bad for not talking still. It's true, man. Trying to find somewhere Maverick X, Savage James, Red Samaru. I'm a big Yo. My bad. The fucking, yeah, man. You man got to jump on though, man. True stories. Obviously, all the things, man. No, the thing is that my fuck's sake. There we go. Right, yeah. Someone try jumping real quick, man. So I can add you to the stream. Car, obviously. Yeah, my other phone just cut out, man. The reception went. Bust off, you get me? Fucking, and the battery's gonna die on this next phone, you know. So someone jump in, I have to lock it off still. Obviously, I can't leave it in silence. Yeah. Yo, so who's jumping in though, man? Alright, 4 minutes. Alright, say nothing. Go to Jacob. See if I can jump on my phone real quick. Let's go to battery. Oh, come on, Melanie. Goddess. What's up?
What's up? What's up?
What's going on, man? You cool, yeah?
Yep. What did I miss so far on the G block?
There was a little bit of a debate earlier on with Ahmed and Rob, and no, Ahmed and James. Sorry, not Rob. And then James and Rob was yeah, James and Rob was having a discussion, and Rob was playing the fierce position. And then, yeah,
Wait,
I was gonna
what?
hot up Khan. I was
James
gonna
was
bad
a
him up.
fierce? I mean, Rob was
No,
a
no, no,
fierce?
no, James. Rob was a fierce. Yeah, Rob was playing the fierce position. Yeah. So then I was gonna have a debate with Khan, but he ran away. Got shook. You got me.
Oh, who? Khan ran away from Rob?
No, Khan ran away from me, man. I
Oh,
was gonna debate him on whatever he wanted to debate in it, like on the
what?
topic of himself, but anything he wanted to debate on, man. But he got shook and run off, man. You get me?
Nah, you leaving something out, really. Come on.
Yeah, that was it, man. I'm like, Ross,
Yeah,
all right.
Khan.
You get me? Khan, all around. Khan, boy,
Khan ran
around.
from Rob, and now he running from you? What?
The shaky ones. All right, yeah, the other phone's working now.
You dropped out?
Hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Mm-hmm. Hello?
One.
Oh no, you sound funny. Okay. You sounding like a robot. Robot. What's good, Jen? Rich LK, what's good
I
with
need
you?
to go and do this job, man.
You about to go do a job? You still sound like a robot, really.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound like a robot.
Oh. That's
Yep, bad reception. What's up, God of Jacob?
yo. You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Bro, if you can hear me.
Yep, I can hear you. Yes. Can you hear me?
You gotta take over this.
Okay, well, somebody gonna jump on. I know somebody gonna jump on, and we could have a little conversation. Let me see. Is he even there? Really sound like he is calling from the moon or something. Like, damn, this reception is bad. Let me see what y'all talking about in the chat. Okay, Maverick, pick up yourself. Ryanso, don't know who that is, but big you up. I haven't seen you around. What is it, Bionicle? I don't know if I'm saying it right. Bionicle. I don't know. Munda, big up yourself. Scientific Method was giving me jokes earlier. I was in the chat. Big up Scientific Method. Let me see what you guys are saying now. Oh, God of Jacob is backstage. Belly, if you're listening. Belly. Okay. Boy, I literally woke up, fell asleep, woke up again, fell asleep, and I woke up again. I wish I knew someone.
Yo, Todd, what's good? What's good, everybody?
What's good? Peace
Oh
to
shit.
you.
Yeah. Another day.
Another day.
So what up? Yo.
We can hear you. Maverick?
So what's the topic of the day? Was there a question attached to this? I don't know.
Oh, that's true. Let me see. What's the question? Hold on, let me go.
It says, could government policies ever cause anarchy? Well, since me and you are both over here, I would say the only one that I can see causing anarchy is the Second Amendment, taking away white folks' guns. They would lose it. Outside of that, I don't know.
Yeah. I would agree with you. I would say none of the current existing policies would. But if they implemented some other policies that the people, I think sometimes like if I said like if they wanted to like re-enslave black people or something like that, make a policy about it.
Yeah, I don't think today's black person in America ain't gonna go for that shit.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they really gonna be in for a fight. And the only reason I say that because today's black man don't fear the white man like that. You get what I'm saying? I don't know if they did before, but I just don't see it happening. And not trying to say that our ancestors were fearful, but it's gonna be hard pressed to get some black people back in slavery over here.
Well, I think that to some degree, our ancestors initially felt like strangers or visitors in someone else's home, someone else's territory. So you would feel kind of scared. But I think today, black people, one, they the link to another area is kind of diminished. You know, like the language and just knowing that there's any ties somewhere else. So today's black man really feels very comfortable here. So they're gonna stand up and not kind of take that. So I would agree.
Outside of that, I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot of these what you would say like controversial policies or things that you would think would be people would be at an uproar. I think that they're like very, very small incremental changes, so you don't recognize the change. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like maybe in like 1930, if they were gonna uh, give young people birth control and contraceptions and give them abortions without the parents' consent, and if they just boom, they just did that out of nowhere in like 1930, 1940, people would be like, hell no. They'll be like pulling their kids out of school. It'll be a big thing.
Yeah.
But they made very, very small incremental changes and changes in public health and and they found with the HIV epidemic growing and like all these changes till in 2020 anything could happen to your child in school.
I don't know if I lost you or we cutting out. Something happened. Mic check. Mic check.
Got a Jacob. I can hear you.
Oh yeah, we good now. I don't know if that was me or you.
I heard you. I just don't think you could hear me.
Oh shit, we good now.
Oh, I was saying that in 2020 your child could pretty much be treated medically for a whole host of things and without your permission.
Yeah, that's true. You in that you work in that type of profession, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Did you give your child coming up the whole shot cycle treatment? You know the shots you're supposed to have at 3, then 5, then
I
on up.
did. I just didn't, I don't have a baby, so I didn't I didn't I didn't know back then. I wasn't a person of a question that questioned things and like I was just this is what they say I need to do. But the the more I started questioning things, the less on top of that I became. So I don't even know what age you're supposed to stop, but I think I don't remember him getting any shots like after like 9 or something.
Yeah, we didn't give my daughters the shot, cycle, the regimen. We gave them certain ones, but not the whole, the ones they say you need this to start school and you need that. Some of them we just was like, hell no, we don't know enough about that. So, and they turned out okay, but we was just like, oh hell no. So yeah, I don't know. But do you follow politics over here?
No, I really don't. I'm one of those people that don't. I always say that I should, but it's just not. Um, it's not that interesting. And not that it's not that only that it's not that interesting. It's almost as if it's this. It's not like two sides, like a dollar bill and a quarter. It's
Right.
literally like one quarter, and it's two sides of the same coin. So I just feel like at the end of the day, you're just picking which person is gonna.
Lesser of two evils, huh?
Yeah.
Right. So what you think about that whole Dwayne Wade situation?
Um.
I hate that to death. That he's letting his child run.
How old is the child?
It got to be about what 10, something like that, or maybe a little older. Maybe a little older. But I
Oh
just
wait. See that would make a difference for me.
I just don't I don't agree with that. He letting his child parade around like I don't care. If you was in my house, you have no choice but to be a boy. When you get out, you can be whatever you want to be. And how they promoting it and is okay with it, I have a problem with that. And I used to
Well,
be a
okay,
Wade
so
fan.
his child wants to be a boy a girl in what way?
He's pretty much saying he's attracted to men. He's gay, pretty much, and and they rocking with it. You get what I'm saying? And I don't like that.
Oh, okay. So his child is what, 10 or 11 or something like that?
He's a young guy. I'm not sure the age, but he's 12. Yeah, he's 12 years old.
Okay, so he's 12 years old.
Right.
And so you're saying that if your 12-year-old told you they were gay, they would have to suppress their gayness?
In my house. Because I mean, like 12 years old, and I'm gay. What the hell? Where did that come
Well,
from?
at 12 years old, I knew I was heterosexual. So, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm 12 years old.
Did you really?
Yes.
Okay,
You,
I'm just
you
asking. My bad. My bad.
yeah, you didn't think you weren't attracted to the opposite sex when you were 12. You didn't think that girls were cute. You
Yeah, I
just
knew
think,
they was cute. I'm just having a hard time dealing with how he's not up in
well,
arms about it.
you got to think he's a kid and he's not feeling the same way about girls that other boys are. Like 12 years old, like I was cussing bad word. I wasn't like sexually active or anything, but I was cussing bad words. You know, I knew a little bit about sex, and yeah, I knew that boys were cute. You know, the boys were already like, we were playing like, um hide and go get it, 7 kisses and 11 humps, all that stuff at the age.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
So imagine he's a little boy, and
Hmm.
instead of humping on a girl, he's wanting to be one of the girls. So maybe one of the boys could chase him. Like he's gay. He's having these desires. You know, I think that as a parent who I'm not sure I would completely embrace homosexuality in my house. So I don't think I would be comfortable with that. But what I could say is I could understand that my child, yeah, somebody, Sam Maroon's laughing. I said 7 kisses and 11 humps. Yep. Um, I think I would be able to recognize and just accept that my son is not like a typical boy, and he has different desires, and he will have to. I would encourage him to express that towards the outward world in a safe way. I would educate my son about the harms that everyone doesn't embrace this, and I would fear for his safety because he's still my child. I don't want him to get beat up. and or stabbed or killed because of his desires, those are the things I would but I wouldn't be one of the people that is responsible for depression and suicidal ideations and suicidal thoughts and things like that. And that's the kind of pressure that kids get when they get that rejection. And they're going to get that rejection from everyone else. So why, as their parent, do I want to be on that list too?
I don't know. I don't know. I would have to disown them, man, for real.
At 11 years old.
At 12 years old, you can't be around me with that.
So you just put them in foster care or something like that, just abandon your child?
Go stay with your grandma, somebody. But you can't be walking around here with no pumps on, no shit like that. I know it sounds mean
See,
and
that's what I'm
cruel.
saying. Like, so your child can, they can know that, okay, you don't approve of them dressing like a girl, so to me there would have to be some guidelines. Like, you can't just dress like a girl.
I have one guideline: you can't like other men.
No, that you can't. You really can't control that.
I can control it in my house.
You can say you can't say they can't like it. You can say you cannot have a boyfriend. You can't be dating someone and they come to the home. But you can't say you can't like them because they're gonna see boys and have an attraction. So then what you can't stop that. That's something you have no control. That's like telling your daughter she can't masturbate. It's by yourself, bruh. You won't even know I'm doing it. See what I'm saying? Like,
but for me to accept it is me helping promote that type of activity.
No, how is that promoting it?
Because I'm just saying.
What's the definition of promote?
I'm saying it's okay. I'm promoting the product. I'm saying,
no,
look
that's
at
not
here.
promoting.
This is a product you should invest in.
You could. I would understand if you use the word endorse, even though I don't think so. But promote, you would
let's
literally
use both
have
of them
to.
then. Well, let's use both of them: endorse and promote.
No, but promote would be you telling other people, "Hey, you can do this." See what?
But Dwayne Wade has been on his podcast doing that, saying he supports LGBT.
But that's not what I'm saying. Is you said if you tell your child that you don't have control, all they doing is sharing it, which you didn't make them do that. You don't have no control over who they desire or not. You could hate it all day long. You could never ever speak to them. You don't have, because that, to me, that's like saying you made yourself be attracted to women. I don't feel like I made myself be attracted to men.
So if your son came to you right now and be like, "Mom, you know what? I've been suppressing this shit." Bam,
listen, I came up very, very homophobic. For me to get to where I am right now is a lot of progress, a lot of me challenging some of my thoughts, right? Because I have a Caribbean background, where homophobic.
Caribbeans don't play that shit.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm telling you,
limbs off.
But see, it's when you because if it's like, oh, I don't deal with them people. I don't, burn them, fire for them, all of that kind of stuff. It's different. But then when that fire for them is your cousin, and it's your cousin that you love, it's your cousin that they're nothing bad about them. They're not this, they're not that. All of these negative thoughts, it's very conflicting. It's very conflicting. And then it's not your cousin, it's your homegirl. And it's not your homegirl, it's your home. And it's like, then you start to be like, okay, well, look, you can't talk to me about anything you're doing with another girl. You start having rules like, look, because you don't want to lose that person from your life.
I don't know. I'm like, have you tried liking girls? I mean, something got to be.
What? I'm telling you.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about. I will ask my son, "Have you tried liking girls? Like, what's the hang up?"
Of course they have. I can listen. I talk to from my job. I'm telling you that if they could choose to be typical or what you call normal, they would, because they don't like the being ostracized.
Right.
They already go through so much, like almost feeling like, what's wrong with me? Why, now I'm causing all of the stress. Like, they go through phases where they pretend. I had a young man. He would be like, "Oh yeah, that's my girlfriend," and then he's like getting nauseous at the thought of kissing her, because he feels like, okay, at this age, everyone's going to expect me. They have so much social pressure. Everyone's expecting him to do certain things with a girl, to be a certain way with a girl, and he did not like a girl.
Everybody's expecting him to be normal.
Right. So if you're abnormal, do you think you're proud of that? Do you think that feels good? That's what I'm trying to say. So as a father, to be like, "Hey, have you ever tried to like a girl, son?" Yeah, dad. And it's not working.
So just because he's my son, I should continue to love him and
You
feed
can
him.
love some. Listen. You can love your child and not like their actions. Don't, you can love your child and not approve of their actions.
Yeah, but what if you got other siblings around and they see that type of behavior? That's
They gonna see
normalizing
that
that.
type of behavior. Hello, they see that type of behavior everywhere. So unless you move into a whole I don't know what community you're gonna be raising them in, that they're not gonna be exposed to homosexual people. There's on television. There's on the radio. There in damn Shrek. In Shrek, they had a transsexual character. I mean,
See, they promote that through media. See, that's what I don't like, man. Maybe
okay, that's promoting. I'm agreeing with you. So what I'm saying is that if your child, like one of my clients has a younger brother, the younger brother is nothing like the older brother. Younger brother, it acts like a typical
But
boy.
they both like women, right?
No, one does not. The older one does not.
Well, one got to go.
And the older brother is not impacting, his ways aren't rubbing off, that he's not influencing him to be gay. It's just the younger brother's like, okay, my brother's different. Like, okay, that's not like how I am. I like girls. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not going to, being around a gay person, if you're heterosexual, is not going to make you gay. The only way you'll be gay is if you're already gay.
Nah, ain't nobody born gay. I don't believe that.
Listen, you think if you were in a room with a bunch of gay people, somehow it's gonna make you gay? Of course not. I'm not making the argument of being born, change. I don't know when the change happened. The day after people aren't born with high blood pressure, but they develop it, right?
Correct.
Being in a room with everybody with high blood pressure is not going to give you high blood pressure.
I don't know. I couldn't get down with that. My son up there.
See, Jim Wallace said you can't catch gay. You can't.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't. You have got to be kidding me. You thinking that you can catch it?
You stay around them people long enough, you can catch gay.
No, that sounds ignorant.
It does, but I'm trying to make a case.
Yeah, but you that sounds like that's a very ignorant case. You stay around them long enough. No.
I don't know. I'll have to just try to make another son. Get rid of that. I mean, not get rid of it. I don't know. But after all that, I'm not a D Wade fan no more. For him supporting that move.
Yeah, I think that I'm grateful because I've made progress. You know that I can actually think of it from like a logical perspective. But if it was
Hold
very
on, hold on,
close
hold
to
on, hold on, hold
home,
on,
I
hold
don't
on.
know.
Jim Wallace, I have two daughters. This guy does have kids.
Yeah, he has kids, but he has daughters. You know what I'm saying? So like him thinking about his if he was to have a son, if his son that's a lot for especially a man to deal with. They're thinking of their son as their legacy. You know, the person
Yeah,
that's going to carry on their name. So that's I understand the mindset. Believe me,
you cutting off the line, man. What's going on?
I think that um I think that for people who
Hold on, Jen. I can say get
choose.
rid of them easily, but go ahead. I'm not gonna pay Jen no mind because Jen, I'm not the only one who think like this. Believe it or not, even though it may sound a little crazy.
He's saying that because he's, has very strong homophobic ways. He's not the only one. My first
Ri-
my first client, when I was doing family therapy, they had it was pretty much this dynamic. But the young man, he was in high school already when his family found out,
Right.
because he was trying to hide it, which most kids would try to hide it. Um, Dwayne Wade's son probably has a better relationship with him. And so he was able to tell his father at a younger age. This young man, he never really had uh like a nurturing relationship with his parents, so he tried to hide it. And when they found out, um, they pretty much told him that he would have to hide those tendencies. He couldn't express any kind of gayness or whatever you would call it in the house. And they told him that when he graduated high school, that he would be cut off from the family, that he wouldn't get any financial help for college or anything, and that he would be on his own, and
And
that
I
would
don't
be that.
disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. Do you?
I don't know. I can't disagree with how someone else chose to deal with it. I don't know. I think I would.
Let me ask you a personal question. How would your child's father feel about that situation? And you ain't even got to go on. Just knowing him, how would you think he'd react?
I think he initially
He'd be
would
with
he
me.
would have a hard time dealing with his son being gay. He would.
Yeah, yeah. See, Jen, I'm not the only one. But Veli, the Telect is backstage. If you can hear the Telect, the black Telect is backstage. But
But
yeah, I
but
just
you're
thought that
saying
was
my
interesting.
child's father, I would have a problem too. I just wouldn't cut them
Why?
off. But just because I don't cut them off, I would have a huge problem. I mean, when my son was younger, I was super on him. Like, look, do not let no one touch you. I don't
Mhm.
care who it is, uncle, friend, I don't care. Don't like I was so much because for me there was a huge connection between being molested and homosexuality.
But
Hello, hello.
hey, if you was molested, I can understand why you would have some of those type of feelings.
But you saying, okay, so let me ask you this, God of Jacob. You're
Mhm.
saying
No,
if a
but then
person
you got people who lie about getting
Well,
molested.
hello, how you doing
wait,
too? Go ahead.
hold
Don't
on one
interrupt,
second.
man.
You got people
What's up,
who lie
Telect?
about
Hold on.
Listen. Don't interrupt, Shy. Let them finish their thing, man.
Hold on, listen. You're saying that if a person, your background, to like, I think you might, you're
Sorry.
saying that if a person was molested, you would understand, right?
Yeah, because he'd be
When
psychologically scarred, and now you
okay,
fucking with the child's head.
so hold on. Now I'm not talking about like if it was hypothetically your son. but just how you think about homosexuality in general. Were you around that day when I read the statistics about molestation in the Black community
I
and
was
how
not, to be
many
honest.
you was not?
Nah, I don't think I was probably because I be in
So
and off sometimes.
okay, so I'm just gonna tell you this, right? And maybe, just maybe, when you see young Black men that are extremely flamboyant and it's just making you so mad, maybe it'll make you just a little bit less mad. I'm not saying it's for you to just embrace it, but 1 in 4 women, Black women, have been molested, and the number for men is 1 in 6. That's still a very high percentage, right? 1 in 6 Black young people were molested in their early childhood. That is high. So when people say things like homosexuality is growing in the Black community, I mean, it, that's I just can't look at them. I don't know what happened to these people.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question?
Anyway, big up to the panel. I'll go after this guy since he started
Yeah,
speaking.
big up, Talek and Shaheen. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Shaheen.
big up United, big up
My bad, I took a phone call, but go ahead, continue.
Yeah, my question is, would you have individuals who say that they have got molested when they were a child, but in reality they have not, and they have shown like signs that they haven't had that, if you know what I mean, if you get what the question is?
You saying, is it possible for someone to say that they was molested when they wasn't?
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
There are people that do that.
Because
Yeah, go on.
No, I know that. I'm just saying. But it's not it's not
for example, a person can do that because they want attention. They want. There's a lot of reasons for a person who who says they have, but otherwise their actions speak louder than words. You know what I mean? Obviously, I'm not naming individuals, but yeah, like I've seen a couple of individuals on the internet saying that they have got molested, but then in reality, when you look at their actions, they haven't. So
wait, but
yeah,
no. What's actions of a person that's molested? What is that?
okay, so for example,
So how does a person? My question is, how does a person who was molested? How do they act? How should they act?
If a person
Great question.
has been molested as a child, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say they wouldn't say disgusting things towards another person in a way that would show the people that they have not been molested. Now, let me explain what I mean, because my words can be misconstrued.
Mm-hmm.
For example, if a person who has been molested, they will not say such things as, for example, when I see your child at 6 years old, I'm gonna go up to her and fuck her. A molested person who has been molested wouldn't say that.
The hell are you talking about, bro?
Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree. I think that
why is that?
Because people who were molested, one of the things is they have a very distorted way of expressing sexuality because their innocence was taken from them. So sometimes, not all, but sometimes a person who was victimized then becomes a perpetrator, and they can be responsible for victimizing others, or at least they may not see as much harm in it. So I wouldn't say that. Like,
let me just chime
Hey,
in
to
there.
that black man, tell me how you feel on this subject.
Okay. Let me go backwards. So let me deal with what the guy just said just now. Like, there are some people expect a specific set of actions that follow, let's say, abuse, right? So some people, let's say some women, if they've been abused or raped or whatever, like, they will be very careful around men. They will just be like very guardy all the time and whatever else, or at least for a good number of years, right? Then there's others will do exactly the opposite. They, to get over that fear, they will just go out there and be more loose than the women we call loose. Do you get what I'm saying? And that has happened. And generally what I believe at the moment is that a lot of the women we call names, I think they've been abused. A lot of them that are so-called loose, or there's certain names they call them. And I definitely feel that a lot needs to be done in the community or the world. I think it's just Melanated spoke about black women. I do think there's a hell of a lot more abuse going on, and that is yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is, to be honest, I think that's a major problem that's wrong with society. And I think that a lot of boys, if they're being abused, this is possibly why a lot of them are turning to gangs and all kind of thing, because I think it's very difficult if a boy comes out and says, if he's been abused by a male, obviously, if it's a female, I think it's a lot different.
It's very difficult for them to say something.
But I think that it's easier for girls to say it. I think.
Right. Right. Mm-hmm.
But I think for boys, it's done something to their manhood. You know what I mean? So I think that's where the anger comes from in certain of these youth. I think in gangs. In relation to, right, so there's two other things. Number one, can somebody be turned gay without being, can they be turned to that, whether through hanging around or being abused, they end up being that way. There was a mixed race guy who's like a famous-ish actor on English TV, and he said he became gay because of the culture. He started hanging around with that kind of thing, or them type of people, and he got into it, and he said, nah, it's a nasty scene and all of that kind of thing. And he was saying, nah, he just sort of got into it, but it wasn't him. So I think there's two parts to it. But the other part, somebody said he's going to give me a bill if I don't say Sunni, but my name today on here is Bun Sunni Finger Batiism. If you look at what was said, right? I don't know if you got a Jacob and Melanated. Have you heard of Bacha Bazi? Have you heard of this? Got a Jacob? Okay, so in Afghanistan and certain areas like Pakistan and so on, they have little boys dressed up with makeup like little girls, and they take them on the journeys, when they're wherever they're going in the desert or whatever, and they use them like little girls. So obviously, when they grow up, what else role are they going to have in society? Do you see what I'm saying? That's what they know. That's what they've got used to.
I haven't. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did you hear what I said though? Got a Jacob?
Yeah, I heard you, but I don't even know what you're talking about. But I'm listening.
Yeah, Bachabazi. So they're boys who have been basically taken by these men and being used like little girls. So when they grow up, that's what they know, and that's how they've known, pleasure, so to speak, is as it were. You know what I mean? If the culture nurtures that, so there obviously are some ways in which males and probably females as well can be normalized into them, and that's the way that they think sex is. If you think of what Waleed and Zubaydah were talking about, although they were directing it at a black man, the thing that she said was that's part of their culture. Now just think of it now, using your finger and sodomizing to humble people, to humble males. Like, How does that? And I've heard of this before. I just didn't want to really bring it up. But imagine that being a way in which, you know, instead of like with us, we used to get boys in the headlocks, like the younger lot. If we were, let's say, 14, 15, the younger boys, we would get them in a headlock and like put our knuckles in their head, you know, give them pain. Do you know what I mean? We would, you know, no sexual force. It's just, you know, you can be humbled this way. You need to behave, bruv. You know what I mean? You're getting a bit naughty. You're getting a bit out of hand. You get me? That's how we know it. Just imagine a culture where this is normal to humble you.
That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. So there's a lot of this weirdo stuff, and I've generally found amongst people of color where this has been normalized, you generally find a presence of Greek and Romans too, or at least Romans. Now remember, Romans used to say women are for breeding and boys are for pleasure. So it's normal to have little boys in the street as their plaything. So imagine if that was the norm wherever they went. So they made that a norm and the people took it on board. You know what I mean? So I do think there is something to say of those people who grow up. They wouldn't have been that way. I think once they start abusing them at that age and make it normal, that's something they get into. I don't know.
You have that especially in jail culture. You know, that's exactly how they humble you. You know, they may not take a shank to you and stab you up. They may just, you know, humble you from behind and, you know, give you a little act right, and I bet you your attitude change. You know, you might listen to whatever directions they telling you, or you may submit and smuggle drugs in, or however they want to use to whatever it is that they want to get you to submit to. That's
Wow.
definitely a strategy.
That is nuts, man. I swear. Like, you know what's weird though? I just think it's so weird that would be, you know, if someone was sentenced to prison for something, and then you get this treatment in there as well. Like, how would that not? Hold on. Afghan conduct says, yeah, Isa, tell us about the mass paedophilia problem in Jamaica by blacks like you. What? No. That ain't me. Whatever.
What are you talking about?
He says about Jamaica. Who said I'm from Jamaica? And
man, Jamaicans don't play that shit down there.
No, he said pedophilia. He didn't say.
No, he does. He does say little boys in the dance hall, according to the UN. I mean, that I would be shocked at that. I mean, how many Afghans like you, Kandak, are over there? But anyway, so I mean, I'm not quite shocked at all kinds of crazy stuff. But the difference is Afghan conduct. You literally have dancing boys in these areas in India, in Pakistan, and from what I know, the bachabazi is quite an open thing. Do you see what I mean? But anyway, back to the jail prison thing. Melanated Goddess was talking about. Yeah, no, I would have thought they should have, rioted until they can get what they call conjugal visits. You know, you heard of that, Melanated?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying, like,
I'm sure that's only in
you gotta be married. You gotta be married.
Like the federal, probably you get conjugal visits like in federal penitentiary and things like that. Maybe not even like the state prisons or the little local jails. You know what I mean?
That's my point. Like,
yeah, conjugal visits is state regulated. It ain't in every state.
Yeah,
right.
and what I'm saying is like the different levels of incarceration. Like you have like a local jail, and then you'll have like your state penitentiary.
Well, that's my point. Yeah, that's my point. That why would
if you're in jail for like 18 months, 2.5 years. You know, sometimes you can be in jail that long waiting to be sentenced. Like you don't even have a sentence.
Even a trial. Some people wait that long before they get a trial.
But it's time served, but they still count it as time served.
It's time served, but what I'm saying is that in those smaller places where you're not even sentenced, they don't get conjugal visits.
But look
you're
at this.
Going look 2 years without having sex.
Well, this is well. I mean, some people they manage to have conversations with the female wardens, so that, you
Mm-hmm.
know, that's number one. But imagine this: Saddam Hussein used to allow prisoners, to go home to their wives every month. Imagine that. So just think about what he's trying to do there. Do you see what I'm saying? Like Saddam Hussein, the dictator of the world, and blah blah blah, but he's trying to keep the family together and remove Batyism. Just think of that. I mean, fair enough. If they got caught running, they'd probably be shot dead. So that's a good, you know, they're probably going to come back anyway, right? But you know, I mean, I think it's purposeful. Basically, they literally in America want that to be a way of destroying the black community. They know black people are gonna really be messed up by that. Then they come back into the
Hold,
community. Then they start abusing boys. Then this, then that, and I think it's just that
hold,
cycle.
hold on. Born Rich just says, I've never heard of a person being raped in jail. I'm willing to bet that nobody on the panel has heard of people being raped in jail. You only see it on TV. That is so not true.
That's rubbish. That's I've heard of it from different people. So stop that noise.
Yeah, that's not true. People are not going to come out and say, yeah, you know what? I was raped in jail. Hey, I'm saying you just did your time. Yeah, good to have you home. Yeah, man, I'm so glad that nobody's taking my booty anymore. Nobody's going to say that, Born Rich. What's wrong with you? As a matter of fact, I think there was a case where that had happened to someone, and that had happened to someone, and when they just couldn't take it, and they ended up hanging themselves in jail.
I mean, but maybe what he's saying is it's not as prevalent as they make out in the movies. Because I'll be honest, in the movies, that it's just a norm. I mean, once you go into prison for something quite serious, that's it. That's the way that they make it out to be. But apparently, that's not true. Afghan conduct. There isn't this thing, you know. If you are willing to give a talk and explain this thing about the Jamaican kids, you know, being abused, by all means, it's not going to be something which I say, oh no, you know, don't talk about our culture. I'm not like that at all. You get me? The black culture's messed up. We acknowledge that. So yeah, by all means, Afghan conduct, speak on that, man. It's not an issue. I'm not gonna be getting all defensive and say, well, look at them. That'll be something we talk about. I'm just saying what I know about openly has a name. I don't know what name the Jamaicans
Yes,
are
Born
giving
Rich.
this.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So I don't know. What's Born Rich saying? I can't even see his blooming comments.
Have anyone ever told you that they witnessed a rape in jail? Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think and down to being born it. I think when you look at the cocktail of hormones in a human body, I don't know. It can sort of. I believe it can lean you towards one and the other, but I think it's also what you're around. So with me and my brothers and so on, there was a lot of males and females, so we obviously tended towards boisterous stuff, and a lot of the males that we knew had girlfriends, so it was just normal for us. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like I don't know what it'd be like if we grew up in a society where, like these kids are growing up today and gay and transgender and all these things are part of the norm. Imagine going to school like, I don't know, boy. That's weird. Very strange.
Yeah, it's
I don't think anyone's necessarily born that way as such. I think there's all kind of different factors that come into it. That's what I think. Right. So somebody's DJH Soul says, not heard of young boys being abused in dark schools, but underage girls is not uncommon. 13 and 14-year-olds. Yeah. No, I in the Caribbean. I remember when I was there last year. I remember a man said to me, "You see them girl there," and the girls came off one of the buses or vans. And they were talking to the driver, hanging about for a bit, or the driver and his conductor. He said, "You see them girl there," and they were in their school uniform. He said, "Them hat." And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Them looking for man." Like, so they're, and they call them stiff breasts. So they're around 13, 14. And they're saying they're the ones looking for men. They don't want boys at school. They want, men that are driving and stuff like that. So, and that was like that when I was at school here. We'd have some girls, their boyfriend would pick them up outside of school. So, you know what I mean? That's
Well, I watched some kind of documentary where they were talking about with the rise of HIV virus that men in Jamaica were seeking out virgins to sleep with because they knew that they didn't have AIDS.
Okay.
So they
All
were
right.
going towards like very young girls, like 13, 14, 12, around them ages, to kind of avoid
Avoid it.
getting a disease. I was like, that's crazy. Come
I
with
think
your big.
that's an excuse. It's very interesting they come with that crap. That would have been an excuse for real. Like, it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Very interesting. Analyze Junior says, "Yo, Shia Isa, how did Muhammad die according to Shia Islam?"
Oh man, come on.
No, don't worry.
Dunya.
Don't worry. I'll come straight back to what we're talking about. Yeah, according to most Shias that I know, they say Aisha poisoned the Prophet. But anyway, yeah, back to this thing here. So, I would say, all right, melanated. Do you think, because you mentioned something very important, for those people that are genetically compelled, and so, what I mean by that is, that the desires we naturally have, we as men have natural feelings for women, right? We can even fall in love. So likewise, females for males. And you were saying that basically, there's males that desire males, and they would what's the word? Desire, they would try to ignore that, try to desire females, but they couldn't. Do you think there could be a chemical cure for that? And
I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily isolated to our hormone. Like, I don't know if it's a heterosexual hormone and then a homosexual hormone. I just know that whatever that age happens where you start to notice the opposite sex, develop an attraction for the opposite sex.
Wow, that's nuts.
Whatever that occurrence is, it just seems that for someone who's gay, they just develop that same attraction for the same sex. Now, this transgender stuff, I think that's even more different. Like, if you listen to them explain their experience, they would say that they've always felt like they were in the wrong body. I think that's a completely different.
Nope. What did you say? The transgender?
Yeah, transgender people. Like,
I mean, that's even worse, isn't it? That's even a worse thing. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. So I mean, and I don't know the story about Dwayne Wade's son. If Dwayne Wade's son said he's gay, that's different than saying Dad, I'm transgender. Like, oh my God, man, I don't even know what I would do.
I think, I don't know. I would definitely. I think people need, because there's books written about it. There's people that are apparently being cured. They've had psychiatric treatment, so on, and that's what they used to do back in the early 1900s. Obviously,
sure, they've been cured for what you mean, psychiatric treatment. So they on medication.
No, well, possibly medication, but definitely they were cured psychologically.
No.
Yeah,
Listen,
of course.
Let me tell you, nobody's not talking. Right. Listen, nobody is not talking words to you, and those words are removing your sexual attraction.
I guarantee you that can be done.
Because
You know what I mean?
because if that's the case, then that would mean, on the contrary, that someone could talk words to you, and their words can make you gay.
That's what I'm saying. It's true.
Nah, man.
Oh,
Anybody can talk me into no gayness. Nah.
Oh, no. It's not as simple as talking. I'm saying with the psychiatric treatment, they can focus on certain, let's say, programs in the mind, right? That's number one. Number two, there are things that program the mind in regards to culture and various other things. Now, what I wanted to say, but I didn't want to interject or cut you off. I've spoke to, like there was this really tall black guy, right? And shockingly, when I found out he was gay, like, you know what I mean? He was amongst another group of blacks, right? And he looks street. He looks rough. And then others didn't want to talk to the guys. Like, for instance, they were saying to one of the guys that were around him, "Why are you talking to him? Why are you talking to that batty man?" That's how they were saying it. I was like, "What?" And he just looks rough, like, you know what I mean? The way he moves, like, he looks hood. So I was just intrigued. I was like, you know what I mean? I was listening, like, because I'm always interested in what goes on, like, and I started to question him. And then he looked, when I said, "Were you abused?" He looked at me as if to say, no, he did say that. He said no, as if like he's been asked it a million times. And I said, "Okay, when did you have this feeling?" Do you know what I mean? Because my thing it was hormones time. You know, when you're going through puberty, you're getting the wrong hormones being produced. And he was like 8 or 9. And I've heard this before. Several people say that around that age, 8 or 9. And I'm like, well, I don't think you have that many types of hormones, testosterone and so on, dominating. It could be, you know, obviously it dominates more so later on. But that's where I thought it was interesting, where you don't really know that much. So it's more genetic drive. Do you know what I mean? Because obviously when I remember being 5 and falling in love with women that used to hold me and squeeze my head against it. You know, when they cuddle you and put their head against your boobs and say, "Oh, it's cute." I used to just fancy these women, like, so. You know, you fall in love early with these females. So obviously, for those who are not that way, what goes on? You know what I mean? I don't know. But
8 or 9 is around the age of you definitely have started your hormonal.
Oh, right. Okay.
You know, because I think like for not every child, but it wouldn't be abnormal for an 8 or 9-year-old to have pubic hair already, or to start growing pubic hair. So things
really?
Yeah.
8 or 9?
Absolutely.
Well, mine, nothing come with me to all 15. But anyway, go ahead.
No, I mean, I'm not talking like a whole little afro, or, you know, I'm saying it's here. It's some stuff there. It's growing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, do you mean like very light? Like
as opposed to being bald, the hair is growing. It might be like fine hair, but it's you know, for the parent and for the child will look down and be like, something's happening to my body. Like, this used to be nothing there, and some stuff is there now. So that's a sign, like, okay, things are happening. You know, even just your child starting to gain weight in certain areas, or like, I remember my son being, man, like probably around 7, and right at the back of his neck, you know, like where your collar is, it was like a little peach fuzz right there, a little peach fuzz.
That's what I'm saying.
The hell you getting here on your back, boy? Like, you're a little kid.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It could be food, it could be all kind of bloody stuff.
Yes, and I think, you know, even when I saw the whole article about that. What is it called? Aspartame or I forgot the chemical
Yeah, that's
thing.
right. Yeah.
That just had me look at people differently. Like I don't. If we'll be lucky if they know exactly what caused it or what triggered it, or whether it's their food or
I think it could
environment.
be partly stress as well. Like, like some kids are kind of forced in a way to be more grown up. Do you know what I mean? Like the things that I know we used to do as kids. So we used to, for instance, as a group, we used to knock on someone's door and then run and hide behind a car or a wall or something. Someone will come open a door, look left, look right, and we find it funny. Do you know what I mean? We used to count at a lamppost, and they call it 40-40, where you go and find people that hide and seek or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see no kids playing none of that at all. You know what I'm saying? Like the things we used to do, which was just natural. Because remember, all of that being outside was part of that. Goes all the way back to this is how kids used to play outside. Do you get what I'm saying? That's normal.
Mm-hmm.
To be inside all day on a computer and stuff like that, and watching garbage, and that's not really normal, except like in wintertime or something. Do you see what I mean? There isn't. So kids are being they're knowing a lot more about the world. They seem to be having worries a lot earlier. All kinds of different stuff, man. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know nothing about nobody talking to you and that joint changing your sexuality, man. I'm not.
You have to understand psychology. That's what I'm saying. You have to understand the power of the mind. Like for instance,
Listen,
if you look at Halima,
I do that for a living. Black to like, and what I'm saying is that, as a a mental health clinician, they can assist in the coping, assist in like even with like counseling a rapist or a perpetrator, helping to increase empathy for for others. I can see some use in that type of work, right? But I don't know. Maybe maybe it has to do with the way that I view sexuality. As to me, it's like instinctual, and I don't know how I could.
No. What it is, you have to remember the way. This is what I'm saying. For me, it depends on what levels of the subconscious you're dealing with, because if you look at how people have changed and can change towards things, they can be, into
Maybe
one
with the
thing.
use of hypnosis or something. Maybe with the use of hypnosis or something like.
But that's what I meant. Yeah. When I'm saying that,
Right,
I'm
but
saying,
that's not typical psychiatry. Like that's a specialization.
yeah. No, but that's what I'm saying. My point was they're using that as opposed to just herbalists. Do you see what I'm saying? So you could say I'm going to give someone herbs or whatever else, and I'm saying it's not that, or not just that. These people are really getting into the reprogramming of the mind. So yeah, that's
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I don't use hypnosis, so I've seen a couple of videos on it, and I'm not gonna say it can't.
I suggest it definitely can. I suggest it definitely can.
So if that were your son, you would just be like, all right, I got something to fix you up. I'm gonna take you to hypnosis.
Your voice has gone different. Do you want to come?
I said if that was your son, you would be like, I got something to fix you up, and just take him to get hypnotized.
Well, either I'd do it myself, or yeah. Your mic is messed up, melanated.
What about now? I think
No, that's the same. It sounds weird, like you've gone somewhere or something.
What the hell? I ain't did nothing.
That happened twice now, but it came back.
Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, it sounds like you got like you're in another part of the room or something like that. What the hell happened there, man? Hello?
You go ahead and talk.
Huh?
I said you talk.
Okay, yeah. So we've got Raheem, Prince of Visions and Dreams. He says hypnosis isn't a concrete science. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I suggest it definitely is, goddammit. We're basically being hypnotized all the time, or we have been from young. So we're going in and out of states of hypnosis. We've been programmed up to the state we're in right now. So that's just the way it works. Yeah, she asked me a question. He hypnotized his son. It was a hypothetical question, and I'm saying in relation to cures for people going away from nature, i.e., if people go towards lesbianism or gayism or whatever it is, or Sunni Bati fingerism, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, you use the ways of programming the mind. That's what hypnotherapy is there for. Simple as that. You know what I mean? So yeah, we need to understand these things because we've got the technology to do it. So why not? You know what I mean? It depends on your susceptibility. Well, that's the whole point, Raheem, Prince of Visions and Dreams. You can make them more susceptible. Okay, it's very simple. Obviously, some people have certain blocks on at the time. Yeah. So let's see. Why are you calling? Not myself. It says bun. Look at Renegade Raf. Look at the word bun. So it says bun Sunni finger Batiism. The reason why that's there is because the conversation when I came on was about homosexuality, and my point was that Waleed and Zubaydah explained and broke down that it was their culture to use such things to humble, as they put it, males in their society. So this is something that I heard about a long time ago. I didn't really want to bring it up, but you know, it's just it's quite common. And so, you know, for those people that are trying to cape for Sunnis, just know that the reward if you're black and you want to cape for Sunnis, your reward is that they want to put their finger in your batty. So be careful of these people. But so Raheem, Prince of Visions and Dreams, if your personality trait is stronger, it is harder or impossible to do it. Programming and hypnosis are not the same. I would definitely say that hypnosis is programming, or you could under that is programming. And I totally agree with you, personality trait, but it depends on what it is. Yeah, Raheem, Prince of Visions and Dreams. If you didn't hear the dispute between Koonspec, the Lactalek, and Waleed and Zubaydah, Waleed said to Koonspec he would finger his batty. And then later on he said he would use his penis in him. And that's the reward you get as black people for supporting and defending these Sunni pagans. They want to rape your batty, right? So if I was you, be careful of these people, blood. You know what I mean? That's what I tell you. I warn you lot, stay away from them. That's the reward you get for defending them. Anyway, yeah, it was Raheem Prince. It was said openly. It was just, and the thing is, Zubaydah gave a commentary and said that's their culture. Now I've known this for a long time. You get me? But I don't normally argue from that perspective. You get what I'm saying? I normally just deal with the text to say their ideology is wrong. Okay, sorry. Yeah, you're right, bro. I'm saying that his whole name. Yeah, just call him Raheem. Yeah, brother Raheem. Yeah. So, you know, it's something that I've known for a long time. I like to warn everyone about the whole thing with the umbrella term Sunniism because their culture, everything's wrong, right? You're never going to make it right, and this is the point. For me, you know, when I'm calling, there's a Somali guy called M Stacks. He calls him. I call him M Stinky. Why? Because his finger must stink, and he must stink because of what the Sunnis are into. Like, why would you want to engage in such things? With us, as I said, when we wanted to humble young boys, we would get them in what's called a headlock and use your knuckle. And the elders used to do that to us, and we would put your knuckle in their head and say, "Listen, behave yourself, little boy." You know what I mean? Know your place. We're not going to be flipping. Why would someone just think? I want you lot to think about this. Why would you think of doing that, of violating, puncturing your batty? Why would they think of that? Where would that come from? Do you get what I'm saying? That's just nuts. Like, that's just crazy. Like, that's just weird. But anyway, yeah, I heard of that a long time ago. Just all I got to say is don't eat when you're Sunni. If you shake their hand, make sure you use sanitizer. Never eat from the same plate.
Yeah,
No matter how many times they wash their hands, it's going to be dirty. Don't trust them.
You're so wrong.
If they, sister, if they melanated, if they admit it, then it's over. Look at Halima. You get me? She been thinking about it for the hell. Don't you hear how high pitched Halima's voice is? She been thinking about it for flipping however long. Bun this nasty Halima dirty girl, always coming up in here chatting rubbish. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, yeah, what melanated? Yeah, I definitely. All right, I'm a person here. I've studied this thing I've studied the subconscious and the function of the mind really deeply, right? And I personally feel you can make humans into so many different things, so many robotic things, man. We're literally, yeah. Yeah, Rare Samaroon, she's not a sister. She's always disrespecting me, so she can get lost. You get me? I don't call out people who don't call out me, but this Halima is disgusting. She came on a panel one time. She was swearing and effing and f. The woman's she doesn't represent Islam at all. She's despicable. Yeah. So obviously, there's certain sisters that come in. They give little comments. They give little digs. For instance, Mrs. J. Some call her Queen J. I don't call her that. Mrs. J. She gives negative comments, but I ignore her. You get what I'm saying?
I've never seen her give negative comments.
Yeah. She don't. But they're kind of like they're little jabs. You know what I mean? They're little digs. So I don't really say nothing. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like
you mean towards you directly, like
yeah. She does.
I don't know.
Right, let me just clarify. I was asked a question in relation to who do Shias say killed the Prophet, peace be upon him. And I answered for them. I didn't say that I believe that. Whether I do or not, you know what I mean? Especially coming from black man who probably gets dissed by both sides. Yeah, I get dissed, but my point is it's irrelevant whether I'm so-called Shia or not. My point is that yeah, this is culture thing. Well, stop this and Sunnis makes me uncomfortable. Well, we have to warn our people, black people. Sosa, you have to understand the situation we're in. Black people that are being enslaved in where's that place again? In Libya. Do you think these people are not abusing them in that way? We have to remember what kind of people we're dealing with, right? These people are disgusting and they're sick. Imagine Zubaydah giving a commentary saying, yes, this is what they do. This is part of their culture and laughing about it, right? So that means there's something that goes on normally, but that you lot want to integrate us with these people. Yes, so the majority of Africa is Sunni. I have no doubt about that. See, there you go, calling you fake Muslim. What?
Come on.
So they call you fake. They could call me fake all they want. They stink. Yeah. So where was I? Majority of Africa is Sunni. Yeah. Here's the difference. I'm talking about those type of people. Now, unfortunately, Africa, its Sunniism is no longer being black. It's being eradicated. Right? Simple as that. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, the original black Sunniism of Africa, they are literally converting to Middle Eastern type Sunniism, right? Right. Yeah, there you go. Where was I? Oh no, Ultra's back. Ultra. I don't even know if Ultra been shaking Sunni hands for a while, so I'm not sure if you could come on here. You're gonna bring the smelly, dirty Sunni finger, stinking batty finger smell around here, Ultra. I know you like Sunnis. You take them as friends. You're not supposed to. Anyway, let's change the subject. I want to answer this question. Could government policies ever cause anarchy? Now, melanated goddess, God of Jacob, answer that, please.
Oh, we answered the question already.
Have you? Okay.
I agreed with God of Jacob, which is if they take away in the United States the right to bear arms, I think things would get kind of wild over here.
I mean, if you think about it, the government policies, especially of what's the word? Other countries, the foreign policy is always causing anarchy for everyone else. Do you see what I mean?
Cookie don't. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying. Yeah. So I mean, they're causing anarchy. They've caused anarchy, and it's remained an anarchist, whatever the word is, state. So our countries are messed up. So definitely, yeah. But I mean, over here, you know what the one? If Jupiter, if you're listening, at some point, I want to speak to you and Dave about your views, especially you, Jupiter. Some of the things you've said, and I want to have a proper talk with you. Oh no, Veli. Every time you let Ultra Unholy Spirit on here, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you, you smelly, batty finger people that shaking hands of Sunnis. Whenever you shake any Sunni's hands, use sanitizer. You lot didn't even know why I always go to Speaker's Corner with this spray of sanitizer to spray my hand. Because some Sunnis want to shake my hand, they say Salam Alaikum, and I have to spray my hands at least 3-4 times. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yo, Issa, I'm glad to hear you say that.
It comes with sour cream and medium salsa.
No, the red salsa. Yes, please.
Who the hell's that?
Issa, sorry, Issa. Let me speak to you quickly, bro. Big up yourself. Big up Melanated. Big up God and Jacob. I got a question for you, right? Because I know obviously you're always banging on this song, blah blah blah. But the other day, I had a really troubling conversation with somebody called Land of Celts.
Yeah.
This is Irish Don. He's this Irish Don, and he was on Dan's panel, and he said like his mindset is just weird, right? Because I can't remember what the conversation was, but Dan basically said, no, was it Dan? Oh, I don't even know who said it, but basically someone was like, oh, that's it. Shia hadiths are racist, yeah? And then Land of Celts brought out some Shia hadiths about which substantiated his claim, yeah? And then I think it was Chigfa came on and was like, okay, cool, but do you know that your Sunni hadiths say this? Yeah? And then Land of Celts was like, no, let me see it. And then you know what Chigfa's like? He's just like all guns blazing. I said, no, Chigfa, listen, bro, chill out. Give this man a second to like read it. And the Land of Celts, instead of reading it, accused me of siding with Shias to attack Muslims. Yeah. Now, in my head, I was like,
like, it's normal, bro.
No, because I thought to myself, wait a second, hold on a second, bro. Chigfa was just like machine gunning you, and I'm the one that told him to chill out, calm down, give you a minute to read the hadith. Now, rather than read the hadith, he started like he just went on this tirade about how atheists always side with Shia to attack Muslims. So I was just like,
brother, let me explain something to you. We understand the mentality, yeah? The reward for black people helping Sunnis, or appearing at least to help Sunnis, is either they diss you, or they finger batter you, or they do whatever else Waleed said he's going to do to Koonspec. So you were getting the results. You are not supposed to help them in any way because they are oppressive. Okay? You've seen the results. The reward for Koonspec, Koonin, and caping for them was they want finger hibati and then want put your wood in hibati and thing like that, bro. You understand? I warned you lot, stay away. Do not trust these people. Don't shake their hand unless you got hand sanitizer. Don't eat no food from them. They stink. Why you think M Stinky is called M Stinky? He know why he called M Stinky. Why you think when Halima comes on to the flipping chat and starts talking, your computer stinks? Why do you think that is? Because she sucks her nasty fingers. She stinks.
You're nasty. What is wrong with you today?
No. It's because no. Melanated. No. Listen what I'm saying. Remember, as soon as I come on the chat, she starts dissing me.
Big up, Ultra.
There's a serious point to it as well. And what my point is that I'm always thinking about black people all over the world, yeah, and the various situations we're in. And I'm saying, even here, with all the examples that we have, let's say in the Speaker's Corner community, amongst these people, they're always disrespecting black people that help them. Don't you get it? They're always trying to beat them up and control them and tell them what to do and all kind of madness, to the point of wanting to finger their batty and uproot them and puncture their batty with their wood. This is nasty.
Hang on
Anyway,
a second. Wait a minute. Are you talking about Waleed? Because I was talking about Land of Celts, and you never mentioned about fingering anyone's batty.
but this is what my point is. Do you think Waleed said that straight away? Waleed never come. He didn't say, "Hey, how you doing?" and start dancing. He want finger your batty. No, it took the fact that he fell out with him. What my point is, it was always there. And what's her name gave a commentary. What's her name? Zubaydah gave a commentary saying this is part of their culture, meaning it's something they're doing a lot. You understand? So listen, this is why I like my Hebrew Israelite.
Maybe she meant her British culture.
No, she said Arab. Are you serious? They're in Egypt and there are other places. This is a, the thing is, Melody. This was a known thing for me for time. From since I was Sunni, they used to say that the freedom fighters in Egypt, let's say they call them Muslim Brotherhood, they said they were raped by the prison guards. You understand? That would be a way of humiliating them. That would be a way of torturing them. Do you understand what I'm saying? This was like years ago. I've known this for time, but it's not something which I like to talk about. There's other cultures where there's a lot of things going on that I don't really like going into. But it's just, how can I put it? I think black people need to learn. Like I think Ultras forgot. I got on the conversation when Landon Celts was there, and he blocked me actually, so he had to go for me to come on to the panel.
Oh yeah, you was there. I forgot. So you know what I'm talking about.
And I explained the Shia hadith, right? And I explained it very well, and that was it. Landon Celts, remember, he lied so many times about he hasn't blocked me and he's never. I mean, you lot don't seem to learn. The amount of Sunnis, it's like you lot wait for them all. You're waiting for all of them to come out and admit their disgusting nastiness. There's sick people.
Do you know what, Issa? I forgot you was there. And he did block you, although he swore to God.
Exactly. Bruv, all right. Let me ask you this, Ultra. Did you know? Yeah, you know about the FGM, don't you?
Yeah, I know that it's a crime against humanity.
It's majorly East African. Did you know they also sew up the girl's vagina? Did you know that?
Yeah.
You knew that, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know that they also check them even until the 20s? Some of their fathers check them to make sure the stitching's still there. Did you know that?
Yes.
Oh, you did? Okay. How did you know that?
I've done my research.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Well, put it this way. I've got it from people who, who were talking about the humiliation they feel. And what they went into was engaging in anal sex. Do you see what I'm saying? And I'm saying this is all part of this culture. All kind of weird stuff must go out.
Wait, what's part of what culture? You can't say that's Sunnis, bro.
No, I want you to listen. I want you to listen. I'm saying,
I'm listening.
If a religion claims to be from God and it's got the solutions in every way, right? And you're the dominant faction, not like the poor Shias who are being abused by the Sunnis and suppressed. I'm talking about if you're the dominant ideology, that means you're free to interpret the book to the best of its purity because you're dominant. I'm saying, look at all the diseases and sickness and craziness that's there. Do you get me? You got finger battyism going on with these lot, and then they want to put your willy in your batty. Then you got these lot flipping sewing. Brother, at 6 years old, you're gonna cut off the clitoris and lips and sew it together. What kind of mindset are these people, bruv? Don't you get it, bruv? What would ever make a normal human being do that to your kidney? Flipping hell, wake up, bruv. And you're wondering why they're flipping, killing, shooting each other to pieces in friggin' Somalia, bruv. Come on, bruv. Wake up, man. Seriously.
Yeah, so are you saying that this stuff doesn't happen in Shia households?
Right, I'll say it again for you. Not like Shia who are under the Sunnis. What that means is this. For those Shia who had to pretend to be Sunni, they had to take on their culture. They had to live like Sunnis. They had to pretend to be Sunnis. So I've found there are a lot of things that Shias are doing, just like black people are doing, that we're under their culture, aren't we? So we copy them. So I'm saying where we were free to live according to our thing, we're not going to do that. I'm saying Sunnis are free to live according to their whatever it is. And I'm saying the Sunni ideology does not cure you of your problem. So what a lot of Somalis will say is they've been doing this FGM going back to Pharaoh. Well, I'm saying Pharaoh been gone a long time before Islam came. You've had Islam long ways. Why are you still doing it, bro? That's what I'm saying.
Do you know what the funniest thing is?
Yeah.
Like, whether it's Sunni or
Bruv, I'm not mentioning shit.
I just
I'm a
need
black
to.
man.
No,
I'm a
wait.
black man
Hold
talking
on.
to another black man.
I just
You
need
with
to
it on
know.
that basis.
Hold on. Sorry, my mouth is full. Hold on.
All right, let me just deal with Renegade Raf till you come back. Yeah, Renegade Raf says Somali situation have nothing to do with Sunni. It's clans beef. Yeah, Renegade Raf. The point, bruv, what's wrong with your head? Listen to what I said. If you have true Islam, right, then you will solve all of these problems. Don't you get it? I'm saying the thing doesn't work. You get what I'm saying? So, and Simon James, he says Shiism promotes marrying children and thighing too. I agree with you, Simon James. This is why you will never hear me say I am like I follow these people in their tradition. You get what I'm saying? I follow the Islam of the Quran, and I have no doubt, Simon James, that they got that from the Sunnis. Do you get what I'm saying? But anyway, my point is, it's not about Sunni versus Shia. I'm a black man talking and warning black people against Sunni pagan stinking Kaffirats or stinky fingers. Do you get me? They smell, they stink of, we got M stinky right up in here, brother. Al Kaka, yeah. I could smell you. I knew I could smell something stinky right here. And them stinky, he turns up. Smelly fingers. Don't shake any Sunni's hands. Don't eat from the same plate of these people. You know what I mean? Halima, why do you think Halima smells the way she does? Huh? Stinky finger. Why do you think Halima talks with such a high-pitched voice? Because Batty getting fingered all the time. You're nasty, Halima. Get out of it. You're dirty. She's always... Imagine a Muslim woman getting on the panel and swearing like that. Effing and blinding and swearing and effing and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Why would you do that as a Muslim anyway? But a female, we would expect that of a Muslim female. That's ridiculous. You get me? So clearly she's not Muslim. Where can £1 says, where can I find a place where there is true Islam according to Shia Isa? Basically the Quran. Study the Quran and basically, focus and ask Allah to guide you. So yeah, yeah. Al Kaka, you're not only you being headshot, M Stinky, Al Kaka, but you're being batty shot. As you can see, Waleed, he probably has it in for you too. And I bet, with you, they probably sewed you up as well. They probably chop off your whole thing. That's why all you do is come in the comments, you little punk. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. All my black people, please stay away from Sunni pagan Kaffirats. Wherever you go where Sunnis are going to be and you don't want to offend them, either wear gloves or take a lot of hand sanitizer. Clean your hands, because stinky finger, batty finger Sunnis, you can't trust them. All right?
Wait, listen,
remember,
hold on.
Ebola virus come from stinky finger Sunnis. Stinky finger batty Sunnis. The flipping coronavirus again come from stinky Sunnis. Yes,
bro, shut up, man. It's from China, man. What are you talking about? I can blame Sunnis for that. You joking? That should come out of China.
Bro, Quran I said the Islam of the Quran. What that means is the Quran sets the precedent. Okay? The Sunnis got so much money, they pay people to pretend that Ebola comes from elsewhere. It comes from the stinking Sunnis. They pay people to say the coronavirus come from China. No, it comes from the stinking Sunnis that went over there. Okay? Simple as that. Simple as blooming that. It comes from stinking Sunnis.
You have to understand how crazy you sound.
That's fine, my brother. But Ultra, your name is Ultra, all kind of thing. You sound crazy all the time. I'm making one point, bro. I'm making one.
I'm aware that I'm crazy. You know
exactly. I mean? So, but here's my point, bro. Black people are not learning their lessons, right? For some reason, Ultra, you're always being shocked. Oh, Land of Celts said this, and this other Sunni said this, and this. Bruv, why is it something that you're surprised about? Okay? I'm not saying, Al-Kaka, I'm not saying Sunnis created the virus. I'm saying that because you're nasty, instead of you want to get man in a headlock, you want to finger your batty. You're nasty, man. Get out of here, man. That's what you look how you lot repaid Coon Speck. Coon Speck was caping for you lot. He was looking after you. And your reward is to finger Hibati. Your reward is you want to put your wood in Hibati. That's your reward for him defending you. Look how nasty you people are, brother. You're dirty. You stink. And I warn other black people, don't just stay away from you. When they see you on the street, walk on the other side of the road. You don't want to catch the Sunni corona stinky finger virus. Stay away from the stinky Sunnis, man. Get out of it. Right. Anyway, let's get back to the subject. Where was I? The day Sheeta took off his mask, the coronavirus started spreading. Yeah, okay. Well, we don't do that in Somalia. I'll agree. What's his name? Rhea Samaroon. That I wouldn't say that this type of behavior is from Africa, Somali, Nigeria. I definitely agree. But the problem is, Somalis, that you lot are following their version of Islam, right? So soon you're going to be taking on their nasty culture, right? Maybe not Somali so much because you're so into your own thing, you're almost racist. But the point is that these lot are predominantly this thing, right? They're predominantly your Sunni masters. You get your religion for them. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'll agree. You know what I mean? Most Somali brethren I've known, they love gyal, they love chewing cat, and we never heard none of this stuff. If they got beef, they're gonna fight. What they're not gonna do, no Somali I've ever heard of wants to finger another man's batty. You get me? But however, this is the thing, Mr. Somali out there. You shake their hands and you call Stinky Batty Finger, your brother in Islam. That's what you say. Your Sunni brother, and you're shaking his stinky hand with his disease and germs, and you're eating from the same plate as Stinky Batty Finger Sunnis. So don't tell me nothing. You may not be part of the thing, but you're still shaking their hand. You're still eating food from the same plate as these nasty people. All right, stay away from the stinky Sunnis. Anyway,
hold on, Belly Vision. If you can hear me, bro, Melanate is trying to get back on, bro. Belly, if you can hear me, Melanate wants back in. Cool.
No, it's true. It's true. I'm saying I agree. I'm honest. Somalis love women. They're black. You know, they're a bit crazy because they say they're not black, but I'm saying they're black like us and they love women. But you do sit around stinky finger batty people, right? You call them. I've been there. I've been to the Sunni masjids. You lot say I'm gonna eat in Ramadan. You don't sit according to Somalis over here and stinky fingers over here. No, it's not divided. You don't have a room for
Sorry, no, Esau, I'll tell you the truth though. I feel like you're just having a laugh, right? But at the same time, like one thing I feel like you shouldn't do, right? You should be a little bit more responsible with your language. I'll tell you why, yeah? Like, I'm not dictating with your language.
No, forget that, bro. Forget that.
Esau, let me have my say. Let me have my.
No, but why do you keep wanting to counsel me, bro?
No, I'm not trying to counsel you. I'm just saying, listen. I'm saying, right. Waleed has said some real suspect
people are telling other people to kill us, yeah? And you're telling me I should be responsible for my language. Nah, forget that, bro. Forget that.
Yeah, no, because the problem that you're immediately going to run into, right, is that the first response is going to be you're tarnishing every fucking Sunni.
No, bro, you're lying. No, you're lying, bro. So forget. This is why I ain't going to listen to nothing else you're going to say.
It ain't about lying, bro.
Bro, listen. I just said Somalis and West Africans and so on do not come under that umbrella. So how the hell are you telling me I'm tarnishing them all?
Because you did say that. You did say that, but then you with the same breath you said, but you're following their stinky finger religion.
They are, bro. Are you dumb?
Yeah, there you go.
Bro, listen to what I said. But that's a fact. What you're gonna say is not. What you done was something. You've got 4 imams, the 4 Sunni imams. Yeah, you got Maliki and Shafi, which are mainly practiced in Africa. Malik and Shafi, they were not from Africa, bruv. They're not Somali, they're not Nigerian. Okay, so I know what the hell I'm talking about. Forget that, bruv. They know they're following their schools of thought. What the hell? You're gonna argue on their behalf and be wrong? Forget that, bruv. They know what I'm talking about. I spoke the truth. Oh, Raheem, sorry, what was your question? Yeah. What was your question? Yeah, so I agree. And for instance, the Somalis also don't have the Bachi Bazi. They don't have, from what I know, I've never heard Somalis having boys dance for them and so on. But the problem is that you Somalis hang around and you sit in Ramadan eating with stinky batty finger Sunnis. Tell me I'm lying. You're going to lay out the cover on the masjid carpet, the little protector. Then you can put your dates and your orange and your this and your that and your food and your chicken and your naan bread. and they're gonna break the stinky bread with their stinky finger, and they say, "Here, brother, here, Aki," and then you're gonna eat it. Why? Out of respect. Then you come back with the stinky Sunni batty finger coronavirus, and then you want to blame the Chinese. You want to blame black people in Africa for the stinky, nasty Ebola. It all come from stinky Sunni fingers. There you go. So yeah, big up to the black people that really understand what's going on here. Yeah, Afghan was saying Bachabazi, I think he said it comes from Iranians. I'm not, I want you to know, Afghan, I don't have anything personal against, me saying this. If you, according to Afghan conduct, he says this thing is happening in Jamaica, right? He also says Shias love renting kids and mutter contracts. Afghan conduct, if that's true, that is, you can say it. Say, I don't mind. It's not dissing me. I don't mind, but look at our brother Turok, right? Our brother Turok would not be found shaking Sunni's hands or eating from the same plate as Sunni.
You know what? I'm not being funny, so this can't go on. And thank you for Afghan for bringing up that point. But I don't want to come on an angry vibe right now. But I find this is very not productive right now. The Windrush community are in a severe, old, young, new, whether they're Sunni, this, that, or the other. I think this conversation shouldn't go any further. Just because if you are a true brother that's following Islam, I just think like you should just separate yourself from them and not go that further.
But that's what I'm saying. I do separate myself from them. This is what I'm telling black people: separate yourself from Stinky Finger. You catch his disease, all of a sudden you got Ebola or some unknown virus, HIV. No one knows where this stuff comes from. They want to blame the government all the time. If you trace it back, it comes from Stinky Sunni Batty Finger. That's where it comes from. But anyway, so let me see. Raheem, what the hell? Where's your question, Raheem? Just answer his question. What the hell is his question? I mean, it might be a way of the Sunnis trying to wipe out the Chinese. Look, I'm on the train.
Jesus Christ, Issa, you sound like a fucking nut job.
Bro, that's all right. Listen, you admit you're a nut job, so don't judge me, bro. Stop the judgment.
No, but you're saying, bro, you sound like a nut. How can a fucking Sunni conspiracy to rob out Chinese? Come on, bro.
Forget all of that. They say it come from China, don't they? Have you seen any proof? No. I have seen proof of Sunnis admitting that it's their culture to finger black people's batty, and that's their desire when you help them, right? So
wait a second. Are you saying finger batty poking is the cause of corona? Behave yourself, man.
You seem to want to be around Sunnis and defend Sunnis, but just remember what the reward is. I suggest you wear a friggin' nappy or something.
Hey, Issa, you need some fucking help, bro. You're not right. I should wear a nappy, Fuck
I don't business. Whatever it is,
Issa, nah, man. You're not right, You're not right.
Are you serious?
No, but listen to what I'm saying. I'm just trying to find this question. I'm going to get back to the topic in a minute. Turok, we can get onto that. Where the hell is it? Yeah, what's your name? Raheem. I cannot find. I'm scrolling all the way up. I can't find your question for nothing up here, bro. So I don't know what your question was. You're not listening. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know what your question. Yeah, type your question again, Raheem. Yeah. So Jen Wallace, you're saying that I'm blaming the coronavirus on Sunnis. Well, it's more to do with specifically the finger batty Sunnis and them and their nastiness, because obviously if that's what they be doing all day, then obviously that's not going to be nice, is it? It's not going to generate, it's going to be germs. There's going to be all kinds of,
what kind of foolishness you saying? I'm over here, got my phone on mute, and all I hear is the word finger body like a million times. Cookie, get out. All I keep hearing is finger body this, finger body that, finger body, the body. Lead the people.
I'm saying to you that you need to understand what you're dealing with.
Everybody.
If this is their culture,
oh Lord, hey Halima.
If this is their culture, oh Lord, I could smell it before. Let me get my spray. Hold on, let me burn some incense. Let me spray my laptop because I don't want to catch none of this stuff.
Don't die.
I'm gonna fumigate my laptop, goddammit. Look, it's not working, blood.
No, but this is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, but Esau, this is. I mean, this is what I'm trying to say, man. We need to separate ourselves as a West Indian community because we got our own issues right now to be going on with. You know what I mean?
I agree, but that's what I'm telling my people, bruv. Stop going to the masjid and shaking, bruv. This is the thing. They'll come back to us and they'll shake our hand and they'll be passing the germs on to us. We don't want that, bruv. They stink.
Yeah, but
they smell.
Yeah, but
Is this part of your religion?
See, Halima, take that finger out your batty and talk properly. You stink. I
Don't
can smell
talk
you
like
right
a
here.
disrespectful, fucked up dog.
Can you please get off
Talk out the crack of your ass. You talk out the
swearing.
crack of your ass. Wanker. Pure wanker boy. Why you and Waleed so interested in asses as well? Fucking dirty batty boys.
Anyway, as I was saying,
if you're not talking, no one's allowed to talk, yeah?
topic of today is
It's your way or the highway, yeah?
government policies ever cause anarchy? Now, yes,
Where did
government
you take
policies that do not tell us the truth about the stinky batty finger Sunnis cause anarchy. Okay, you have stinky Halima all up in here chatting a whole heap of nonsense to ease to the black to let. We don't hear nothing from you. Stinky.
Nobody else allowed to talk.
You smell, Halima.
Nobody's allowed to talk.
Do you know you stink, Halima?
No,
do you know you stink?
no one's allowed to talk.
Do you not feel any way about offending black people with your stench, Halima?
No one's allowed to in 12 hours.
You smell of lies and kuffa and stinky finger. Get out of here.
Chat shit.
Get out of here. You smell like it. That's the whole point I'm making. You smell like nasty. You nasty.
You dumbass.
Stinky.
Where
Halima.
did you take your shahada, by the way? Who witnessed it?
Make me some chapati, some chicken curry. I want.
Shia. I don't think you're Shia. I don't think you're Muslim, actually.
Go make some food right now, goddammit.
To the right, to the right.
Like,
Everything
Raj.
into the hand to the right.
Get out of here. We don't want you. We don't want you, Halima. You're not wanted right here. You're not accepted right here. Nobody don't want you.
To the right, to the right.
Halima, stinky batty finger. Get out of here. You smell. Simple as that. You smell.
My name is an important name, and you know who you are associated. What do you say
Now
about
get out of here. No one invited you on here. Go away. Go away. Nobody don't want you right here. You know you're not welcome right here, don't you?
Filthy bastard.
You nasty, swearing again. There you go, swearing again. You nasty.
Is that what happened?
You nasty. You nasty.
Yeah, for black
I was
monkey.
trying to have a civil conversation with black people. We don't need no stinky right here. You smell.
Yeah, covering your face because you look like a donkey.
Speak English, goddammit. Speak
You
English.
look
Can
like
you come
a
ahead?
donkey.
You speak goddamn English.
Yes,
You hear me?
you lion donkey.
Me tell you to speak English, yeah? You're nasty. All me know is you're nasty, yeah?
You nasty. Your fingers. You nasty. Blah, blah, blah,
I'm done.
This is what I'm saying, Melanated. We're always going to be West Indians at the end of the day. We're always going to be West Indians at the end of the day. We need to fix our house, man.
But the show only turn off the music. Turn off the music.
You can't handle it.
It's only been six hours, so we don't want the thing to get canceled.
See, look at the hadith he run to now, Beanie Man.
No. I'm just making a point.
He said.
No. I'm saying. That's what the language they need to listen to. All I'm saying is this, yeah. What they don't like is when we warn black people, okay? We warn black people to be careful of white people are tuned in. White people understand to be careful of the stinky finger Sunnis. However, black people, we friending them up, and trying to defend them. That's the difference. You get me?
Listen, man.
These people are nasty, bro. They're nasty, and that's it. Simple as that. They stink.
Yo, what's up? What's up, everyone?
What's
good?
I ain't heard this brother for time. Love.
I haven't been on here. I missed y'all.
Big up my
I'm not
brother.
gonna lie. I'm good, man. I'm good. I haven't. Issa, you're going hard, man. I've been seeing you going hard.
Oh,
I
I've been
kind of.
disappointed, bro. I've been very disappointed. Like I couldn't even, you know what? That tarnished my head for ages, bro. Yeah, when I first heard what this guy said to Coonspec, and I'm like, really? Coonspec has been trying to coon and cape for these Sunnis for ages, coming out against black people, all kind of thing, and the reward they want to give him is finger batty and try for raping. That's what I'm saying to you, bruv. Don't trust any Sunnis, bruv. They're nasty people. Look at that. How can that happen, fam? Do you get what I'm saying? Stay away from them. But anyway, let's I want to talk about the topic. What do you think, Mohammed Rashid? Could government policies ever change anarchy? What do you think?
I don't know, Issa. What do you think, Issa?
Sorry, cause anarchy. Yeah, I'm still vexed with the stinky fingers. So I don't know.
Issa, you know, it's just you know, like shoy, Issa, you know, because no one's gonna learn from this, you know.
No, bro, come on now. You think all the
I know. I feel you, Issa. I really do. I understand. I understand where you're coming from, Issa, because we come from the same thing, you know. So I really do understand you, you know. But some people, you know, because
hold on, Mohammed, your people come from Islam already, right? So I'm saying if my people want to convert, I want them to convert to the right thing. Also, not to respect people that hate our guts. That's the difference. Your people are already Muslim. Mine aren't. They're being deluded by these people. You get me?
yeah, I understand you. So you know, I know you're a sincere person, you know, and like all this stuff, people see you and the negative side. They don't understand you. People are just
Brother, trust me. More understand me than don't. Don't worry about these little groups here on the internet, bruv. Outside of that, more people love what I'm saying, and black people. This is the thing. Don't let them fool you, bruv. You generally have Afro-Caribbeans, yeah, you know, atheist, Christian, whatever else, that 100% support what I'm saying. They agree with me that when they're let's say their children convert to Sunniism, they turn crazy, bro. They're like, I don't know who walked back in my house. Do you understand what I'm saying? So trust me, bro. It's a very simple thing. You get me? I'm not under this, you know, if Sunniism wasn't a problem for England and the world, I wouldn't care about it. Do you get what I'm saying? I wouldn't give a damn about it, bro. Yeah, so yeah, man.
Yeah, but is Shia gonna be any better?
Bruv, I'm not Shia. The Islam of the Quran. Talk to that. Islam of Quran.
Yeah, but is it gonna make the West Indian community any better?
100%, bruv. Would you like to debate that at some point, Turok? If it's just a question, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't mind debate that still.
Yeah. But bruv, I'll tell you what. Issa the Black Tailor is a heavyweight when it comes to this thing. 100%, bruv. It's very easy. Yeah, bruv. That's easy work for me. 100%. I remember I've studied this thing for years, so I've studied both sides, various things, different cultures. I mean, what would you
Wait, how the fuck does being Shia or how does Islam of the Quran solve the problems in the black community?
Yeah. Well, we'll deal with that, won't we? Obviously. So, Turok, what would you be
Hey,
bringing to?
I just want to say, my phone's about to die, so I have to go, guys.
Bless up, brother. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah,
that's
Turok,
weird, bro.
You bringing opposition? It's not weird. You're just ignorant as well.
I'm just saying, it's just 2020, and that we've is it gonna be is Islam of the Quran gonna be more beneficial than even what we have today as Rastafari?
Hey, brother, you crazy? So you're gonna bring Rastafari, yeah?
Well, it's the same thing. You lot are in these books was talking about the Middle East.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. What if we're debating? What are you gonna bring to the table?
I'm just going to bring the natural raw facts of the West Indian community and the Afro-American community and the people.
No, as in solutions, because you're saying how's it going to help? So, for instance, Kimo in Israel says basically he said we don't want to beat or cut our backs either. Yeah, Kimo, that's not what we do, bro. That's not the Islam of the Quran. That's their culture. But what I'm saying is simply this: that the Islam of the Quran is not what you think. You know what I mean? So, for instance, when when I'm talking about the Islamic House of Israel, a lot of these guys will be like, "Where are you getting that from?" This is part of the Quran, bruv. Our whole position is all there, bruv. You get me? That's why when I'm saying I'm a Hebrew Israelite from all 17 years old, and this was before I even knew that there were Hebrew Israelites group in America, bruv. I was already trying to follow the Nazarite law from young.
But what consciousness awoken you to that?
I'll be honest, it was Rasta. It was more Rasta thing, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't got, brother. You don't hear me dissing the Rasta culture, bro. That's
all I'm
what
saying.
we.
All I'm gonna say realistically, because there's no money in Rastafari, people don't see the benefits of actually upholding these things what we created in the West Indies.
Yeah, Veli, don't worry with your questions, man. He says, give us 5 things that Islam can fix in Jamaica, Isa. Yeah, Veli. Unfortunately, you don't come at the Sunnis in this way. You got all kind of flipping.
All honor.
Bro, listen, Esau, don't divert, bro. It's a good question. Answer
No. Don't worry with that, bro. Forget that. One of the things I
Oh,
noticed
you don't
is
want it?
anyone,
Oh,
anyone
okay. We got him, Veli. We got him. Got
You ain't
him.
got nothing. All you got is a sunny batty finger virus. That's all you got, bro. That's why you're crazy. That's why you're picture crazy too. But anyway, as I was saying, Turok, how this works, brother Turok, how this works, yeah? Turok, how this works is, yeah, you have to look at science. You see our holistic science, how our people them used to study nature. That's how it has to be. Man, have to understand the nature around you and within you. You understand, my brother? Trust me, bro. If I start to break down this science to you, bro, you'll be shocked. You'll be like, is that Islam? And I'll show you the verse in the Quran, and you'll see what it says in the Arabic to English properly, and you'll be like, "Raw, I didn't know the Quran was saying that, bro." He's got to really make this thing look different. Trust me, bro.
I am not shocked in my people, including the Afro-American community, of any spirituality we get. We will raise the roof on this. So
no, bro.
So take for instance the Islam. I, self, law, and master. We created that.
Yeah, but that's 5%, bro. And that only makes sense in English.
And ebonics.
Bro, all I'm saying to you is
these are all handmade and crafted by the minds of Afro-American Caribbean people. We've got everything what we need. What else can you attribute outside of us to influence us inside?
Does it? All right. So tell me what cultural. Let's put religion aside.
No, Torok, don't tell him because he won't answer the question.
I'm having a conversation with him. He's not on the panel, bro. Bun that, bro. We're having a conversation, bro. Stop cooling.
No, bro. Veli asked you a question and you're dodging and using ad hominems.
Forget that. He's not on
the
panel.
It's his fucking show. We talking about?
Wait, no difference, bro. We don't want your sunny energy, stinky sunny energy around here, bro. I'm talking to. He's got the virus.
Anyway, listen, you're too hard on them Sunnis, you know.
No, bun that, brother. Obviously,
it must be a Sunni or a Doppy or a
Go sanitize your hands, Ultra. Go sanitize your hands, bro. That's probably they gave you some money or some card on the bus or something.
No, actually, let me show you. Look.
I don't ask nothing, bro. What you showed me something?
Yes, you do. Look.
Picture you show me. Oh, you got sanitizer. Well done, bro. Yeah, you better use half of that when you shake a Sunni's hand, bro. Use half of that bottle there, bro. In fact, just buy a bottle of rum or something and just wash your hand with rum. Anyway, Turok, as I was saying, bro, Turok, what cultural practices are you saying that we have right now? Is it the Obia thing, the voodoo? What are you saying?
We have everything. We have everything of our own, which we create, even Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, turn your mic up, Turok. It's hard to hear you, man.
We've had all of these types of things like within ourselves, whether it's Rastafari, the Nation of Islam, the 5%ers, different types of organization, Black Panthers, Crips, Bloods.
Hold on. So you accept the Nation of Islam?
It's ours.
Okay,
How can I not accept it? It's mine.
Hold on. So the Islam of the Quran is So what's the Islam of the Quran then?
It's not the same as the 5%ers, and even your Sunnis and
Shias will tell you. Have you heard it?
So does the Islam of the Quran say that the black man is God? They say that?
Kind of, but anyway, another time.
Okay.
Oh, really? All right. You think so? All right.
I mean, I'm not saying it like in a confrontational way. I'm saying it in an inquisitive way.
I know, my sister. I understand. I heard the tone. I understood. It's not that. It's just Turok is the one that has said what he said. You get me? So he got to get the fire. He's trying to dismiss it because in his head, Islam of the Quran means Shia. So he's caught the virus from Koonspec, where Koonspec is saying we're not involved in the Sunni Shia
So
thing.
just let us know if like if it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like
No,
I'm
100%.
I'm cool with because for me, even though I represent G Block, you know, I definitely am more of a on the spiritual side of things, and I'm still learning what that means. But for me, I don't care.
You're a G Block Kafir.
Well, I'm not a G Block Kafir because I agree with some of the stuff where you guys say like I don't, you know, there's no evidence of God and stuff like that. I'm cool with saying I may just believe in something, but I don't know if it's true. So I won't be banging on it like it's true, like the way that these other people do. Like this is true. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool with saying
that's a good position to hold.
Yeah, but listen, but for me, because I have that position, I don't care what other black people believe in as long as they believe in each other. So I'm with when Torek says, you know, the black community, the Caribbeans, like we need to focus on ourselves. That's what I'm about. I don't care if you were Hebrew Israelite, a Moor, 5%er, nation of God and earth, whatever you want to be. You want to be Buddhist, you want to be Hindu. Look, all I know is when they say round up, we rounding up. That's it.
Well, this is my whole point, sis. Where, I mean, even if you think of the problem is a lot of these guys, let's say that are representing G Block. If you check them, not really pro-black. Do you get what I'm saying? So
why you say that?
No, of course they're not pro-black. The very pro-black is I call it the unholy spirit of kufr or wicked and evil. So that's ultra funky. That's
ultra funky is pro-black. Veli is pro-black.
No, you that's what I'm saying. If you was in England, you would know that ultra funky is not pro-black. He's what we call what's the word? I don't know. Basically, you would have thought that most of his friends were white anyway. That's what you would have thought. But anyway, right, growing up. And then we got
fuck? Right? Bro, I'm from Hackney. I'm from the fucking ghetto. What are you talking about?
I don't get that vibe from Ultra at all.
Veli's from South.
Bro, I'm from the ghetto, bro. Melanated. I'm from the most socially deprived area in London.
Yeah, for white people. White people.
No, for fucking black, you mad? No, Hackney's been gentrified, yes, but that's recent times, bro.
Were there any poor white people there? Were there any poor white people there?
Yeah, of course there's poor Irish.
That's my point. That's my whole point, bro.
Yeah, but my god,
his face with spit and all kind of things like that.
Washing my face with spit. You need to go to the hospital, bro.
No, I don't. He giggling. I don't believe him. Don't believe him. I don't believe him. But listen. No, but you're not about to be. You're not about to be doing
this.
The
funny thing is, Issa said he was from Richmond.
Who, me?
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
I didn't say from Richmond.
Oh no, somebody else I got mixed up. Sorry.
Wait. What is it called? Torek. Torek or Ultra. What is it called when they be lying in the Muslim thing? Was it fitna?
Takia.
Man, you doing takia right now. You doing takia right now.
No, takia is when you lie about your own self. So meaning, if you say you don't believe a thing that you believe. I'm talking.
Oh no.
Ultra funky, right? I'm saying because you're in the States, you don't know the culture of what he is over here. I'm just saying. It's not even. My point was him.
Have you heard James Jones talk to the racist people? When he talks to the racist people, he be going in. You talking about the people is not pro-black. Don't be doing that, man.
Hold on, stop. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Okay, all right, man. Let's have a serious conversation, right? You mentioned your perspective on God. Do you? Jesus has a surfboard, right? You mentioned that you know because you can't prove this God concept, etc. That it's not something you would argue over and so on. You're just about our people, right? So, what my point is to you: do you agree that if white people in England and America are atheists, what are they atheists of? Would you agree it's the Christian white concept of God?
No, they're atheists on any concept of God.
Okay, so why when they're speaking do they always refer back to the Christian concept of God, number one?
Because that's the predominant, at least in America, that's the predominant religion here. So
exactly. Hold on, that's the point I'm making. When they say they're atheists as the others, in their head, they are atheists of that concept, because this is what
God is God is God.
No. This is what, right? Watch this now. Now our sister joined in. What I want to see what you lot got to say to this. For those people that make God and nature synonymous. So for them, God is nature. Can you believe or disbelieve in it? Melanated goddess and the what's the name again? Nynaeve. Can you disbelieve in that God? Yes or no?
Do I disbelieve?
That is attributed to nature.
No. If somebody's concept of God is nature, so when they say God, they're referring to what we call nature. Can you disbelieve in that God? Yes or no?
I wouldn't. But some people would. Some people would.
But they're just deifying nature.
Hold on, man.
But some people listen. But some people wouldn't. They would reject that God because they would say that that's not God. The creator of the nature is God. See?
No. Listen to what I just said. I'm talking about you in relation to those people that present
those were probably the earlier concepts of God anyway.
But I agree with
in
you.
terms of nature and whatever.
All right.
Right. So I would agree with, and it's not just white people who do that. So I'm just not going to let you.
I didn't say it was melanated.
Oh, okay.
All right. The answer is yes. The answer
is yes. I said yes. I said yes when you first said it.
No. Right. Hold on. So therefore, when people say they are atheists, it's normally atheist towards a certain concept or group of concepts. Now I'm saying, for those, if a certain group of people on these panels all believe, when they said Allah or Yahweh or God, they referred to nature. Do you agree the conversation with atheists would have to be different? Do you agree?
Yeah, I think it would be different. Yes.
No, it's all the same shit, melanated. None of it's all fake.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm just getting to the point now. So therefore, melanated, when I'm saying that these lot are brainwashed by a Caucasian Eurocentric view of God, it is because they are atheistic towards that. Do you understand?
So what's your view of God?
Mine's very deep. You can start with one of the levels of the concept of God you can say is nature. And it's nature and beyond. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Have I seen God?
Nature and beyond is not really saying anything, is it, Bab? Because originally, before the God concept, we know that persons were not necessarily worshipping nature, but that's what they signified, the power. You know what I mean?
Yes, they deified nature because they understood how the seasons work, the life that the sun brought. Of course, you're going to deify what brings life, and then you got fucking people snatching the idea
and then the God squad came.
You get me with their fucking sky daddy bullshit.
Then came, called that idol worshipping, didn't they? Then gave them a
pagans.
new God.
Call them pagans.
That's not true. That's not true.
Of course it's true. Of course it's true.
Hold on.
Before there was no. Before there
you don't
was
like how she's saying it. You don't like how she's saying it, but it's true.
It's not that.
Before there was a God concept, there was the concept of nature.
But that's you're not. I don't think you're getting the point. When you study
language,
I am getting the. No, you're not because you said before there was.
You know what it is? Listen.
No, hold on.
Because I've not even got all afternoon. You know what I mean? Because unlike you, I can't work from home. But listen, the point I'm making is this, right? All these big discussions and big PhD and this and that. You understand me? To know about God is a nonsense.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But the point I'm making is,
what I'm saying to you, hold on.
You're when making people statements that are big things. That's the problem because it's based on linguistics. How would you know what you just said? Linguistics.
How meaning. Are we bringing linguistics? I'll
tell you how. Very simply.
Go on.
Right. Language, when you're studying ancient nations that no longer exist with the people, you are putting together how they thought and saw nature and God through their language, which is a study of languages called linguistics. So what I'm saying to you is it's not as simple, although I agree with what you're saying in general, it's not as simplistic as you put it, where other people came and demonized what they were doing. Because a lot of the time it's the same people among them that have demonized what they were doing. There were certain groups from among them that differed with the way that they were evolving their religion. And they came against them.
But it wasn't a religion. What do you mean evolving their religion? Sorry.
What I mean is their culture, their way of religion. For instance, if somebody saw, for instance, you know what a totem pole is? What do you call that thing?
Totem. It's a totem.
the big pole. It's totem pole, isn't it? But there's another word for it. There's another. Okay. Anyway, that thing there. Do you know what that represented in the community?
In whose community?
Are you talking about a Tekken? A Tekken?
It's basically the people of Native America, the Aborigines. It's like a big tree. It's like a big coconut tree, and it's got writings all over it. Do you know what that represents?
No, I don't know Native American thing.
Okay, so basically what it was, it represented the
fertility, the male phallus, maybe.
Well, it could be that too, but the main thing was the connector between earth and heaven, right? Where you found the so-called gods and the high god, etc. So it's similar to voodoo, where you have your tree and for instance, in the voodoo temples, you would have a pillar, right, and this post, which they generally see as symbolically representing the connector between heaven and earth, where you communicate with the lower and the lower descend. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's why they do their rituals around the pillar and post. Same with the totem had a more holistic position relating to the village itself. So the reason I bring that up, I'm just saying that various people would invent their own ways of practicing their cultures, and they were rejected from others. And this is how you had certain tribes coming against others. So I'm saying it's not as simplistic.
But they were the way that they practiced and the way that they understood divinity or the source of everything was very similar. So although there were some nuances that were different. You know, their understanding of things, there were similarities, and when they had these stories, right? When they had these stories to depict certain things, it was pretty much understood that none of that was literal, right? And I think what Nanita was speaking about, she was fast forwarding to the part where it changed from being literal beings and deities to things that were symbolic.
Yeah, no, from symbolic to literal. That's what I mean. Right?
From symbolic to being more literal. That's what she was saying.
No, I hear you, but I'm saying you always had both. So, for instance, for the high priest and those who are of that level, they understood the symbolic from the get-go. However, if you check the masses, if you look at some of the records from ancient Egypt, the general masses believed in these deities. They believed in them to be spirits and so on. Same with voodoo, because they literally believe that you're possessed by a Loa right now as we speak. They believe a spirit comes into your body to communicate things to the people on earth. Right, that's a common belief, right, in voodoo. So it's not, they don't believe it's symbolic at all. They believe it literally.
That's not what I was speaking about as far as being literal. What I'm saying is that believing that Oshun, and I don't know the names of any of the Loa to recite those, but believing that Oshun literally walked on earth. That's what I'm saying, as opposed to believing that Oshun represents something, you know, and even if they had a statue named Oshun or a temple named Oshun, it's not that Oshun was a human being. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I hear you, sis, but I'm saying that's what we know as a people who've got the hindsight to look at that information. But the people of that culture, the general populace, believe that. That's my point. They generally believe whatever they were taught because they weren't initiated into the higher understanding these things. Now we have access to Freemason information, higher symbolics. We understand we've got access to so much more information. But getting to the main point I was making is that it's not always a simple thing of those people that have this higher concept or one God concept went and conquered those they called pagans. I'm saying the concept existed amongst themselves first. They differed and they would demonize their gods. You know about that, right? The common thing was to demonize the gods of their enemies. Yeah, you know about that? Right, so I'm saying this habit came beforehand. So it was something that they did regardless of your religion. You believed in 100 gods, 2 gods, 1 god. It didn't make a difference. You would talk about their gods in a disparaging way as a means of, you know, undermining their
so why people get vexed when you do it now then?
But that's what I'm saying. It's part of human nature. It's just what they do. It's just, you know what I mean? It's, for instance, when they want to invade a country today, what do they say? Oh, they're terrorists, they're dictators, they're oppressing their people. They want to bring democracy in it. They make themselves look good and the others look bad. It's the same bloody. It's the
but
same.
Hold on a minute. Let's bring it back to where we were in it. So are you? Because I know I heard you talk about that the majority know about, like the white Christian gods. I think he was basically alluding to. Is that correct?
Let me just repeat.
Where, and
America,
that's
America and
sorry?
England. Sorry, English-speaking people. When they say they're atheists, it's normally disbelief in the Christian white concept of God. That's what I'm saying.
All right. So okay. So if the Christian concept of God is white, what is the Islamic concept of God?
It's beyond, let's say, human race and stuff, because obviously you don't have God coming.
Wait. So the Christian one is white, and the Muslim one is beyond what?
It's beyond complexion.
It's beyond what?
Human color, human complexion, meaning
human color. Right. So Islam is colorless, and Christianity. Sugar. I got a call coming, man.
Okay.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
All right, I'll explain a bit better for you in a minute. Yeah, I don't know if she can hear me, but anyway, yeah, let us know when you come back. Yeah, melanated. What I was
saying, Ultra back up. Ultra wants back in.
Yeah, so what I was saying was, basically my point, melanated, was this: when people are atheists, like for instance, when people used to come at me with the concept of Allah that general Muslims have, I used to say I'm a Muslim atheist. And the reason is because it says, what, you're a Muslim and an atheist? And I say, yeah, the concept of God you're trying to give me and enforce on me, like Rob does. I'm saying that's not the only concept that the Quran presents. You know what I'm saying? So stop trying to enforce generally what is your Christian perspective first, and then you've layered it with Islam and the rest of it because let's say Muslims think of it to be that way. Do you get what I'm saying? So like I said, sister, if nature was synonymous with God, then what would people be saying? Because obviously we know there are people that believe that. You got pantheists and all kind of what's that guy's name? Sarah Garvey, for instance. You know, he
can ask what you lot are actually talking about. Because when I jumped on, I thought you were talking about people being pro-black or not, and it seems to have shifted. So.
Yeah, James. Yeah, James.
Let me explain it. Yeah, what I was saying was, and I can't remember how we got onto it, was that your view.
Because you be forever throwing shots. You the shot thrower.
Hold on. No, I was making a point. Oh, that was it, sister. You said something about the concept of God, right? So what I was saying is that what's his name?
You said the atheists on this channel. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, the unholy trinity of kufr, right? So that's James Jones, Veli, and Ultra. I said their version of atheism is Eurocentric, meaning that when you become an atheist, for instance, melanated, if all you knew was voodoo and you became an atheist, what you're rejecting is the voodoo gods, correct? Melanated?
Yeah, I guess.
Right. So if all you knew was Christianity, that's all do you get my point? So I'm saying when they keep saying they're atheists and so on, they're talking about so-called Abrahamic concepts.
No, Issa, I'm talking about your God too, bro. Just to clarify.
That's why I said Abrahamic, bro. That's why I said so-called Abrahamic. But you don't know about my God either, so forget that, bro.
Hold on. Wait, Issa, don't you mean Ibrahim alayhi salam?
Issa's God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with wisdom, power, and love. Our God is an awesome God. Y'all know that song?
You weren't in the choir, wait. You weren't in the choir, melanated. Stop
it. Issa, just to double check, we're talking about Ibrahim alayhi salatu wassalam, yeah? That guy.
This guy's an idiot, you know. This man's better than that.
Is that who we're talking about? Man?
Oh my god, my man pronounces the Arabic better than Arabs, man. Anyway, what we're saying is what people call Abrahamic, which would include Christian, Jew, Muslim. I'm saying that they generally have concepts of God or a concept of God in common to a degree. But then there are, I don't know, melanated, did you know that some Sufis believe that everything is God? Did you know that? Everything is Allah. Did you know that?
No. Big up to the Sufis, them. What?
Oh, stop your noise. Anyway, right? Yeah, this is one of the reasons why the Orthodox pronounce them kafirs.
I'm gonna become a Sufi evangelist.
Oh, flipping. Remember, the Sufis come from the Shia, right? All right, they were.
Oh boy! Oh Lord! Never mind.
You change your mind quick, yeah.
Never mind.
But you do get my point, though. What my point is that unless.
But how does that make them not pro-black? Because
I'm just about to get there now. So I'm saying if they had studied, for instance, the black traditions of God, and then they said, you know what, I don't rock with the so-called Abrahamic concepts, but I can rock with this. Do you see my point? So if they said I can rock with, let's say, the ancient Egyptian or the voodoo concept, even if they didn't care about practicing it, I'm just saying the fact that they keep gunning concepts of God and they're only talking about that, I'm saying that's where the non-pro-black perspective of atheism comes from. That was my whole.
I don't think there's someone who like
Bro,
they may not.
Esau, that is all gods. His God, everyone's God. It's all nonsense.
Whatever.
Yeah, they probably feel like, spiritual stuff they can't be proven, and they just not really rocking with it. What's wrong with that?
No, that's not the point. I'm saying when they argue their points, they're arguing against certain concepts of God. All right, anyway, that don't matter.
Because if you have you ever heard James Jones have a conversation with Shakara? He's not really only coming at the Abrahamic stuff. It's just like all the spooky stuff. As people use that word, they use the term spooky. Like, if you can't touch it, see it, hear it, well, that joint don't exist to them.
All right, let me ask you this, Melanated. Can you touch nature?
Yes.
No, listen to the question.
Yeah,
I can
touch nature.
Nature. Yeah.
Yes, I can touch various aspects of it. He's stupid.
I like that one. I like that.
He's literally impregnated Mother Nature.
So Esau, Esau, do your set of people go on Hajj?
If we have to, but I mean, right now I have no plans of going Hajj while these people are running the show. Why?
Do you think that is something that's beneficial for our people, like how Brother Malcolm X went over there?
Why would Malcolm X? Well, the Nation of Islam go Hajj. You know that, right? Ooh, did you know that?
No, we just trying to understand. He just asked you a question.
Is it actually beneficial for our people to do these things?
Yes, it definitely is. If you understand, let me ask you a question. What color is the rock in there?
But can I just interject quickly?
One sec, sugar. We're getting there. What color is the rock?
Sorry, y'all.
But why would a God want you to copper feel? I don't get it.
This guy, this guy.
I'm being serious though. If she's into it, obviously she's wearing a hijab, but it doesn't mean you can't touch.
Oh my God. That wasn't what I was talking about, you joker. That wasn't what I was talking about.
Sorry. Carry on.
In fact, now that you brought it up, that's part. My whole thing is the way it's governed by them, but as well as I don't know if I can continue my Hajj if I'm seeing women being groped. Like, I don't know. It's just, for me, the whole thing, I've just put it in the back of my mind and said, right, Hajj for me right now is not a thing. I've just left it like that.
Groping for a Shia is calm, innit? You just do it
on the spot. You know what? Kick this guy. This guy's an idiot.
No, but I'm saying you just do it on the spot muta thing, innit? And then it's done.
I knew you got bloody said, but she has to agree. All right, you have to agree. But anyway.
Under the hijab,
so where in the Quran does it talk about the Hajj?
Yeah, of course it talks about Hajj. What, you don't know that?
Does it?
Yeah,
man, you got a chapter Hajj.
All you have to do is ask in Islam. Like, you don't really need. If I was a Muslim, I'd just roll around with a little miswak and then just start telling chicks what they're doing. And if they say no, just give them give them a little poke.
This guy's coming out, bro. Oh my God.
Give them a little poke and tell them this is the way that Allah willed it.
You know what, bruv? I mean, these are. You know what? Any Sunni's gonna defend your thing, bruv. He's talking about you lot, blood, with your mishwak and that. You get me? Yeah, blood. This is
what. Don't you believe in Daraba? No, you don't. What does Daraba mean to you?
Well, oh, the spanking is the so-called beating.
What spanking? You just made it super sexual, bro.
There was a white racist that came at me with that, and I said, yeah, every woman I've spanked on her booty, she never complained. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. Anyway, that's sorry. I went off there.
Is that what Daraba means to you, spank? Yeah.
No. I'm saying that's how they translate it. It said beat them and so on and so forth.
What do you call it?
Again, I can't present that because the Sunnis will take the Black Telex arguments and use that as their defense. Sunnis must take their own translations and whatever comes with it.
Ziriab Jamal says it means
you might have mine as well.
Like you can walk basically like you sort of it's basically ending the relationship kind of thing. But he uses proofs that there's other ways it's used in the Quran where it basically means like like you finish it. There's a word he used.
It's kind of like this. You strike. What do we call it here? You know when you say strike or pose, for instance. Yeah. What's the other one? Strike off.
That's what he said. Something like that.
But it's clear from the whole context. I mean,
like when you go on strike, when your job goes on strike.
This is exactly. So what was that? Oh, flipping out. There was another word.
The problem is, he said, James S.C. found a similar examples of where it's used as actually hit.
Yeah. But no one's saying it's not. This one of the examples I give a lot. Is this? Look at this one word we use in English, and it's similar use in Arabic in the Quran. So the word earth in English means one, the planet Earth, number two, the earth wire, and number three, the soil, right? And they're all spelled exactly the same. The reason you know how they're supposed to be used is the context. Do you get what I'm saying? So this is a thing where, at the end of the day, it's very clear what the Quran is saying. But I would say Ziriab will be on the right track. But I mean, if people want to, if they want to put some work in the bedroom, you know what I mean? But Allah. Anyway, let's get off.
Quickly, back to pro-black though. Like, so who you think is not? Why do you think, for number one, people are not pro-black?
No.
Why are you pro-black?
Okay, let's get to the specifics of what I was saying and not make it a big broad brush. I'm saying when it comes to the concept of atheism. So, for instance, let's say somebody else is pro-black in general, but he still has a Eurocentric atheistic view. I'm saying you have a Eurocentric atheistic view. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Well, you'd have to outline that, number one. Yeah.
Okay. What that means is this, that the rejection of God, so to speak, is based upon your original concept, and your main concept of God that you're rejecting is Eurocentric. And then you're taking that same brush and then putting it everywhere else. Rather than saying, right, I reject, specific types of concepts, but the concept that I can't escape from is the concept that God is nature, because you can't escape from that. If somebody says God is nature, you can't go left or right of that, can you?
What does that mean though? Like, just in a search, just a random search. God is my left foot. But what is that? I can't escape that either, can I? But logically, what are you saying? What are you saying? You're just saying God is an observable quality or quantity. That's it.
No, but this is what I'm saying. When the sister said she can touch nature, and the unholy spirit came in with something very funny about, he impregnates nature 4 times or whatever. My point is that you can't actually touch nature because it's a concept. If you look at, when we say nature, it's actually a concept. Do you get what I'm saying?
Not really, because you have today people manipulating the weather, and nature in the dictionary term just means uncontrollable.
No, but forget that. No. Hold on. God has a defined set of attributes, or as far as you're concerned, has a defined set of attributes and is meant to exist independently of the universe and many other qualities that are ascribed to God, right? That's what when you use God, so you cannot constantly arbitrarily redefine the term and then say, "See, I've caught you out."
Hold on. You this is where you're getting it wrong. When I'm saying I've put it out there to say those people. So when you're saying they've got other attributes, you don't even know if they've got other attributes. I'm just talking about the people who see nature. So you've got certain pantheists or monopantheists, and they're just saying, well, that, what in relation to what Turok said, is not manipulating. When you say even manipulating nature, it would be the natural processes.
But you're losing me because it's getting a bit abstract. I'm saying
because it is.
But from the original point you made,
nature is natural.
You said we're responding to a Eurocentric view of atheism, and then you went essentially that reason. One of your evidences for that is that we can't challenge. But if someone has a varying view on God, then you'll just explore their view and see if you're opposed to it. You see if there's evidence to support their claim, and see if you're opposed to it. It's not really rocket science. Like,
No. Hold on. But I said you can't reject the view. For instance, if we have a separate word for God and nature, right? If their word for nature was the same as the word for God, how could you reject it? Do you get my point?
Or maybe that's what people call the Elohim.
But you're not caught in any kind of bind. If someone redefines something and you say, well, yeah, my view is consistent with that specific definition. However, it doesn't apply for all definitions. Then what kind of bind are you caught in? It's like you saying, let's exchange, let's use the words nature and God interchangeably in this context. And someone saying, I agree, and then saying, so that means you believe in the Prophet Muhammad. Of course it doesn't.
No, stop.
Wait. It's almost irrelevant and futile to make this sort of case that it's subject to redefinition. Yeah, of course. Everything.
No. This is what I said to you, bruv. You're saying redefinition as though ours was first. I'm saying to you, for those people who live with nature, and to them, nature is what they call God. That's it. They haven't redefined anything.
But nature isn't omniscient and omnipotent and all of the qualities ascribed to
that's what God. Attributes. That's my whole point to you, bro. Forget all of those attributes. This is why I just gave the one concept, meaning God, nature. That's it.
But they're not though, because the African spiritual systems are not just simply nature. They are nature having some kind of. So essentially, the argument is consciousness. Yeah. If we just souls, consciousness, unconscious matter, conscious matter, that kind of argumentation. So you can come from a physicalist, naturalistic, materialist perspective and argue with anyone talking about nature's debate. We're going to deify nature. I can argue with them in exactly the same vein I would argue with the Prophet Muhammad. The only difference between theirs and yours is a far more fanciful claim. Theirs is a bit more rooted in logic.
Listen, I don't think because you start off responding to what I'm saying, then you go off to the left and the right. Listen to what I'm saying to you. They're living with nature, right? So they're living in harmony with nature. Now, nature is still an abstract concept behind what we're observing. Do you get it? Like natural processes are really what we're talking about. And they're saying that's God, just like God is an abstract concept.
No. See, this is where I would disagree with you, because nature, right? We could reduce to physics, to chemistry and biology, which we could further reduce to mathematics.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
but it's far less conceptual and far more objective, in the way that some people perceive it more than others. The people that have gaps within that will deify some of the naturalistic principles. In that context, yes, you can refer to nature conceptually, like how you just described it. But in relation to what we're actually talking about here, there is no separation in the way that for lack of a better word, a true atheist would respond. The only difference I can see, and why it may appear that Shakara gets less or draws the ire of atheists less than someone like you, maybe, or Sunni, is because your claims are far more extraordinary and far more fanciful, and require far more incredulity and skepticism.
Hold on. You see,
so hold on, James. How do you describe God then?
I wait for someone who believes in his existence, he or she or their existence, and then I attempt to understand it. And if I cannot understand it, then I'll be honest and say that I don't understand or don't believe.
So what about nature? How would you explain nature?
I just described it. Did I not describe? I'd say it's the physical laws that we seemingly are all bound by, or everything in the universe is bound by.
Is that a dictionary term of nature?
No, that's just off the top of my head. I can Google it if you want.
But but not just that. Remember the example I gave. Notice how James Jones sort of forgets the context. I was saying people living in nature, they're not going to be dealing with the mathematics and all of what you've said. They're concerned about a wild beast either trying to kill their kids or kill them or whatever else. They're concerned about another tribe over there. They're living with nature. They ain't going to go into all the mathematics and all of what you've described, specifically living with nature, and their concept of nature and God are synonymous. That's it. So you expand.
I don't know as much. Yeah, I don't know as much as you. No. I'm like, remember, I'm actually having a conversation with you, so I'm responding. Yeah. I'm responding to. So the initial premise is what I'm trying to follow. Yeah, however loosely. So the initial premise was we are essentially our refutation of a Eurocentric concept of God, makes our atheism invariably Eurocentric in nature.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
I'll say it again. I'm saying your atheism is based upon that. In other words, if everyone around you just believed nature and God were synonymous, and you disbelieved it, your atheism would be totally different. Your arguments would be
So
totally
you're not listening. That's what I'm saying. You're not listening at all to a word I'm saying. You literally just redefined what I defined for you, and that is my initial premise. I'm saying no. But the second you deify any of these natural aspects, you would have the same criticism from me. The only reason, I've said it about 4 times now, the only reason it appears that we are far more critical of your position is because it is far more fanciful than someone who's deified. So if you say the sun gives me sustenance, therefore I worship the sun. Well, I can criticize your worship of the sun and ask why you anthropomorphize the sun. Why is it a man?
We didn't say worship.
But hold on. I know, but just work with me, bro. We can have a conversation about every little point being a win or a loss. It's just work.
No, but I'm saying you always go left or right because I'm saying if you're talking about nature, you talk about worshiping the sun. No one said about worshiping anything.
Listen for a moment. Yeah, an atheist is fundamentally naturalistic. Yeah, fundamentally a physicalist or materialist. So when it comes to someone saying nature is God, let's scrap the second part of that definition, the God part, because this is irrelevant. And let's say you believe in nature. Oh, guess what? I do too. I almost know it's a fact because we fucking experiment every day. So that's not even that's a non-argument.
No, it's not.
Hold on, mate. You just said God and nature is synonymous.
No, you didn't get it. No. This is the important bits you're missing out. This is what I keep saying. So I'll go in a bit deeper then. So what I'm saying is those people living in nature, right? So if you lived, all you knew was this culture, right? And I'm talking about you being an atheist from that perspective. The concept of God and nature are synonymous in the language, and it naturally personifies nature because of the word used. This is my bloody point.
Yeah, you're talking about. Well, to be honest, it's such an isolated instance that
it has to be.
No, but I don't know. Like, fine, you did this yesterday or the other day with Dark Magician. What you're asking now? Like, okay, fine, yeah, no problem.
Because you have to, because I'm saying Nynaeve went back to the ancients in the beginning, and I'm saying if that's what they have in their language, how do you get out of it? Don't you get it?
What you're saying is this: is what you're saying, just to understand. In the same way, I would say a natural law. Yeah, they would say God's law, and it is absolutely nothing spiritual. Yeah.
Well, when you say spiritual, you're talking about the unseen, because you can't see nature itself.
Forget that. I'm asking you a specific question. Is it spiritual? Is it regarding consciousness? Is it regarding something
unseen?
Unseen, right?
Yeah. So nature is unseen. Yeah.
Is it anthropomorphized in any way?
Yes.
Ascribe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is deifying nature, and this is my point.
I'm saying the language does it by itself. So I'm saying you don't have another word.
I'm saying if an African comes to me now and says, what is God? God is the sun. We're gonna have an argument about it.
Bro, listen to you were raised in that culture. That's the bit, bro. You keep telling me from your perspective now, and I'm saying, of course, now you're gonna do that now. But I said the scenario I gave, you were raised in this culture. You only speak that language. If you're rejecting it through the culture and through the language. Right now, what you're telling me is, if an African comes to you now who speaks English, you speak English now, you're going to listen from an outside perspective.
Now, I don't know. Yeah, now I feel like this is devolved into a strange.
No, that was a scenario at the beginning. I've had to repeat it like 5 times. But all right, let's leave it there because Nynaeve is coming back, and inshallah we can get on to what we were saying.
Let's deal with what we've been trying to deal with for a long time. So last time I've greatly, like, honestly, humbly, hat in hand. You don't need to accept or anything, but I apologize. That was very triggered, number one. But you know, one thing I'll say to you, just a bit of advice. It does, even people like me who are quite impervious to that shit, it does grate on you when people keep sliding in little adjectives, because eventually you're like, you know what, I want to respond today. And then obviously I had quite a lot of pent up animosity towards you, but which is, it's all out now, so I apologize. But let's deal with that. So go on, outline your case for why you believe I'm an agent or whatever, and I'll outline my case about why I think you do yourself a disservice.
Right for that flipping. I mean, I can try my best because I haven't even eaten. As usual, I'm supposed to be doing other stuff, but that can wait until tomorrow. I think it was several incidents where what was it? Obviously, specifically, I remember the one where you asked me that question about 100,000 people and the 25,000 and so on. And then I said, well, you being that person, you would kill the whole lot, or just because you would, you know what I mean? And you said, I didn't say that. I'm not pro-black, or I didn't say that. I didn't say I was pro-black. Whichever one you said, you pulled yourself out of the thing quick. And I was like, what? And then I started adding up other things, and I start seeing a pattern of, you know, you're kind of, oh, that's it. Whenever I'm talking to Jupiter and Dave and so on, I'm saying that for me, I'm a grown-ass man, I'm a Muslim, and my methodology is not going to be dictated by you or anyone else. And I'm like, you're always talking to them on other panels and so on, or talking to Dave at the very least on Coonspec channel. So why would you want to keep interfering?
You mean that other night? Is that what you? That's the first time in my entire life, and I was just because I wanted to refute him on an age-old right-wing argument. You see, sorry, just for the chat. Yeah. What about Sweden? But what about all the terrorists in Sweden? Yeah, don't try that, innit? Because Sweden been deploying troops with the UN. Sweden have been coordinating.
Okay.
The only time I ever spoke to, and even then I didn't show him no respect. I chased him off the channel because he was waffling, and I jumped on him.
I didn't even hear the thing. I just know you were there, and I heard you speak to him. I think I was doing something else. But what my point is that you know my position and my methodology. Like, if I'm going to start to diss someone, it's based upon me and their conversation. It's how it's got there. Do you get me? Or at the very least, I've heard these things from them. But if they're willing to have a civil conversation, if I'm going to refute them, I'm going to refute it in my own way. If I'm going to deal with them, it's going to be my own way of doing it. And I'm saying, although I explained that to you several times, you keep coming in, and I'm like, what's going on here? Like, so that's an agent move, isn't it? You see pro-black Issa using his methodology, which would be debate format and undermining in maybe a longer process. And you keep trying to interfere. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
I'm gonna ask a serious, I'm gonna ask a serious question now. Yeah.
But
turn up your volume to rock, man. It's hard.
Let me respond to this guy really quickly, though. I just to outline my case for him.
So you did you say you understood? Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I speak English. I understood. I don't agree with it.
No. As in, can you relate? Do you think? I can see why.
Not an agent, man. I wouldn't say an agent. I would say at best, or like what the most honest position for you would be you saying to me that I'm acting immature, and I obviously have a pre-existing issue with these people, and that it should be limited to me, like my own interactions with them, and it shouldn't impinge upon you. Like, as an adult, I understand that it's a bit childish of me to just
because you know my
agent. I don't see that. I don't see agent.
No. I'm saying me and you've spoke so much about so many different topics, not just bloody Sunni Shia and these other people. We spoke about all kind of different things, science, all kind of things. So I'm saying because of that, you would know that my methodology is a certain way. You get me? I like to, rather than shout and scream, punish my opponents to a degree.
Okay, so this is okay, right? This is perfect. So now my issue lies in, so when the first time I saw you speak to Jordan online, you basically said you'd already said, oh, he speaks about black people, he speaks for black people, something like that. Something that basically the negative inference you made was that he thought he was helping black people, and who was he to help black people? Which, listen, it's fair position. You probably know him better than I do, right? So maybe that's
no, that wasn't the problem. Let me just say it so you can respond. What it was he was telling me and the other black brother about Ralph. Do you know who he is? Do you know what he said? Why are you engaging him in conversation?
Okay.
And my point was, my methodology is to refute and have them look stupid rather than scream us out and call him names. So that's what I was doing, because I refuted him twice in the conversation and corrected him, and he had to say, yeah, that's a good point, actually. So then my point was, he's calling Ralph a racist and all this stuff, but then Jordan thinks he's more qualified than me and the other adult brother, what's his name, CB, what do you call again, the one that deals with the police uniform and all of that. He's telling both of us what we should do in relation to him. We're grown men. We know what we're doing. So Jordan's position then is like he's saying to us.
I would trust. Listen, I would trust Jordan M more. I mean, number one, because he's a police officer, and number two, just because he's in my opinion, Jordan M I would trust more to protect a black person than that IC3 fella, like, without a shadow of a doubt.
What?
I would trust Jordan M to have black people's interest, to have more black people's interest, all trolling aside. I would very much more trust Jordan M to have a black person's interest at heart than IC3, even though this is a bit of trolling, even though I believe Jordan's MI5.
Hold on. Why would you? I mean, have I missed something about IC3? Like,
yeah, I mean, we'll do that whenever. I mean, I've spoken to him once, and I definitely resolved it's not misconceptions that I have about him, put it like that, because I've resolved them and I could speak on that, but that's another conversation.
Well, I think that has to be a whole show, bro, because boy,
on you, I mean, we did a whole show, like literally.
No, on him, like to
Are
say,
you saying that Jordan M is more pro-black than IC3, James? Is that what I'm hearing?
I said,
what are you saying?
has black people's interests at heart better than IC3.
But I ain't saying that though.
Black, what interest? Hold on. What black? Hold on.
Nationalism.
What interest? Hold on a second. What black interest does Jordan M have in his heart?
Like he wouldn't disrespect black people. But hold on, can I just get back to that? Let me finish.
He has done though.
Let me finish. No, he hasn't.
That's a very outlandish statement to make, James.
Right, cool. And I can justify it if you allow me to just.
Well, I'm all right. I'm listening, bub.
All right. So speaking directly to your point, yeah. So you've got this kind of irascible nature when it comes to Jordan, yeah, as well as Dark Magician. Now you can say whatever you want. You can listen back to the tape, and it's not the first time. You and Dark Magician have spoken a few times where it's been adjective laden, yeah, where you've antagonized him, or when you've taken a contentious or combative stance from the beginning, and he can attest to that. I know you. Defensive. I would say combative from moment one. I would say, and whether that's based on his atheism, I can accept that. And maybe
atheism, bro.
And maybe okay. Well, but listen, I'm just trying to be fair here, right? I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to be honest. You do not show the same Socratic dialogue attempt. No, sorry, not Socratic. You don't attempt the same sort of type of dialogue with the right wingers. With the right wingers, it's clearly an appeal. Now, do me a favor, because in my opinion, one of the tenets or core principles of intelligence is self-awareness. Yeah. So, and you consider yourself intelligent. So do me the service of being self-aware enough to realize that not everybody hates you and not everyone's lying against you. Me, Belly, Ultra, all us people like love you. No, but on a level, man, I've got love for you.
It's getting ridiculous now, bro.
Everyone's saying it looks like you're caping for one step.
No, not everyone. You and a bunch of Sunny coons. That's it, bro.
Hold on, man. That's what I'm saying. Look, you're getting there's no emotions here. Yeah? Let's talk facts. If a lot of people are saying you're caping, yeah, a lot of people that are truly impartial, but that you're not doing it for other groups, and both of them share the same skin color, except the three that we know about are openly hostile and racist towards black people, have all openly insulted black people unprovoked, yeah, and the other two is inferred. So it's like, because Dark Magician says X, thus he is whatever. Because Jordan capes, because Jordan knows better than black people, this is why he's a racist. Do you not see now, if anyone's watching, it looks like you don't have a methodology. That looks like the opposite of a methodology.
Brilliant. So the point is, your little silly, ridiculous, immature and retarded sum up of Dark Magician and my interaction, it is when we started speaking, it was very good. But as soon as he tried to superimpose on me what the Quran says, yes, it does, but it does though, but you do though, this is how it started to go left. And then it continued that way. It went good. It went bad. It's been up and down that way. Just like the other day when he said he respects me. He respects, the way I talk and we interact and how we interact on an intellectual level when you was doing your triad, right? So your opinion of me and him is not shared by him. So this is the problem you're having. Even he refutes you. Number one, hold on. So number two, me and Jordan had conversations before when he was hanging with Modine, right? So my whole thing with Jordan was, he asked me, about Shia and Miriam. I explained. And my point was, here's a so-called convert, and he's doing all of these things. And normally a sincere convert who asks questions and so on would look around a bit before taking sides with Sunni, with Shia, Salafi, or even on other views. You would look around. You would sincerely want to know the truth. You wouldn't just jump in a camp and then start coming against other people and talking rubbish. That's not the way a sincere seeker or convert is. But my point was, first and foremost, when he was going against the Nation of Islam, right, and started disrespecting them and arguing his point, and what was it? I think he was against Rap Raven, but the main thing was the Nation of Islam thing. That's where I was really, you know what, F this guy. That was it. Then when he came in with me and Ralph's thing, right, you know, I was again. Who do you think you? Because he's one of them ignorant, you know, I love everybody type of people where he thinks he's a subconscious anti-black. Simple as that. Where he thinks he's the one to tell me and another grown man who to speak to and how to speak to them. I've got my own methodology. So when you're saying I'm talking about Jordan this way, it's because of his behavior, not how I've done something. And the same with
to make it a white messiah complex. That's what you're saying. You're saying
it can be that. But it's the same with what's his face, Dark Magician.
All right,
Dark
so
Magician.
to sum it up, you're saying I've got history with these two, thus anything that appears to be antagonistic is based on prior experience. But with the other three, even though I accept that they're racist, I would still give them the benefit of that doubt until they prove it to me. Something along those lines.
It's not just proven. I'm telling you, if somebody comes on and they say, listen, they want all black people off the planet, you're still going to have me talk to them in that civilized way, because my methodology when talking, I'm not fighting them. My methodology is I have to make sure when opposing them, I sound like the one who's more intelligent, more knowledgeable and sharp when I'm dealing with them. That's the process. I'm not supposed to go there ranting and raving like a clown and talking rubbish. That might be your process, but you and the thing is, the people who are agreeing with you are the same stinking Sunni pagan finger batty people that you want me to coon to. That's not happening. I'm saying to you, hold on. I'm saying to you very simply, how it's seen by others who are uncivilized is irrelevant to me. My whole point is this. Hold on. If I was agreeing with what they were saying in relation to anti-blackness, then it would be different. But the things we agree on is Sunnism being a terrorist ideology. So how the hell you're supposed to be black?
I love how you tried to slip that in, because fuck any of them. Everybody that's Sunni that agrees with me, bun them. The man that agree with me are atheists. What about them lot? What's their reason? What's their bias now?
Which, I mean, it depends. Well, let's say Ultra and Veli, right?
And Melanated Goddess in the chat saying I'm right. What's their bias? Why would they need to be
Melanated Goddess has Melanated Goddess had no idea of the culture over here, so she's just speaking from bloody internet. I'm talking about people here.
That is literally Jupiter's argument for everything. That is embarrassing. So
wait, listen to what listen to what I'm saying. Melanated Goddess. Hold on, listen to what I'm saying to you. It's a simple fact.
Inconsistent. That's inconsistent. But all right, listen. I understand your.
Melanated Goddess. What? All right, I can speak to Melanated Goddess. So I live in England. So what are you saying?
Yeah, who, me or him?
You intellect.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, when it comes to me deciding to speak to Jupiter and Dave and have a civilized conversation with them on their views, and where we agree, and where we don't, I will debate them on it. Now, these lot think that's cooning or that's selling out. That's not pro-black. And I'm saying, where did you get that?
No. You're trying it. We're saying it doesn't appear to be any type of methodology. What it appears to be is that there is almost extra points to be earned for bridging the gap. Like I said this very clearly, even yesterday when I was all fucking around, or the other day when I was fucking around with you. I don't believe you are I don't believe what I'm highlighting makes you an agent, makes you anti-black, makes you a coon, makes you a sellout. I just believe that we're all socially conditioned to a point where we seek white approval, and we seek it in different ways amongst different people. And when people don't give you that, what's the word, man? When people don't give you that sort of open contention, it's like you sort of find, as opposed to finding commonality, to almost prove your sort of pro-blackness and anti-white and being anti-white. It's like if someone's like, hey, black man, I want to be your friend, you're like, fuck you, fuck off. And then if someone's like, fuck you, black man, you fucking bitch, go, all right, let's have a conversation. I'm smarter than you.
Okay.
They're both methods of seeking white approval, in my opinion. It's armchair psychology.
Right. But let's do it. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. Listen to what you're saying. You're talking about seeking white approval. So let's help you, because clearly your mind doesn't work properly and you've got your own bias, probably from shaking Sunni's stinky finger hands and all that disease. Now watch this.
Why?
Hold on. I'm saying, no, listen to what I'm saying. You said seeking approval. Where the hell have I sought approval of anything, especially when I say loudly and proudly, Elijah Muhammad was the best black leader we've had in the last 100 years. Now,
Yes,
how the hell let me finish. Hold on. If I say this, Elijah Muhammad, everyone knows what he bloody stands for. The white people say he's the black KKK, you know. I don't care what they say. Number two, my name is clear. Well, apart from today where it says Bun Sunni finger baptism, I normally say the black telek. Hold on. What I'm saying to you is I am always on the pro-black, and what I described to you was not me seeking their approval.
I know,
it's very simple. No, as I said to you before, one of the things I do is I know Jada, for instance, is I've heard her speak, I've watched the videos. She doesn't.
Are you self-aware enough to admit that it appeared to be kowtowing to her? That you
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. Let me respond to that. Because we only had 10 minutes and it wasn't Jada versus Issa, right? Then I could have had certain things set up. So it's kind of a random thing where she said she was going to have her on, and then she said we've got 10 minutes. I didn't know how long. You know what I mean? So I thought,
agree or not, like, because it's like I get the context.
No, I have no. This is what I'm saying. When you say, do I agree? I'm saying no. The reason being,
that it appears that the optics are that you were.
I heard what you said. So the optics and the audio. I'm saying to you, there is nothing from what I said that said, you know what, her anti-blackness is on the right path. That's what I'm saying to you.
All right, cool.
So it's only people who are ignorant as well.
And then the other day when I don't know if I was on the panel, I heard when you were speaking to Dave, and I would agree, like he was
Walter, I'm still a Hebrew Israelite. Not I was one Hebrew Israelite.
He was almost supplicating to you, yeah.
Who's that? Sorry.
Do you know what? Anyway,
who's that? Who was supplicating to me?
You know, it's irrelevant. I've outlined my case. You completely don't accept it. I'm with the best intentions, honestly. Yeah? I'm not saying I'm right, and that's your intention. I'm saying I don't believe it's an anti-black agenda. I believe that all of us, to a degree, are socially conditioned, and maybe you.
But mine's well thought out plans. This is what I'm saying.
Can I say one thing? Just one quick example.
Yeah.
Remember, I'm not sure if it's in the movie or the book, yeah. But you know, Malcolm X was talking about when he, in his younger days, he used to wear bright, like ostentatious clothing, and he realized later on in life that he did that because he sought white people's attention. In that period when he was dressing how he was dressing, he would have believed. And as many kids, you know, these kids wear their trousers low. Like I used to be one of them, you know, or however I used to act, be loud and abrasive in public places. And I realized that it's actually out of an insecurity that's imposed upon me. So maybe we're not always cognizant of
I'm a self-reflector though. This is what I'm saying is I'm a constant self-reflector to the point where
not really.
Well, that's what you think. That's fine. But what I'm saying to you is, if you notice, whatever you complain about, I can explain in detail why I said this, what I was thinking, the purpose and agenda. So, like I said, if I'm speaking to Jada's people, then, and this is how we got into the 25% or whatever it was of the 100,000 of Jada's supporters, and that's where you sort of malfunction. So,
I hope you realize that was a joke. Like I literally set it up.
That's fine. But what my whole point to you is this. I'm saying, because of it's either you lot who have these criticisms are going to look at who I am or the ideology I'm on and how I'm supposed to achieve, let's say, what I want, or you just stand on the sideline and talk your garbage. Because what you're trying to say is your version of pro-black and how it is supposed to be.
I'm not. This is a joke.
No. Listen. When I say your version, not what you practice.
Okay, what
I'm saying your idea of what pro-black is supposed to be.
I don't hold you to any standard other than what I believe you're contradictory. So I believe that.
Exactly. So there's a standard in it. You can't have something that contradicts unless you've got a standard.
Pro-black. It's not like, for example, now you just talked about methodology. I feel like what I provided you was evidence of a contradiction within that methodology. Now, your argument was I had previous. I could counter that argument and say, yeah, but you're still choosing to engage in discussion. So that means if you constantly engage with a methodology, but you deviate at some points for different people, then to be consistent, I would imagine the second, third, and fourth conversation you have with Dave Smith, Jupiter, and Jada, especially, after having learned about their previous racist behaviors, I would imagine it would be far more contentious these next two times. Now, if it is not, that would be a clear inconsistency and contradiction.
You wouldn't accept that. If you don't pay attention. Once there's an insult thrown, there's an insult thrown back. Don't you understand? So this is what you need to learn. I'm saying to you. If they come polite to me, for instance, she politely said to me, right? She goes, this may offend you, but, you know, she's going to say it anyway or something like that. And she said she doesn't consider me Muslim because Anjem Chowdhury is her example of a true Muslim. That would denounce 90% of Sunnis as well.
All right. That's about this. You're it's devolving.
No, I'm making the point.
Let me give you an example. I'll give you an unbiased source. I clearly remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, and bring the man on to deny or confirm. I clearly remember content having to jump on when you and Dark Magician were going at it one time, and you appealing to him and him saying to you, "No, I have to be honest, man. You're the one who's making it. You're the one who's being rude to my man." I clearly remember that. If I'm wrong, strike me down. I
said that to who? I said that to
who? Content had to jump onto Veli stream one time when you and Doc arguing about some atheism thing, and bare people in the chat were saying it, because I remember I was one of the people in the chat going, "Nah, I ain't gonna lie, this is going hard." And they were, I remember, because it's like, what you don't realize is people can be really passive with you, and you could just throw out, "Are you retarded? Are you fucking stupid?" Hold on. And when they say, "Bruv, stop fucking talking to me like that," you're like, "Oh, it's open conflict now. We're in a combat zone." It's like,
no. All right.
You know, you called me the other day. You know, you called me a monkey. Wait, hold on. You know, you called me a monkey. You said I'm retarded. You said I'm unintelligent. You dismissed me about 5 times before I said one swear word to you. And the reality is, I was wrong because I went way harder than you did. But it's like, it's so normal pattern of your behavior. You don't realize you don't do that.
I do realize.
No, but you don't. Right, but you don't. Hold on.
This is the problem. Hold on. Bruv, this is the problem you're having. You're not recognizing that my methodology is that I don't do these little slide disses that you lot. I haven't got time for that. I'll call you straight out your behavior. So, for instance, the Quran lets us know that the monkey is what a human resorts to in character when they behave a certain way. And that's what I'm saying. You've become uncivilized.
You're a monkey. When I've been on the panel and she's arguing with bare random people, what do you ever go, "Blood, this one's a monkey"? Or when
who are you talking? I didn't hear you.
The people that we're speaking, the Jada, the Dave, the thing. No, but you've said it about Doc and you said it about Jordan. Both people who, in my opinion, handle themselves far more respectfully. No.
Listen to what you just said. Far more respectfully. Hold on. No. This is the problem. You see what flipping little chimpanzee, bloody albino 8, what's his name, Jordan PCM said, right? When he was trying to tell me what to do and who to speak to, bruv. Despite from the coon's perspective and the ignoramus's perspective, oh no, he was just trying to tell you not to speak to a racist. In my head, what that says to me is he is now turning to slave master, that he's superior to black people, and he needs to tell us how we should live and free ourselves. Do you understand? So that's a serious violation. Although there's no swearing, he didn't use the N-word, he didn't do none of these things. So I'm saying your judgment of how something's offensive is not a concern to me. I'm looking at the behavior. So Dark Magician, for instance, would have come up with something which from his perspective, it's like, no, but you should do this and you should do that. And when I've explained to them the first time, because I always do it calm the first time, just like I did with Jordan, I explained to Jordan, then he was consistent. Same with Dark Magician. When you keep coming and pretending that because you're white, you know the solution to black people's problems, it's not flipping happening. That's my point. No matter how calm you do it, how sincere you are, I'm saying you're going to get it. And that's what winds me up. So I'm saying if Jupiter and so on, if they're racist, I'm expecting them to be Eurocentric for their agenda. But the point is, they're not going to come, with this nicey, whatever it is. They're going to come, this is how it is. And our people are at threat and white, blacks and Muslims are taking over and they're violent and whatever else. They're going to put it on the table. Whereas Jordan M and Dark Magician, they're supposed to be our friends. So what you're observing is exactly consistent behavior, because if these lot say that, I'm expecting it. They're not bloody shape shifting and pretending they're all lovey dovey like flipping Dark Magician and we're flipping Jordan M.
Quickly, we'll finish it on this, yeah. Like, I want to say something to Nine, yeah. Just to give you a quick analogy, yeah. Do you know when I was watching a IRA movie recently on a recommendation from Pat, yeah, big up Pat, Crimes of Britain, and he gave me a recommendation for a movie. So I was watching the movie, and basically it's like these IRA guys, once they kill British soldiers, it's out, like it's done for them. So they could be living their normal lives, but if they go on some kind of operation and kill British soldiers, from that point on they're living on the lam, innit? They can't go back to they can't live their regular life. And now it's gone from seeing soldiers in the street, going out that night on the operation. Once you've killed those first couple soldiers, now it's on site, innit? It's where you see them. It's you catch, you kill kind of thing, right? That's the kind of scenario that they're living under once they've engaged in that first sort of conflict. And maybe you and I are different because you probably engage in a lot more Islamic discussions, but when I first jumped on these hangouts, the most arguments I had were with people that identified on the far right. I mean, my first golden boot was from scoring a hat trick against the far right. You know what I'm saying? I retired 3 far right activists of mine, but that's unimportant. I'm saying,
Let me ask you a question. Do you find them to be intelligent people? Most of them that you're speaking
to. Retarded. They're all retarded. But the point
no, this is my point. Hold on. Jordan M and Dark Magician, I would say Dark Magician, these are intelligent people.
Yeah.
So when you're talking to a lot of these, for instance, Jada, for instance, bruv, I'm surprised she can read. Do you get me? She's not that intelligent at all. So that's what I'm saying. And you're thinking, oh, I must talk to them this way. I'm saying most of these racist, no offense, white people that I've come across, bruv. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be I'm just saying they generally don't see that.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I killed, like, when I see them, like the other day, everyone was getting on to me for over talking that what's his face, that I can't remember his name, this other guy, this fat white guy that's ethno-nationalist or some shit, and they were like, oh, you're over talking him. I was like, yeah, but bitch, who wants to hear this nigga talk? Like, I don't want to hear him talk. I want to embarrass him. That's what my job is, to embarrass them. My job ain't to engage in it. I don't want to take on none of their points. I don't give a shit about none of their irrational fears. It's got fuck all to do with me. I want to make you look
hold on,
stupid.
James. Are you speaking? But it's a personal between you and them. Do you agree when you're speaking, you're not seen as a representative of a group, correct?
I mean,
yes or no?
I don't attempt to be, but yeah, by some people I am seen as that.
No, you're not consciously representing a group.
I'm not myself. I'm not positing myself as some kind of representative. However, I may be regarded as such.
No, this is what I'm saying. When I say that, I mean,
but can I give you an example? They'll say I'm a lefty. I'm a I'm a Muslim apologist. I'm a pro-black activist. I'm a anything I argue against. I'm a
you don't come online and say that though, do you, James? You don't come on and say I'm a lefty or you're pro-black. That's my whole point. You're just James Jones.
It's a life thing. Like in real life, these people in groups, if they were confident, because I'm not a little human being, in groups, if they were confident, would maybe try to attack me. And if they ever knew my views, and which I'd probably voice in real life, they would also want to attack me. So it's no different online or in the streets. I'll beat you, like, not forget.
No, listen, you're going straight from what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. If you're having to talk, right, on behalf of, let's say, black Muslims or whatever it is, yeah, then it's like people will take what I say and then say, well, this guy's a very vocal one on your behalf, and how he behaves is a bad example for you lot. It's not like you've got 50 black people that follow the Islam and the Quran, and I'm the only bad apple.
Why is Dark Magician and Jordan M not important? Because you might be embarrassing Shiaism to them.
What?
Like, you know what I'm saying? No, but you're saying I have to be a good representative when I speak to the far right. But why can't you be a good representative when you speak to Dark Magician, who's the far right?
I'll tell you why. Hold on. Number one, Dark Magician is a white atheist. There's millions of them. And number two,
and he's a lefty. He's a lefty.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying. He's a white atheist. The point is, the lefty doesn't mean nothing, because that can fluctuate all day. You can be right.
No, but they're not real Christians. They're
most of these damn lefties, they have right-wing views on certain points, right?
No. But the boy that's coming up to you going, Isa, Shias are different from Sunnis, right? He's a fucking, what is he? He's not a fucking Christian. And if he is, for example, if he is, he identifies mainly from his ideology is mainly his political stance. So
but he hasn't. That's what I'm saying. They haven't been rude to me.
Hold on. But this is what I'm saying. Look how low hanging your fruit is, yeah.
No, bro. No. Because you're not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, Dark Magician and Jordan M have both stepped out of line and disrespected me on several occasions, and I've responded. These two in the conversation have not stepped out of line and disrespected me. So what do you want me to do?
You know me and Ralph, yeah? I engage Ralph, and a lot of people that know Ralph is a racist engage him. You know why? Because there's actually points that we must refute, because he is superficially plausible. A lot of what he says is superficially plausible. If you don't delve a little deeper, he may make you believe something is fact when it's not, because he is well spoken and articulate and eloquent. Those people are not, so they don't really require as much, if you like.
All right. So why is Jada got so many bloody followers then?
Pardon?
I'm saying Jada is not the most intelligent or articulate.
Relative to what? Relative to what?
I'm saying
she's a faux celebrity. Yeah, she is some kind of
right, but she influences people.
Hold on. She's some kind of quasi celebrity. Fine. Okay. Just the other day, Witness said the person that I was discussing with had 1,000 or so or something
All right, yeah,
people on his live
at the
stream.
time, yeah.
Yeah, and he was, and but would you think I should pay them any deference? Like, my thinking is this, yeah, is obviously I'm most likely going to be smarter than them, and I'm most likely going to have more of an honest argument. Like, I'm not going to try to use deception to win an argument, and I'm not irrationally fearful. I don't have phobias of groups of people, so I don't really need to be prepared or whatever to debate them. If they don't know they're debating me, they're at a disadvantage instantly. And I'm going to put pressure on somebody like that. There's no way that you're going to get any kind of a blight. And there's definitely no way that you're going to be able to reframe any of my arguments. Like, what, tell you that you're not a Muslim, fam. If you're not self-aware enough to see how hilarious that is to everybody paying attention, you're misunderstanding what a woman is.
No, brother. I don't know what's wrong with your head. Listen to what I'm saying. When somebody says that, they are saying exactly what I'm saying. And I understand what you're saying now, because what you're saying is most of you lot that are judging are very retarded when it comes to thinking outside of a box. Hold on, let me finish. You'll understand. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Just think of what my point is. My whole point is that they hear, not necessarily understand yet, that they hear specifically a black so-called Shia, right, who's not a Sunni, being anti-Sunni to the point of calling it untrue Islam, the religion of the devil, etc. Hold on. So this is my whole point. So when she says what she is believing to be Islam, that I wouldn't be classified, she's basically saying you're not a Sunni. That's the whole point. And I'm saying I agree with you, because that's what she thinks Islam is.
You're not good with macro perspectives. Like, that's fine. I get it. You've repeated the particulars of the debate about 50, 60 times, and that is generally your the theme of most of your discussions. I'm saying remove that for a moment, and I'm saying that your approach isn't equal to higher caliber opponents. To higher caliber opponents, you reduce it to ad homs and you move away from central arguments, but you would engage with an actual an actual consensus agreed upon retard, not something you say as a deflection or a defensive tactic. Actually, people would agree consensus. They may even agree themselves that they've possessed some form of mental retardation. Those people you engage civilly and you refute the central point. Strange, man, but like I said,
talking about, bro. The problem is with you is you don't seem to understand how things work. Human beings in mass have been wrong and have opposed the right views many, many times. It happens all over the world, bruv. So when you're telling me a consensus of ignoramuses means absolutely flipping nothing. The whole point is
that's what I'm saying. You don't like, bruv. It's mad now.
That's what I'm saying. Because what you're telling me is you're going to cake.
Have you noticed that?
You're going to shape according to what people want, and that's the problem again.
You don't understand what I'm saying, but you're just talking about.
I understand what the hell you were saying. It's very simple. It's about macro and micro views. What I'm saying to you is, in relation to the conversation.
What was that point regarding? Go on, explain that.
Right. So retarded is simply this.
No. What you just said now, you were explaining about some ad populus fallacy. What was I saying about bare people thought people are retarded? Explain that.
Bare people thought which
what
bit?
Were you saying, brother, about 3 sentences ago.
If you let me bloody finish, I was flowing in what I was saying. Now you bloody cut me off. Yeah. So my whole point is simply this: where you're saying there's inconsistencies, unfortunately, you're not qualified to do so, because if these people do what Dark Magician and so on have done, they're going to get the same response. So it's pretty obvious. Like Dark Magician, if we only ever spoke that once, it would have been polite. If me and Jordan M spoke, when me and Jordan M spoke, the first 3 times, we were like Muslim brothers. So all you're telling me is what you've seen. And what
I agree.
Hold on. And that summary is absolute garbage when it comes to me speaking to other people, which you seem to leave out in your assessment.
Like who?
Where those other people, and we don't argue.
Like who?
So,
like who?
What do you mean, like who? Is there no one else I speak to online?
No, but come on, man. We're talking about how all I can use is listen. You attack a lot of black people for being coons or whatever, yeah, and you also attack a lot of white people who never said a bad word about black people. But all the white people that say bad stuff about black people, I don't ever see you attack. Wait. No, I'll let you just hear me out. I'm asking.
But you just said something inaccurate, so where are you going to go further?
I'm asking you a question. Listen, I'm asking you a question, so you get a chance to respond to it. I'm asking you. I've seen you insult black people, numerous black people, yeah, me being one of them, yeah, about being coons and that.
Yeah.
I've seen you
which is actually a racist word, but whatever. I've seen you insult white people that I've never heard insult. Yeah. So speak pejoratively about black people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen you insult, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, the right-wing white people who actually insult black people. Please, let's discuss.
Okay, brilliant. So when these people are on a panel with me, I think I did, but I think it was a female one. I did actually. I called them a mutated albino monkey savage. Yeah. There was a guy. I think it's Liam. I think is it Liam. I think his name's Liam.
Man, like gay Liam.
Oh no, it might be Liam. But anyway, there was another white guy. All right, I just remembered it now. There was a white guy, and he was talking about Europeans have done everything. They've got black people have got, all the world have got all the science from white people. Yeah, so one of his statements is that the ancient Egyptians got their knowledge to build the pyramids and their science from Pythagoras, their mathematics from Pythagoras. And we burst out laughing, and I said, when do you think Pythagoras lived, and when do you think the pyramids were built, and so on? And I think it's the same guy that somehow used the N-word, and I cussed him to pieces. Right? I called mutated, albino, savage, and so on and so forth. So my point, but prior to that, the conversation was okay. And then it started to go left when he kept coming up with the dumbest things ever. And I just kept, I was insulting him, in the way of, well, you need to read this and you need to study that. Do you get me? But when he comes up with the N-word, but what my point is, bro, stop pretending like if they're on this thing and they're going to call me the N-word or something, they're not going to get the machine gun. They're going to get, it's a blanket thing, bro. These are rigid rules. And that's what you don't seem to understand. If Jada comes on and says that black people are inferior because of dark skin, what do you think my response is going to be? Oh, hold on, simple question. If Jada was on there and she said, well, you know what, I think you're inferior intellect because of dark skin, what do you think my response is going to be? Sunni Shia or what? Tell me what you think I'm going to say to her.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hope as well as I'm going to postulate, because I have faith in you and I've actually got love for you, bro. I reckon you're going to gun her down. But just to clarify the original point the last point you made. So that's one, yeah?
I'm saying that from what I remember clearly, because the Pythagoras thing, I've never heard such ridiculous in my life. But I think either him or someone else was using the N-word. But I think they used it in the park. What's that guy's name?
If we were just to do it like this, so we'd say black people that you racially abused, multiple victims. White people. Can I just outline the case quickly? So black people you racially abused, multiple. White people that never speak disparagingly about black people, you abused.
That's a lie. No, we have to stop you there. You're a liar. You keep saying it and you don't mean to cut you. Jordan M has spoke disparagingly about black people numerous times.
I've never heard that, so I'm just going to go on.
What he's tried to insult black people when it comes to the Nation of Islam, wasn't that?
What do you want, Bob? Saying all white people are inherently the devil? That's racist. That's a racist statement.
Stop. Listen to what I'm saying.
That's a racist statement.
Hold on. And the brother spoke and elaborated, right? So you can call it racist all you want, but I'm saying as a white man who claims to be Muslim.
Minutia, you're doing it again. No. I just clarified. No, I clarified. I believe that's racist. So maybe allow me to have my misunderstanding as well, then, because I share his misunderstanding if that's the case. Yeah. So someone who's never actively spoke disparagingly, fuck the Nation of Islam anyway, bro. Are they fucking black people? Are they black people? No, they're just some black guys that run around in fucking bow ties and talk about fucking Elijah Muhammad.
Hey. Now we're seeing your coonery come out. This is my point. Look at this.
Black people, are you dumb? So he insults the Nation of Islam. What, he insults me as well? No, bro. That's not how it works, genius.
No. Hold on. Wait, it doesn't.
I mean, now.
You're benefactors of the work of Elijah Muhammad in the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, maybe I am. I don't fucking live in America.
Hold on. I'm saying to you,
Issa, why do you get defensive when he talks about Nation of Islam because it's a Muslim group? But if someone like Dave or Jupiter speaks about black people, but they may not be Muslim, then your argument is that they didn't say anything to me directly. Yeah. They didn't insult me. Why? You don't defend black people. You defend black Muslims.
Listen carefully.
Nah, I can hear it coming out. You defend black Muslims. You don't defend black people. No, let me speak. Let me get my point forward, and then I'll be quiet. You keep speaking. Let me say something. You defend black Muslims, not defending black people, because the whole time I was listening, you said if they say something to me and attack me directly, I will defend and I will clap back. So because that woman didn't, and so you specifically, because Dave or Jupiter or whomever, you give them courtesy. But when you speak into either a white person, you always dissing Jen in the chat. You always dissing her. She don't ever say she's yeah, but hello, me and you was friends now, but you called me a coon at one point, and everybody know I'm far from a coon. See? So you so quick to spew out these insults. You so quick to spew out these insults when it comes to a black person, but when it comes to Jupiter and Wendy and that, you kissing they behind.
Who's Wendy? Who's Wendy?
Get him.
Wendy Wu, you be kissing it. You be like, well, so when do you think so what type of monkey do you think black people are? Because I'm just curious. I'm curious to see your perspective. What?
James, shut up. Who is Wendy? I don't know who you're talking. Who's Wendy?
She's part of their crew. So whomever that you speak to. I remember you and I were both on the panel, right? And I said, this dude is racist. And you know what you said? He hasn't been racist to me. Let me talk to him. I was said, what?
Right. So let me talk now, yeah? First point, again, people like you are the ones that always get it wrong. When has me and the Nation of Islam ever had agreement in ideology in regards to Islam, Menelated?
Did you see how you just turned up? Do you see how you just turned up to when James said fuck the nation? You turned up
me for flipping 2 minutes. You slandered and lied about me. So of course, right. So as I was saying, simple question.
No, he said fuck the Nation of Islam, and you turned up.
That's fine. Listen to what I'm saying. No. You mentioned more other things, right? So I'm going to put your fire out right now. So watch this. Simple question, Melanated. You keep saying because of Islam and Muslim. When have me and the Nation of Islam ever had agreement on religious Islamic ideology?
That's what you said. That's what you said.
That's not what I said. You're doing a straw man right now.
James, John, stop helping her out, man. You just said because they're Muslim and Islam. That's what you said.
That's my sis. What's up?
John, shut the hell
up.
I love the black woman.
You doing a straw man right now. You doing
the black woman is God.
Listen, you are making an argument off of something I did not say. I did not say that you agree on you agree, but you have a brotherhood with other black men who worship Allah. You do have that brotherhood. Yes.
That's the point. No, you're talking, and that's what I'm saying to you. That's why I asked you the question, because I have the same support for Shakara. I have the same support for the Hebrew Israelites. So
I didn't say you didn't. You are making arguments. You are making arguments that I did not say.
You said
making arguments that I did not say. So you're going on.
I'm talking. You just said those that have the God Allah. That was your apparent similarity.
I said you have a brotherhood. I didn't say that's your exclusive brotherhood. I did not say that. You are making a false argument.
Right. So as I'm saying very simply, it's simple. Any black people who are pro-black, the Nation of Islam are a clear-cut pro-black group who have demonstrated that they can transform black people from a low state into a high state, resurrect their minds and their social state, etc. So I'm dealing with that basis. Whether they call themselves Nation of Hebrew Israelites, Nation of Gods and Earths, whether they call them the skies and clouds or garage, I don't care. I'm saying to you, it has nothing to do with them being Muslim, Holy Quran, religious. Even if they were the Black Panthers of an atheist, I don't care.
Remember how we got here? Hold on.
The point is, they're a black movement that have proven.
This is really confusing because you can recognize that those black men are part of a particular group. They have a particular orientation and a mindset, and you are just like, you know what? I'm for that. So when you encounter white people who are part of a particular group, somehow in your mind, you need to speak to them specifically and get where they coming from instead of you dealing with them like, I know where you coming from. I know you don't deal with them like they are racist. You don't.
Bless
no,
you.
let me explain. You don't understand.
No,
I know they're anti-black. So I'm
striker.
dealing with in a conversation
Striker.
online. You might need to explore and argue. I don't. I need to refute. That's
Yeah,
my
big
whole
up, man.
point.
Yeah, we
You
actually refute over here, though.
Yeah, and that's really what you be doing, refuting. Because when you were speaking,
because you're confused, and that's what I'm saying. So my
all
point
right, I'm confused.
is,
I never heard you. I never heard you call Jupiter confused.
Why would I call her confused?
What a joke, catcher. Man,
No, right? Because we're all black bastards, right? So she's not confused. We're all black bastards. Because she called black people black bastards.
I'm saying to you, has she come back and told me what you told me?
Blood clot. It's all a mad thing.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. You tried to pretend at first.
You're man, I'm nominating you.
No, she tried to pretend at first believing in the same God and being Muslims. Then when I said they could be atheists, so long as they're producing what the Nation of Islam are producing and being pro-black, that's the whole flipping point.
No. Can I say something? No. Can I say something? No, quickly.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Boone.
Okay. How we got here? Look, so I'm not going to respond anymore. Issa, I love you, bro. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I noticed how you was caping and interrupting. So there you go, bro.
Mel, I love Mel too. What can I not show love?
You interrupted me several times. It's not good, bro. It's not good.
Bro, the black woman is God, bro. We got to let her speak over both of us.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I don't think any human is God, so to speak. So there you go.
Ah, well, fair enough. Anyway, yeah, Mel, the reason we got into that just now, that little, when you're right, he got irate. You see how he picked up on that NOI stuff, is because he said Jordan is racist for calling the Nation of Islam racist, for calling him an inherent, or for saying white people are inherently devils, white devils or something. I didn't say
that. Don't lie on me, bro. I didn't say that.
Bro, are you mad?
Flipping liar, bro.
I said he's racist. So why is he racist then? Go on.
Right.
Wait, who's racist?
Jordan
M. He's flipping racist. I said, and this guy's an idiot, you know. Bro, I said anti-black.
No, you said
he devalues, and he devalues black people and is disrespectful blatantly.
You know you're waffler, because I literally said two people that have never been racist. Actually, no, you know what? You're right. I apologize about that waffler claim. I said have never made disparaging statements towards black people, and you said no, Jordan M has. And I said, what did he say? And you said the white devils thing. And I said,
no, I never. I said to the Nation of Islam. I didn't say white devils thing. That's what you said.
Oh, I said that. Yeah. Again. I
so he made disparaging comments to the Nation of Islam. If I was a white person, I would too.
Hold on. Not just them though. He also said it to people in the crowds. You haven't been to the park. I'm saying when I was there, I've heard what he's. Is this a joke? Like, none of you have been there to speak to the man. You want to tell us what's going on?
Can I speak, bro? Can I speak? I've spoken to Jordan. Okay, can I speak? I've spoken to Jordan personally about this. Yeah, I apologize for the two erroneous statements I made. I spoke to Jordan personally about this, and his gripe, and he still has it now, is that a statement was made about white people being inherently evil or the devil, as in they're white devil from birth. Now people have corrected him on that, but he doesn't really accept the correction, or he believes that.
Have you seen the video? Have you seen the video?
Can I just finish? Can I just finish what I'm saying and then?
But then answer that, because what he said is irrelevant if the video is there. Innit? Have you seen it?
Wait, excuse me, you guys. Hold on 1 second. Jupiter, nobody is jealous of your bust away pum that you got. Okay, please.
What's that?
Well, listen anyway. Yeah, listen.
Bust away pum meaning you pass 8, pick me through it, and it has no more walls in there. Yeah, that's what it means.
Jupiter's inner thighs are made out of leather. The point is anyway. What I'm trying to say is, is, what his statement is, and I kind of understand it to a degree. I mean, I'm not white, so I don't know, but his argument is that statement is so incendiary in isolation that the explanation doesn't suffice. That's his prerogative, isn't it? If he wants to think that, he wants to think that.
Let me ask you this.
Hold on, but let me just make the point, yeah. So finally, what Mel picked up on, which is true, is that he jumped on that because he didn't let me say the statement, and the statement was going to be multiple instances of insulting black people. You and I have been victims of it, yeah, racially. Multiple instances of insulting black people, calling black people or white people that have described nothing but said nothing but have never been negative towards black people, yeah. As far as I'm aware, I can only speak for myself. He's antagonized them, yeah, and spoke ill of them. Yeah, one white person that no one has seen this argument that he's had, but he can bring evidence. I trust you. I don't think you're lying. Yeah, the Pythagoras. I don't think you're lying. I don't think you're lying, but for example,
gunning him every time for a week on. Anyway,
that's one guy, and then three. Well, one of them is a notorious. And funny enough, on that show, she spoke badly of black youth in the UK. A clip of that. I don't know if you were listening at the time, but you probably
I heard other people speak about it, but I never heard it, so I don't even know.
And then the Jupiter woman, I mean, what hasn't she said, right? And the Dave guy, literally, like, and I've warned him, foul mouth tirade after foul mouth tirade, niggers, monkeys, all type of, black people haven't done shit, all the regular kind of retarded shit. So those three people he has been for an extended period nothing but courteous. Those are the
extended period. Like, I've never got to chat to the guy because every time he comes on, you were chasing him off and talking over him. So that's rubbish.
How many times have you been on Jupiter's show?
I think twice.
Okay. How many times you spoke to on this panel?
Spoke to what? Jupiter?
Yeah, on this panel.
I'm not sure. But again, every time I try to speak to her, you come in and start shouting rubbish. So my point is,
it's extended. It's an extended period.
No. The point is, I never get to speak about what I really want to talk about. And my point is, very simply this. She claims she's not racist, right? Or anti-black. And my point is, just like I showed, I think it was Dark Magician, that you can believe you're not anti-black, but then if you check it further, you can be anti-black. And I understand how the subconscious and the various levels of the mind work. So I'm saying, just like I did with Dark Magician, I can believe that people have sincere intentions, right? They do want to help. And that's why I asked him that question about the Nation of Islam. And after all of your garbage coming against me, Dark Magician agreed with me. That's my point. So this is where
how can you bring up anti-black, right? Yeah. More so with Dark Magician. Like I'm hearing you make these comments, right? No. But hold on, listen. But there's a person who says things like, "Stop complaining about slavery."
Right.
Like, they don't have to say the N-word. They don't have to say the N-word to show their ignorance. And you really feel like these people have to say something more harmful?
No. Let me explain. What you said is exactly my point. When it comes to Dark Magician, right? Because I believe he's, let's say, at least 75 to 80% pro-black in that sense, right? I'm trying to help him get to the end. Do you see what I mean? So in other words, I believe he's sincere. He's putting in that work. Now, me and him can differ on religion and all that. That's irrelevant to me. I'm saying when it comes to the pro-black conversation, all I'm doing is helping him understand things from a black perspective. So, for instance, melanated, like let's say Orthodox Muslim is telling you how to solve your problems. He's going to start quoting his stuff to you, and you're going to be, well, I'm not a Muslim. So likewise, there's certain white people that intend good, and they're trying to tell us what to do from their perspective. Do you get me? So I'm saying me and Dark Magician get on well. So there's, this being brought up by James is irrelevant. However, Jordan M, I don't like him.
I'm happy. No, I'm happy that I'm actually happy that you're on a level.
Me and Dark Magician are cool. We have really good discussions. So I don't want to hell we can fall out just like me and James fall out, and me and other people fall out.
Yeah,
Jordan M is a punk. Because if you haven't seen the video of Jordan M with the Nation of Islam, it wasn't as simple as that. Because me and him, Jordan M, had conversations about it.
Yeah, then I see his opinion, bro. What do you want to do? You're not white.
He spoke to what's the other guy? Rap Raven. He spoke to several people. And I'm saying people have taken the time to break it down, and all he comes back with white supremacy understanding.
So what happened when someone says, "Oh, you have a victim mentality. Get over slavery. You all are criminals."
No. This is my sister. What I'm saying to you is, if I'm having a conversation with someone that says that, what do you think my response will be? Let's say Jupiter and Dave and Wendy and whoever else. If they say that to me, what do you think I'm going to say back?
I don't know. You might try to direct the conversation to saying, "Well, how many Shias do you know, or such and such?" And then you might say, "Oh, you're referring to the Sunni black people." Yeah.
Listen to the conversation we're having, Melanie. You mentioned about slavery.
I'm being for real.
Okay, so you're saying when I'm talking about slavery with Jordan M and Dark Magician, one's a Sunni, one's an atheist. You're pretending now that really, if Jupiter, Dave, and Jada come up with insulting us about getting over slavery, my response is going to be Sunni Shia. Is that what you're seriously saying, Menelated? Yeah?
You're very clever with it, because I mean, there's a lot of times we have conversations. We'd be like, "How the fuck we talking about this? How did it? I don't be knowing how you do that."
I'll tell you how. Because when you lot say Muslim, right? Because I understand the difference. It's like, for instance, Christian and Hebrew Israelite. Some of their stuff is similar, but then there's a clear distinction. You get me? So I'm saying it's either you can make the distinction or not. What my point is that Jupiter, for instance, will say the Muslims, and I will say the Sunnis. But if she's talking about black people, one of the things I want to make clear, melanated, is my issue is I want black people to deal with black people's issues without having to help Sunnis with their issues. So if Sunnis go out in the community and cause problems, black people shouldn't have to take the backlash or be on front lining for Sunnis. That's my whole bloody point. Speech means they can criticize Prophet Muhammad, criticize the Quran and Islam. That shouldn't mean they can say the N-word to me as a black man. Do you understand, melanated goddess? And that's what's happening over here. You don't understand that. And that's my point.
Wait, so you're saying the non-black people are saying N-word to you? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, they bloody have, yeah. In Speaker almost banged up. What's his flipping name?
And you're saying that that's because of the Sunnis? I don't understand.
Right, let me explain. Because
what did you just do, man?
Don't interrupt.
No, I don't even understand. I'm like this. He's doing it right now. He's literally doing an example. We was talking about black issues. We were talking about who's prejudiced and racist, and now we're going to Sunni and Shia.
Every time he starts it, you see me just close the door.
Up, James. This is what I mean by Agent James. What I'm saying to you, melanated, look at what I'm saying. And look at the example I'm giving.
Because you said something that I disagree with. If a black Sunni was wrongfully arrested or treated by the police, that's a black issue. That's not a Sunni issue. No, it's not. That's a black issue.
Melanated, just listen and you will understand, right? I'm saying to you, listen to what I'm saying.
You got
in England, in the UK, there has been an issue of freedom of speech because general whites have said they cannot criticize Islam, but they can criticize what? Christianity and other religions. So their point is that there's been caping by the police and the government for Sunniism, right? So in other words, they can do what they can rape kids. What they've said is there's Sunni grooming gangs raping kids, but if you say that, then you're seen as racist. So what they've been saying is they should have freedom of speech to criticize any religion. Off the back of that, they've been arguing that they should be free to say the N-word to black people. Are you listening now, Bandolated Goddess? How it affects us? Do you understand now or not?
No, man.
Well, I mean, fortunately or unfortunately, you're speaking to. I'm in America where we definitely have freedom of speech. So you have the freedom. We have the freedom. You have a white person has a freedom to call a black person the N-word, and somebody has the freedom.
I gave you a scenario here about the reality.
So I don't see what I'm saying. That I don't see anything wrong with that. That's why I started saying what I was saying is that I'm already exposed. Let me explain. I'm already exposed to freedom of speech. I'm already exposed to freedom.
I'm sure you can think about another scenario without using your country and its culture as the norm. I'm saying here.
No, I'm not saying it's the norm. I'm saying this is how it is for me. So you can't expect me to.
I know. I don't
just because you know already, can I at least be able to finish my sentence without you telling me you know what I'm gonna say? Can I just say it?
I'm saying.
Can I just say it?
All right, go on then. Let's see. Flip it now.
Can I finish? Issa, I want to ask you a question when Mel's done.
No, wait. No, I'm flipping, trying to have a conversation.
No, you're trying to, you've literally smelt blood because you smelt.
For flip's sake, what is wrong with this guy, man?
I don't want to hear about white people.
Chasing.
Melanated. You telling me it doesn't bother you because they can say that.
No, I'm not saying it. No. See. Hold on. You just changed a little bit of the meaning. I'm not saying that it doesn't bother me for a white person. If it, I don't like when black people say the N-word, but I definitely don't like when a white person says the N-word. It bothers me, right? Mm-hmm. We both have freedom of speech. If I choose to make racial slurs, if I choose to make religious slurs, if I choose to make homophobic slurs, we have freedom of speech.
But all right, let's you know what? Let me give you a new scenario. Let's say it like this. Let's say it like this, Melanated. Let's say you didn't have freedom of speech in that way. For instance, if somebody called it N-word, they could get arrested, right? And then because of the Sunni behavior,
Well, Easter, no, come on now, come on, man.
I'm talking. Shut the hell up.
So you're saying the Sunni behavior makes people, black people, get arrested?
No. I'm saying, melanated, that what has happened. I'm not talking about a theory. Shut up, bro.
You just going all over the place. What they say, you waffling. You waffling.
Listen to what I'm saying. America. I was talking specifically about here.
People argue with you, man. Like, it's not just you on the panel. You're not the only person. You're not the only person here, though. I don't understand.
James, what the hell? Why do you keep interrupting, bro? We're having a conversation.
Yeah, but it's three of us, Act. You can't just say it's a one-on-one until I'm done. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah. Go ahead, y'all two. Go ahead. Let him in too.
You know what? Forget this, because I've never met a person who, every time I'm getting to the crux of this thing, which he clearly, this little agent friggin' is sent here. Leave this.
No, I don't care. Listen,
seriously.
Why are you calling him an agent? Who's he working for? You think he's a?
You look at his pattern, you know. You look at his. Listen to what I'm saying, yeah.
Who's he working for? He's an agent for who? Shia, Issa.
Let's not change the subject, melanated. Listen to what I'm saying to you.
I'm asking you a question. You'll still get to talk. Like, I don't. You're some counter narcissist. I'm trying to help you.
I'm trying to talk. Why the F are you?
So go ahead. Ask your question, James. Go ahead. Ask your question, James.
Thank you. What the fuck has the Nation of Islam done in the UK? Because I know what they did in America. But
you see how he wants to run? You see what I mean? You say ask the question. We're not talking about Nation of Islam. We're specifically talking about these people. You see how idiotic this guy's trying to do. Anyway,
it's super complicated. You just want to bash Sunnis. I guess Mel gets it.
No, it's all right, agent. No, PC James Jones. I'm having a conversation. If I want to bash Sunnis, it's nothing to do with you. My brother. Listen, you can get fingered by Sunnis all day. You smell like them anyway. So I want to continue.
Oh my god.
I'm sick of this guy, bro.
Every
time he's trying to freaking undermine what I'm saying.
So wait. Listen. I could tell you, James. Shakara posted a video of Leo Muhammad. They're doing a protest one day every month for the remainder of 2020 for reparations. Shakara has a video, and
I don't agree with reparations in that.
Melanated, have you seen how he?
I mean, that's
this conversation elsewhere. Let me just finish what I'm saying, and you look
boring, man. Just shut up, bro.
That's why she was engaging in it.
No, I just didn't want to, just not like if there's something to big up for the NOI.
No one cares about Sunnis, about
well, I'm talking. They care about black people, which you don't, as you said.
We're in the combo, bro.
I know, PC James Jones. I think they were going to sack you the other day when you went offline, innit? You went crazy. They was going to sack you, innit? But anyway, as I was saying,
no one cares about that. No one cares about Sunnism, man. Honestly.
Yeah. I don't care what you got to say, bro. Stop interrupting me, yeah?
I'm trying to keep
melanated. I'm talking.
Wait, James. Okay, let's just hear. We're gonna look, Issa.
I don't give a shit.
Look, Issa. Issa, it is. Hold on, guys. Listen, it's 11:50. Oh my god. Listen, guys. Let's give another 3 minutes to the Sunni Shia stuff, but we're gonna go back to racism.
Okay. So as I was saying, when I mention Sunni, it's not Sunni Shia, it's just Sunni, right? So the point I'm making is over here, what has happened? The white people that are saying they should be able to criticize Sunniism, right? They've then pushed it further to say their freedom of speech should also be that they can say the N-word is just a word, it doesn't do anything for you, it doesn't hurt you and so on. And I'm saying that for me is a problem. I'm talking to melanated. Shut up, bruv.
Is this one better or what?
Is this how you get paid? Like, literally, you get paid for this, don't you? But anyway.
No, come on. Okay, so what's the...
This mic better?
So what does...
Tell me if this mic's better, please. Sorry, Mel, I'll let you speak, man.
Go on, melanated.
Veli, Carnito is backstage. So
Bun Carnito, bro. I want to talk to that little line.
Big up Carnito, my brother.
Yeah.
Real dogs in the thing.
It's finger matty people. He's got another finger matty.
Big up Chemo.
Hey Mel, tell me though, is this mic better or worse? Because I got another one somewhere.
Yeah, you were sounding a little muffled before. You sound better.
What? This one's louder, isn't it? This one's much louder, like.
Yes, I mean not much louder, but It's clearer.
Have you noticed that he doesn't want this one conversation to come up with her? This is how he knows the agent, bro.
Devilman,
Hey,
you gonna
Bank
run
Boy, I
down?
didn't even know you was
You're
in
gonna
here.
run, Devilman. Lisa, name me one. Name me one Sunni Muslim that's fighting for the right to use the N-word.
Excuse
That
me,
is the
guys,
most
guys.
disgusting
Guys,
lie I've ever
guys,
heard.
let's do this one at a time. Khan. Okay, Khan, listen. Guys, listen. If you guys are gonna try to talk about Black Select's perspective, right? I think Black Select should have this opportunity to state his case one more time, so that way you can respond.
I don't, because I got love for Black Telek, but he was rude to me again. But as opposed to be insulting him,
He was rude to me. You interrupted me.
I'm gonna carry on
He
interrupting.
didn't call you no names. You always calling names though.
You call the guy with the white coat to come and take his fucking clown away.
When Mel speaks, guys, be quiet and let her speak. Yeah, but
I was just trying to for there to be some kind of order, because when you're listening to it and everyone is speaking at the same time, for the viewers, they can't make out anything. So we're trying to get our point out, but they can't hear what we're saying. So
okay, but my point is this, melanated, that because he's slandering an entire religion, he shouldn't really be given the opportunity to repeat that slander. But if that's the way you want to do it, that's fine. I'm just pointing out the detrimental effect.
Hold on, Black Telek. One second, Black Telek. Okay, but I'm just
so why should he be up in a black conversation? Why should he
let me ask
Bro, from time Belly says this is a black channel, then okay, you got a right to say that.
Talk about Turkish issues. Get out of it.
But that's the whole point. Is listen. But see, that's the thing though. Issa, you don't take that perspective with everybody who's not black. That's not right.
No. I do. Let me ask Issa one question, Mel. His angle is always to try and come in between black people arguing and go against the.
What are you talking about? Why would you even try to talk to that? Jada? Why would you trying to talk to Jada?
Let me ask one question.
If
you Issa, let me ask you one question. Yeah. You're Muslim, yeah?
Man, say Sunni.
Right. So Sunni Muslims, Shia Muslims.
Can you turn your mic up, please? Right? Turn your mic up, please.
I can't. Give me a mic check in a second. I'm gonna try this other mic out. Tell me if it's good, Khan. Yeah. Sorry, carry on, back boy.
Yeah. So Sunni Muslims, Shia Muslims, you're all Muslims, right?
Nah.
Oh, my thing is like, what would it take to heal the divide? Because you seem to be promoting like this division between Sunni and whatnot.
Bank boy. This guy is not a Shia.
Sunni Sodomite, shut up, bruv. I'm talking. The man asked me a question.
Who's a Sodomite? Your dad's a Sodomite.
Yeah, bruv, whatever you want to say, you're a Sunni Sodomite. Get out of here, finger batty. Right, as I was saying, Bank Boy, it's simple as this. There is no notion of division, right? If the division's been there for 1,400 years, you can't blame me for promoting division, number one. Number two,
can't you do anything to heal the division?
One sec. As a researcher, forget whether I'm Sunni or Shia or Muslim. I'm saying as a researcher of both ideologies and the whole thing, I'm saying that prior to my birth, these people known as Sunnis have taken on the identity of being the true Muslim, and the so-called Shia have been the deviants. So what's going to happen is whenever I promote true Islam, so-called Shia, these lot are going to come along and start talking something else. So when you're talking about healing a divide, there's not a divide. There are two separate religions fighting for the identity of true Islam. So there's no healing there. There's two separate religions.
Cool. No repeating. You're repeating yourself now. You said your point.
One of them, for instance, Bank
you
Boy,
made your point. You made your point.
I'll be 30 seconds. 30 seconds. One of the examples, Bank Boy, is this. You had black people celebrating and caping for Sunnis, and the reward they wanted to give him was to finger his back. Is that something you would
reward? Hey, what's this Matt saying?
They do. They said to respect. They said.
Hey, Khan, is this one better or worse?
Let him have his say, because I want to say my bit, and then I'm going to let you get back to your conversation.
Hey, Khan, is this my better or worse?
Khan wants to bring finger back in
to the black
No,
community.
no. Let's get something straight.
You sound louder,
Hold on,
James.
hold on.
And you
Is
sing.
it louder?
Issa,
Yeah, this is from
Issa,
random
I
headphones.
haven't come on here.
Kind of
I
far.
haven't come on here to talk about Sunni Shia. I haven't come here to talk about Zubida and respect, yeah? There ain't nothing to do with me. What I'm coming on here is because you blatantly said, is he listening
What
to
did
me?
the NOI in the UK do? What did they do?
Hello.
Bro? Why should we
Are you not if you're listen, are you not listening to me or what?
Am I over
I can hear you, Khan.
Is my mic louder than
Alright,
Khan?
cool.
Wait, hold on.
So,
Hold on.
1 second, bro.
Your mic.
I just
Yeah,
want 30
you are.
seconds of your time, yeah?
Issa, he was
After
quiet when
all
you were
the
speaking.
fucking time and effort I put on
he
this
was
channel,
quiet when
yeah,
you
you can allow me 30 seconds.
I'm listening.
I'm trying
Right, cool. You said that there's Sunni Muslims out there assuming the right to use the N-word on black people. I'm asking for the evidence. I'm asking for the evidence for that.
Issa, we can't hear you. Issa, we cannot hear you if you're speaking while he's speaking.
Melanated.
Even if you're saying I didn't say that, wait till he's done because
We're good.
Oh,
I'm saying talking. What I'm saying, Kanye,
Is that loud?
100% wrong. What I said
check it
was
on YouTube.
is because what I said, Kanye, was simply this: that because of the behavior of Sunnis, white people have said they cannot freely speak and criticize Sunniism, and then they fought for freedom of speech and extended it to use the N-word. Who? Not Sunnis, white people. So you got that wrong, Kanye. But that's fine. Anyway.
Okay, cool. So in that respect, I was wrong. But let me just scrutinize the point you just now made, yeah? Which is you're putting the cart before the horse.
What?
Because it's the other way around. Because what they're really trying to tell you is you shouldn't feel upset about us calling you the N-word. Yeah?
Right.
Now, what they're doing is they're fighting Muslims and they want you to co-sign their war against Muslims. So when they turn them rules back on you, that you originally co-signed, you won't have no wiggle room.
I agree with
because anyone will tell you that after this Muslim thing's done, yeah, all the immigrants that are going to come to Europe are going to be from Africa.
Bruv,
every Muslim's going to be dead and dusted and buried, and it's still going to come down to Africans.
You're going to an next point. Let me explain.
See that wicked man play about
what you've said is exactly what I'm saying. But I'm saying we shouldn't also co-sign your Sunni thing about ism neither. That's my whole point. Black people.
No, but you're just being a Raj. You're being a Raj. How Raj is fighting for his own community and saying, oh, we're not Pakistanis, we're not Muslims. You're doing the same thing as what Raj is doing. And that's how abhorrent and disgusting your position is.
I'll let you speak.
You're equivalent of Raj. That's how bad you are.
All right, Khan. Let him respond.
As I was saying, Khan, in response to what you're saying, I totally agree. They would like black people to join their agenda against Sunnis. And likewise, Sunnis would like blacks to join their agenda against white
Just listen. Y'all gotta listen. Okay, so listen. So I have a question. Black Select. How do you feel, right?
About Sunnis.
About black Sunnis and black Shias. Do you feel like there's a possibility for them to unite under their blackness?
Okay, so they
or at least not have tension. Maybe not unite, but at least not have the tension.
All right, we can live together. Listen to what I'm saying. We can live together with, like I've said, I've got Sunni family. I work with Sunnis, right? I'm not dumb. What I'm saying to you, sister, is this: that black people, whether Sunni, Shia, Quranists, need to look to their own black mind and interpret it for themselves. This is all I'm saying. If you're letting somebody in Pakistan, a Sunni in Pakistan, in Saudi or Turkish Sunnis, whatever.
No. Wait. When you say interpret for their own with their own mind, to me, what it sounds like. I'm not saying that's what you're saying. It sounds like you're saying that they're not using their mind, and that's why they have a different understanding than you do.
No. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. The Hebrew Israelites have a different understanding to me, but they're using the black mind to interpret it. So I'll explain what I'm saying.
Okay, I see.
What I mean is this.
I said the Iranian health ministers tested positive for coronavirus.
Think about it. Get out of it.
It's finished.
James Charles Finger, get out of it. You Sunni sodomite flipping caper. What I was saying, Sister Melanated, was this. If you don't know about the Sunni schools of thought, generally what it is, they have 4 Sunni schools of thought and none of them were black. One of them said
that you as a black woman, because you're ugly, you don't need to wear the face covering, and you cannot demand a high dowry. And that's the one predominant in Africa. Did you know that, melanated? Did you know that?
No,
exactly.
But I can't. You said predominant.
I'm saying the school of thought is predominant. For instance, there's 4 schools of thought. Hanafi is mainly in India and Pakistan. Shafi and Maliki are in West Africa and East Africa, right? And Maliki and Shafi are the ones who said that you black women, because you're not attractive, you cannot demand a high dowry. Do you understand? So I'm saying this is what Sunniism has for you black people. Do you get my point? You think it's a religious issue. It's a pro-black issue, sister. Stop listening to Coonspeck and flipping these other finger banging, whatever it is, batty fingering idiots and these Sunni sodomites. Listen to what I'm saying to you, because I've studied the thing. It's about
all right, man. Sunni, that's 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
All right, okay, all right.
Damn.
So listen. So yeah, let's get back to racism. Let's get back to racism.
No, but hey,
okay, go ahead.
All right. So earlier on, a claim was made, about an NOI in the UK, and obviously, I know they've done good work in America, or they started in a period in America where there was great oppression for black people, but I don't really know what kind of effect they've had on the sort of political climate and social climate in the UK. Can you elucidate? Because Leo Muhammad is quite a recent. He was a comedian a couple years ago, like. So, like, as far as like the savior for black people in London, what have they done precisely?
You asking me?
No, I mean, I wanted to ask you earlier on. You had a little meltdown, so I don't know what's going on with you.
I'm cool, bruv.
Okay, well, if you're
I was saying, my whole point was, I was saying, for me, I see it all. I don't believe in the divisions of Caribbean and Africa and so on. I deal with black. So I'm saying, in relation to what they've done over there, regardless, let's say it has failed over here. My point is, as a movement that has done so much good, I don't see that black people should be dissing the movement, and especially Peckerwood monkey savages like flipping Jordan M should have nothing to say. Just carry on, and you worship your stinking so-called God, you white devil, and you leave us alone. Simple as that.
Oh my God.
So what have they done in the UK though? That was the real question.
I mean, they've done. I can definitely say they haven't done as much, but I think because it catered for an American black mind. Remember, it's not even in the Caribbean. Like, you don't have an Afro-Caribbean version of the Nation of Islam, which was Rasta, you could say. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, Rastas did a lot. They were on the front line.
Hold on one sec. Nation of Islam grew out of the mindset and the experience of black Americans. That's why his was message to the black man in America. That's my whole point.
As in, I don't remember black NOI on the
Esau.
What was that, Jane? I don't remember what.
Like from I haven't seen recorded footage of black NOI man on the street, but I've seen, be it Notting Hill Carnival, I've seen all the black solidarity and the sort of rebelling against the police, be it Brixton riots, Tottenham riots, all of that I've seen is the Afro-Caribbean community. And if we were gonna identify like sort of one core group, I would probably say, it's more likely to be like a religious sort of group. It's more likely to be Rastafarians.
But this is the thing. Check this now. The majority that are in England have been from the Caribbean, so it's obvious that the predominant ideas that come with us, it's like we've had the Caribbean experience. They came over here with that experience, and they made that their culture. The Nation of Islam, they've been enslaved in America, freed in America, and their movement relates to their experience. So
can I ask some questions as far as the community over there in London? Like over here in the States, whenever there is a significant black event, or like for instance, a couple of months ago, they dedicated a street to, what's his name, Father Allah, the creator of the nation of gods and earth.
5%, isn't it?
The 5%ers, and the Nation of Islam, and the Nation of Islam had a very strong presence there. Like they show like that solidarity, like even though they clearly have different beliefs, right? They were there.
Who was it doing that?
The Nation.
Did you say they have different beliefs?
Yeah, the
Then
nation
the
of gods and earths are not the 5%ers. They're not Muslim.
All right, let me explain. What it
Do they
is?
still refer to God as Allah?
Hold on. The 5%ers.
But they refer to themselves. They refer to themselves as God also. So they
Hold on.
But that's Ilah. That's Ilah.
Hold on. Let me explain. Melanated. Do you know who the Do you know who he is? Do you know who he was? Clarence 13X. Do you know that, right?
Who?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a little bit about it, but
let me explain how what happened was he took the secret teaching that's supposed to be for the 5% and started to make that public. Do you understand? So, in other words, he wasn't supposed to. Because do you know who killed him?
No.
Okay, well, it's alleged that obviously the NOI, but anyway, he took the five. You know, like the Freemasons have their like secret thing as you go up. The Nation of Islam have the same type of structure. What they're saying is that Clarence 13X took the secret information, which is for the 5%, and he.
But there's other
he's the
events.
Bruce Lee.
He's
the Bruce Lee of black politics.
But what I was trying to say is, that like there are other events that they may have, that is supposed to be like a black type of thing, and the Nation of Islam, they're referred to more like the security of the security system for the black community out here, right? So you would see brothers coming in their suit with a bow tie, but I don't know how they be fighting in them bow ties, but they sure enough be catching wreck. If you know what I'm saying? like
they train in their suits. Do you know that? They actually train. They train in the judo suits as well.
What assault courses and that?
Yeah, they do
in
the
a
martial arts.
So my question was,
They
is
must have
that
them
like
John
how
Wick.
it is in London? In London, is it like okay, you know, like the RBG, like over here, the RBG community and the Nation of Islam, there's no beef. You know what I'm saying? So if they have something, you'll see them all together.
Same over here.
Hold on.
The Nation of Islam are generally present at almost all pro-black movements. So if the reparations mark, Nation of Islam are there. At the Black Carnival, Nation of Islam are there. Almost every pro-black thing, Nation of Islam are present, and they're welcome.
Yeah, can I just respond to that quickly? And it's kind of a question as well. They don't have the numbers the same way, and they don't have the influence, or they haven't had the influence at any point in history that the Nation of Islam have had in America. And that's why I was interested in why Esau was so shocked by my statement, because if someone insults the Nation of Islam, what the fuck do I care, bro? What's that got to do with me?
I'll tell you why.
Because you don't see them as impactful for the community. You just see them as like another.
I don't think they're there for me. I honestly don't think it's smart saying all white people are inherently the devil.
Yeah,
I don't think that's smart.
Hold on. This is why I don't understand you people. What's his name? What's his name again? Leo Muhammad explained what they meant by that, meaning that when they're born into a system which nurtures the mindset of devaluing, that's what devaluing black people non-white.
Never read that. You don't have to explain that to me. I hate people that repeat it.
So my point. I think it's kind of. I really think it's kind of the mindset is like, you know, when recently Raspberry played the video of Jane Elliott, and when Jane Elliott says when someone asked her in an interview, do you think that all white people are prejudiced or racist? And she says if they've completed public education here in America, they are. Like they can't. They are indoctrinated into it. Right?
It's instilled in them.
It's instilled in them. So it's not an intentional. I think that's kind of the mindset that Leo Muhammad was coming from, or when they say the devil.
Guys, I'm saying whether or not there is some truth, in the statement is extreme, like irrelevant, because I've already had this argument about 25 times and it's been explained 150 times.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, not like you should know. But I'm saying Isa. I've said it to Isa already. I understand his position. I also understand Jordan's position and his reluctance to accept. What I'm saying is, for me to make that to make that claim or statement, whatever in between, I'm fully justified, because what the fuck has he done for me?
All right. Why would it not be what he's done for black people as a whole? All right. What about what they're doing for black people in America? Do you not feel aligned to them, James Jones?
I said this the other day to, I think it was Nines or one of them lot, where there's so much stuff that I agree with Malcolm X on, and there's probably other stuff that I don't agree with him on, but this imposition of a culture, like white people are defined by their political ideologies. You see what I'm saying? Like we don't hold on.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
No, you be quiet, bro. James Jones, I asked you because you said what have they done
be
for
quiet.
you?
Why don't you say it? You be quiet because you're not black. Say that. You be quiet because you're not black. Say it. Say it.
You're not
Say it with
black.
your chest.
Shut the hell up, bruv. You're a monkey,
and you're a pussy.
Fingering batty monkey. Shut up when black people are talking. There you go. As I was saying, James Jones.
It's Billy's channel.
Cool.
James Jones, I'm asking you a simple question. You said, what have they done for black people, let's say in England, or you personally?
I said, listen. I asked the original question that you chose to answer how the fuck you wanted to answer it. So I'm going to answer my thing how I want to answer it. You get me?
What are you talking about? So you're not going to answer? All right.
You've asked the question. Like, what do you want, bro? Relax.
But you're not answering it, are you? You're talking about bloody Malcolm X. I've asked
you.
You
listen. You have been involved in every stage of every discussion from time you come on. When Mel come on, it's you and Mel. It's everybody and you. This isn't you hosting shit. So I beg you.
You rubbish. You're the one that accepts. You posed the question. You got an answer. Yeah.
Cool.
So don't cry because you're now stuck in a flipping thing where you look
like
you're
getting upset again. How you do it? Now you get
He turns up with his packed lunch, bro.
Ignore it. Go on.
Cool out,
I kind of get what James is asking. He's basically saying, fair enough, the Nation of Islam might have done X, Y, and Z for the Black Americans and their plight, but it hasn't really affected black people in the UK.
No, but not only that, bank boy. Sorry, not black boy. You know, first black boy.
Not
only that, yeah. Not only that, the most important part of why I've even said this statement is because man keeps saying, "Oh, if this one speaks disparagingly about Nation of Islam in the UK, he's speaking disparagingly about all black people." I don't agree with that, and I don't agree with that as a core principle, because if someone disrespects Karl Marx, people don't say Karl Marx, the whole world is against white people because they don't like Karl Marx. People identify.
Karl Marx was a Jew, though.
Yeah, I get that.
John, just shut the fuck up. People don't say the same about that because there's such a removal, let's say, from a. So even though this person might be an activist, for example, this person might be an activist for black people, considering we are the minorities in this country. So granted, it's not you cannot make a direct comparison. I'll concede that.
Hold on. So let's look at this, James Jones. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm saying the ideologies define them. But we're almost meant to take anybody that claims they're fighting for black rights is meant to be representative of all of us. No way, bro.
Hold on, James.
Yeah, I get that. It's about the people who subscribe.
Let me just say something. I'll be very quick. What I'm saying, James Jones, is a major difference. Is that their movement was about self-defense from specific attacks against black people. That's the difference. Karl Marx was not on no specific.
You're waiting to talk. You see it, you man. He's just waiting to talk. He's not listening. I just conceded that point. I literally conceded that. It's not a direct comparison. I just used it as an example to say that.
No, but I'm saying in general as well. No, but I'm saying as you. Hold on. Bruv, I hear that. What I'm saying, extending it now to what's his name, Jordan M, and even yourself saying, what have they done for us? I'm saying when I see a black group doing something for black people elsewhere, I don't say, well, because it ain't done nothing here, that I don't love and big up that group. Why the hell?
No, you're being disingenuous because someone's making a direct claim that I'm responding to. You're saying because he's done this means X, and I'm saying no, not at all, bruv. Who are they? Who are they for him to criticize them, for it to reverberate to me and every other black person? Who are they?
I'll tell you what. All right, I heard what you said. Now the reason is
no, hold on. If they were for example, the Nigerian liberation movement or something, yeah, and then and the whole country, they were democratically elected and voted in, and someone criticized them, and a Nigerian took it personally, that I would understand. But you're talking about fringe periphery groups that are essentially copycats of America, that are comprised of 40 to 50-year-old bald-headed men that used to be actors and comedians that go to Speaker's Corner and shout real loud, talking about brothers.
Hold on.
Another question I was going to ask quick.
Hold on. Sorry, one second. Let me just respond to it very quick. Now, what James Jones has done, he's tried to pull the wool over our eyes and pretend the attack is personally against the individual that was an actor, rather than the statement and ideology, which is what this guy is against. Now, coming from being
a Caucasian devil, James. Sorry, not James. Jordan Jada Alpha M. No, Jordan M is a dirty, stinking anti-black rapper. He's a devil. So I'm saying when his attack, his thing was not the person, it was what they were saying. Now James Jones would have you believe, no, it's about the individual. No. He was attacking the ideology. Simple as that. And I'm saying the ideology that helped our black people so much was that of Elijah Muhammad. And I'm noticing this coonery where people are bigging up Malcolm X and they're dissing Elijah Muhammad. And we have to make sure we stamp that out. Big up Elijah Muhammad every time.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. You keep saying white devil and that, but
why
wasn't the Nation of Islam actually founded by a white person?
Nah. I mean, so I would suggest that Fard Muhammad, it would seem, is somebody that was used by Elijah Muhammad as the image to take people from several steps. So the first step is a blonde-haired, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white Jesus to a light-skinned, dark-haired, having supposed to be mixed race guy as being God manifest.
Muhammad is mixed race.
Well, that's what he said. What I'm saying is, which one of these guys have met the man? Do you get me? So apparently he's actually Asian or Pakistani, or I've heard different things. He's supposed to be from various places. But what my point is,
from
to you,
the pictures I've seen of the guy, he looks white to me.
No, that's what I'm saying. I've looked, but I've seen Pakistanis look the same and Turkish. What my point to you, my brother, is this: he only plays an ideological role. If you look at it, he has no actual role of anything except an idea. God came in the person of him. Do you get me? And then the face is Elijah Muhammad and the brothers of the Nation of Islam. Do you get my point?
To defend the UK branch at all. You've literally every time we've gone into this, what have they done for me lately? You've gone to about Elijah Muhammad, which I don't disagree.
Because I'm talking about the ideology, bruv. That's what I'm talking about.
What have these actors and comedians and that done in the UK though? What are they on? What are they on? Like?
Go and ask your coon spec brethren who sits on the panel with them. Ask him. He would know.
So do you feel
this thing is?
All right, I feel.
Go on, Bankboy, 1 second.
No, because I'm saying in the UK.
Wait. Look, I bet I'll say something that you'll love now. Me and Rustic go over this all the time, where he uses the fact that I openly claim that I'm not. I'm not. I don't claim that I'm pro-black, and I also openly claim that I haven't done nearly enough for the quote-unquote black community. He uses that as a stick, to hit me with, to say, I do this and you don't do this, and I always say that it's unbecoming of a self-styled righteous man, and it's unbecoming of someone who claims to possess humility to constantly refer to activism and what they do to what they do.
James.
1 second, Captain. It's also uncomfortable for me when people make these bold claims of things they've done when in actuality, like, there isn't enough improvement. So there is evidence of I've done something, but there isn't evidence of, you see that change, see that major paradigm shift. That is a result of this movement, or that is a result of this investment. So I'm uncomfortable even when people are like, I went on a rally. I'm not trying to criticize or demean anyone or diminish anyone's effort, but I'm skeptical when they use that as some kind of an achievement, because number one, humility shouldn't even permit you to make these kind of bold claims. But if you're going to point to action, it should be the action or the change that your action has caused, as opposed to just you actually being on said march or just you. Get it?
Let me ask you something very quick.
Do you understand what I'm even saying, or did that?
Let me point something out to you, my brother. What you have to remember is the laws and rules of America and what they were facing when Elijah Muhammad brought it up was not the same when we were in the Caribbean, and also what we faced when we came here was not the same. So it therefore wouldn't warrant the same kind of ideology.
Correct.
So in that sense, do you feel that
let me just say this one bit. So I'm just saying the Rasta movement, remember Bob Marley and his thing, that made major headways. So therefore it wouldn't be needed for us to say the white man's the devil and all that kind of thing, which Elijah Muhammad needed to say.
What about actual activism though? Forget like rhetoric and ideologically. I'm saying for the people that are in the UK that are claiming allegiance to this, if someone disses them, why the fuck does that reflect upon me? Other than unless they diss them for their skin color.
James.
This is the last, I swear. If you call them a black so and so, that affects me. You're insulting me. If you say fuck the Nation of Islam, they're all frauds, or fuck the Nation of Islam, they're all racists. The fuck does that have to do anything with me? What's that have to do with me?
Well, I tell you, I identify as pro-black.
and I identify with the struggle of my black people all over the planet. So
Yeah,
whichever
but they're saying
movement
they're
they have,
frauds, or they're saying that they're racist and liars. Why is that got to do with me? Can black people not be liars? So what?
okay,
If
all right,
black
all
people
right.
don't
I
be
hear what
liars,
you're saying, and we disagree. Bank boy, my brother.
yeah, you're not even gonna attempt to broach that. Is that what you're saying?
I can if you want to. No,
So
I'm
every black person that gets called a liar, you defend them. Every black person that gets called a liar.
I'll say what it's got to do. What it's got to do with you, James Jones, is that the ideology alone trickles down and assists young people, older people, whatever else. Just the presence of the Nation of Islam alone, when they had the trial for them guys who murdered Stephen Lawrence, the Nation of Islam's presence, their presence has been there. So although they're so few in number, but just their presence, to have Farrakhan giving speeches and the Million Man March and so on, just it's done a lot for the black community. So
do you feel that the Nation of Islam's ideology could empower black people in the UK?
Not anymore, because we've gone. I think even now in America, it doesn't work. You can't bring.
No, knowledge has involved, man. Has involved and revolutionized. Let me explain something to you, James.
Brother, give me the
yo, hold on, Issa.
He did ask me. All right, go ahead.
James. Listen, man. The Nation of Islam has been very active. They have they deal with a lot of courts. They've been dealing with the deportation and all of that. They do other stuff in the community. They've been done the G walks with gang. You understand? I wouldn't discredit Nation of Islam. If they had more numbers, they most probably be seen to be doing more things. But they have been around from the 80s, 90s. They have supported Stephen Lawrence family throughout the cases. They have even walked out with gang to London. You know, they do their things. I ain't gonna say they haven't done nothing. They've been doing their things, but it doesn't get televised or reported as much. If content over everything goes and film it, then you lot will start to see it more. But they are active, and Leo Muhammad stopped acting from in the 90s, bro. Yeah, and at the end of the day, even he was a comedian, yeah, and he's gone to the park. That group alone has done a lot of active stuff in our community.
You said they went
they've been supporting a lot of like cases where people has been killed in custody. They dealt with a lot of stuff. Other stuff, bro. They're not out there as a frontline group.
Unless they're providing legal aid, I'm not really trying to hear that shit. If I'm honest, like I'm not trying to diminish what they're doing, but I'm saying you're not presenting a good argument. Because remember, the reason that we're even talking like this is because a man's saying that somebody criticizing them is tantamount to insulting all black people. And I'm saying their movement is
ideology. Don't twist it, bro. Their ideology.
Yeah, but you're right. But their influence is nowhere near it, or they are nowhere near as influential enough to represent black people in the UK. They're not. Then they don't have numbers, and they don't, in my opinion, have influence like that. And like, if we're talking about this, what I was saying this to
no, not more in this generation. Not in this
James,
generation.
1 second.
James. No, maybe not affected in this generation.
Hold on. Shakara speaks. I'll answer this better. Feli, let brother Shakara on. So inshallah he can represent this, because inshallah he works with them and obviously he knows what going on.
Quickly, Issa, can
Stop throwing shots. Stop throwing shots.
Who? Who's throwing shots?
Issa, can you answer my last
question?
You
say he works for the Nation of Islam. That's what you're trying to throw shots at.
With them. Oh my God. Stop listening to what you want. He works with
Mel.
them.
We got Mel Savage. Mel, you got the golden boot now, man. I have to retire.
Serious.
Yeah. You take it. It's yours.
And if I said
he works, you know what? Over here, it's funny we talking about this, because this week I got 3 text messages from the Nation of Islam, because I attended the anniversary of the Million Man March, and I guess you sign up for, like, I don't know, I just signed up for something. I just filled out a little paper slip, and so the NOI got my contact, and they could just let me know what's going on and X, Y, and Z.
Sorry, Mel. Can Issa quickly just answer my last question?
Oh, sure.
What was that, brother? Sorry.
about whether the Nation of Islam's ideology could empower black people in the UK right now?
I would say definitely so, but it's like an accelerator handbrake situation, because on the one side, the practicality, I would say, is perfect. But when it comes to the ideology of teaching people in 2020 that the white man was created on the island of Patmos by Yaqub the scientist and all this other stuff, it's not going to work.
Why is that even relevant in today's world? Or,
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Or in discussions about empowerment.
No, bruv. What I'm saying, you asked me a question, and I'm saying the reason because that comes as a package deal, then that's why it would be a retardation to the growth.
So are you saying that if I want to subscribe or sign up to the Nation of Islam, I first have to learn or be indoctrinated into the idea that the white man is the devil?
Of course. You didn't know that? Of course. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, that Issa. There's an Iranian health minister that's got coronavirus, jeez.
Yeah, he got that from you finger batties. That's why.
No,
Hang around.
why is it, bro? Why has everything got to be so homoerotic with you, man?
As soon as you mention it, bro, I'm gonna snap back, innit? Don't do it.
Why? It's a shit, bro. I'm giving you the news, man. What's wrong with you?
I'm giving you the news back. Stop finger batting people, and this world will be a better place.
Okay. Syria.
Hold on, brother Shakra, can you please elaborate on what the Nation of Islam have been doing? Yes, my brother Shakra is up in here.
Please, I gotta go, guys. No, I'm checking.
Yeah, idiot. No, we got the panel.
We got.
Wait, quickly, Shakra. Do you know what Shakra means? Shakra, are you Nigerian?
No, I'm not, but I know why you asked the question. I'll come back to that in a sec.
Cool.
It wasn't cool, but yeah, True said there's bare man and one sister. I'm gonna send a special greeting to my sister Melanated.
Blah blah blah.
The Queen deserves special. You get me? Special recognition.
Striker in this. You get me?
That's bias.
So again, I don't mind, bro. If I'm biased towards a black woman,
I agree, my brother. I agree.
Beauty of charge, you know what I mean? So yeah, but what's it called? What was I saying? Yeah, are you talking about the Nation of Islam in general or the Nation of Islam in the UK?
No, UK. Oh, I am.
Yeah,
so specifically talking about Leo Muhammad and Nation of Islam in UK, but I'm gonna mute up.
Okay, there's two things within that. Yeah, Leo Muhammad is the Nation of Islam, but he's not the UK representative of Minister Farrakhan. Yeah, the UK representative of Minister Farrakhan.
Andrew Muhammad.
No, it's not Andrew Muhammad. It's a by the name of Abdul Hakim Muhammad, who was formerly known as Hillary Muhammad. Yeah.
Oh, Hillary. Yeah.
Right. Cool. So he's the
shout out to Shakira. Shout out to the dude. What's good? I'm listening. Go ahead, bro.
We got Brother Jacob.
Peace. Got up Shango. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the what I'm saying. So that's the point. Now there are a few things in this. Yeah. Not everything. So like, not everything that you're gonna see that the nation is involved in, you're gonna see come in the name of the nation, if that makes sense. You see what I'm saying? So I know I
don't want to cut you, Shaka. Did you hear the context in which this specific topic began? Because Isa, okay, so Isa in the middle of actually was it me? Isa was saying that Jordan M. Me and Isa was talking about Jordan. No, I was talking about Jordan M. And Isa said, he's said something essentially anti-black, and I said, what? I said,
No. You accused me of something in relation to Jordan M. And you said him and Dark Magician are the basic problem.
This isn't contentious. You believe he said anti-black stuff. I don't see why you're remixing it.
Yeah, but it didn't start anyway.
Just let's move past it. So he believes that Jordan, but what he describes as anti-black is Jordan's criticism, even though he had all the facts, i.e. the elucidation of Leo Muhammad on the argument about white devil, whatever. Even though he had all the facts, the fact that he still considers Leo Muhammad to be racist is an example of a clear anti-black agenda for Jordan.
Okay.
And I said, as a response to that,
that's not what I was saying. You keep misquoting me. I didn't say that.
Difficult about talking to you, yeah. Like every
you said it off of me. But you said it off of me.
It was, man.
One sec. All right, let me just address that point quickly, yeah. Because I was at the center of this Leo Muhammad controversy. Because I was one of the guys who was on the sideline bigging him up.
Thinking Jordan M. Kaffer dog.
When Jordan.
Hey, Shaq, yeah. Go through exactly what you're gonna say. I just want to get it all out, so I don't have to repeat it every time.
No.
He said that as a response to that. I was like, so what are you saying? Are you? Because I actually said fuck the Nation of Islam. I would like to retract that back. Please, nobody kill me.
Please do. Thank you very much.
I retract that. But I just said it because I was out of frustration. But he's saying like that's racist. This and them, and I was like, they don't fucking represent all black people in England. They have a weaning support, if any kind of real influence in the UK anyway. Insulting them does not mean insulting black people in the UK. Statement done.
Okay. So what is it? So what was the point of you breaking that down?
Shakara. Because you are now telling us the inner workings of the movement and essentially justifying maybe their existence. But I'm saying the only criticism is, can they be number one considered representative of black people? And seeing as you already began answering it, you might as well continue. Is someone claiming that they are racist for their understanding of the white devil? Does that make somebody racist?
More importantly, representative of black people as a whole.
Yeah.
No, I don't think any one organization can be represented.
Sorry, Shakara. Let me add.
You gotta let the guy start answering.
No, hold on, because you like missing something out. The first and fundamental principle was him being against the teachings and the ideology, whether that be through this Leo Muhammad or whoever else. So the whole thing that for some reason James Jones keeps going back to an individual and so on. We're talking specifically about Jordan M's problem with the teaching, despite it being explained to him in relation to what black people were going through at the time. He don't give a damn.
No. Go on.
That's me and Jordan M's conversation. So this guy can't do nothing. Yeah, go ahead.
James. Bear in mind, that I was actually there when all this was taking place. And you may not have seen the video. Yeah. So let me explain some of these things, but I'll come back to that in a second. The Nation of Islam is an organization that advocates for the best interests of black people. They're not representative of the black community in general, but I do give deference to the fact that when you have an organization like them who are day in and day out concerned about the condition of black people, that they have a right to speak on the condition of black people because they have been working to better the condition of black people and have been studying the condition of black people. So just because you're black, if you are not engaged in that work and engaged in that study and engaged in monitoring those things, you might say, well, boy, they're not representative of you or us. But there is work that organization that the Nation of Islam does that you may not be aware of, but it may benefit you either right now or in the long run. And I think that should be respected. If people are not day in, day out working on black issues, and there are organizations that are, then those organizations that are doing that work should be respected for the work that they do by the community at large, or it should be understood, that is what they're doing. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like, just to use another analogy, like you may not necessarily benefit personally from the work of Cancer Research UK. Yeah, you may never have to use the services of Cancer Research UK, but you respect the fact that these people are on this thing day in, day out, and that's what they're doing. Yeah, so we're not, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so Cancer Research UK are not representative of all cancer researchers around the world, but they're engaged in the work. Just what I'm saying.
Bad example to use though, but yeah, I get it.
It is a bad example to use, but I'm using it anyway. All right. Yeah. So I
mean, just because them lot are con artists, Cancer Research, the man are all con artists. But carry on, sorry.
Point taken. I can see that point, but yeah, I was using a general example.
I got you.
Yeah, what's it called? Now on the issue of Jordan, right? And this is not. I don't want to really make this a personal thing about him necessarily, but to illustrate the point that I think Issa's making, and I think that I agree with, is I got to Speaker's Corner one day last year in the summer, and Leo Muhammad was speaking. Now, bearing in mind, full disclosure, Leo Muhammad is a man who I've known since I was a child. Yeah, he knows my father very well, and when you work in the movement, people in the movement back up. So it's somebody that I've known, you know what I'm saying, for a significantly long period of time. All right, I've got to Speaker's Corner and he's speaking, yeah? And around him, I've seen groups of different people, right? And right at the front, there is a group of people that I identified as Muslims, who I know have a gripe with the Nation of Islam because the Nation of Islam is not considered orthodox. Yeah, and so they were there heckling Leah Mohammed, attempting to ridicule and rubbish what he was saying. Now, but at the time I got there, you know, Leah Mohammed was in the middle of a speech where he was breaking down the wickedness, the historical wickedness of British colonialism and how they've gone around the world and murdered and raped and pillaged, and basically that, you know, as today it's time for Black people to get together and, you know, address these issues. This is what he's speaking on, you know. Yeah, right. Whilst he's speaking on these things, yeah, that he's going through a litany of abuses that relate to the present day in terms of how Britain built its empire and amassed its wealth and its military might and all kinds of different things. He's doing all this, and these people at the front are heckling and mocking him. Yeah, so I've come into this situation whereby all this is going on, and I've decided I'm going to support my brother, right? So I've been shouting, "Go on, brother Leo, talk, going at the thing," yeah, and all them something there, right? At some point, he what does he say? He says he's talking about the white man. He mentioned something about the white man's gone here, the white man's gone there, rare. Somebody to my right shouts out, "Right then, why are you wearing a white man's suit?" The mafia at the front, yeah, what's it called? Begin to laugh, and other people begin to laugh. And so to me, the comment was designed to ridicule the brother. Yeah. Now Leah Mohammed's response was, in among other things, "Shut up, you devil." Yeah. Now bearing in mind, I was there when he started speaking. Yeah, but when I later watched back the video, he never said anything about the white man being the devil up until this point. All right. He hadn't said anything about the white man being the devil. Yeah, it was the response. It was the attempt to ridicule him that prompted him to say, "Shut up, you devil." Yeah, and the reason why he did that is because he's running down a litany of British injustices against Black people around the world. Yeah, and speaking to Black people and the injustices and the fact that we need to organize around these injustices. And this is what this white man had decided to do. Now, bearing in mind, at this point, yeah, I don't really have a visual concept of who Jordan M is. So I've looked to my right and I've seen a white man. Yeah, I ain't seen a.
Devil. You was about to say devil, innit? No,
no, bro. If I was gonna say devil, I'd have said it, right? But I've just seen a white man. Yeah, I don't particularly know who Jordan M is at this point. All right. I know he comes to the park because somebody previously said to me that he was concerned about something that I had said, but I hadn't put a face to the name yet. At this point, Jordan M is a name on the screen that I see in Content Over Everything videos. Yeah. So so this guy shouted this out, innit, right? And Leah Mohammed lays into him, what's it called? With "Shut up, you devil," and going into the fact that Britain learned its civilization from Rome, and Rome learned its civilization from the Greeks, and the Greeks learned their civilization from Kemet, and where is Egypt? So he says basically that, you know what I'm saying, we taught you how to dress, and this is the first time you've seen a suit wear properly, and all them something there. And I'm there bigging him up, yeah? And he goes into some more talk now about the white devil and how he's a murderer and a rapist and a pillager and so on and so forth. And I'm clapping him, yeah? I'm bigging him up at this point, all right? Now, the issue that comes out of all of this, yeah, is Leah Mohammed was calling the white man the devil, and some guy was on the sidelines giving him the most big up, yeah? And I've said, basically, look, Leah Mohammed was at the park, right? And he wasn't talking about anything other than Black people, injustices, and the fact that we need to organize, yeah? And these kinds of things. So why is it that somebody else who's not Black should feel that they have the right to come in, yeah, and ridicule the brother whilst he's speaking, right? And that and then piggyback off an issue in response to what they did in relation to him calling them the devil and make that the issue, yeah? To me, this is
well, that's standard, you know. Any group of people where Black people come together in for like to promote solidarity and empowerment, you are definitely gonna have those idiots who are gonna come and try and like frustrate the whole thing. You feel me? But at the same time, though, like if the whole thing is really about black empowerment, black people having knowledge about themselves and self-worth, why does there have to be this rhetoric about hating white people and the devil? Because I can't subscribe to that sort of ideology, even though I may want to be empowered. I may want to get along with my black brothers and build things from the ground up, but I don't need to be like, I don't need these sort of like rhetorics entering my mind. You know what I mean? It just doesn't.
I'll say it like this, right? Because what happened after this is that Jordan, in the words of Raven, went on a speaking tour here and spoke to every black person. Raven said he's speaking to every black person that he knows about this issue because he's concerned about this white man's the devil thing. Yeah. And my thing is this, bro. I don't particularly know who you are, but like as a brother, you don't have to subscribe to the Nation of Islam saying that the white man is the devil. Yeah, you don't have to do that. And the Nation of Islam is not asking for you to subscribe to that per se. In fact,
but what's his name? Isa just said that's like Nation of Islam 101. Like if I want to get down with the Nation of Islam,
if you're gonna actually join the Nation of Islam, but you could still support them, and you don't have to join. You don't have to join the Nation of Islam. But I would just say, in agreeing with what Shaka Rah is saying, is that they got people that's on the right, but they may not be as far right as other people. But you don't hear them saying, "Oh, bun this person, bun that person," such and such. They just keep their mouth shut. They be like, "Well, I don't support all of their views," but they don't tear them down. And I think it's the tearing down part that's more negative. So you may not have to support all of the Nation of Islam's views. But me personally, when somebody say, "Oh, they killed Malcolm X," "Oh, they did this," "Oh, the Nation of Islam do that," I say, well, listen, I don't know about all of that, but I know that they helped a lot of black people. That I just stick with the positive, because I'm not gonna be tearing them down. Them brothers have helped a lot of people.
But Mel, in regards to the tearing down, listen, if all 6 of us on the panel right now come together and we're saying that we're going to promote anything to do with black solidarity, there are people who are going to tear us, who are going to attempt to tear us down. That's just the way it is. That's standard.
But you know what? I speak to a lot of pro-black people, right? It's people that I'm cool with, that they call white people KBs. They call people crackers. I don't speak like that. You think I take that journey on and say, hey, all white people aren't crack? Oh, no. I ain't doing all of that. Yeah. I ain't doing all of that.
And the fact of the matter is, right, because what happened was, man, because I was challenged about this by some of the brothers as well, yeah, and we had to go into a historical analysis of how the white man being the devil caricature comes about, yeah, and the context in which it comes about, and the fact of the matter is, I'll tell you straight, when Farrakhan has said that in the 70s. Elijah Muhammad has said to him to refrain from using the term devil any longer, yeah, and all these things. Farrakhan is a man who's got white friends, and colleagues and all kind of different things that he works with and blah 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 blah. Yeah, the point is that the context of Leah Muhammad's speech was discussing the crimes of the British Empire. Yeah, in the context of the crimes of European civilization in general, and their collaborative efforts and these kinds of things. And you don't have to agree with everything that he's saying as a white man and whatever else like that. But if I come into a situation whereby my brother is talking about those things, 2 black people that are in front of you, and you take the time to detract from that message, then I'm going to support my brother 100%. Yeah, in that moment. That's all I'm saying, isn't it? And I don't like no white guy's hurt feelings come before the message that my brother is putting out at this moment in time. Okay, what no one says.
But sorry, us as black people, we already know what the white man's done to the world.
I disagree. I disagree, bro. If we really
that's not true at all.
Yeah, if we really knew, we'd behave differently. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying that
in what sense?
Knowing though is different to organizing. yeah, around it and these kinds of things. That's all I'm saying, innit? So I don't personally, based upon all of these things, that I know like certain man have a high level of, you know, what's the word? They rate like Jordan highly, yeah, in this regard, innit? Like I don't carry him in the same kind of esteem, innit, right? What's it called? Personally speaking, yeah. But
I
I'm
don't
saying
even know who he is.
right. But I know.
Was he the one to make the comment about Leo Muhammad in the suit? Was it him?
Yeah, the same guy. Yeah, right.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Boy.
Right. Yeah, because
oh boy.
Yeah. Yep.
What the hell? What the hell? So we're wearing white people clothes? Is that what we're doing?
Exactly.
We're supposed to be walking around in African garments. So right now we wearing white people clothes.
But listen to the stupidity though. Yeah, a man who is in front of another man who, in relation to talking about the white man, is referring to. So in relation to talking about injustices done against black people, refers to the white man, and the white man's knee-jerk reaction is to try and ridicule him in relation to the clothes that he's wearing. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, and let us say that Leo Muhammad's dress sense, yeah, because this is not what Leo Muhammad would say. But let us say that Leo Muhammad's dress sense in terms of European clothing was merely a reflection of the colonial experience. Yeah, like where does a white man get off telling a black man about wearing a white man's suit? Just what I'm saying. In a country whereby the suit has been given respectability in business. What if he was coming from work and he had to wear he has to wear a suit because he's working in the UK? You know what I'm saying, or whatever. Well, there could be any number of reasons. We've got Africans all around the world that carry European names as a reflection of the colonial experience. Where do you get off? What's it called? As a white man, you know, questioning a black man about that when he's talking about injustices done to black people.
It's basically throwing it in his face. It's mocking his colonialism. It's making mockery of it.
Exactly. And this is my point, sis. It's like this. It's such a double insult. It's like we've had the situation where we've lost our history, culture, language, religion, God, everything else. He knows this damn devil monkey named Jordan. He knows this. And then he wants to say, well, we're wearing this suit and calling the white man the devil. So what should we be wearing then? If we're being pro-black, what should we be wearing?
I would say that should not even be the argument, because clearly he was just being facetious as a way to just.
But this is the point I'm trying to make, bro. That's
the whole point, brother.
There's a time to be facetious and there's a time to shut up. Right, and I'm saying that as a white man in that moment, you ain't got nothing to say, because what he was really doing, this is what people.
I wouldn't have given any energy at all to that at all. Nah. I wouldn't even given any energy to it.
But here I'm saying,
shouting though. Yeah, go on.
Here I'm saying, yes, he was being facetious, but what he was being facetious about is the idea. It's what people don't seem to get. And I said this before. People thought I was stretching it far. It was the idea of European cultural supremacy, yeah, that was being imposed on Brother Leo at that moment in time. The inference is that you talk about the white man, but still you can't do without the white man, even down to the clothes that you're wearing. You know what I'm saying? That's what was that is the psychology of what was taking place in that moment. And
let me ask you a question then.
I decided
after that was said, how did the rest of the speech go?
Yeah, he went on to speak about what he was speaking on, and he began to now respond more to the hecklers in terms of because a lot of the hecklers were Sunni. He was challenging as much as they were challenging his Islam, he began to challenge their Islam. Yeah.
Well, do you see what my point? My point is that might have been the whole agenda in the first place, to detract from whatever message he was already trying to, deliver to the black people there. And now you have to focus on us and now defend yourself.
Yeah, bro. The beautiful thing about it, though, bro,
which takes away from what he was actually.
But he's also doing an example of how to deal with it at the same time, brother.
There's two things, bro. There's two things. He because the fact of the matter is, the skillfulness of his speech here was that he was actually able to do both at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah? What's it called? But also the fact is that when I got there, they were inhibiting his ability to speak on what he was speaking on in the first place anyway. So he had to change his tact. Yeah. And I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? I think that like I said, when I got there, it was straight hostility that was going on. Yeah. And so I got there and I thought, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna support my brother right about now. You know what I'm saying? Because there was bare heckling going on. Yeah. And so because of that, it kind of changed the tide of the thing. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that we have to do that certain time. You get me? Anything I disagree with in anything that he said, and there were things that I disagreed with anything that in what he said, but they would never have been addressed at that moment, at that time.
I would say, like, you know, if we have, you know, more serious messages to get out there to our communities, we really need to learn how to, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, you know, just skate over some of these other like detractions that certain people are definitely going to bring. We should be prepared for that anyway, you know.
Yeah, he did, bro.
Let me just have sorry, 60 seconds. Yeah, but one of the things you have to remember is the thing that's going on is there are a lot of black Sunnis that are willing to fight pro-black people to serve their masses agenda. So when this one Sunni white boy is doing his thing, he's being backed by black Sunnis. Do you understand? So this is the thing you have to get into your head. Whenever the people at Nation of Islam are talking, they will use black Sunnis to say, "Oh, look, you're not a real Muslim. You're a kafir. You believe white man, Allah became a man and all this. You're a mushrik." All means and manners of dealing with them. Even when I was a Sunni, I would argue with them, but I would not let other people argue with them. So I would argue with Pakistani Sunnis when I was a Sunni and say, no, they're doing good for the black community, but I disagree with their beliefs. You get what I'm saying? But I'm saying today's type of black Sunni coons, they don't business. They will big Jordan M to be their hero. Do you get what I'm saying?
I want to be fair to my black Sunni brothers, because I have seen them challenged by their non-black Sunni brothers in relation to them not challenging the Nation of Islam enough. And I've seen a number of them stand on principle when that is concerned. They don't agree with, out of sincerity, they don't agree with the Nation of Islam's theology, but they're refusing to allow people like Wemnim, Omar, to tell them how they should relate to the Nation of Islam, even in disagreement. So I appreciate some of them. What's the brother's name? Is it Kwanim? Yeah. I saw a video with him where the Omar youth was trying to impose a method of addressing the Nation of Islam on him, and he refused to bow to that. And I also saw the Sunni Isa, have a reasonable conversation with Leah Muhammad following all of this stuff, and not that he agreed with Leah Muhammad, but he was able to engage in a respectful conversation. And I know that he took a lot of heat, for it. That just because he didn't condemn Leah Muhammad in that conversation, he took a lot of heat from it. He didn't agree with a lot of what he said, but he didn't condemn him either.
It was even worse than that, bruv, because Omar went and said that Sunni Isa, the Tokun, he said that he agreed that Allah came as a man.
Yeah. Which we never did.
I can't believe that much.
Yeah, which he never did. So yeah.
But then they don't come down. They don't give Jordan M like the same Sunni Isa is bigging up Jordan M. So, but my point is, let me just say this bit to Bank Boy. I didn't want to interrupt you earlier on when you said, "But we know that already, brother Bank Boy." A lot of black people don't know any details. They might know certain history. They watch movies, but they may not know how knowing that can assist us in how we move politically, socially, even in family, psychologically, as we are now. So people like Brother Shaka, our Nation of Islam, and so on, they can relate it all together for us and how we are supposed to do what we should do in the here and now. Do you see what I'm saying? So just having information about the past, slavery, or racism, or whatever else, that doesn't cut it. It has to be, well, this is what's happening. This is how we're affected. This is what we need to do. Do you get what I'm saying?
And my point is also, like, just quickly, like, if my message is that strong and that powerful and that important, I like in school, like there was certain people I just didn't see like they were on my level, so it didn't matter what they said. I just never paid them no mind at all. My energy would not go to them. Like whatever they said did not mean anything to me in my world or anything I was doing. So do you understand what I'm trying to say? When
bro, I hear you, bro.
Depends where you are, bro. If the majority are heckling you and your own people who you're talking to are heckling you, bro, then it's you have to switch.
At some point, and I'm saying that if you watch the video, you can tell that he didn't detract from what he was saying at all. He dealt with Jordan M 2 minutes and moved on. That was it, right? What's it called? And then what happened now?
Oh,
I was gonna address this. All right, okay, we'll get to that.
Oh, I knew I could smell a stinky batty finger, Sonny. I knew I could smell it.
Let me answer.
Nasty.
How's it going? Can you guys hear me?
No, we can't hear you. Get out of here.
Hey, look, I'm happy to speak to Shaka. I think what you know what amazing about you, shit, Issa, is how sort of let me just say how you're so nice. You're so nice.
I don't care what you got to say.
You're so nice to Ralph. So lovely to Ralph. So nice to Jada. But Jordan M is a devil. Bun Jordan M. You're a nutter. Let me speak to Shakira because I think.
One sec, please. One sec. I do want to make a point here. So I'm not. I don't have a problem speaking to you, but I do want to make a point before it happens. The issue though was in relation to what Dave was saying before in terms of what the nation is doing today. Yeah. So I'm going to say that. So there are some things that you will see, and this goes for all black organizations in this country. Actually. Whereby members of an organization are involved in certain initiatives, but they often do it as collective. So there was an initiative called Unihood, a few years ago, whereby the nation was working with youths in South London to organize a united hood, and that done some good work. You know what I'm saying? It's not a complete program or a perfect program by any imagination, but they're doing some good work. You won't know of the lawyers in the black community who are members of the Nation of Islam, who assist in legally representing young black men and women who are mistreated by the police. We may not know of the members of the Nation of Islam or our black organizations who are involved in gang intervention services in the black community, and whereby where we know there's an issue in our communities in terms of beefs and them kind of things there, that the lives of young people have been saved, by the interventions of members of the Nation of Islam and so on and so forth. So we just have to bear that in mind. You know what I'm saying? When we talk about issues, there's many things, because our community is not generally speaking in tune with the black organizations in the community to a certain extent. Some of the work that you see going on, you may not know who's behind it. And so we just have to bear that in mind. Yeah.
So how do we get to that stage then, where most black people can actually be in tune with the organizations that are actually here to support them?
It's a two-way process. The organizations themselves have to be better at marketing themselves and making the community aware of their existence and their presence and the work that they're doing, which is difficult sometimes. But also,
right. So in that sense of sorry, just to cut you there. Like in that sense of marketing yourself, do you believe that if you are propagating, the white man as the devil, that is good marketing?
Put it this way. In the 1960s, it made the Nation of Islam a worldwide recognized organization.
Yeah, but this is 2020.
Yeah, bro, and I'm saying that it depends, because there's a saying that there's no such thing as bad press, isn't it? You get me? So it depends.
I hear that, but is it really gonna draw people to their cause? In the UK as well.
It has
UK as well, where the black plight is not exactly the same as the black plight in America.
Let me answer it like this, the Nation of Islam recently held its Savior's Day in Detroit, in America. Yeah, black people from all around the world went out there to observe their main celebration with them. Yeah, black people from the UK went. You know what I'm saying? France. You know what I mean? The Caribbean, Africa, all kinds of different things. And the place was full. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like thousands upon thousands of people attended the thing. So they're not doing too badly as an organization. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's part of it. So yeah, we can assess the merits of the white man's the devil in general. You know what I'm saying? But and some people may not like it. Some people may understand it. And that's that. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you 100% when you said like we need black movements and black organizations definitely need to market themselves better, but I think that's usually Achilles heel at the moment.
What I said though, bro, is that it's a two-way street, innit? So at the same time, the black community itself needs to be more in tune with the conditions of the black community in general, and in doing so, you will find those who are doing that work. Just what I'm saying. Like, so it's a two-way street. It is blatantly a two-way street. The more of us that are concerned with solving these problems and actively dedicating ourselves to solving those problems, we will meet others who are trying to do the same thing. And I'm saying that
let me give you an example.
Whether I agree or disagree with the statement, the white man's the devil, or whether I believe that it's good marketing or not, yeah, that should not lead me as a black man to negate the good work that the Nation of Islam is doing. I can disagree that the white man is the devil if I disagree, and still respect that their work as a black organization and understand where they're coming from in terms of even that statement. So yeah.
Fair enough. Well, let me give you an example. Like, I suffer from sickle cell,
Yeah.
And I go to the NHS every now and again. And sickle cell people in this country are treated so badly.
Yeah.
So badly. Like, I can't even put it into words.
Yeah.
I still haven't found. I'm still, looking for who can really help me. I've done all the pals and complaints and whatnot, and nothing ever comes out the way I want it to. Nothing is really changing for black people with sickle cell in this country. How do I make that better?
Have you come
what
across
organization can I go to?
Have you come across any of the black organizations that do sickle cell?
Yep, Sickle Cell Society is supposed to be helping us, and when they came to
is Sickle Cell Society a black run organization?
Well, I'm guessing so. It's a black disease, so I'm guessing.
Yeah, but it's not. It affects us more than everybody else, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the institutions that are dedicated to addressing it are coming from us. There's a couple that
I hear you.
So one is called Sickle Cell Cause, and the other is called Sickle I think it's called. But they do a lot of work in terms of helping people to treat their sickle cell in terms of correct diet and treatment, and also getting people on the donor list, and that kind of thing. So I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna try to find some links. I'll post them in the back chat for
Say
you.
no more.
Yeah, if you want.
That's one, brother.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But even when those things are concerned, bro, I know of situations whereby the Nation of Islam has brought people, to the community to speak on these things. They've supported organizations that are addressing sickle cell and whatever else. You know what I'm saying? Other things, prostate cancer. You know what I'm saying? So I can speak to these things because I've been around the nation. I can see the work that they've done in that regard. So yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Nice one, brother.
Yeah.
You kind of moved on the conversation, haven't we? So I don't know. I jumped on because obviously my name was being mentioned a lot. But if you guys are carrying on,
yeah, that's all right. We don't. You're not needed, mate. Thanks. You can go back to the station now. Go right up your report.
All right, nice one. You can go back to Jaden's house.
Get out of it, you stink.
Right.
I'll have a word.
No, but look, all I know is I'm happy to speak to people, but I don't want to also disrupt your conversation.
No, it's cool, and I respect
my name a lot. I have my name a lot, and when I jumped on,
well,
I might. Sorry, I was gonna say because I did agree to have a conversation with Jordan. I don't mind having a conversation with Jordan. Only because I actually. So if that's where it's gonna go, then I'm cool. But I'm actually.
I want to ask a question because of the story you told earlier, Shakara. Like basically, Jordan, why did you feel the need, when Leo Muhammad was speaking to talk about his attire?
Yeah, well, let me get my point across, and if you guys want to talk about it, because when hearing Shakara's side of the story, I do understand why maybe he was cheering the way he was. He obviously viewed me a certain way. So I go Speaker's Corner. Well, I was going regularly. It was never my intention to go to see the Nation of Islam, but I mean, to be honest, they claim they're Muslim, so I took an interest to watching them. And there were a couple of weeks where I did actually hear them sort of referring to. Look, in terms of the White Devil, if we're talking about the White Devil in terms of a historical context, and the stuff Leo Muhammad talks about, what's happened to black people, I'm not going to get in the way of that, and that's not my business. And I fully understand why those guys are devils, and I fully get that. I think my contention was when they don't really make that. They talk a lot about in the white man's nature, and it kind of indicates that we were born devils. And look, I did look into Yakub and how they believe the white man is born and things like that. And to be honest, I thought, well, that's a bit mad. But when I went along, and I don't know if it was the same week, Shaka, I don't think it was the same week where I saw you, is where I had that guy squaring up to me when I did try and ask the question. And this guy said to me, it's in your nature to be rude, it's in your nature to be evil. And we nearly end up having a fight. So I remember the Nation of Islam getting a lot of support in their, what I saw, anti-white rhetoric. Now, if it's anti-white historical contextual rhetoric, then, nothing to do with me. But I think, look, I'm a white man with a white family. And it was clear to me that they were referring to a white nature, and I saw people supporting it, and I saw you as one of them, Shekara. And that's why I tried to have a conversation with you, which you didn't want to engage. So I spoke to Raven, well, right after I came to you, then I went to Raven, and then I went to Leon. And those are the only three people. I didn't go on a big walk. Look, Leon said, no, that's ridiculous. Of course, white people aren't devils. And with Raven, obviously, we got into a conversation where it's a bit complicated because Raven's not religious. So saying what a devil is obviously, and he was saying, look, I don't believe in devils anyway. But, I think it's clear to me that the Nation of Islam are promoting that white people have something inherently evil within them. And obviously then Raven will say, well, I don't believe in evil and I don't know. And so it kind of got into a tricky conversation.
Here's the problem, with all of that, because so I might say the same. I'm not an Abrahamic, and in my spiritual philosophy, the concept of the devil does not exist, but if I'm dealing with the historical trajectory of black people, and we're looking at how does the concept of the white man being the devil come about. This is a concept I am never going to disavow based upon the historic experiences of black people, right? Now, Leo Muhammad was not just talking about history. He was putting the present day circumstances in terms of the world, politics, and economics, into historical context, And he was saying Britain as a nation is guilty of these wrongs, against black people, and not just black people, but darker people across the entire world, and they are going to have to pay for these injustices. All this affluence and wealth that you see across Britain at the moment is the result of the raping and the pillaging and the so on and so forth, and their continued exploitation of other lands around the world, And so he characterizes all of this, present day and contemporary, as devil, He's not talking about anybody as an individual, but the collective conscious behavior of these people who are called British, in particular, and European in general, Now, my thing is this: I'm not expecting the white man to agree that he's a devil. Although I've come across some white men that do agree with the devil.
Yeah. Look,
I've come across that.
I hear that. Look, do you ever remember? So I understand what you're saying. So we're talking about, and what we're really talking there is a sort of maybe a system of devilness, whether it's white supremacy or, and I think Leo Muhammad described it to Brother Isa as a deceiver. But do you concede that Leo Muhammad suggests that it's in a white person's nature? So we're not just talking about a system. We are talking, and this is where my only issue is if you're spreading a rhetoric that white people are born evil, that essentially that means there's nothing I can do. And in fact, I did actually manage to speak to Leo Muhammad.
But he did say there's something that you can do. This is the point. So
he did. And you know what it was? It was take my shahada. That was what Leo Muhammad said. And I've already done that.
By that, Jordan, you're saved.
Yeah, but the thing is, my family aren't, and I by principle. So essentially, we're saying that even.
But sorry, Jordan. To be completely respectful, are the rest of your family Muslim?
No.
So by the tenets of your own religion, they're not saved.
Yeah, but that's different to be spreading.
Why is Leo Muhammad condemning all white people as a devil?
Let me tell you the difference. In my religion, my religion is not saying that.
Hey, you man, quickly, I'm just gonna jump off. I'll see you guys later.
Peace.
My religion is not saying that everybody is, non-believers are born evil and that they've got no chance. My religion is not spreading that. And so look, by Leo Mohammed, we've already conceded there. Leo Mohammed has just said the only way out of a white person being a devil is having a shahada. So to me, that is racist rhetoric, and that is look, that is, we're not even talking about a system anymore. We are talking about people being born evil just because of the color of their skin. So this is different.
Shaka, let me remind you what that was there to counter.
No, I don't want to address this guy. I don't want to address this. I don't want to speak to fruitcakes. I don't want to speak to fruitcakes. I'm having a decent conversation.
Shut up.
Go speak to Jaden. Go speak to. Go join the EDL. Go join the EDL.
Shut your mouth, you stinky. Right, Shaka, I'm just saying this. Don't forget what it was there to counteract, which was the cursed seed of Ham. That allegedly we came about because of our dark skin, came about because we were allegedly the cursed seed of Ham. So because it was from a religious perspective, he counteracted it from a religious perspective. You get what I'm saying? So please deal with that, Shakara.
This is a fact, yeah. And as well, because like I'm still saying now, for any of the black people listening that are concerned about this, yeah. This is not specifically to Jordan. I'm just saying this in general, yeah, to any of the black people that are listening. Anybody that's concerned about what Leo Mohammed said in terms of white man being the devil, yeah. When you go to certain places in the world where black people are a majority, yeah, there are still many of us, yeah, that are worshipping the image of a white man as God, yeah. There are more black people in this world that believe that the white man is God than believe that the white man is the devil. So if we've got a problem, it's not with believing that the white man's the devil, it's believing that the white man's God, yeah. So let's just put that to one side for a second and address the fact that how I find it difficult, Jordan, to reconcile the idea of eternal condemnation in the hellfire with a man calling you devil and saying that you're inherently evil. No.
Shakira, it's not for me to say that anyone. I can't say to any non-Muslim that they're definitely going burning into the hellfire. We'll get judged on our actions at the end of the day. But essentially, we all have a chance. We all have a chance to improve our actions. And to me, if Islam is delivered to you in the right way, you have your chance to embrace it. However, the Nation of Islam are condemning white people. They are condemning white people to being evil, and that's wrong. But I think I'm entitled to question that.
But the tenets of the religion in which you believe, yeah, condemns people to the hellfire if they don't believe. Do you know what I'm saying? So if to bring me the family argument and say, well, he said that, but it's not wrong. There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. There is all kinds of passages that deal with disbelief and unbelievers and so on and so forth, and there is condemnation and fiery judgment for them. Yeah, and some people who are there. I'm forgetting the passage, but there is some talk about being is it born with disbelief or
we're all born believing in Islam.
Right? No, it's not. You're right. It's not. But there are some people who are never going to believe. Yeah, no matter what is said to them. Yeah, they're condemned to hellfire because they're incapable of belief. Right? What's it called? Yeah, they're incapable of it. So I'm saying, if now Leo Mohammed comes and says, well, these people who have done so much wickedness, yeah, based upon what they've displayed to us, and whatever are inherent this, yeah, I'm not gonna be the one, personally speaking, yeah, who's gonna make it my preoccupation to appease the sensibilities of white people who are offended by this. If white people are offended by the statement the white man is the devil, then white people need to challenge their own people about the history of Europeans and the contemporary reality in relation to the disparities of race.
I feel like you're deflecting a bit. We've already decided that this is a historical context. We've already decided.
There's no deflection. There's only deflection if Jordan is controlling the parameters of conversation. Yeah, I'm saying to you that the issue of whether you are personally offended by a black man saying the white man is the devil and whether that hurts your feelings or not is not a preoccupation for me. And it's
sure, but that's a separate point. And I don't. If you're not offended, you're not offended. But I'm entitled to question it still.
Yeah, you have.
I experienced a guy squaring up to me at the corner, and I thought, "What's this about?" And so for me, it was also the support Nation of Islam were getting its biggest corner by spouting this. So look, you don't have to. Look, I get that.
Member of the Nation of Islam square up to you?
It was one of the guys watching at the front. He was sort of next to the camera.
Okay.
Yeah, I was next to TNTS Greek, and basically I tried to ask a question, and he turned around and said, "Wait till the end! Wait till the end, you devil!" And I said, "What do you mean by that?" And he he said to me, "You're it's in your nature to be evil, you cracker," or something. You know, he was giving me this, so I thought, well, and to be honest, you know, it didn't go much further than that. But to me, it just made me think, what is this? Is this really rhetoric that is right? And I questioned it. I don't really, you know, you don't have to care about my offense to it or.
But I'm saying that you did, as far as I'm concerned. Like I said, when you did it, I wasn't aware of who you was or whatever. I didn't know you was whether it was a Muslim or not. I saw a white man questioning a black man who was talking about injustices done to black people, and the question to me was not a one of inquiry; it was one designed to ridicule.
Yeah, but Shakara, he was linking those injustices to me. He was linking those injustices to me. So
yes,
so I'm
I'm saying
so
at the point that because I've watched this video, and at the point that you jumped in with your inquiry, quote unquote, he had not mentioned anything to do with the white devil. He was talking about injustices done to black people and the fact that black people need to organize. Yeah, and you listening at that moment in time, because you got sensitive about the word the white man, decided to jump in with an irrelevant, even if the question was sincere. It was irrelevant to what he was talking about at that moment.
Sure, and you know what? I understand that.
Perceived it as an attempt to ridicule, and so we jumped in defense of our brother at that moment because we understood what he was saying, and we understood that the truth in what he was saying must be affirmed without apology. And I'm not so when it comes to whether there are people that were listening that don't necessarily agree with the statement that the white man is a devil, but they decided that at this moment in time, the truth that he is speaking is more relevant than whatever we disagree with at that moment in time.
Yeah, and like I said, look, and I get that. To be honest, Shakara, when I heard you mention that earlier, I completely respect that. If you're viewing me, I can only tell you my intentions. My intentions of asking him why you're wearing the white man's suit is I see a man who is linking everything that he was talking to white people. I'd heard from a previous week that it's all in their nature, and so I saw him speaking. I saw him as dressed very kind of white, and you know, I know you make that as maybe me seeing some kind of white supremacist thing. It's not. For me, I don't normally see black people wearing suits at the park. So I did ask that question, and I honestly didn't mean it in a mocking way. Now, people did start to laugh, and it did create an environment where it looked like all of a sudden it was me versus Leo Mohammed, and I could see that point. But look, I think in this point here, what I'm glad we've done is that somebody like yourself has agreed that the Nation of Islam are saying that white people are born evil, and you need your shahada, because everyone I've spoken to try and deny that, and they say Jordan just doesn't understand the historical context. So I'm glad that you at least know that the Nation of Islam are saying that white people, by nature, by their birth, are born evil.
No, bro, you could ask the Nation of Islam about that. I'm saying
I have.
I'm talking about. So I'm telling you that in terms of being saved, if you want to be saved, yeah, what the Nation of Islam says ain't nothing different to what you believe anyway, right? So to be offended by that is the stroke business to me.
That's not true. That's not true, because it's not true. It's not true. In my religion, you're not born evil.
Jordan,
it's not. No. It's a false analogy. It's a false analogy.
At the same time, have you heard that Minister Farrakhan, who is the leader of Leah Mohammed, has white Christian friends?
Yeah, I've heard they link to Scientology. I've heard they've let white
people. You've heard all manner of different things, yeah. So evidently,
I've heard all sorts of stuff.
So evidently, yeah, within the Nation of Islam, the very leadership of the Nation of Islam, they develop positive relationships with people who are not black, including white people. Yeah,
true.
Farrakhan has friends and associates of all kinds of different races and colors all around the world. Yeah, right. So I'm saying that once you know that, yeah, then you have enough information to go on to not make the butt of our conversation whether I agree that the Nation of Islam believes that the white man is inherently evil. Because the reality is, if the Nation of Islam does believe that the white man is inherently evil, the experience of black people over the last 500 years is enough. Yeah, for black people to have come out of that with that conclusion. Yeah, and anybody that doesn't want to understand that, I ain't trying to help them. That's up to you.
Okay, but I disagree. I disagree.
500 years. It took 500 years. Yeah, for black people to say that the white man is the devil. Yeah, so it could take another 500 years for white people to prove that they're not. And maybe we'll stop there.
Shakira, if you're walking around this country believing that all your white neighbours are born evil, then yeah, I want to say, look, mate, it's not true. And I think to me it was always just kind of logic and common sense, even if I take into consideration what's happened over history. So you know, and I think your analogy towards Islam. In Islam, we believe you're born Muslim. We don't believe you are born evil. You're not condemned from your birth. You know, you have choices, you make decisions, and no one's guaranteed hellfire just because you don't accept Islam. Whereas what the nation, just let me finish this point. What the Nation of Islam, and you've agreed to it, are saying that a white person is inherently evil. I mean, in a sense, there's not much they can really do about it, is there? Other than the Shahada, I guess. But white people are, and I think if that is being spouted around, I see that as quite. I'm not going to say dangerous because Nation of Islam aren't big enough for that to be. And a lot of people have asked me, why are you even bothered? Because they're only a small organisation that help black people. But still, I still think rhetoric like that is still not good in society.
So
you're entitled to your opinion just as much as I'm entitled to not make your opinion my preoccupation.
But I think you're.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Jordan M, are you familiar with people referring to like white people as the man? Hello?
I can't hear Melanated Goddess. I can't hear it.
How does he know I'm talking then?
You might
Hello?
I can't hear what Melanated Goddess just said. I don't know why.
Ask him my question, Shakira.
Okay, cool. Melanated Goddess is asking if you're familiar with black people referring to white people as the man, quote unquote, the man.
Sure. I mean, some even white people in poverty would describe them as the man. That's not exclusive to just black people. I understand that term as well.
Melanated is asking is that racist or racial?
No, I see that as kind of the man. I guess by my interpretation of it, the man are the people in charge. And you know, people don't want to work for the man. I think you're talking about a system there. You're not talking about people born evil. So yeah, the man is.
Well, for black
people,
the man is
concept. Just like I get historical context of a white devil.
I guess he
might have to jump out and jump back in so they can have a proper conversation with Mammon.
Yeah, very.
Shall I jump out or Melanated God? I don't know what the best thing to
do. Normally it's the person with their mic who can't hear that jumps out and jumps back in.
All right, I'll come back in.
No. Sorry, it's the person who can't be heard. So that's
oh, okay.
That's what I meant. Yeah, sorry.
All right, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, Velly, be on standby, yeah, because Melanie's gonna jump back in.
Can y'all hear me now?
Oh, right. Jordan's gone back as well, it looks like. So we'll see if he comes back so you see if he can hear you. Yes.
I mean, so my question about the man, is that oh, here he goes. Can you hear me, Jordan?
I can hear you. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. My question about the concept of the man, I think that even though you're saying that white people use that, because I don't have white people in my circle, I would not even know that white people use that. But I know, especially in the time of like civil rights and so forth, the term "the man" was, you could say it had to do with the system of racism and white supremacy,
100%,
right? The
100%.
system that was oppressive. So for Black people, that system, the man, is synonymous with the white man, because we weren't suppressing ourselves, at least not here in the diaspora. So that's why I asked you if the term "the man" was racist, because when you look at the word "the devil," right, and you break it down to the deceiver, we have been deceived by white people. When the white people came to the continent, we were very nice to them, and they effed us over, right? So it's almost as saying the man, the deceiver, the devil. Am I saying that does devil have a religious connotation to it? It definitely does. So I can see how you could take it that way. But in basically in the case of what I'm saying is that even if it could be offensive I don't see how you can't understand why a people who have gone through what they've gone through have equated people that look like yourself as representative of a deceiving entity. The man, the devil, the deceiver, that you represent that. Does that mean that that's who you are individually? No, but as a person who's part of a larger group, can't you see how that could represent this entity of colonization? Yeah.
I concede that point. I completely concede that point. And I think if we're referring to the man, probably even back in the day, there are probably some white people that black people probably wouldn't consider devils. I don't know. I don't know the stories if there were people helping. And like even now, people talk about the man today. But I doubt they're talking about, the man that's just sort of working in Starbucks, doing his thing, going along in no position of power. I very much doubt. And if they are, the problem I have here is the nature, the white nature, and so therefore you're not making any separation. So the man is a clear separation, whereas in our nature, there's no separation there. That means every single one of us, and I'm talking about white people, are condemned from birth, unless we take our shahada, and so that is, to me, that is not that's what we're talking about here, aren't we?
Yeah, but the man was a separation for.
Go on, Millie.
I was just gonna say the man wouldn't be separation from a black perspective. Like, if it was 1965, the person working in the Starbucks is still the man, because they are still. So even now in 2020, right, when you are a teacher in a school, right, the way in which the black teachers in my school are treated in comparison to the white teachers, they still the man, even though they don't even know they the man. They have a certain privilege. They have a certain they're expected to be more intelligent. They're expected to be more professional. They're expected to be all of these things. So when they meet a articulate black person, it's like, wow, you're articulate for a black person. You know what I'm saying? We still have these remnants in 2020.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. And like I say, and you're still there. You're talking about system. And look, the guy that squared up to me. I did think after, look, for all I know, that guy may have been abused by policemen. He may have been, racially abused at school. So for me, I honestly understand why he may look at me and see the devil or the white man. However,
Jordan, he may just his brother.
He may what? Sorry,
just be protecting his brother.
Maybe. I think this time I was literally just asking a question, but you're right. I think, look, Leo Mohammed talks about, this is why I understand your point, Sheikh, right? Leo Mohammed is there talking about black people. He's giving quite graphic accounts of things that have happened. So it's obviously a motive. And so obviously a guy like me shows up with a white face trying to ask questions. I completely get that point. I do understand that point.
It's emotive, but it's also scientific.
You'll have to explain that one.
Quite simply, we're dealing with. You ever heard of pedagogy of the oppressed?
Yeah.
What do you know about pedagogy of the oppressed?
Go on, let's hear your version.
So one of the principles and then you got theater of the oppressed here that comes out of this pedagogy.
Are you kind of talking about the characteristics
of what the oppressor?
Yes.
Yeah, right. So why are the characteristics of the oppressor in the mind of the oppressed, or in the pedagogy?
Sure. Yeah, I get that.
It's that you can't change the oppressor. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So the point is that when we identify who the oppressor is, the aim is not to change him, appeal to his sensibilities, or pacify him. The aim is to alert our people to the nature of the oppression. And those who have been oppressing us, yeah. And one of the ways that we've done that in the Black Liberation Movement is through this caricature of the devil. The Nation of Islam popularized it, but they are not the only people that have used it, and it has been interpreted in different ways throughout time. Yeah. So in relation to that, yeah, like this is why I'm saying to you, like for me personally, like I get that a man is hurt by, I'm saying, whatever, but I can't concern myself with that hurt.
Yeah, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can
Hello?
hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Jordan, he just dropped out. Yeah, I mean, if I was white, I'd probably be like, "What? I'm not the devil." You know what I'm saying? Like, I probably would be feeling the same way. But at the same time, I'd have been like, "Well, you know, they're not talking about me. They talking about these. There are some devilish white people. Like, yo, I don't know."
If you look at the characteristics of the devil in it in different belief systems or whatever, then you can see how much it matches up to either an individual white man, like the worst kind of white man you can find, or white people as a block. You get me, and their influence on African people.
This is what I'm saying, fam, and this is why I say, like, when it comes to this specific subject here, you're in a place where this man's running down all kind of history, yeah, and you come in with that kind of a response, and then you wonder why he referred, like, at that moment you were the devil to man, because he's running down the history of black people, and you come to interfere with that message, right? Can
you guys hear me?
And into the thing. Right, so I'm saying, like, man gets called the devil in that moment, then man gets called the devil in that moment.
Okay,
sorry, 1 second. I'm guaranteed that Muhammad saying the white man's the devil at Sneaker's Corner, in and of itself, is not going to change the socio-economic realities of the world as we know it.
Let me word it to you like this, and I don't know if you look. I am now Muslim, and believe it or not, I regard, I now have black brothers, brown brothers. And so when I look, that Isa.
All right, Isa
also has.
Are you laughing at your white brother, Isa?
Shakara, you need to drink some bitters for saying that, bruv. You need a white.
Anyway, look. So what I want to say, Shakara, what I think. Look, let me ask you a question then. Are there any white people that you would consider to sort of take as an ally or friend or anything like that?
Now, see, this is the issue, yeah, Jordan, because my preoccupation, yeah, is not about white allies or friends, yeah. On this specific issue, we are not going to make it about whether white people can be good or not, yeah. We're not even going to go on that road, right? Because that's not the point. That's not the issue. We're talking about a condition of black people who have been subjected to a system of white supremacy. The best of white people were never able to stop the rest of their white brothers and sisters from committing crimes, and are still unable. Right. So the fact of the matter is, yeah, we are this line of questioning that you're going down is irrelevant to me, and again, it detracts from what Brother Leo was actually speaking about. You know what I'm saying? So again,
no, but it doesn't. We're getting to the crux of the point here.
No, wait.
We're getting to the crux of the point, because surely you believe that there are there some white people in society that are not evil or devils or whatever you want to say. Are there people around that are actually decent people? Because if there are, then I don't know why you guys can't say that it's bad rhetoric to say that all.
No. Listen. I want to answer that question in a different way, right? Because for me, the discrepancy between what Shakara is saying and what you're hearing is that sometimes it's difficult from your perspective to fully understand how black people may perceive things, because you do have healthy relationships with some black people, right? And so if you have healthy relationships with some black people, you might have a pure heart and your intentions are such, right? So I'm gonna give an example. I had a white Jewish male teacher, right? And he was a teacher of a class that had maybe like 8 or 9 black boys, 2 black girls, and a Spanish girl, and like 3 or 4 white students, right? And he kept having a lot of issues with the male black students. And one in particular, he went close to the young man's face and was like, "You're not going to be talking to me like that. You need to sit down. You need to da-da-da." He's pointing his finger. And the young boy said, "You need to get the fuck up out my face," right? So he just went off like, oh, you threatened me, you were aggressive in your language, blah, blah, blah. And I came in, of course, I corrected, reprimanded the student for his use of foul language, you know, that he didn't use his proper protocol and da-da-da-da-da. But I had a one-to-one with the teacher, and I said that you have to understand the dynamic when you're trying to, as a teacher, gain command of your class. And from a young Black male's perspective, who he's trying to assert his manhood, he got this white man oppressing him, right? So you're gonna already have that friction. You're not from his culture at all. He's seeing it like this white man is telling me to shut up. This white man is like, you got to kind of find a way to break that down. So for you to expect that white people to just see you like, you know, you're see-through and they could just see your heart, that's not the case, because in this world that we live in, people see us as Black and they see you as white. So you just expecting someone to turn it off and on. That's not going to always be the case.
Melanie Goddess, honestly, I promise I understand completely what you're saying. Like I said, if Melanie Goddess, I mean, can you accept that there are some white people in the world that are not this evil? Can you accept that?
Fucking hell.
Like the same thing that Shakira said. Those few are not doing nothing. Them good white people ain't stopped Eric Gardner from getting killed. I'm sorry. They was right there.
Okay,
they was right there watching him getting choked out. They was right there.
It's possible that they are all born evil. Is that possible? That all white people are born evil? Is that even a possibility in anyone's mind?
The possibility or lack thereof that you're speaking of, is of no relevance to.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
That people being able to address our own conditions, and this is the point I'm trying to make. Right? It's
I
not,
understand your point.
What's not going to happen? Hold on. Because what I'm saying to you is what my belief, in what the Nation of Islam believes is not the point, and we're not going to engage in a conversation whereby I am going to be, or Black people should be, appeasing the sensibilities of an individual white man to say that we believe that some white people can be good. I'm not interested in that. Yeah. So if that's the conversation that you want to have, it's not going to happen, right? I'm saying that in relation to the statement, the white man is the devil, there is historical context for it, and that's what that's going to be understood. Whether one believes or doesn't believe, I would even go as far as saying this, Jordan, right? If it is indeed the fact that white people are not born evil, then in the fullness of time, they will prove it to us, and Black people are not calling the devil anymore. Okay? Right?
Exactly.
I was gonna answer it by saying that they good, they not good enough, they not good enough to stop it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So my thing is, when it comes down to, like I said before, it took us 500 years, to come to this conclusion. So maybe it might take us another 500 years to come to a new conclusion. And I promise you, based upon how loving and compassionate Black people are, in spite of all of the wickedness that was done to us, and the fact that we've reached out and loved everybody on the planet, regardless, right? You know what I'm saying? The fact that so much wickedness can be done to Black people by white people in the name of white supremacy, and we can still worship a white man as God to a significant degree in this day and age. Trust me, Black people calling white people the devil is not really an issue that you need to be worrying about right about now. Or maybe it is, and that's why we're having this conversation.
All right, look, and let's not. This isn't about me being offended and my feelings or anything like that. So to me, I think it's an interesting topic. And look, I honestly think, and look, maybe I'm missing something. The fact that no one on this panel, some of the people I've spoken to are in interracial relationships. I found out after that are saying, they can't say, and they're saying that potentially all white people are evil. And just this thought that everybody is like that. Look, if we're talking about the man, we're talking about a system, we're talking about what's happened. I completely get it, but the fact that to me, it's fairly obvious that you can't all be devils just because of the color of your skin. It's fairly obvious, but the fact that no one, and I think, look, from what I get, Shakira, is that you don't really want to say that because you feel that would be appeasing me, and I get that. I get that as well, to be honest.
Sorry, did you hear that Leah Muhammad said that white people are devils because of the color of their skin?
Well, I'm assuming that you're not born a devil.
I'm born a beautiful black girl, but you know what I'm saying. But the fact of the matter,
there you go. There you go.
But
the way that you're saying, but the way that you're saying it, the way that you're saying it, as if he said, because of their color of their skin, they're the devil, and you're deleting, you're excluding all of the acts and atrocities, and why that's attributed to. Well, you're not recognizing. You're saying because you're white, and it's not because you're white. It's because of action.
Okay, if that's the case, if it's not because you're white, therefore all white people probably aren't born evil, are they?
So
to me, this seems fairly obvious. But look, maybe
it might well be, Jordan.
You're the perfect example. There you go.
Yeah.
So you're saying you're not a devil, and you clearly are. So how the hell are you arguing the point on behalf of what you are? That don't make sense.
If you're an angel, then
don't worry about that. We're talking about you.
when my man's saying the white man is a devil, he's talking about the antagonist, isn't it? Like the white man as the antagonist, as the
deceiver. He's saying
the binary opposite of the people who are downtrodden, isn't it? Like,
but Emmy, let me say this to you, right? In fact, melanated. Let me ask you this question: if you knew of a woman that was gang raped, yeah, and for let's say 10 years she was saying, "I hate men, I don't want to be around men," and that was a thing, would you think anyone would have an issue with that, melanated?
No.
Right. So imagine the people that were. So imagine.
Would you want to take what? No.
Hold on. Imagine being on the.
Hold on. Let me go further. Listen. Let me go further. I would not. Hold on. Listen. I would not even try to convince her that all men are not evil and just only the ones that raped her.
You wouldn't.
I would understand if she turned freaking lesbian. I would understand because you know why? What happened to her has never happened to me before. So how can I dictate to her how to handle it?
Very much.
And you know what? Furthermore, let me tell you what I would do.
I think that analogy is beautiful and would support my point.
I would speak to. Let's say it was all black men that did this in the system here.
Oh Lord.
I would let's say for example, right? We've got some sick brothers who have who have been indoctrinated into the ways of the devil.
They've been Jordanized. They've been Jordanized into behavior.
Let's say that these were all black men. Convincing that sister would not be my role.
Exactly.
Yeah. I wouldn't discourage a group of sisters from engaging in that with the sister. Yeah. But my role would be to speak to black men. Yeah. And get black men to understand that this sister has been traumatized by the acts of black men. And so by our actions, yeah, we need to demonstrate certain behavior. And we need to address other black men who are responsible for perpetrating this kind of behavior against black women. Yeah.
Okay. Let me come in with one. So Shakara just gave the example of what the white people should do. What about other sisters who've been raped who are trying to help her cope with the situation? And then people like stinking dirty Cap and Jordan M is saying, "Oh, you shouldn't say that about men. There's some good men." Blah blah. Do you see what I'm saying? So if these other sisters and they're saying, "This is how you cope, sister. This is what we got to do to build yourself back up." Because we see that you don't clean and you don't work and you're depressed and you're in this situation, and they're supporting, and the system is supporting those men that have been raping you. You get me? They're even encouraging the others to do it. You understand? So this is where this.
All right, can I respond to Shakara? I'm kind of switching off at your points, Issa, but I'd like to.
Yeah, of course you would, because my point just lick your dung. That's why you can't take truth.
Look at your username. You're just a complete waste of space.
Yeah, waste.
No, go ahead. No. Don't go into the Don't go into the Sunni Shia thing. Go ahead, Jordan, and respond to the rapist. The analogy, please.
Yeah. So we've got a woman that's been gang raped by black men. I'll be honest with you. If she suddenly held all black men responsible in the world, whilst I would understand it would be wrong, clearly. So I like this analogy. And whilst it might not be your role, you would hope that woman did not go on living her life hating all black men.
And you know what, Jordan?
Thank you very much.
And you know what? If you hold those hopes in your heart, I'm glad for you.
Do you not? You don't.
No, I'm saying if you hold those hopes in your heart, you hold the hope in your heart.
I think everyone should have those hopes.
And I'm sympathetic to your hopes. I'm just saying that don't preoccupy yourself, with trying to convince black people.
No, and
You know what, Jordan M, but for you to say,
I heard my name on here, so I thought I'd jump on. And look, to be honest, I'm not continuing this topic, even though
That's
I
good.
think it's interesting.
That's fine.
How could you say what's the right and the wrong way when you use the term wrong, right? Like, how can you say what's a wrong way to respond to trauma? You clearly have no idea. That's like saying you having nightmares is wrong. You need to get over it. Or
I
like,
didn't say that. I didn't say I wouldn't understand. I didn't say I'd completely understand that.
Well, you casted a judgment though. You said it was wrong.
No,
what you have to do is you have to unpick what Jordan's motivations are to even have this conversation.
It would be clearly wrong to judge everyone's actions on those men that gang raped her. It would be
it would be completely reasonable and logical. It would be expected. I would expect that. Like, to me,
you're confusing the two, Melanated Goddess. I would expect it and I would understand it, but it's still wrong. It's not everybody else. You can't suddenly hold everyone else responsible for those people's actions. And that, to be honest, again, that's obvious.
I guess when you think of human nature, right? If you were gang raped by a particular group, for you to associate other people of that same group as potential for potential this happening again, that is your fight or flight. That is an instinctual response to have.
Again, I agree with you on that point, Melanie.
Using the rape example, you know what the biggest
random.
Do you know what the biggest
I'm not
a street or a club or something like that, or an area.
You know what?
Wait, you're all talking at the same time.
Do you know what? You know what the bigger issue is though. You see, if a sister was subjected to that kind of experience, for the foreseeable future, her being able to see the good in other men is not her number one issue.
Yeah.
That's the point. Like, at that moment in time, the number one thing wrong with her, is not her inability to see the good in other men. And we'd be making a mockery of her experience to make that the number one issue that we want to question her about. To relate to her based upon the fact that she's unable at this moment to see the good in other men. It will be a fallacy, a farce, and a mockery of her experience.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I take that point. I do take that point, Shakira.
Brilliant. So isn't it interesting how when the people themselves...
Hey, look, is there any way I can have this chat without this waste man speaking?
Wait, man, who are you talking to, Sodomite? You finger nasty.
Hold on. Isa, one sec. First of all, we are not going to exclude our brother from the conversation for the sake of you.
Okay, but with respect, Shakira, if you look at his username, it's not very conducive.
Yeah, bro, that's the issue. Muslims
you said my analogy. Hold on, this guy said my analogy was good and then used it. So shut your mouth, bro. You said my analogy was good and then you jumped on it, bro.
Okay, look, the rest of you can engage with him, but I don't have to.
Good, don't. I don't want you to.
That's your choice.
Yeah, you don't have to discuss with him.
Yeah. But anyway, as I was saying, as I contribute to the beautiful discussion, the point I'm making is that we have to look at why the pattern is of the type of people that always want to make sure that we do not heal any problems with us. They're more focused on whether they're offended or hurt by what we need to use to heal ourselves, rather than saying, you know what, I'm really sorry. How can I even help that? How can I, I know you have to feel that way maybe for the years or whatever. How can I help? No. It's always about trying to stop us from using our own solutions to solve our own problems. Amazing. And then they want to pretend they're not devils. That's the weirdest thing ever. You're manifesting being a devil straight and blatant, but then you want to talk about, it's not good for everyone. I'm not born a devil. Clearly you're born a devil. By the looks of things, you're going to goddamn die thinking stinking Kaffir devil too. Flipping hell, bro. I don't trust these people.
This guy's got Ralph calling him low IQ. He's got Ralph.
Low IQ, but I've done you all day. You think about it. You're a sodomite, bro. You're a stinking sodomite. You're a finger about you stinking.
Wait, what he said? Wait. Issa, wait. I want to hear what he said. What did he say about Ralph? What did you say about Ralph?
Tommy or Jada.
Bro, I don't business. If they come rude like you, they're gonna get it just like you, bro.
Jordan just call you Issa.
Jordan.
He said something waste man or something like that. Dirty little.
No, Jordan, this is G Block, young man. Yeah, you can't come in and talk to people like that, No. No, we're not having that. You're on the wrong platform for that one, yeah? So next time you need to whoa, I'm talking. I'm talking.
Shut your mouth, bro. Shut your mouth.
He's a waste man.
No, you can't come. No, you can't come around. No, you can't do that. You know, you can't do that. Yeah. Now, what do you mean? Why not?
Well, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Why do you think? Nah, you're going past the station. Nah, fuck all of that. You're going past the station, yeah. You're obviously lost. You obviously think you're on a different platform. We don't do this around here. You understand? So what you need to do is you need to readjust the way in which you talk, or you can do one, Jordan M.
Yeah, do
you understand me?
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Can I
Familiarity breeds contempt, and you ain't coming to be contemptuous in this bitch. You understand, my man?
Have you come on?
Yeah, I'm coming on to make you understand who and what you are and where you are. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, big up yourself. Let me explain. Let me explain.
No, there's no explanation, man. Just know where you are. Know you and understand yourself in it. Yeah, I'm not saying that you and the man can't have discourse, but you can't be doing that in this yard. Yeah, i.e., you can't talk like that here.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if you can do that in other places, fair play to you, young man. But here, nah, you stamp on your neck. Yeah, I'll trod on your neck here.
Shut up.
Know who you are, young man. Seriously. I'm a don talk.
Stinking Kaffir. Get out of it. You think about it. Get out of it.
Can I speak to the lady that's just come on?
Get out of here, bro. We don't want to hear nothing what you're going to say. Think about it. Get out of here.
I was here. I listened to this, and I was called a devil. I was called a stinky, silly, whatever.
You are a stinking Kaffir devil. You're insulting our whole race of people. Insulting black people all the time.
It's fair for me to come on, call him a waste man.
It's not fair for you. It's fair for you to go.
If you don't like it, the ladies I'm speaking to, then yeah, get me removed from the panel. But it's fair. I think it's fairly a reasonable response.
Billy, remove this waste man out of it.
When he's been mocking me for an hour.
You know what it is. You know what it is. This is what I'm saying, man. There's rules to this thing. Yeah, there's rules to this thing. Do you understand me? So maybe someone hasn't given you. Maybe somebody hasn't given you the rules.
Oh my God!
But trust me, whilst I'm here, you ain't talking to no one like that. Like I said, if you want to do that, you can go to other channels. But yes, sir, it's not working, young man. Just know that to yourself.
Are you happy with the way he's spoken to me? Are you happy? Hello?
Hello? Veli, come on here. You said I look down. I look down where?
Hello?
Can you guys still hear me?
Your slave master, Veli. Veli, come and get your slave master. Show us you're really black, Veli. Come on. Dump your slave master. Let us know that you're really black.
Oh, don't do that, Issa.
He put something. Hold on. He put something in the comments, so I have to respond. I have to respond to Veli. Veli put something in the comments in relation.
We don't go after Veli on his own channel.
No.
I think, guys. From what I understand of the lady that just on the panel, she's from that Real McGee channel. It's all about nonsense. I came on here for a nice chat.
What?
I've got to get to work now, but
yeah, go to work. Go to the station. Try not to harass and arrest any.
Thanks for the conversation.
Any black children today, you dirty.
Big up yourself.
You skank. Are you devil? Go back to the station, bro. Stop harassing black kids and searching them for and planting drugs on them.
Wow.
Police officer dog. Get out of here.
So can I ask a question? So my understanding was, I'm trying to get an understanding because I missed part of when Shakara started talking to him about his comment to Leo Muhammad. Did he at least retract it, or did he see his error about talking about him having on a white man's suit or something like that?
He said he could understand why I saw it the way I saw it, but he wasn't actually trying to ridicule, which to me is not.
Is what the words he used are like. You can't pretend you're not trying to ridicule. If you know what, when you can, sister, please watch the video. The guy is coming with his pompous self. He's trying to humiliate. He's trying to embarrass. That was the whole point of the words he's using. This stinking dirty dog. That's what he's trying to do, and then he pretending he's not. These people lie all the time. Just watch the video because I spoke to him after it. I see others speak to him after it. These people are nasty, bro. Sister,
I saw part of it. I saw Shakara going, "That's right. Yes, right." Like, yeah. I was cracking down. Shakara was like, "Yeah." He was clapping his hands, and I was like, "Whoa!" But I didn't. I got to go back and watch it to see like when the whole devil.
There might be different videos of it because there's one that's more specific. Because that's what I do as well. When I'm there and I see them and anyone's trying to heckle them, I also try and heckle the heckler because I see the angle. You get what I'm saying? So when it comes to him in specifics, it's because he knows he's got this backing from other black Sunnis. I know you lot don't like hearing the word, but that's why he feels confident to say the damn things he's saying, even to come on here and say what he's saying. It's so bloody insulting. It's like, you know what I mean? Again and again and again, from his own perspective, it's like, no, you little savages, you need me, the Peckerwood, to tell you and advise you. I need to guide you and help you. This is all, if you translate everything he's saying and sum it up, that's what he's saying. Simple as that. He's not coming to us and saying, you're the victims of this thing. You tell me how I should run, and I'll run with that. You get what I'm saying? He's not interested in what you got to say. He's coming to try and tell you. Simple as that. He's a stinking, dirty devil. Die in your rage. If you're a cop, then yeah. He stinks, man. He's people. Woo.
Yeah, man, I dropped off. I came back. I said, oh, shit, Jordan, them on the panel is about to be popping.
I don't really like to talk to these people, but it's more to do with the fact of he's demonstrated for himself, and this is what I do like, is when they come on and there's other people looking and listening, and they hear it from their mouth what they really think. So you allow them to speak, and certain questions and answers, and people can hear the patterns amongst these people. Do you get what I'm saying? There's nothing, even like, how would he? People don't even know. I don't know if you lot know, but he was also talking about their religious beliefs as well. So he just converted the other day, and he wants to tell Leo Muhammad, who've been Muslim, Nation of Islam Muslim for however long, and other black people, what their Islam should look like as well. The whole supremacist ideology is there stuck within this frigging devil. And then he wants to argue about being born a devil or not. Whether he's born a devil or not, he frigging is one, that's for sure. These people stink, man. That's it.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, I thought this conversation was gonna happen at Sneakers. I'm thinking just now that it'd be good if it did, because it'd been an isolated conversation that could have been just that.
We can bring it back up, brother. Bring it back up, and then you could bring it back up.
I'm not honest with you, bro. I'm not running down this guy for a conversation. I'm not that overly interested in it. I agreed to because when Issa raised it with me before, I did say publicly that anytime he wants to have a conversation about it, you can have one with it. So yeah, I agree to. I'm not overly passionate about having a conversation. If it happens, it happens. But I'm not running it down.
It's not. I'm saying not the people. Then I'm saying because there's a lot of, because especially someone sneaky like him, where he converts and he saw, because I don't know if you lot saw, but he had Malcolm X on one of his videos as the picture. And I'm like, he's only been into this religion, this Sunni damn religion, for just the other day, but already he's pro-black Malcolm X. They always choose Malcolm X to be at enmity with pro-blackness, because for them, the Malcolm X that they know, the Malcolm X that they want them to know, is the Malcolm X that was only a Sunni Muslim, like overshadowing the pro-blackness. The pro-blackness was this is always their view. And also the first and most fundamental point was he was anti-Nation of Islam.
So I'm gonna Belly, you need to send me everything that Issa has said, over the last 2 minutes. Give thanks.
Yeah, we can hear. We're gonna get into that. I was actually gonna say tonight, but I've only just eaten literally the whole day. No, but I mean, as a sister, right? Melanated. This is a thing I don't get, how, not you, but there's been certain other black sisters that are saying like Jordan M's okay and so on. And I'm saying, as a sister, knowing what you went through, and I don't know if you know, but there are a lot more black sisters in the States where black men are getting shot. A lot of black sisters are being raped by police, and they can't say nothing or do nothing. Do you get what I'm saying? They're not going to tell their husbands, they're not going to do this. And I'm saying, imagine going through life like that, right? So this is a lot of the trauma, the husband's like, what's wrong? Nothing's, and these are the things that are happening. And I don't know, for me, it's just, people say I'm offensive and stuff. It's because I don't want to go around the issue. You're a devil because of how you've undermined. I can see their thinking process with what they say. As our brother Shakara said.
But you know what? Like, I've had a couple of conversations with him, and they weren't like negative in any kind of way. You know what I'm saying? I when Shakara started telling the story, and he says, I've never seen what Jordan them look like. I was thinking to myself, nah, man, say it ain't so. Say that person wasn't Jordan who made that comment, making mockery or throwing our colonization. There's another a white person on that be on these channels that will literally say things like, "Oh, you don't like it here? Okay, well, speak your African language, huh? Go ahead." Like, to me, that's making mockery of your people, but then you want to say it's not your people because you didn't enslave anyone. You know what I'm saying? Like, which one is it? You can't be making mockery of slavery and colonization, right? The taking over, subjugating our people, making mockery of it, but then when I say that's why I can't stand y'all motherfuckers, then it's like, well, I didn't do it. Your hands is up. Your hands is up now. You don't want us to point the anger directed towards you.
But it's
What
just
the
like
hell is that?
in relation to the wars, when it comes to we fought for your right to freedom of speech, it wasn't actually them. A lot of it was their grandfathers and so on. But then it's we then. Do you see what I mean? When it comes to stuff they deem as good, it's we. When it comes to wickedness, I didn't enslave you. Do you see what I'm saying? You see the duplicitousness with these people's talk. So this is the it's devil still. It's devil.
This is the thing for me, isn't it? Because, like, to be honest with you, like I don't think, well, probably everybody gets that impression. I don't feel the need. There's something that Khalid Muhammad once said. Yeah, that I stand by. I live by this statement. He said, "There's nothing that a black man can say about a white man that's gonna cause me to fall out with that black man."
Wow.
And that's how I live my life. I don't feel like I need to justify or explain away or mitigate or appease white people in relation to a black man saying things about white people. I just don't feel like I have to do it. I will never put myself in that position. I'm not going to do it. Even if I disagree with the brother, my disagreement with that brother is going to be said behind closed doors. Yeah, that's going to be it. Yeah, there's no way on planet Earth that I'm going to allow, especially in the context of a black man, talking about the oppression of black people and us being able to organize. And I'm going to make my preoccupation the fact that a white man wants to know if it's inherent or not, or just systematic. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. Yeah, no white man ain't going to come around there and control the conversation like that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's not happening. You get me?
It's interesting that they like to try. That's the worst part about it, is that they feel comfortable, or they are made to feel comfortable to do that. Now, big up Sister 9 Aoife for coming in and blazing that fire and making that devil man run back to the police station or wherever the hell he's supposed to be going.
Man, you quote harassment there. You know?
I don't mind if a quote's a quote. It's his brethren in McGee.
Run, devil man, run, devil man, run. Run, devil man, run, devil man, run. Fire burn, fire burn, fire burn.
Remember, they're so used to another black people caping for them, and that's what they hope when they say that all of you are supposed to turn against me. That's what they love. That's what they're used to seeing. So when a sister coming now, it's like boom, he tried his thing, bang, and this is a figure.
Nah. We will burn you. You get me? Them boy they can't come in and burn you. Me will burn you. Melanate will burn you. You get me? Them people they can't come in and burn you. I want them to burn you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Love, you know what I mean?
At least there would be some empathy and understanding when I get burned from somebody.
Indeed.
From my experience. You get me? It will be from at least some sort of empathy and yeah. Their things stink, man. Their things stink. Woo! Shakara, yeah. Yes, brother. I have been not avoiding, but I've been really busy. So I wanted.
When you're ready, innit? When you're ready, innit?
Oh, for God's sake! You lot still chatting about your stupid debate?
Fam, it's not stupid. Fam, hold on, did everyone stupid debate? You know? Hold on. Hey, Belly, kick off. Yeah, no, I did say last week still, but no, but
did you not go in last week?
Huh?
You lot had a debate last week?
No, we're supposed to, but I'm saying we're supposed as soon as possible. Basically, I was hoping to have it today, but I was on there talking and didn't eat until now. So,
hey, you know what? Yeah, I don't know. It was about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I was listening back to one of the shows, and Shakara was on. Yeah, and I played it over. I rewound it and played it back I asked my wife, man, about 10 times. When you know about the debate, about the parameters about the debate and da 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 da. It's just
what did he say?
Shakarov must have gone like, yeah, it's not me that's got the problem with the debate. You know? It's you. Like every time I have the debate, it's like you want to wait for you got to have a debate with someone else before you have the debate with me.
I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, I was in pieces, bro. It was so funny.
Whatever you do, don't clip that video. You know what else he said? He said something. What did you say? Let me know when that revelation comes in the form of a date and time or something like that. I swear, bro, the way he said it, it was like some real bars, bro. The way, I think he must have said something like, you get revelation. So I jokingly said, yeah, I get revelation. He goes, all right, let me know when that revelation comes in the form of a title, a date, at a time or something. Oh, bro, I was in stick. I've got some bars, bro.
Shakira sets you up in it because he don't give you no sign that any fire's coming, bro.
I'll be honest, yeah. In fact, the first debate, I thought I was just gonna. That was a body slam. I put my arms in the air. Yeah, and then I was like, "Raw, man's got some." Although I think I want all of them. I'm just saying the first one I didn't think he was coming with nothing. And the Africa, what was it? Has Pan African failed or something like that? I was kind of like, boy, I wasn't too sure, but I think I did scrape it a bit. I did come back, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, he's a good opponent still. He's worthy. You get me? It's hard to find someone worthy to debate around here. You know how it is, bro. You know how it is.
I was saying to Billy, yeah, I was saying that we should do like a G Block power rankings, man, to see who's, you know what I mean, like who's really pushing the boat, pushing the envelope. Sorry, in terms of who would you not say like your top 5?
Well, obviously, self-love and all that. You know what I mean? You can't love anyone else until you love yourself.
I don't know.
I would say James Jones has some good hits, but he just keeps backing away from the pro-black thing. I don't know what's going on there. But
no, he doesn't like definition. That's what it is.
I mean, no, but he can say yes, I am, but I don't like the label. But he hasn't even done that. And there's several points which sort of prove he isn't. Even when and this was the thing when he said about, well, what has the Nation of Islam done in the UK? I'm saying I don't care what a group does in the UK as long as it's doing something good for black people somewhere. That's my whole blasted point. So if you're pro-black, that means you can relate to black people wherever they're being oppressed. It don't have to be English. You know what I mean? So that's another something. Who else is there?
There's not a lot of debating going on. I think Ziriab's a good debater. I don't think generally speaking. I know he's not really, but in the other debates I've seen him in or conversations I've seen him where he's got a different point of view, and a couple of the ones that he's been in with me. For example, when he challenged me on Nkrumah, it's a very good conversation. I respected him for the perspective that he brought, even though I disagreed with it.
You know what I think though?
Mind you, he did something the other day that I've got to pull him off on still, but we'll get to that another day.
I think he's good in non-religious debates because I thought, why are you lot like in all the religious things? I just think he's chatting nonsense. But when he's chatting politics and stuff like that, I'm like, this guy's got some.
Yeah,
you get me?
He knows his stuff. When it comes to the political economy of the world and that, this guy, he's got some resources and some like the books that he reads. I take notice of it because
yeah, no, he was. I was wondering like, why are you not bigging up this guy and sending him to me? And then when I heard it, I can't remember who it was, but he was rinsing off some thing and put something
I'm going to reserve my judgment till when you actually complete what you are dealing with.
No. There's no more to that. Once he brushed with Allah doesn't know everything, forget that. He's not Islam or Quran, he's a Sunni. That's all right. Me and him don't have to debate. There's nothing to be proven there, to be honest. You know what I mean? So, but I will say in regards to his talk from a black perspective, which I wasn't quite convinced about, especially when he was debating a religious issue. When he was talking, I was like, "Raw, this guy's got some heavy hitters, boy." So yeah,
I will say, yeah. Like I don't know if there are really good white people, but there are some good white debaters. You know what I'm saying? So.
Oh my god.
So yeah. Having said that, I think that that James SC is not to be played with when it comes to the debating.
Really?
Yeah.
No, he's good, bro.
Yeah, he brings evidence for what he's about to say. He doesn't. I don't say he's always winning, but I find him to be a good researcher. Or when he brings evidence, I think yeah.
He puts in work, bro. I don't know what this guy's coming up with stuff with, which I was like, you know what? I only heard.
James studies more hadith than most Muslims. I'm convinced.
Oh, he's probably studies all kind of Sharia law. Like this. He said things about Shia law the other day and what Shia's doing. I was like, well, though it ain't relevant to me because I don't follow Iran and all of that. But I'm saying it's interesting that you're getting access to all of this information that you have the interest. I'm like, well done.
He goes in like his research is and the way how he brings it back is formidable. You know what I'm saying in terms of if you're debating somebody
with the posh voice. Don't forget that with the humble posh voice. Yeah. Whew. Wait a minute. I'm gonna eat some more food, man. Yeah. So has anyone even answered this thing yet?
Well, I haven't even checked the main subject. You know? but Emma, it sounded like he was going to challenge me on the set for a second.
Who, me?
Yeah, on my suggestion of the fact that the Wazungu could be a good debater.
Oh, see, now I haven't. To be honest, I've heard him debate a little bit, but like not too much. But like my Izzy is based on the conversations I've had with him in the chat, innit? Where
okay.
A couple of assertions, and I'm like, I haven't.
Yeah, I don't know about all of that, but on the subjects that I've seen him debate, he's been formidable. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay.
Do you know who's not to be underestimated though?
Go on.
Witness.
Yeah, you don't know, but
Witness is like he's an interrogator, my G.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so it's not, and maybe because that interrogation is different to debate, innit? But when he's trying to drive home a point, like he don't move from the point, you know. Like,
nah, very, very stubborn guy, bro.
Yeah, like if you ask your question, if you divert, you know what I'm saying?
You know, Witness, I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't really want to debate Witness. He's a little bit intimidating.
Not to be underestimated.
You get me? Serious guy, man.
Not to be underestimated.
Yeah, I swear I did see him in Kilburn the other day, but he swears it weren't him in it. So, right.
Okay. Wow, what did you say when the white guy does out? I'm joking. I'm fully joking.
And you know the thing about Witnesses, yeah? When you say his name, he'll appear, you know, man. Definitely.
I'm fully joking.
But yeah, Issa, the thing, what's it? Could government policies ever call? Because I was asking yesterday, innit, or whatever day it was, Saturday or Sunday or whatever, or Monday. I was like, what would it take for certain parts of society to flip, innit? Like, what's the threshold? What's the last straw, the straw that breaks camel's back for Black people? What is it for the Muslim community? Like, what is it? So I think this is kind of drawing from that. But yeah, man said, could government policies ever cause anarchy?
What do we mean by? Do we mean anarchy in literal sense, or anarchy in its political definition?
We can explore both. I reckon Veli means it doesn't mean in a political sense.
Right. And I'd say the answer is yes.
Definitely. The thing is, like I was comparing this like here to France, innit? Like how every second minute them lot are rioting and kicking off doors and smashing up town halls and all that kind of stuff and burning police cars and that. And it's like we don't do nothing. And it's an interesting thing to explore. I wanted to make a documentary about it years ago, but what do you think the reasons, like the primary reasons for, I'm not going to say any particular section of society in France, I'll just say people in France, what is the primary reason why they riot all the time and we don't riot hardly ever?
There's a different, I heard a breakdown about this the other day, you know, I wish I could remember the details, but because of the makeup of French society coming out of the French Revolution, they've got their social organization in terms of the working class is slightly different to the UK in that respect. Like I think there's an argument that they may be more politically engaged. And I think that there's some, because that to sustain a demonstration for that length of time, there's definitely resources at hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very difficult to sustain demonstration for months on end. You know what I'm saying? Like, it suggests that somebody's paying your light bill. and these things. So yeah. So but I can't remember the details of and this is probably maybe Scatter might be able to answer this question in more detail. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, sorry, adding to that though, that Scattered is not a joke team debater either, you know. Scattered,
yeah, I'm gonna say you have to dash him well high up, man.
You have to put in the King Tahaka, you know. You get me? You have to put in the King Tahaka. Tahaka degree.
But fucking yeah. I was even thinking about, because we was chatting about it the other day. I was thinking about Kemi Seba, when he was talking about the French footballers.
Yeah.
And that one struck me, because I do remember in the media when they were talking about certain players and that, and criticizing their behavior and their attitude towards the game. And like, at the time, like, I was into football, so I was like getting sucked into that kind of rhetoric, and specifically the brother that he mentioned, Nicolas Anelka, as well. And like, so when man dropped that, it just spun my head, and I was like, oh, because they always used to suggest that my man had political affiliations, but they would never go deep into it, or because obviously that's going against the whole policy of non-political, like you're apolitical if you're a footballer and that, isn't it? So it's very interesting, and I don't know I don't know if there are any footballers in this country that would do that. You know what I mean? Like the closest it comes to that is really like man like Raheem Sterling and Bridge Park Complex, isn't it? And that's it. Yeah,
well, the man then find it difficult certain times to stand up on principle when it comes to the racism issue. So going out of your way to, you know what I mean, to be more politically engaged in that is going to be issues out here. You know what I'm saying? You know, but yeah.
Is that the missus in the background? Till I said big up, man.
No, that was the daughter still.
Oh, okay. Till I said big up as well. Stay.
Yeah, I think she heard you anyway.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You know.
Lord. Hey, you know what I buck up with the other day? What's his name? Is it Nigel? Yeah, Nigel Stewart, isn't it?
No. Oh.
It's Nigel Stewart, isn't it? Is his name Nigel?
Yeah. Centre of Pan-African Thought, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be helping on I don't know if you saw it, but they're asking for volunteers in it to work on African-centered mental health solutions in the UK.
Okay.
So
good stuff.
Yeah, man. So I jumped on that. All of the reading list, the things on the reading list, I'm like, well, Shakara's told everyone all of these things, bro. So you know what I mean? Like, he's put down the race and disparity audit, race and ethnicity facts and figures website, flipping Know Thyself by Naeem Akbar, I don't know who that is. Community of Self by Naeem Akbar, Amos Wilson. Yeah, go on.
No, Naeem Akbar is a serious guy, fam. You have to check him out still.
Nah, I've never heard of him.
He's got some contradictions, but his work in terms of psychology is that Community of Self is a classic. I'm saying.
Who else? Amos Wilson, Falsification of African Consciousness. I know that's your guy.
Yeah, man.
Cultural Resistance to Psychic Terrorism. It doesn't say who that's by, actually. Let me research that still. Seeking the Saku, Wade Nobles. Do you know who that is?
Yeah. I've actually met him still, but yeah, Wade Nobles is a bad man. Saku. Some of these guys, if you YouTube them, you can find them, you know, like speeches and that.
Oh, I don't even have to. Oh, hold on. What do you mean, the book, or just to see?
No. Well, more presentations from them. So if you want to get to know who they are, then you can YouTube them. You know, find some speeches.
And then Spirit-Based Healing in the African Diaspora. Yorugu, that's the book I know you've definitely promoted.
Who's the author of Spirit-Based Healing?
You what?
Who's the author of Spirit-Based Healing?
I don't know. Let me research it.
That's not Fukuyama, is it?
Let me see. He hasn't put a name next to it still, so.
Let me check that out.
I think, I don't know if it's a book. I found something that says spirit-based healing in the Black diaspora.
So right, it's a journal.
Yeah.
Spirit healing. 6 types of spirit healing explained. Something different in it.
And then you got Suman Fernando, Institutional Racism in Psychiatry and Clinical Psychology. And then you got Working with Race, Ethnicity and Culture in Mental Health by Hari Sewell.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the Remy Center?
No.
Okay. So it's a African-centered mental health and well-being organization. They work with Hestia. They're part of Hestia, which is a larger group.
Okay.
And they're actually based just by near Ladbroke Grove, and no one from the community knew that this place was there until Grenfell happened.
Okay.
And so the guy that there's a course or workshop, whatever you're gonna call it, happening with the Center of Pan-African Thought, and the guy that's gonna be chairing it or whatever, yeah, he runs that. His name's Malcolm Phillips. So it'll be a good thing to, because I know that's really your. I don't know. Like, would you say that like African psychology, even more than African spirituality, is your area of expertise?
It's a good question. To use the word expertise, I don't know if I'd use the word expertise, but it's my area. I'd say I'm more a cultural scientist than a psychologist.
Okay, yeah.
But I do intend to make it an area of expertise. I'll put it that way.
Yeah,
so I'm You get me? Because I wanna finish my psychology stuff actually. I actually went to study psychology for a degree, but we'll see if I ever complete that.
Who did you start with?
So to be honest, I was considering doing a degree in it, but I came across this group called Patty Giff, who do African-centered psychology, and they may be doing some training. So I may just train with them, even if I don't get a qualification at the end of it. But it's more, my thing in it. So this article is interesting though. That because this might be interesting for anybody who is listening, based upon previous conversations. Roy Moodley, who I'm not aware of, explores the use of spirit-based indigenous healing practices such as voodoo, Shanto, and Orisha among African, Asian, and Caribbean communities in the West. This is very interesting.
Yeah, this must be the thing that he's talking about. It must be the same thing.
Yeah, but I don't know who Roy Moodley is. So I'm trying to find information on him, and I can't find much. So yeah. Oh, it looks like he may be a university lecturer.
Yeah.
In Toronto. He looks to be an Asian guy.
Yeah, he does. I was just about to say that, boy. Yeah. I didn't expect him to look like that still.
Yeah. He could be from Guyana still.
That Trini.
Yeah. I'll show this to my queen as well. I think she'll be interested in this. Yeah, man.
Yeah. So the idea, in fact, let me not say nothing because I don't know how much my man wants all the stuff that they're doing to be publicized and that.
Yeah.
You what?
It's good work in it. There's a few that intellectual kind of evidence and research based work needs to be done more.
This is it, man. This is it. I think I've said to multiple people I'm available to do them kind of things there because I just think it's well, I can do it, number one, and number two, it's just like nothing really can go on without it.
Is your background mental health?
No, I've got some background. So my mum was a mental health nurse at the Ealing Hospital for a number of years.
Okay.
What else? Even when I was chatting to Nigel, I was just giving him a backstory in it. So like we had it was quite interesting in the 90s, like probably 91. The local council moved a bunch of families out of maybe 8 or 9 flats in my estate, and they replaced them with it became a halfway house for mental health patients in it. Basically, we had a whole bunch of mental patients roaming around the estate. So from then, like we would like, there's a couple of us actually. We were like really interested in seeing what they were doing, what they're on. We were scared of them at the same time. We used to fuck with them, but it was quite a weird estate in it, like that. Everyone's into like horror movies and thing, and you know this kind of mental health insertion just kind of fitted with that whole theme for some reason. So, but that's not my background really formally. Like it's film in it, but yeah, that's an interesting thing to me. I even wrote a graphic novel about my estate based on mental health.
Okay.
Yeah. Now my background's film, and then like a piece of how can I call it now? I've just been everywhere, Shakara, man. I've worked in record labels. You know what I mean? I worked in record labels. Obviously, education has been I've been 8 years in education now. Safeguarding officer, ALS. So yeah, a lot of it's been special educational needs and that in it. So my mental health interests also developed from working in that field as well. So yeah, man, I'm excited about this thing still. I'm proud as well, to be fair. Definitely proud, but I'd be interested to see who else is on there. To be honest, I was thinking, boy, man, like Shakara needs to be on this thing, man.
Yeah, I must have missed it. I didn't know about it, but
yeah, you should speak to them, man. There, because as far as I know, the panel is not panel. The committee is 8 people plus my man and an assistant as well. But he said it's going to be a year-long research program. Starting off with, I think, every first Sunday of the month up until August, which is going to be a chance to develop. In fact, I'm actually going to email you this thing.
Yeah.
Long time. He said you and him. He said you're his boy in it, so I'm sure it's no problem.
Yeah.
And yeah, so eight. Not 8. What am I talking about? Up until August, it'll be every Sunday. The committee will meet to discuss basic. In fact, let me read some of this out still. They're going to confirm. So what we need to do first: confirm reading lists, present background, policy notes, and case for reform, and understand Mental Health Act legislation and build our research strategy. And then what we intend to do, it says, present our research to different policy organizations and policymakers, advocate for better mental health care in African and Afro-Caribbean communities in the UK. I'm going to send this to you anyway, man. Cool. I was just thinking, boy, Shakara probably doesn't even have time to jump on this thing, but
yeah, I probably know still. Right now it's peak. Yeah, man, but yeah, Got Kush TV, man. That's my life right now still.
Yeah, I'm watching it, bro. Trust me.
Yeah, so again.
Crazy.
Yeah,
man. In fact, you see Watusi, yeah?
Yeah.
So them lot filmed his music video, innit? Have you seen the music video?
Who's them lot, sorry?
Got your boys them, innit?
Yeah. She said them lot. I was wondering who you talking about. Yeah, I've seen it still, yeah.
I'm supposed to be in that, fam.
Yeah, you're in it still. Well, actually, I'm not, yeah. Because who's definitely in it. Because who's definitely
Yeah. So you never say nothing.
Yeah?
I said, so you see, and you never say nothing.
Yeah, no, sorry. You know what, bro? It's like because there's so much work going on at the moment, so it's like I'm trying. But yeah, we're going to be releasing it soon, innit? So yeah, stay tuned.
Yeah, man. Yeah. One of the brothers is say, yeah, get up and dance and thing. I was like, oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Where's everybody else on the panel? God of Jacob, Melanated. I know 9 Ether's probably watching flipping EastEnders, innit? So whatever.
EastEnders and football.
Yeah. I had a proper conversation with her the other day, and she just went, "God!"
Yeah.
I'm offended, man.
Yeah, she took the football thing serious, man.
Too serious, man. Fuck off. But boy.
Yeah, she's about that there.
Yeah.
Jeez. I wanna go. So washing my face.
One sec. Come back in a sec, yeah?
Yeah, I'm adapt myself soon, so I just deal with the family. You know, like that. So yeah, be like family still. I might as well just read up the comments then while I'm here. You know what I'm saying? And respond to some foolishness. I'll jam until somebody else comes back, then I'm gonna duck and pick up my son and give him a kiss and read to him and everything there. So yeah, maybe I said no. I'm not interested in it going in the chat. You know what I mean? Let me see. Let me scroll up to see if there's anything interesting I want.
Yo, what's going on, man?
Yes, King, blessed.
Yes, brother, bless you. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
So let me shout out Respect though, man. How he's doing a show, a debate or a chat with against James Goddard tonight at 9 still. So
who's James Goddard?
Some Tommy Robinson fanboy.
Oh.
One of them guys still. So anyway, good promotion for his channel and that, you get me? So
He's
a big show still.
Rebellion no more. What's he on?
Say again?
He's not a Rebellion no more. What's he on?
Rebellion. What's that, Leon?
No.
Yeah, he's on Lions Den. The Lions Den.
Okay.
Yeah, Lions Den, man.
Okay.
Yeah, B. Yeah, actually, big up Jedi. He's doing the extremely balanced show right now still. So some people sending their emailing their issues, and then man does a review of the issues still. Yeah. Bless man. Bless man. Yeah. Say that, man. Yeah, just on the live still. Yeah, no, my brother just passed through still. Yeah. Yeah, man. So like we got about another 45 minutes, 50 minutes left. We're gonna jump over to one of the man's channels still, man. So we have a little chatting still then, man. So I don't know if any of the man got to answer the question of the day on the panel, like what policies do you think the government could implement that will cause anarchy?
What about like a one baby per family policy? Would that just be a mad thing?
Or do you think that the people would refuse to conform with that and smash up the place for that rule? Yeah.
Well, I don't know if they smash up the place. I think if the government tried to impose that rule with force, then yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of things that people would go mad for, but the question is would all people, because you see them people that say that we need to like bun down the system and that, yeah. One of the difficulties is that the different factions in this country, the different ethnic groups or whatever you want to call it, and religious groups or whatever, they'll riot for different reasons, innit? Like you gotta find one reason for everybody to kind of be up in arms, and usually it's an economic reason, innit? So if there's like a depression or whatever, or like the bank, imagine like all the banks just collapsed and that, and like or they did a fight club and everyone's bank account went to zero, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. So I was trying to think about like I say that I couldn't really think of one. I was thinking like alcohol, banning alcohol. Kay was saying banning cigarettes and alcohol, but I was saying just
the immediate shutdown. The whole country
banning straight out, yeah, banning alcohol. The average man to the top man will be upset about that one still. So Man, you can't stop the beer. I need my Stella. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Bad thing. Bad. Yeah, we peak. So.
Well, okay, what would they have to ban for black people to get mad? Give me a joke answer.
We'd have to ban for black people to get mad. Something like planting. Planting's illegal. Can't have no more planting, fam. It'll be mad. The whole African and Caribbean will be wilding out for that country. I see. What do you think?
Yeah, we should have rioted when they dropped the Roman McCoy blood. That should have been the one.
The Roman McCoy was such a classic, yeah. The Rubber Dub Pub, yeah. Yeah. All their characters are the traffic warden, the ticket inspector. Yo.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
I think Carnival 90, maybe 95, something like that. I remember I was walking with my brothers and that, and then we see Felix Dexter, innit? And he was doing a little he was doing a little advert. And I always wanted to know if I got in that little advert, man, because he was like, asking us questions and thing and just busting joke. Yeah, I liked him a lot, man. I like Felix.
Felix Dexter is a G still. Rest in peace to the big man still.
And rest in peace.
Yeah, man. Yeah, there was bare skits on that show that were just classics, bro. Fucking hell. They should put the reruns on TV, man.
Nah, bro, they're not doing it. The BBC said they're not doing it.
Listen, they burnt them fucking masters, bro. They're incinerated, fam.
Yeah, that's why you can see them on YouTube or London Live.
No, a lot of them I've been taken down.
Yeah, I agree. The Robo was sick.
You know, one of the ones I liked was the voiceover. You know, when they used to do the TV guide or whatever you want to call it. And my man Leo used to sit there and say, we're gonna no, not Leo, the other brother. No, it was Leo, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Leo. And he used to be like, tonight on BBC One we got Rare. And then there's one where there's Doctor Who in it and it's dubbed over.
Yeah, they do the overdubbings of these British programs.
Yeah. Funny, man.
Yeah, that started to get quite a few hits on YouTube. People doing that, innit? Like doing dub plates of fucking EastEnders and shit.
That's funny. Anytime it drops, man. That's just funny. Have you seen what's that thing called? It's called it's like a kung fu series, but it's dubbed over and it's a yard man chatting.
No, I see the Family Guy one though.
Like Kusu. Let me find out what that's called still.
Yeah, right. So what? God of Jacob was saying in the chat, if they ban chicken and music, it's a wrap. Is it that one?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. It's a wrap, cuz.
Big problems. Yeah. Oh man.
Friday night.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Big up, Mel.
What's up? What y'all chatting about now?
You see, you got your StreamYard comment in the chat now.
Yes, I was like, I'm so honored. I'm so honored, Streamlabs.
Yeah, anytime anyone catches a dub plate, then they get their dub plate immortalized still. Yeah, so that's it. Hint for everyone.
Well,
Try and drop something that I usually say in it. Then I can add it into Streamlabs for you.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, when we were talking earlier, you know, about me and James Jones was kind of going in a little bit on Issa, you know, and it's funny that when Jordan M came on, He said the same thing. He said that when Issa's going against like one of these known racist people, that he goes light on them. And I'm saying that, you know, I'm hope that Issa turns around and makes that us to be liars, you know, and not you know what I'm saying, and not represent pro-blackness with being polite and cordial with known racist people.
Say
So
they want to take cheaper.
Huh? What'd you
say?
say?
Again, sorry?
Is today Pancake Day?
Nah, yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Tuesday, isn't it? Tuesday, okay.
Tuesday,
What you mean pancake? What's that?
Oh, you don't have Pancake Day now?
It's once a week is Pancake Day?
No. Once a year, there's a thing called Pancake Day over here, isn't it? Like, I don't know why there's a Pancake Day. But yeah, there's a Pancake Day where people are supposed to make pancake and eat it. Why I have no idea why there's a Pancake Day. People don't say back in the day, people were singing that.
It's serious though.
It's a Christian thing, isn't it?
Serious thing, yeah. People will bust pancake like it's serious thing, bro.
But it's a Christian thing.
Yeah, it's a Christian thing.
I was wondering if it was something sexual to it, the way you started laughing. I was like, wait, what? You know, everybody pancaking today? What's going on? You know, like. No, but I'm just saying you're getting.
It's called it's called Shrove Tuesday.
Yeah, what it is, right? What it is, it's you was correct. Still, it's a day based. The pancake is a euphemism for a futon. That's what it is.
You need to stop that.
Listen. So what do you do? So you
represents the man. You know there was the pan represents the man. The cake represents the woman, and then the pan and the cake together makes the man and the woman.
You know,
and
that
they
sounds
flip
like,
it.
It sounds like Blood Brother Polite or one of them bros, man.
So what do you do?
The day's called Shrove Tuesday, isn't it? So I don't know what that means in Christian terms, but that's the name of the day, Shrove Tuesday.
I don't know. I don't know about Shrove Tuesday. All I know is about it's Pancake Day, fam.
Is that Catholicism?
Let's Google this right now. Let's Google this.
Let me read it out. Let me read it out to you. So Shrove Tuesday is the day before Ash Wednesday, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Celebrated in some Christian countries by consuming pancakes. In others, especially those where it is called Mardi Gras, or translation thereof, it is Carnival Day, the last day of fat eating or gorging before the fasting period of Lent. Yeah, man.
Oh, so that's so. I was gonna ask. So what's the significance of pancakes? But pancakes is just a fatty food.
Listen, it's probably some Western interpretation of the thing, isn't it? Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's about to be Lent season. Lent season. Everybody fasting, boy.
Yeah. Pancake Day.
I remember them days of my nan saying, you know, oh yeah, we don't eat no chicken on such and such day, and it's like, boy.
Good Friday, isn't it? Good Friday.
Yeah. Do you still do that?
No, not really, but I never did. But my family do. So if I go to my family's house, you know what I'm saying?
It's fish in it, yeah.
Wait, so all of that's coming up now? It's already time for.
I guess so.
Wow.
Yeah, anytime anything can go on, isn't it? You know what I mean?
And you know that.
The social...
Exactly. I mean, if that doesn't point out that this stuff have, you know, and what you want to call it, African spiritual origins or something like that. Like the actual holiday changes every freaking year. That should tell you it got to do with the sun.
It makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. You can't even say, okay, what am I doing next year for Easter? You got to go to the new calendar and find out when is Easter this year.
Let me ask you a question. I was going to ask this question the other day. Yeah, you see, baptism, yeah, like dipping man in water and that, all that. Do you think that has African spiritual origins?
I think they were doing that. baptism.
They were. There's a good reason to think so, but I don't know for sure. So, yeah.
It probably would symbolize a similar thing if they did.
Biblically, though, I my understanding is that it relates to John, the
John the Baptist being born again.
And whatever. Yeah, because he used to. I'm not sure if he began the baptism thing, but from my understanding, biblically speaking, it has to do with John. Because didn't John give Jesus some kind of blessing or something like that?
Yeah, that's how I remember.
I think he baptized them.
Yeah,
and then when he came up, then the dove was coming up out the sky.
Thing. Yeah, so being born again in Christ is, you know.
And God spoke in his voice. He said, "That's what's up, son."
Yeah, man. It's my son.
I am pleased with you now, son.
With that voice.
I think God's voice sounds like James Earl Jones. Yeah. That's what God sounds like.
Most definitely, I agree with that. James Earl Jones, yeah, it's so bad, yeah, that when they were making Lion King, the live action movie, yeah, they had to just bring him back for the role.
Yeah, they had to.
You get me? Who else can play Mufasa? Who else? It makes sense.
He played Darth Vader as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That was it. But yeah.
Listen, they really can't get nobody else to do that voice.
Nah, fam. Nobody else would do.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of old movies from like the 70s and 60s. He's always looked weird, James Earl Jones, but when he was younger, he looked even weirder. He had like a hunchback, innit? Like
really?
His shoulders were all like high, like by his neck and that. Like, it's just weird.
Yo, listen. If I was a King Prince Hakeem from Zamunda, I'd have been scared of my daddy.
And I see that.
That's one of my.
Well.
Huh?
Go on. No, I was just saying I see that sister as well. You know the one that he was supposed to marry and come into America. I see her in some. She's in the next thing called Stomping at the Savoy, and it's about a bunch of female friends, yeah, all black, and they leave this. It's when they leave the South and they go up to Harlem, innit, just before the Harlem Renaissance and things.
Question.
Yeah.
Didn't you think that the dark-skinned sister was nicer than the light-skinned sister coming to America?
Y'all need to stop.
Hold on. Would you have taken the dark-skinned sister, being that she's so like just mad?
This is the thing, that because that to me that was the caricature in it. They put this nice light-skinned sister, not respect to the sister, but I get this wild dark-skinned woman. You know what I'm saying? This nice, refined, you know what I'm saying? This nice, refined, well-spoken, you know what I'm saying, ambitious light-skinned sister with straight hair. Next to this dark-skinned sister. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like,
it definitely was appealing to colorism and stereotypes and all that kind of stuff.
But then
even from a young age, though, I always like thought this sister's nice. I don't mean about that life.
To be honest, yeah, I even said this to Kasu, yeah. I said, you know what? I probably would have ended up with her sister. You know,
yeah.
Like, yeah. The way her character was, I would have ended up with her, man.
Yeah, man. You know what I mean? So big up Simi still. Big up Simi because Simi was addressing the situation.
Okay, so hold on.
Back again.
Should we? So that film, yeah, because Eddie Murphy's always been suspect anyway, yeah.
Oh, hey, man, are you talking though, Carl?
No, bro, I'm a big fan.
You're gonna upset my woman, you know.
I'm the biggest fan.
I met my queen here, you know. It's gonna be
I love Eddie's a long time, Regin, but I have to say,
see, I thought she was sleeping, you know. Now she heard Eddie Murphy. Now she's. Emma, whisper, yeah. Let's whisper.
Nah, man, that's how Eddie. Nah, he's made some funny moves, man. He's made some funny moves.
Nah, he has lately, because I mean, like, yeah, but
no, should we revere that? Should we be revering that film the way that we do, should it be more heavily criticized? Should it be more heavily criticized?
It definitely should be more heavily criticized. It definitely should be. But it is a classic. There's no doubt about it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
You get me?
I love it.
It's a classic film.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like it appealed to both, right? So it appealed to colorism by putting the more fair-skinned woman as the prize, right? But it also was an example of Black royalty, of Black people being in a regal position, right? So I think that imagery was also very strong.
And I think that's why people gave it allowance, because
that was the strongest of all the imagery. Sorry to cut in, but
yes,
yeah,
I feel like even though with that, there were some stereotypes of Africa and African culture that I think were very problematic. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole bark like a dog scene, and you know, that kind of thing. Like, and so he had to come to America to find this nice independent Black woman. I'm like, I could do without that narrative. But again, it's a classic film. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can't deny it. And as far as the comedy in it, I mean, it's mad. Like, everybody knows Lions from Coming to America, innit? You know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
So I think it's possible to understand both. You know, that it's not a perfect film, but I understand its place as a film in our
man.
Western.
I know everything we have to dig up, man. Jeez,
Yeah, but we know that you love the Lovers Rock in it unequivocally, in it. So I can't say nothing about that.
The way Nine needs to love Lovers Rock, yeah, I'm surprised it's one picture she has.
No, that's why it was dry. Yeah, remember, dry. You get me?
Oh, see.
That's the beauty of it, man.
Yeah.
Better than condoms, man. Are you mad?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, big up the Lovers Rock.
I didn't even look at the movie. I mean, I didn't even look at it that way. Like the women in Africa were no good, and he had to come to.
That's the funny thing. It's such a classic, that you could enjoy it so much that you don't even pick up on, you know what I'm saying, some of these dynamics.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they're definitely there. They're definitely there.
Yeah.
Look at that mix there, you know.
I guess you could look at it too, like the whole like
now. Oh, sorry, she's going on.
I was thinking you could look at it too, like the impact of colonization. That to him, West was better than African. You know what I'm saying? So he still ended up going for a Black woman, but a Western one was like up there, ideal, as opposed to someone of his own people.
Well, we'll see, you know, because he's doing.
I think we gotta be careful, man. Anyway, go on. Sorry, man.
I'm just saying he's doing a part 2 in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he might. I think they finished shooting it as well. So he might correct some of these things.
But the thing is, it was sorry to cut you in, but although it was a comedy, this, that, and the other, it could be argued that it's quite a real thing because some of them do come to the West and whatever to look their way, even now. No?
I don't know.
Well, my coworker from Tanzania, he went to Tanzania and brought his wife here. He didn't want an American woman. He wanted that. He's like, I brought her behind.
I just feel like
but what are the reasons for them doing that though, Melanated? That's the next question. Why are they doing it just because they want?
Because he's from Tanzania, so he wanted a Tanzanian wife, and ultimately his plan is to return. So him meeting a American woman, hopefully he would have to really convince her to relocate to Tanzania. Like he has no desire to retire and be old and gray hair.
But I don't mind the love story element between a brother from the continent and a sister from America. That's not a problem. I'm just saying that the reason why he came was because all these women that he was destined to marry were raised from birth to serve him alone and bark like a dog, and you know what I'm saying, like all that stuff is like, you know what I mean, like that's problematic to me. That's not him coming to America to get a wife.
I hear that still actually.
Yeah, you know,
and I suppose at the time we didn't even take it for that. It's only now that you're mentioning it, I was like, right, for real. Wow, like a dog. Yeah,
I don't know if anyone noticed the dark.
You know, on Facebook, I saw a video.
We spoke about that.
I saw a video of someone. It was like, oh, this is a beautiful wedding or whatever. So I just clicked on the video, and you see this woman. You see like a bridesmaids and little flower girls come down, and you see this woman with this elaborate gold dress, and she had this. I mean, it looked just like Coming to America. The long trail and everything, and her hair is up in that comb thing with the ponytail, everything just like Coming to America. So I was like, why does she want to be married like Coming to America? And then the husband, the groom that's up there, and he says something. He says, bark like a dog. They did the whole thing, and I was like, wait a minute. No. And then he was like, and then so then she starts doing a hop thing, and he was like, no, I'm not doing this. So then she just hops off to the side, and then the real bridal party comes down, and it's like 10 different couples coming down, and all of them got different African print, but they're matching, the man and the woman are matching. And I'm like, whoa. Now I'm watching this video now, and I'm already like 5 minutes in, 10 minutes. People keep coming in, the music going, these beautiful things. And then you see the bride. And when I tell you, she has on some African garment thing and the long train, but clearly her outfit was matching his. Mm-hmm. So they did this whole theatrical stuff just to get to the real wedding. I was like, oh my God. I was thinking to myself, how much money did they spend on this? My goodness.
Hello, M.A. Brown.
Yes, witness.
But the thing is, like Eddie Murphy's got.
Yo, check it out. Can you hear Witness?
Can you hear?
No, I can't.
Well, let's test if you can hear me. Shakara, I'm a blood clot bastard. You know? You can't hear. Man, you get me. You know, pure waste, man.
Shakara, you can't hear this. You can't hear this, Shakara. Shakara, where you at?
You can't hear Jack.
Oh my gosh. Nine Ether, did you hear that?
No, she ain't there.
You didn't hear it either.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Did you hear Witness, Shakara?
I missed it. I heard something like 2 seconds.
What someone said, waste man.
That was Witness. Witness was talking patois. You didn't hear it?
Who was he calling a waste man?
Shakara, Witness is cussing you. Shakara, Witness is cussing you in patois because he can't hear him.
Oh, Shakara.
99's like, oh, Shakara. Okay, I'll leave.
No, but Witness, I'm not gonna tell a lie. I heard you come on the other day and just box out Issa, man. I was like,
hey, don't run with Witness enough.
Issa had to come and run some tracks. I was like, wow.
Witness will tell you about your mama underneath, straight.
No, he just come with some bass, you know, made Issa sound like Twitter.
I'm just a pacifist. I just
Witness is cold.
I forgot, what was I going to ask? Oh yeah, I was going to ask all of you guys this question. If we know an organization has done great things for Black people, when certain people in that organization start doing corruptible things like fraud, sexual harassment, even murder, bullying, should we keep quiet or should we criticize that organization.
The whole organization?
Yeah,
we should criticize it internally, not publicly.
But as well, it's more the individual, isn't it? So if the organization deals with it and they're not sanctioning it, there's no point criticizing the organization. Just more criticize the individual, or critique the organization in the fact that they allow this to happen within their organization. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Anyway, I've got a duck here, so I'm going to jump off.
Yeah. Been watching that documentary on Malcolm X's assassination. It's interesting what they keep on highlighting about the Nation of Islam.
Maybe one day I might do a live on that. I was discussing that today because I've watched it. So yeah, we'll see in it. We shall see what we shall see.
So what are they doing? Demonizing Nation of Islam?
Yeah. No, they're just pointing out, when Malcolm X began to have differences of opinion with the Nation of Islam, how he then started experiencing being threats and being bullied and threats.
That's not true. It's not differences of opinion. He disobeyed a direct order, which caused great backlash against the Nation of Islam, i.e. saying things regarding Kennedy. And obviously then when he came out publicly to the white media saying that Elijah Muhammad is committing certain wicked acts.
Exactly. His difference of opinion, he doesn't consider that to be a normal, good, honorable behavior.
No, but it wasn't just that. That's what I'm saying. So he was saying,
Hey, you know what? Elliot, I'm gonna go, man, because I got. But
yeah, you about to get pulled into this Malcolm X conversation.
But we'll come back to this, innit? We'll come back to the conversation.
Yes.
Tell Sister Nahanda said, "What's up?"
You can hear you.
Bless up, sis.
Bless up, sis.
Bless up,
gotta recognize the queen. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
Love, yeah. Bless up.
Love.
Yeah, witness. I would have said on that basis regarding what to do. I think you would have to pressure the leadership in the organization to do something, and if they do not demonstrate that they've actually made a change or rectified and reprimanded those people and even punished, then obviously that organization then has to be shunned. But I think the first step is to deal with the organization dealing with those people first, rather than demonizing the organization.
Yeah, it's difficult if the people committing those crimes are the guys at the top of the table within the organization.
That's true, because I was thinking the Suns seem to play a major role. In fact, hopefully we're going to have a good conversation on this at some point. So maybe me, you, and Shakara. In fact, I think I did say that as well. Was it you I said that to? I said to...
to talk about the documentary, or to talk just about the Nation of Islam? And
so what's the point? What's
the whole Malcolm X, the whole thing regarding who killed him, why? Because some people see Malcolm as a traitor. Yeah, sorry, go.
What's the point
of talking about it?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, what's the point?
Okay,
continually talking about it, like, what's it doing for the future of the people or the movement? Or like, what's the point?
Yeah, because there's loads of people that are still hating the Nation of Islam because of their view of Malcolm X, or the Nation of Islam through Malcolm X's, let's say, eyes, writings.
They're not hating on.
Yeah, there's loads of. Are you serious? There's loads of people. Yeah, there are loads of people because of that issue. Like even Witness is putting in the comments about Nation of Islam killed Malcolm X or whatever. I'm saying my point is understanding what took place and who was involved might allow us to come to a conclusion to say, you know what, both were wrong, Malcolm X and Nation of Islam, but the overall blame we can put towards the CIA, FBI, because if you think of it, Malcolm and Elijah, if they'd been allowed to converse, they might have sorted that issue out. Do you get what I'm saying? They might have come to an agreement and say, right, you go left, I go right. Do you know what I mean? But there were people that were, as we know, writing letters and stopping Malcolm's real letters and stuff like that. So,
well, that's the same with the Black Panther Party too.
Yes, melanated goddess.
In fact, explain that to me, because I didn't know that, but or maybe
there was eventually you had a split within the Black Panther Party where you had one group who were following Eldridge Cleaver more so than Bobby Seale, and the other guy who was still in prison, Huey, was still in prison for a while. So you had this split where you had one group who were going with Eldridge Cleaver, and they were not, they weren't sticking with Bobby Seale. So you had this split.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I think that they were
I think the more
communicating
important thing
and
is, are
writing.
we learning from these things?
Right.
Well, I think when it comes to organizations and there being problems within the organization, people have learned, like, okay, I guess what could be the backlash if you go against your leadership, or maybe could problem solve other ways to deal with things if there are issues with leadership, because like sometimes I think that people really become like robots when they join these organizations, and that's one of the reasons why I big up Malcolm X so much, is that people could say he didn't handle it right, but he definitely was more loyal to righteousness or what's right, as opposed to a loyalty to a man and an organization, and but hold on, listen, because when I look at like the way in which a lot of Nuwapian people, they are so loyal to Dr. York that, like, the cognitive dissonance, that even when presented with evidence of child molestation, all they do is say, "Oh, they're lying. They were paid to do this. They're paid because they're so like unwaveringly loyal to the man." And for me, I think that's dangerous.
I think it's different though. I mean, I agree with that one, because obviously, abusing children is a massive difference. And once they come out and it's been proven, then that's something different. But I think when it comes to Malcolm X, even what people think about his position and what he thought. Have you heard the secret tape, the recording tape he sent to Elijah Muhammad? Have you heard it?
No. I don't know. Like, I don't want to. Yeah, no, I haven't. I'm sure once I watch the documentary. But see, so, and I'm not trying to put them in the same boat, but I am trying to say that people will take those things to support their position. So one of the witnesses in a Dr. York case recanted her story, right? And then she later on came back and said she recanted because there were threats and so forth against her father or her family, but he actually did do these acts. So when she did that, that impacted her credibility. But you can imagine that if you literally said that this person that everyone loves and respects and reveres did something to you, and there's so many people in numbers that they could have threatened your family. Like, like I would probably, who knows what you would say under those circumstances. You might not even want to come forward again. Like, F it, let me just move to another state, start a new life, and just forget it. So
that's normal, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. Big organizations like that, I think it's normal for the members to threaten the people that are coming against them. Do you see what I mean? That's kind of, so when they say that, it makes sense. I don't think their credibility is lost when they're doing taqiya under those circumstances. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you haven't heard some of these diehard Nuwapian people.
Yeah,
I used to be.
Have you heard them against Wujau? You know who Wujau was, right?
Yeah.
And the amount, like 5-6 years ago, we used to be on Hangouts till 4, 5, 6 in the morning, right? And Wujau was explaining, and I heard him explaining the other day again. He was saying, look, he was supporting and defending. He was literally meeting Dr. York in prison, visiting him. He was part of assisting him in his case. And he said, well, he knows what's happening. He's there. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
What's the name? Chuck Morgan. Chuck Morgan has a website with all kinds of evidence and data, and
the transcripts to the court case and all of this stuff. Just kind of tearing down the doctrine and all of that stuff. And I mean, despite all of that, I'm telling you, like the belief is very strong. And these people come up with any kind of rebuttal.
I think what it is that they're more. It's kind of. I'll be honest. It's like a drug. If you think of what drugs can do to some people, right? So I've heard about people that literally teeth their mother's rings and jewelry that they inherited from their parents. Do you get me? Sell it for drugs. So I'm saying, to me, it's a similar thing. Once they're drugged up on that religion, the common sense goes. Like logic is out the window. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a shame, Brother Malcolm. Lost his life. I just look at it that
it happened like what you said in the Black Panther Party as well. When there was that split, there were people who got killed, Panthers who got killed. Sam Napier, who was responsible for distributing the Black Panther Party newspaper, he was found bound, gagged, and he was killed. And in the end, there was a Black Panther Party member who was convicted of his killing because he was tortured before they killed him. This was back in the 70s. So, it seems to be something which is catching amongst certain organizations where there's a split and then they'll fight. There'll be infighting within the organization. And so it's a case of, I guess, you keep quiet and pretend everything's going really good in the organization, or do you leave the organization? Like, it's interesting in that documentary, you see a lot of people talking about the Nation of Islam who are Muslims, but they left the Nation of Islam, but they're Muslims. So it's almost as if they've converted to Orthodox Islam, whichever that may be, and they've left the Islam of the Nation of Islam. It's interesting that, because there's certain things within the Nation of Islam that if you're a Muslim, it's like, how can you co-sign it? Like the story on the tribe of Shabazz, is that like in Islam? I don't think so. Or Yaqub creating people 6,000 years ago or something. That's not in like scripture. So eventually, if you want to be Orthodox, maybe you're going to have to leave the Nation of Islam to be an Orthodox Muslim. You don't have a choice. Yeah, that's what I think. Oh, Brown.
I don't know. Who are these 12 imams that I see people say that you worship? What's all that about, Isa? Isa. And where do these imams reside? Oh, he'll be back.
They got one in Philly, one in Chicago, one in the Bronx.
I know you're taking the piss, bro. Nah, it's a serious question, man. And this whole
he ain't answering you because he busy typing in a daggone chat.
Oh, is he? We'll see. He's probably eating his dinner, some chicken. Him, I don't deal with police.
Did you say chicken? That's racist.
Religion is not holistic.
No, he said he liked chicken.
I'm actually eating chicken. It's not racist.
Is Isa trying to tell people that his religion is a holistic science?
It's not trying. It's not trying. It's an absolute fact. The Islam of the Quran is a holistic science of life. That's what I said.
All right. So this Islam of the Quran, yeah, because I keep hearing you say these things, and obviously, so what's this 12 imam thing?
Oh my God. Okay, so the 12 imams.
Right, if you don't even talk about the 12 imams, all right, then forget about that.
No, I won't tell them. I won't tell them.
Yeah.
Right. So they have a position similar to, let's say Moses had Joshua and successors after him, right? So the 12 Imams are 12 successors to the Prophet, but their status is higher than the children of Israel prophet. So they're higher than Moses, they're higher than Jesus, and so on.
So who's the current one at the moment?
Call him Imam Mehdi. Is somebody feeding you these questions?
No, oh, don't be silly, Issa. You know I don't. Who's gonna talk to me, bub?
No.
So
no. Literally, listen. Literally, what you said is exactly what these lots say. So, all right, you've got it by way of telepathy, or they sent this to you, right? So, basically, it's like this.
No, but it is an obvious question. To be fair, Issa, you get me.
No.
So